Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is WLLC second part. What if Harry Potter was reincarnated as the ultimate magical weapon? Here's a quick glimpse. After a tragic death, Harry Potter is reborn as a child once more, but this time, with knowledge of the future and limitless magical potential. Armed with runes, ancient secrets, and raw power, Harry isn't just a wizard anymore, he's magic's ultimate weapon. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Now, let the story unfold. Susan, your compact is vibrating. It's not a compact, Aunt Amy. Susan Bones called back, rolling her eyes. It's a highly advanced communications device. Two-way mirrors aren't highly advanced anymore. Amelia Bones replied cynically as her niece picked up the mirror. Hello, Hannah, Susan said to the mirror, ignoring her aunt. Hi, Susan. Hannah Abbott's voice quietly played through the mirror. Can you take me somewhere private if you aren't already in such a place? Sure. Susan turned her nose up at her aunt. Excuse me, Auntie, I have very important business to take care of. Maybe. Amelia's chuckles followed Susan halfway back to her room. She closed the door behind her when she got there. What's up, Hannah? Why are you looking down? Hannah asked, perplexed. I'm not, I'm looking straight at the mirror. Susan frowned. It actually looks like you're looking up at something. Really? That's strange. Hannah trailed off for a moment. Am I still in your mirror or are you projecting the image? You're still just in the mirror, hang on. Susan made a pinch and throw motion and an image of Hannah appeared in the air in front of her. Is that better? Much. Hannah nodded approvingly. It's almost as good as face to face. Yay, Harry, or whoever, did a really good job on these. Susan stroked her mirror appreciatively. Now I don't think I needed to leave my aunt in the other room just to discuss that. Too true. Hannah laughed once then donned a serious face. Did you hear how Harry introduced us yesterday? Yay, what about it? Susan frowned. We were Amelia Bones, niece and the other Hufflepuff. Hannah said irritatedly with a small huff. I'm sure Harry didn't mean anything by it. Susan reassured her. It isn't like he had long to prepare. That's just it though. Hannah's irritation unabated. I got the same introduction as Ronald Weasley. As far as I can tell, after the first week he never even spent time with Harry. Well, I can see why that would upset you. Susan admitted. After all, who wants to be equals with him? But I fail to see your point. Alright, let's put it another way. Hannah said impatiently. Do you like Harry? Susan blushed brightly. Well, I mean, I haven't really. I didn't mean like that. Hannah sighed. As friends, silly, do you like having him as a friend? Oh, Susan giggled for a moment. Well, yes, of course I like having Harry as a friend. And you want to continue having him as a friend? Naturally. Have you noticed how useful the other members of the court are? Yes. Susan sounded worried. Have you noticed how not useful we are? Oh, Hannah, you're not useless. Susan scolded. I thought we talked about this. No, I didn't say useless, I said not useful. Hannah rolled her eyes. As in we have no role within the group. Well, that's not good and all, but I'm still missing it. Susan shook her head. Harry is going places. Hannah stated plainly. I don't know where yet, probably Minister of Magic, but I know for damn sure he won't be able to take dead weight with him. He only has so much time for friends, and if they can't participate in the activities they'll get left behind. Every year new competition comes in. This year there are 2 first-year girls that are already a threat to our standing. Hannah, Susan said quietly. Luna Lovegood is the biggest danger. She was at the press conference and wrote that weird article for the Quibbler. She seemed impressed with Harry. Hannah, Susan said a little more firmly. And then there's Ginny Weasley. She has an in, being the twins' sister, and her introduction yesterday was longer than both of ours combined. Hannah, what? Hannah seemed shocked to be interrupted. You've put a lot of thought into this, haven't you? Well, yes. Then can we cut to the chase? Susan said professionally. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that if we don't get skills, Harry is going to replace us with younger, prettier models. Hannah retorted. I don't think Harry is so callous as to trade friends like that. Susan crossed her arms and cocked an eyebrow. Well, it won't be immediate. Hannah admitted. It'll take a couple of years, but that's why we have to start now. Don't you think you're taking this a little too seriously? If you're happy being Amelia Bones, niece, for the rest of your life, feel free to hang up. Are you suggesting that Harry Potter's friend is all that better of a title? Susan's skepticism was practically tangible. At least 3 times better. Hannah shot back smugly. First of all, he's in our generation. I'm sure you've heard enough from your aunt to know how much generation gaps affect things. Second, his current influence is already unheard of for someone our age, and it is still growing, unlike your aunt, who unfortunately, barring significant unforeseeable changes, is likely to be in the last office of her life. Third, he's Harry Bloody Potter. He's an amazing guy, both the celebrity and the regular everyday Harry. That should count as 2 actually. That makes it sound like we'd be using him. Susan was very worried at this point. At least Hannah seemed to be over the self-esteem issues Susan helped her deal with at the beginning of the year. No, I'm saying we should make ourselves useful to him so he doesn't leave us behind. Hannah placated Susan. Basically, we let him use us, and in return we're in the places we need to be to meet the people we need to meet, no matter what our profession. Well, that sounds acceptable. What did you have in mind for professions? Susan asked intently. My aunt wants me to follow her to the ministry, but I've always wanted to work in the private sector. I don't know, I was planning on using the rest of August to figure that out for myself. Hannah replied, deflating. I don't want to go to the ministry either. Is there anything else you have to add to your idea? Nope, that's it. You in? Tentatively, yes. I'm going to make sure you don't stray across the line of ethics though. Susan scowled pointedly. Yes, ma'am. Hannah saluted mockingly. Breakfast is just about done, so I need to go. Okay, it was nice talking to you. Susan smiled warmly. You too. Hannah smiled back just as warmly. Bye Hannah. Bye Susan. Hannah's farewell came as Susan started to close her mirror, thereby ending the connection. Wait. Susan jumped and quickly pulled her mirror fully open again. What? So, do you have a crush on Harry? Hannah asked, smirking. Hannah. Susan huffed and shut the mirror immediately and fell face first onto her pillow to cover her blush. What the? Tonks mumbled as she woke up with a piece of parchment stuck to her nose. She tugged on it and found that it wasn't budging. At least I can still see, she thought as she rose from bed and staggered wearily over to her mirror. She sat down and looked at the parchment. It was a note, written backwards so that it would be readable in a mirror. Nim. The delivery of this letter is just a preview. Wait until you see how I gave Padfoot his. I hope that you got around to reading this before you made the trip across the hall to wake me up. If not, you have already found that I'm not in my bed right now. Went to GNICCHQ. Back at 5. Harry. Oh, and you're, probably, sitting on the password to remove the sticking charm. Tonks stood up and looked down at the seat. Sure enough, there was a piece of tape with a word written on it. Watch her. The note released from her nose with an audible click, and as it floated to the floor, Tonks spotted another line on the back. And tell Padfoot I said, Gilgamesh. Tonks folded up the note and set it on her desk. She smiled serenely and went about getting ready for the day. After dealing with her morning routine, Tonks made a quick mirror call to Hermione, only to find out that she would be unavailable today as well, something about a family outing somewhere. Put out and alone, Tonks grumpily made her way over to her new school books and took them to her bed to glance over briefly. 2 hours later she was called down for breakfast. Her bed was a mess. Each of her brand new Lockhart books had been tossed across the bed after she had read a few pages. She wasn't sure yet whether or not Lockhart was a fraud, but he was definitely more interested in boosting his ego than eliminating monsters. The shameless self-flattery got nauseating after a very short period of time. She had made some good progress through the Book of Spells, grade 2, but so far had refrained from actually casting any. She could tell already that this year Charms class was going to be starting to move away from the spells that teach you how to cast, to the basics of theory. She calmly set her book down and hopped off her bed before making her way down to the dining room. The scene she found was one of barely constrained mirth. Remus and her dad were both biting their lips. Hestia was giggling outright while her sister was trying to reassure Sirius that he still looked dashing despite the torn piece of parchment stuck to his forehead. Tonks laughed when she saw him. Watch her everyone. Padfoot, there's something on your face. She spun when she heard a loud laugh from behind her and saw her mother leaning heavily on the wall, laughing. Harry did it, Sirius said glumly. He left a note saying that he'd be out until this evening. Why haven't you asked already? He left a note stuck to my face too. Tonks grinned as she poured herself some juice. How did you get it off? Sirius squawked indignantly. We've tried everything we could think of. He gave me the password. Tonks gloated as she helped herself to eggs and waffles. Well, Sirius said after a moment of silence. Well, what? She asked innocently as she added strawberries to her waffles. What's the password? Sirius demanded sharply. It was a different password than he set for yours. Tonks shrugged. And you know this how? I already said my password once and it didn't do anything. Tonks chuckled. I don't suppose he saw fit to tell you what the one for mine is. Sirius' foot was obviously tapping on the floor. Of course he did, but I think this look suits you. The rest of the adults in the room started laughing again. And you used to be my favorite cousin too. Sirius sighed, shaking his head. Hey, Andromeda shouted, jokingly offended. Sorry, Andy. Sirius smiled. But unlike your daughter, if I ever wanted to book you as a clown you'd have to put on makeup and a wig. Hey, Tonks squealed, hair turning an angry red. See, Sirius gleefully pointed. She proves my point for me. Nymphadora. Do not fling eggs at people. Andromeda scolded. Sorry, Mum. Tonks muttered, looking at her plate. It's not me that you should be apologizing to. Okay. Tonks trailed and looked at Sirius. Gilgamesh. With another audible click, the piece of parchment fell off of Sirius' forehead and into his coffee. Oh, thank Merlin. You're forgiven, Tonks. You should have seen it before we ripped the note off. It was hanging in front of my face and I had to hold it up if I wanted to see anything other than my name. Yay, Harry's note said that he got you worse than he got me. Tonks smiled. He's such a sweetheart. Ted Tonks shared a silent conversation with his wife about whether or not she maintained that it was a good idea to live with the boy who wooed their daughter. Andromeda Tonks' opinion was unchanged. If anything, she seemed more confident about it than before. Ginevra Molly Weasley. Molly Weasley shouted through the house. Stop twirling around before you break something. It's been almost a whole day. Percy droned from the kitchen table. You'd think she would have calmed down by now. I wonder, George said flatly. If Harry, Fred added just as flatly as his twin, knew that this was going to happen. When he said she was cool. Fred finished. Where does she find the energy? Ron asked, impressed. She barely eats anything and she's been dancing around for hours. Ron, compared to you none of us eat more, Fred drawled. Then barely anything. George sniped. Twins, be nice to your brother. Molly reprimanded. Anyway, boys, Arthur said, looking over the top of the morning's paper, whose front page featured a picture of Harry and Lockhart. It was the second time she'd seen her idol, and he complimented her. It is expected that she'd be very excited. We know. Fred Ned. But come on, this is a bit much. George finished and gestured in the general direction of Ginny's last known location. Oops. Ginny exclaimed giddily as the sound of breaking glass came from the other side of the house from where George was pointing. Sorry, Ginny. Molly shouted before rampaging out of the room. I think it is time for Plan B. George grumbled and Fred, Ron and Percy all nodded. What's Plan B? Arthur asked, concerned. Dad, the four of us, Fred started, eyes pleading. We're wondering, George continued with the same eyes. If there was any chance, Ron continued, to Arthur's surprise. Any iota of possibility, Percy added, again surprising Arthur. That you would let us spend the rest of the summer with Bill. They finished together. Arthur laughed. You've obviously rehearsed that. Sorry boys, I don't think that is going to happen, maybe next year. You always say maybe next year. Ron grumbled. That's just code for never. On to Plan C then. Percy pressed. Do I even want to know? Arthur frowned. Can we stay with Charlie? Fred asked hopefully while George nodded emphatically. No, sorry. Arthur shook his head. Plan D then. Ron insisted. All right, I'll go, the headmaster. Percy nodded and walked up the stairs. You're going to bother Dumbledore about this? Arthur asked incredulously. Well, you wouldn't listen to reason. Fred defended. What other choice did we have? George asked. It's only been a day, Dad. I don't think I can handle 3 more weeks of this. Ron added. And what do you expect Dumbledore to be able to do about it? Arthur asked, crossing his arms. Hopefully, he'll give us sanctuary. George admitted. Percy thinks his prefect influence will be enough pull. Fred added. I never thought I would see the day, George started. That I'd be happy, Fred continued. That any brother of mine could become a prefect. They finished together somberly. Go tell Percy to cancel the owl. You're not running away from your sister for the rest of the summer. If your mother talking to her now doesn't calm her down, I'll have a conversation with her this evening, Arthur said authoritatively. And that's that. And no pranking her either. Fine. The twins chorused and rose to go upstairs. Ron continued to eat. Breakfast was ending at the Black residence when an owl flew in and landed in front of Gwynog. She immediately recognized the envelope as one of the ones that the managers of the Harpies use. She had retrieved and opened the letter so quickly that the onlookers were certain that accidental magic had played a role. Gwynog, Andromeda admonished. How many times have we gone over the reading at the table rule? I don't care, Andy. Gwynog mumbled as she continued to read. Tonks snickered into her plate when she saw her mother's shocked expression. After a few more moments, Gwynog shrieked happily. I made it. I'm the new captain of the Holyhead Harpies. Breakfast was over at that point as the occupants of the house had a spontaneous party. Gwynog had the team over and a couple of friends, but the invite list was short. There would be an official announcement later and no one outside the team was supposed to know until then. Harry stood outside the gaunt shack while the mid-afternoon sun beat down on him. This was the only Horcrux that Harry hadn't dealt with personally in his last life. He had been putting off this retrieval simply because he didn't know what to expect. Procrastinating won't make this easier, Harry thought grimly and approached the door. The shack itself looked like it was about to fall over, and Harry was sure that there were wards specifically to keep it standing. The door itself was nothing remarkable, but it was adorned with the skeleton of a snake long dead. In Harry's mage sight the house shimmered with many layers of wards. Speak, friend, if you have the authority of the Great One. For none but his chosen can tread this path safely. The snake skeleton hissed, rearing up as Harry approached. Harry rolled his eyes. In the name of Salazar Slytherin, I command you to grant me entry. Yes, the skeleton's hiss persisted for the entire time that it took for the door to swing open. Harry cast a bubblehead charm and peered in through the door. The floor was lit up with more runes than Harry could count, many he didn't recognize, but everything that he could make out were very unpleasant. The same furniture was there as when the Gounts were still alive, and they seemed untouched by the enchantments. So it's like a high-stakes game of, the floor is lava. Well, that's no problem. Harry took his detector out of the fireproof case he had made for it. With that in hand, Harry gently lifted off the ground and floated through the door. The detector led him to one corner and his eyes showed something hidden in the wall. A quick blasting curse revealed a dull iron box. Nothing registered magically about the box, but several things inside did, and the Horcrux detector was spraying flames at it constantly. Still being cautious, Harry levitated the box out of the hole in the wall. As soon as it moved, one of the magical signatures inside the box flared and a scream filled the air. Harry dropped to his knees and clutched his head, trying to stop the noise from getting in his ears. It wasn't until he noticed his wand rolling away that he realized he had touched the floor. Shit. He felt the wards trigger one by one and heard the door slam closed. Anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards sprung into place, which were redundant since Harry didn't bother to take down the ones that were in place before. Most curse breakers would, but it wasn't a necessary precaution for Harry. As Harry scrambled for his wand, poisonous water snakes started filling the room. They were hissing unintelligibly as they slithered towards Harry. In the name of Salazar Slytherin, I command you to stop, Harry shouted in Parseltongue, to no avail. One of the snakes had grabbed Harry's wand and was starting to crawl back towards the hole it came out of. Meanwhile, water was starting to rush into the room at an alarming rate. Harry didn't even want to contemplate how difficult it would be to reclaim his wand if the snakes started swimming. Harry grabbed the box and warped in front of the snake who had his wand. There were now snakes all around him and they started biting him wherever they could reach as Harry grabbed the wand thief and dug his claws deep into it. He was surprised that there was no blood, but the snake dropped his wand and started biting his arm instead. Harry didn't waste his chance and dropped the snake to grab his wand and warped back to his manor without a second thought. The poison was making its way through his system when he arrived, the wand thief snake still attached to his arm, and he collapsed weakly, just outside the arrival area. Marnie, he called quietly and shakily before passing out. I can't believe Potter is in the paper again. Theodore not complained through the flow to Pansy Parkinson. He didn't even do anything and they're giving him more publicity. I know. Pansy agreed shrilly from the other fireplace. It's not like he does anything special. The only reason he's doing better than us is because of all his training. Not ranted. Yay, why was he allowed to learn magic before the rest of us in the first place? Pansy was offended. Probably just because he's famous. Not sneered. Yay. Pansy changed her voice to a shrill mocking tone. Ooh, it's the boy who KS, let's give him everything he wants. That's probably exactly how it went too. Not grimaced. I know. I'll get father to get me the best tutors available next summer and me and Tracy can catch up to Potter. Then we'll show him, right? Pansy nodded eagerly. Right. Not slammed his fist down emphatically, on the stone mantle, and immediately started shaking his hand limply. Ow. Pansy ignored Not's mistake politely. The magic he uses can't be all that hard, after all, he's only a half-blood. That's right. Not said through the pain. I'll go talk to Dad. Okay, let me know what he says. Bye. Pansy said as Not pulled his head out of the fire and ended the call. Harry woke with a groan. He was sure that he had never felt this bad in his life. He was suffering every symptom he associated with being sick and his legs felt like they were full of molten lead. He opened his eyes slowly and recognized the master bedroom of his manor. Master Harry Potter, sir, exclaimed a high-pitched voice that could only belong to a house elf. Yous is awake. Harry Mo.Ned. What happened to me? Yous was bitten 23 times by various types of snakes. The elf said seriously. It took us almost an hour to keep yous alive. How long have I been out? Harry groaned. Nearly 6 hours, Harry Potter, sir. The elf replied. It is just after 9 o'clock. We took the liberty of writing a note to your pattyfeet but haven't delivered it yet. How long until I'm recovered enough to leave? Harry asked shortly. A couple of days. You should have recovered enough to stand. The elf said helpfully. That's not good enough. Harry said with disappointment. The elf looked like he was about to start beating himself with a nearby bookend before Harry stopped him. None of that. Just go get Marnie. Pop. Marnie was suddenly standing in front of Harry. Does Harry Potter, sir, need something? Oh, right, name-calling thing. Harry shook his head trying to clear his mind. Marnie, could you get me box number, damn I can't remember. Will you bring me the black leather-bound journal that's on my desk in my study? 2 sharp pops later Marnie was back with the book. Harry thanked him and took the book and started flipping through it quickly. Aha, could you bring me box number 42, a goblet and a knife please? And try to be quiet. Marnie popped out much more quietly this time and Harry knew that it would be a couple minutes before he got back. Harry looked to the elf that was here when he woke up. You're Patchy, right? Oh, yes sir, Harry Potter, sir. Patchy seemed ecstatic that Harry remembered his name. Can you help me sit up? I'm going to need to drink something shortly. Harry motioned him over and the two of them carefully managed to get Harry upright. All right, Harry said when Marnie returned with the requested items. You two will be responsible for keeping me from bleeding out if I'm wrong about this. Both elves nodded solemnly as Harry placed the goblet in between his legs, so they were holding it upright. He took the Philosopher's Stone out of its resting place and set it on his lap next to the goblet. Then he took the knife and with a quick motion opened his left wrist. After he had bled about a cup of blood into the goblet, Harry picked up the stone and dunked it in his blood several times, not unlike someone dunking a donut in a cup of coffee. With each dunk his blood got clearer and less viscous until it was crystal clear and the consistency of water. It was still blood red though. Dropping the stone back into the box, Harry grabbed the goblet and drank the elixir in just a couple seconds. Harry immediately felt the change. His head cleared instantly and the burning in his legs slowly started to abate. The cut on his left arm was already sealed over and he was regaining a healthy complexion. As he was progressively getting better, he looked to his elves. I guess I did it right. The two elves were practically bouncing with joy as they watched their master's wounds heal in front of their eyes. Patchy immediately popped off to tell the others the good news. Marnie looked up at him with unshed tears of joy. If Harry Potter, sir, is done, I can put everything away. Thank you, Marnie. Could you also label the box that I arrived with? I think 7 would be a good number for it, but I'll deal with the contents some other day. Marnie nodded enthusiastically. Oh, And if you finished compiling that file I asked for this morning, then you should bring that along with a writing desk and everything I need to write. Harry leaned back against the headboard and closed his eyes while Marnie got the items. Well, they couldn't all be easy. Harry thought calmly. At least now all I should have to deal with are they, put me on, curse, and that, if you put me on you'll die, curse. It can't be that bad though, it only sealed the fate of Dumbledore last time. Harry laughed quietly at the tone of sarcasm those thoughts took. Marnie popped back into the room and floated the writing desk and everything else onto Harry's lap. After glancing through the file, Harry started writing random math equations on the pieces of blank parchment. At 10:30 Harry decided that he was recovered fully and had enough fake math. He attached his math to the front of the folder with a paper clip and climbed out of bed. After putting his clothes back on and turning back to 4:30 that afternoon, Harry made sure there were no visible signs of his day. He disillusioned himself and warped back to his room at Grimald Place. He was alone in his room, so he dropped the disillusionment and walked out. Into the hall. He was surprised by how much noise was coming from downstairs and went down to investigate. He walked into the parlor and into the still lively party. "What are we celebrating?" he called over the din. "Harry!" Tonks shouted and ran over to him, hugging him tightly when she arrived. She took his hand and started pulling him through the crowd. It was then that he saw a huge banner reading, "Congratulations, Captain Jones." And he knew what was going on. "Congrats, Gwen," Harry said as Tonks pulled him into view of the table. "Thanks, Harry," Gwen smiled brightly. "But it's not like this is a surprise for you." "You're right, it's not," Harry admitted, laughing, and dropped his file on the table. "It's funny that this happened today, because I brought the file that made me so certain you would get it." Gwen looked down suspiciously at the folder and noticed the words, "Holy Head Harpies," written across the front. She opened it cautiously. The top page that Harry had added was on the left and read, "Likelihood of captaincy. Jones 67%, Green 13%, Aberdeen 8%, Lawson 6%, Marks 4%, Grimbleman 2%, New Chaser 0%. Behind that were all of the pages of fake math Harry did. She frowned at them in confusion. Gwen looked up at Harry. "This isn't any arithmancy I've ever seen." "It's not arithmancy." Harry shook his head. "Nick called it statistics, the Muggle version of arithmancy or something. The numbers are all gibberish to me, but I didn't do that math, so it might make perfect sense." "I see," Gwen said as she looked to the other half of the folder and found newspaper clipping and sheets of records dating all the way back to when Gwen joined the team, and she was the most senior member. "I don't know whether this is impressive or creepy." "Neither. It is merely an outlet for boredom," Harry assured her. "So do they have files for all the teams?" Gwynog asked slyly. "Sure do," Harry smiled. "But they're not going to give you those ones. In fact, I'm going to need to take that file back once you're done looking at it." "I understand, this obviously took a lot of time and effort." Gwen nodded appreciatively. Yay." Harry laughed and turned to Sirius with an evil smirk. "So did you find my note this morning all right? I was worried that I didn't put it in a noticeable enough place." Everyone at the table burst into laughter except for Sirius, who just glared at Harry. "Yay, I found it. Next time would you be so kind as to not leave the password with an extortionist?" "Oh, Nim. I'm so proud," Harry said as he clasped his hand together and tilted his head to the side slightly, smiling the whole time. Yay, laugh it up," Sirius grumbled with a smile. "So tell us, how exactly did you manage to do that?" Remus inquired. "Nothing we did could undo it, but we identified it as a basic sticking charm." "Do you remember the cardinal rule of magic and languages?" Harry asked rhetorically, knowing that this was third-year charms material. "Of course, a spell cast specifically in one language can only be reversed by a spell cast specifically in that same language," Remus recited. "What do you mean specifically?" Tonks asked with a frown. "In England our incantations are based on the Latin language, but the same spells have incantations in other languages. Let's use French for this example." Remus was completely in professor mode now. Now the French magicals cast their spells, by default, in a variation of French. Now I don't know the arithmancy behind it, but our magic can distinguish whether we're casting by default or by choice. Still with me? Tonks nodded. "Good. Now, spells cast this way are non-specific, as in it is irrelevant which language it is because the magic just comes out as default. I can cast a spell in Latin and a French wizard could reverse it in French. However, if I specifically cast a spell in a foreign language, as in not my default incantation language, the magic works in a more specific way. Let's say that I am in a duel with a French wizard and a German wizard, they both only know their native languages and their native defaults, but I also can incant in French. They both hit me with minor hexes, one in French and one in German, and I counter them both with a Latin incantation before I return fire with a French spell at each of them. Both spells land true and the French wizard quickly reverses his, but try as he might there is simply nothing that the German wizard can do, until either myself or the French wizard release the spell. I see, Tonks said appreciatively. So that means that Harry can incant in different languages than Latin. Correct, Remus said, then turned to Harry. So can we inquire which ones? English and Latin of course, but also French and Celtic. Harry said smugly. We tried all of those. Sirius whined. Yes, but did you try the ancient and noble language of the serpents? Harry grinned cheekily. Oh, that's so not fair. Sirius complained loudly. How are we supposed to compete with that? Fine, I won't use it for any more pranks. Harry sighed. Good. Sirius smiled. Good prank by the way. I'm glad you liked it. Harry said laughing. So, Harry, Hestia said leaning forward. Tell us all about your day. Yay, Tonks implored from next to him. Anything interesting happen? Andromeda asked. Oh, almost died at least twice, recovered a shard of an undead Dark Lord's soul for later destruction and made elixir of life. Just the usual, nothing that warrants mentioning. Over the next few weeks Harry managed to overcome and remove the 2 curses on the ring that he was worried about. Turns out they were parcel magic, which explains why Dumbledore couldn't save himself in the last life. He also took the time to pry the stone off the ring and stored it in box 34. While no technical progress had been made, Harry was very happy with his prep work. He also took the time to analyze the snake that had been latched onto his arm. The first thing he discovered was that it wasn't a real snake but just a construct of wooden magic designed to steal wands and bite indiscriminately. He was unfortunately unable to determine anything about the poison from the traces that remained after the rest had been injected into his arm, but they all agreed that it was potentially lethal. He also made a vial of elixir and fastened it to his wand holster with a Parseltongue incanted sticking charm. There were only a few really useful times for foreign incantations. Those were primarily dueling and pranking, every other time was a rare circumstance, like this one. Casting like that was simply more inconvenient than it was usually worth. August 31st finally arrived and Hermione was staying over so her parents wouldn't have to brave the traffic around the station. They spent most of the night planning and plotting for the next day. Before he went to bed, Harry asked Marnie to wake him at 4 in the morning, without waking anyone else. He fell asleep with a smile on his lips. Harry Potter, sir, shouldn't be doing that. Marnie cried as he popped into the room the morning of September 1st. Marnie, Harry scolded the small creature. Are you trying to dictate what hobbies I may and may not pursue? No, Marnie cried, panicked. Of course not, but are you trying to tell me that I can't do nice things for my family? No, Harry Potter, sir. But, no buts. I'm going back to school today and I won't see them for months. I'm making breakfast, Harry said with finality, waving a whisk around in emphasis. I'm not trying to stop you, Harry Potter, sir. Marnie pleaded. Oh. Harry stopped and blinked a couple times. So what's the problem? Those eggs are hard-boiled. You can't scramble them, Marnie explained. I was going to ask if Harry Potter, sir, would like me to bring some fresh ones. Oh, well, that explains why you let me cook all that other stuff before interrupting. Harry said, quirking an eyebrow. And I'm not making scrambled eggs, I'm making French omelets. And yes, please. My mistake, Harry Potter, sir. Marnie said quickly and popped out of the room. Harry. Hermione asked from the table where she and Tonks were plating food. Who was that? That's Marnie, Potterhead elf. Harry smiled and turned to Tonks. I did what you suggested and called them. Their main duty is to keep the Potter properties maintained until I come of age. Oh, Hermione said softly. I'm not really sure what to make of this. Well, they need the work and they can go to the places that I'm not even allowed to know the location of yet. Harry shrugged. If I didn't have them doing what they've been doing for the last decade, I wouldn't have a home to go to after Hogwarts. There was a pause in conversation as Marnie popped back with a bowl full of eggs. Pappy pulled those out from under your chickens yesterday, Harry Potter, sir. I asked for fresher, but he said that the chickens wouldn't lay any more until dawn. That's wonderful, Marnie. Harry beamed and took the bowl. Thank you very much, and pass my thanks on to Pappy, please. How many work for you? Tonks asked curiously as Harry started to prepare the eggs. 32. Harry lied. And 3 houses across the continent. 3 houses. Hermione repeated incredulously. That's fairly modest by pureblood standards. Tonks told her haughtily. Like you would know. Harry droned as he poured the first serving of egg mix into his pan. Hey, well, it's true. Harry made a face over his shoulder at her. I'll have you know, mister, that my mother made sure that I would understand pureblood politics, and land ownership is part of that. Tonks crossed her arms. The Black family has this apartment, a manor in Wales and one in Scotland, a villa in Sicily, a plantation in the colonies somewhere, and vacation homes in France, Morocco, the Philippines and Cuba. Speaking of families, they're going to be waking up soon. Nim, could you go transfigure some tables for them? Harry asked, looking away from his work. Sure thing, Tonks said merrily and bounced out of the room. I should start on the coffee. Hermione said more to herself than to Harry and busied herself with that while Harry turned back to his eggs. A little while later the kitchen was empty of human occupants. The table now held 4 trays, 3 with 2 covered dishes and cups of coffee each, 1 with 3 covered dishes, 2 cups of coffee and a smoothie. All 4 trays and the food they held were under holding charms to keep them fresh for a few more minutes. In the parlor, however, Harry was conjuring a large bed for the 3 of them while Hermione and Tonks were triple-checking that the floor was clear enough to prevent anything from getting damaged. Harry finished first and ran to the kitchen and retrieved the larger tray with the 3 plates and cups. After he put it on the bed he just made and stood back with a satisfied smirk, an excessively loud rooster crow filled the house. They're up! Harry cried gleefully as 3 shrill feminine shrieks came from upstairs. Let's go get their food before they find the first password. Padfoot. They heard Remus bellow as they hurried back to the kitchen. It wasn't me, Moony. Sirius shouted back. Ted, did you do this? We're trapped too. Ted called from his room just as the kids picked up the trays. The silence in that moment was ominous. The 3 kids met each other's eyes, knowing what was coming back and that they were at the point of no return. Their moment of contemplation was over when all 3 men upstairs drew a simultaneous conclusion. As one they acted and called out, Harry! The women shrieked again, but this time the men also screamed as the sound of 3 doors slamming open echoed down the stairs. The 3 preteens were snickering as they carried their trays back to the parlor. The sound of wood impacting wood was starting to fill the air when Hestia completed words for the first time in the morning. Shit! They're taking us down the stairs. Ah! The sound of wood hitting wood was punctuated with the sound of wood scraping on wood and also by the sound of people who were strapped onto beds that were sliding down staircases. One by one the beds that the adults slept in made their way into the parlor. Even with the trauma of their unusual exercise, the beds all seemed to be in perfect condition. The owners weren't so sound. During the night Harry had made his rounds and cast a spell on each bed that would slowly tighten the sheets until any underneath them couldn't move. After that there was a simple animation charm to bring them downstairs and an expansion charm on the doorways, so they could actually make it out of their rooms, both with a password trigger, the trigger being Harry's name. After that all he needed was something to surprise them enough to get them panicking. A time-delayed rooster and sonorous turned out to be an ideal solution. They had clearly all panicked at some point. Everyone's hair was mussed beyond repair and everyone's face was either red from exertion as they tried to get free, or pale as a ghost, if the stairs really scared them. Gwynog looked like she was the least affected by the prank, but that was to be expected from someone who makes her living doing death-defying stunts. All 6 of them were glaring at Harry with shockingly identical looks. Oh, good, you're all up. Harry smiled broadly. We can't serve you breakfast in bed if you're still asleep. I don't think anyone could have slept through that. Sirius muttered. If I could move I would elbow you for that. Gwynog quipped playfully. So you made us breakfast in bed. Yay, I hope you don't mind that I still wanted to eat together. Harry motioned to the girls and took the tray he was carrying to Gwynog and Sirius. That's really nice of you 3. Andromeda beamed as her daughter presented her with a tray. But customarily you're trying to leave them relaxed, not scare them half to death first. Where is the fun in that? Tonks asked rhetorically. All right, so this morning's menu, Harry said dramatically as the three kids took the lids off the plates. Seared polenta with shallots and fresh thyme topped with beurre blanc and white wine sautéed mushrooms. Next we have a French omelette with tarragon, feta and sun-dried tomatoes served on a bed of wilted spinach and toasted pine nuts. Filling out the savory portion of the meal are roasted potato triangles with a vinegary mustard dipping sauce. Finally we have Greek yogurt with a wild berry compote and the best coffee I could find in London. Holy crap, Sirius muttered as the aromas hit him. This is amazing, Harry. Hestia sighed. I couldn't have done it without my two beautiful sous chefs. Harry said as he, Tonks and Hermione, who were both blushing, situated themselves on their bed. Tonks had the smoothie. Harry was 3 bites in before he noticed the jealous glares from the adults. He immediately figured out the problem. Oh, right, sorry. Dig in. Having said the second password, the bed sheets released their captives, who dove right into their food. Harry's ego got a nice boost as all he heard for the rest of the meal was satisfied groans. Wow, you three, Remus said appreciatively when he finished eating, a full half-hour after starting. I never thought I would say it, but who needs meat? Across the country, Gilderoy Lockhart was arriving at his office for the first time. He was hoping to be done setting up his area early enough to catch a nap before he would have to start primping for the arrival of the students that evening. He finished around 2 that afternoon. Still feeling very refreshed, Gilderoy walked over to his bookshelf and took down a very special book that he was sure would catch Harry Potter's attention. He was going to be Harry's mentor if it killed him. Taking it back to his desk, he sat down with a quill and, after removing its protective case, began to write. Is everything packed, Draco? Lucius asked as he strode into the dining room. Yes, father. Draco replied dutifully. You're not forgetting that book I gave you, right? No, father. Good, now eat. There is a long train ride ahead of you. Yes, father. Are you ready, Hannah? Mrs. Abbott called from their living room. Yes, Mum. Hannah called back as she dragged her trunk down the hall. You sure? I feel awful sending heavy things with the owls. And you don't feel awful making me get a hernia with this stupid trunk? Hannah retorted cynically as she struggled with the trunk. Let me get your father to help you with that gear. Mrs. Abbott said and walked out of the room, calling for her husband. Too late. Hannah shouted as she lost her hold on the trunk and watched helplessly as it slid down the stairs. It opened along the way and, when it got to the bottom, it tipped onto its side, spilling some of its contents on the floor. Shoot. Her parents returned to the room just as she was getting the last of her robes back where they belonged. With a quick sigh, she glanced around again to double-check. She gasped in horror and sprang to her feet. With a couple quick moves, she leapt over to her dad and snatched the book he had out of his hand. Give me that. What's that? Her father asked, bewildered. Nothing. Hannah stated stubbornly. Diary. Her mother supplied, knowingly, drawing an indignant gasp from Hannah, who then threw her diary in her trunk and slammed the lid closed, casting a sealing charm on it for good measure. Her mom smiled smugly. Yup, diary. Hey Jin, Fred said coyly as he walked with his twin. Whatcha got there? George asked with a smirk. Nothing. Ginny turned away from her brothers, putting her body between them and what she had in her lap. Oh, that doesn't sound like nothing. Fred teased. In fact, you make it sound rather important. George added. Mum, Fred and George are making fun of me. Ginny shouted at the top of her lungs and smirked at the sheer dread in the twins' eyes. Boys, Molly thundered from below. We don't have time to deal with you today. Behave for once. But. Fred stammered. Weee, George stuttered. Didn't. Fred said questioningly. Do anything. George trailed off. That doesn't sound like us. They said together. Ginny, why do you have to do this to us? Fred demanded. I thought you liked us. George begged. Well, that was before you tried to pry into my privacy. Ginny scoffed. Now get out of my room. I bet the twins don't make it. Tonks joked, looking out the window and across the platform as the 5-minute warning whistle blew. They'll make it, Daphne said from the seat across from Tonks. What happens if they don't? Hermione asked wearily. They don't come to school this year. Hannah suggested. I think that's why Filch is a squib. Blaise suggested conspiratorially. They wouldn't strip someone of their magic for missing the train. Susan said, rolling her eyes. If I were them I would arrange an extremely risky side-along apparition directly onto the moving train and hope that I don't die in the process. Harry boasted. There they are, Tonks said pointed as the Weasley family came stumbling through the barrier, all running. The train started to pull away just after Percy and Ron got on board. Ginny pushed their trolley to keep speed with the train while the twins worked together to get the trunks onto the train, where Ron and Percy moved them out of the way. It was all very efficient, and before Ginny even had to start jogging she found herself picked up and tossed onto the train by the twins, who jumped on moments later. Panting, Fred looked at his twin. Do you think we can cut it closer next year? Don't even joke about that. Percy bristled. Come on, Ginny, George said, helping his little sister to her feet. We'll help you with your trunk, Fred offered, and maybe help you find a compartment. George smiled. Thank you, but that doesn't mean you're forgiven for earlier. Ginny graciously accepted their help. Oh come on, Ginny. Ron Ned. If you hadn't yelled then Mum wouldn't have wrongfully yelled at them and we wouldn't have been late. Percy informed her. This is over. I don't want to have to take points from Gryffindor over this. I'm gonna go find the guys. Ron grumbled and dragged his trunk off. I need to get to the prefect meeting, Percy said arrogantly. I'm going to trust you two to get Ginny settled. Don't let me down, like we care about what you think. Fred rolled his eyes. Come on, Gin. George took his trunk by the handle and started dragging it down the train. I think I heard Tonks shouting to us as we were running, Fred said. Somewhere this way. Wait up, Ginny called as she struggled with her own trunk. A few minutes later they found the compartment with the rest of the court and threw the door open. All of their friends burst into applause. Harry stood up grinning. Well done you two. Very Indiana Jones, Hermione said approvingly. Although being on time would be better. Who is Indiana Jones? Fred asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, right. Hermione blushed slightly. Muggle reference, forget I said anything. Well, come on in and make yourselves comfortable, Harry said jovially, waving them in. It was only then that he saw the large brown eyes peeking out from behind George. Oh, hey Ginny. I didn't see you there. George moved to the side as Ginny's eyes went wide when Harry smiled at her. Her eyes met Harry's briefly before she blushed deeply and ran out of the compartment. The twins looked at each other for a moment before Fred shrugged. I guess she doesn't want our help finding a compartment of her own. I think you're correct, brother, George answered and sat down next to Susan. And if she does she can just come back. Hello Harry Potter, I heard that I just missed you at Flourish and Blots by a few minutes, Luna said, appearing in the still open doorway. Fred and George Weasley, Harry's friends. How are you all doing today? Hey Luna, Harry greeted as she walked in. How are you? Oh, I'm wonderful, she said, smiling directly at Harry, making Tonks and Hermione, who were sitting on either side of him, stiffen slightly. I've been looking forward to today all summer. Your first time on the train is always exciting. Harry nodded amicably. Oh, it's not that. Luna smiled, then leaned forward and smelled him. She didn't notice the death glares coming from the girls when she stood back up. I thought so. Personal space, Luna, Harry said awkwardly. And do I smell bad or something? You smell wonderful, Harry, Luna said absent-mindedly as she sniffed everyone else in the compartment. Could you tell us what's going on? Tonks glared. Or are you just going to keep being creepy? Tonks, Daphne teased. That was rude. Well, it's not my fault she's being creepy. Tonks threw her hands up in exasperation. Hermione, Susan and Hannah all nodded in agreement. Luna smiled serenely and held her hands up to her face so that her index fingers were touching her thumbs, circling her eyes, and the other 3 fingers on each hand were framing her face. The whole effect was similar to a Halloween mask. Suddenly her eyes started glowing gold and she looked around the compartment once again before her eyes came to rest on Harry. How fascinating. None of you have the trace. And you have mage smell? Harry asked incredulously. Oh, yes. Luna nodded vigorously, hands still over her face. It is surprisingly useful. I'm sure it is, Tonks drawled sarcastically, making the other girls smirk. Don't mind them, Luna. It is a very. Harry paused as he tried to find a good word. Unique talent. Luna beamed and continued staring at him but didn't say anything. Normally silent staring is unsettling, but when the starer has glowing eyes it is dramatically more so. It only took a few seconds for Harry's resolve to fail. Why are you staring at me? Oh, am I? Luna asked, smiling innocently. It's just that your aura is the most magnificent thing I have ever seen. You can look at mine if you want to. Okay, Susan shouted as Tonks went for her wand. Luna, it was nice seeing you, but you really need to leave. Right now. Hannah nodded. But, Luna frowned. Out. Hermione interjected sternly, while pointing to the door. I'm sure you can commiserate with Ginny. Fred suggested helpfully. She went to the right if you didn't see her when you were coming in. George informed her. Okay. Luna was still obviously confused but didn't argue. Once she got to the door she turned back to the compartment. Did I say something? Yes. Daphne said and slammed the compartment door in her face. Seriously, can you believe the nerve of that girl? At least with her gone we can move on to the important matter at hand. Blaise said calmly. Oh, and what's that? Harry asked intrigued. Well, a magical anomaly has recently occurred and requires in-depth investigation. Blaise smiled coyly. Fred, George, just how is it that two Gryffindors managed to use the word, commiserate, correctly? Hey, we've read books. Fred cried indignantly as the others started to laugh. At least two. George agreed. It's kind of hard to remember. Fred admitted. That was a long time ago. George said somberly. What were we? 7. Fred asked turning to George. I'm just glad that we're twins so we only had to read half as many as we claimed. George agreed with a nod. See, we're smart. Fred thumped his chest proudly with his fist eliciting a new bout of laughter. Hey Potter. Theodore knocked through the door of the compartment open. Things are going to be different this year. Yeah. Harry nodded lamely. Things are different every year. New curriculum, new teacher and new first years. No, you idiot. Pansy said from behind not while Tracy rolled her eyes. You're not going to get away with everything this year. I didn't get away with everything last year. Harry countered to the growing frustration of the Slytherin trio. Just shut up Potter. Not growled. My father got me the best tutors. You'd better watch your back. Why? You too scared to attack my front? Harry smirked. Snakes aren't known for their bravery. A voice drawled from the corridor behind Not, Pansy and Tracy. No one asked you Draco. Pansy sneered at her former crush. I want to hear Draco's opinion. Tonks called out merrily. Daphne, Blaise, you should stop hanging out with this riffraff. Theodore said, ignoring Tonks and Draco. Big things are going to be happening in Slytherin this year and those allied with outsiders won't be looked upon in the best light. What's happening in Slytherin? Harry asked leaning forward suspiciously. That's not for a Ravenclaw to know. Not said and turned on his heel. Don't say I didn't warn you. Get out of my way Malfoy. Gladly not. Draco said as he stepped to the side while the Slytherins pushed past. Pansy shot him a look of pure loathing but Tracy merely nodded to him indifferently. Don't worry Harry. Blaise and I will keep an eye on things. Daphne said reassuringly. If they let you find anything out that is. Harry said quietly. He did have a point. It would be very easy for them to feed you misleading information. I hope Hand doesn't mind spending another year in the dungeons. Hand? Draco asked as he came into the compartment completely. My snake. Harry shrugged. Parselmouth blah blah dark wizard stigma blah blah. I see. Draco replied evenly. So how was your summer? Harry asked, changing the subject, then winced when he remembered what the subject meant to Draco. Not as bad as I was expecting actually. Draco smiled. Father actually seems to have gotten past his problems with me being in Gryffindor. He's even lent me an aid to help gain reputation within the house. I can't wait to try out some of its suggestions. Do I even want to know? Harry sighed. Probably, but I've been sworn to secrecy. My dad would get in a lot of trouble if certain people found out that he gave me this item. Draco's smile turned cunning. Harry could tell that Draco was trying to wind him up. Whether or not it was really a secret, Harry wasn't going to fall for the bait. Oh, that's nice. Draco frowned but didn't say anything more on the subject. Draco hung out with the court for most of an hour before he decided to make his way back to the other Gryffindors. Just as he was starting to stand up, the train jostled on the track and knocked him off balance. He fell across the twins and the Hufflepuffs before they all fell to the floor. That was very poised, Draco. Hermione teased from her seat. Shut up, Granger. Draco Ned and the 5 fallen friends started pulling themselves to their feet. Everyone okay? Yay. Susan groaned while Hannah nodded. Draco stood up and patted himself down. Hey, Did anyone see where my wand went? Here it is. Harry called from under the seat a few minutes later. He had no idea how the wand managed to make it that far until he saw the note wrapped around it. Harry took the note with a small smile to himself and read it. Go to the bathroom. It was signed with a tiny lightning bolt. Short, simple, and to the point. There was no reason for Harry to ignore the summon from himself, so once everyone was sorted out and Draco left, Harry excused himself to the bathroom. When he got there, he found Draco's wand, a potion, still warm from the cauldron, along with a recipe card, and a note. Harry, this potion takes long enough to brew that by the time it is done you won't have time to apply it. Start that first, then you have a prank to set up. You'll know what to do. Harry smiled and picked up the items. He took a glance at the recipe, and once he saw what potion it was, he knew what he was going to do. The hardest part would be switching Draco's wand a few minutes ago. A moment later, Harry warped out of the bathroom. A version of Harry that was 6 hours older dispelled the disillusionment charm on himself and made his way back to his compartment. He was correct in thinking that switching the wands would be the hardest bit. It was really a good thing that the train hit whatever the train hit. Harry settled back down between Hermione and Tonks and spent the rest of the train ride looking forward to the opening feast for entirely different reasons than the rest of the student body. Twins, Blaze. Harry called as the train came to a stop in Hogsmeade. What do you guys think of a boys-only carriage? Can we race the girls? George asked with a smile. 5 galleons says our Thestral is faster. Fred boasted. You're on. Tonks shot back. What's a Thestral? Invisible winged horses. Think Pegasus if Pegasi were horse-vulture mix rather than horse-eagle. Harry said offhandedly. There is a herd that lives in the forest. Hagrid tamed them and now uses them several times a year to haul students. Oh, Tonks smiled. You're still on. Sounds good. Men, go catch us 2 carriages. Harry said to the twins and Blaze. I need a word with our competition. Sir. The twins saluted mockingly and left the compartment with a chuckling Blaze right behind. Harry closed the door and turned to face the girls, smile dropping. Now then, you're all guilty to different extents, but you all treated Luna very poorly. None of you did anything too bad, and she did make several severe mistakes, so a simple, I'm sorry, should suffice. Why should we apologize? She's the one that smelled us. Hannah asked affronted. And what kind of excuses, smelling magic? Susan asked, rolling her eyes. Like that could be true. Just because you can't do something is no reason to say that no one else can. Harry shook his head. Need I remind you that I am the only one in this compartment who can speak with snakes? No, but that is entirely different. Susan countered. How so? Harry raised an eyebrow. Everyone has heard of Parselmouths. I've never heard of someone smelling magic before. Susan crossed her arms. No one ever heard of anyone surviving the AK until me. That is no reason to say it didn't happen. Harry returned. Well, Susan trailed off looking for another argument. If you're so concerned about this, why didn't you say something while Luna was here? Hannah jumped in. You could have told her to stay. I've been in that spot. I would rather be told that I wasn't wanted around and left than feel obliged to stay somewhere that I felt unwelcome, because one person in the group wants me there. Harry said distantly. When you leave you can calm down and complain to people. If you're trapped there you're just stuck feeling helpless, trying not to make the people who don't want you there more, or at least not make them want them there less. It is very stressful. Hey you 6, you need to get off the train now. The 6th-year Hufflepuff prefect said as he stuck his head in the door. We were in the middle of a conversation. Daphne said shortly. That's nice, but you'll miss the carriages if you don't go now. The Hufflepuff said calmly. 2 are being held for us. Daphne replied. Look, I want to go up to the castle and eat like every other student who isn't one of you 6. The Hufflepuff crossed his arms. If your conversation is that important you can take it up after the feast, but I'm not leaving this compartment until all of you are out. Daphne and the prefect glared at each other for a few seconds before Hermione pulled on Daphne's arm. Leave it, Daph, Harry's right, let's just go eat. The smug prefect ushered them all out of the train and onto the platform. The group was stopped though, much to the prefect's consternation. Hagrid bellowed to Harry from where he was helping the last of the first years along the path to the lake. Ari. Hagrid beamed as Harry made his way over. Good to see you. I know that you don't have a lot of time right now, but tomorrow evening Professor Kettleburn is stopping by to go over what he will be using for class. He asked that you attend. Really? That's strange. Harry shrugged. Thanks for letting me know, Hagrid. Hurry up. The Hufflepuff called from behind him. Oh my, I'd better get back to the first years. Hagrid said and hurried off. Bye, Hagrid, Harry called as he made his way back to the group. He paused next to the Thestral who would be pulling his carriage. If you fly us up there, I'll get raw meat for the whole herd. He told the remarkably intelligent animal quietly before turning to the prefect, who was watching him cautiously. Would you like to ride with us? Fine, the prefect said shortly, climbing into their carriage. Let's just go. The twins shot Harry angry glares before following the enemy. Blaise looked confused but was satisfied with Harry's smirk. Blaise was the only one who noticed Harry draw his wand and quickly cast sticking charms on the seats and a strong featherlight charm on the carriage itself. Where is he? The mayor of Hogsmeade asked Flitwick as the last of the carriages were pulling up to the school. I'm not sure, Flitwick said just as a terrified scream cut through the evening. Both men started running down the lawn looking for trouble. All too soon they saw a Thestral-drawn carriage fly over the hill at least 50 feet in the air and climbing. Suddenly the Thestral went into a steep dive and pulled level with the ground before climbing again. As it got closer, Flitwick and the mayor could hear the sound of 3 boys laughing behind the more prominent scream. Don't fly! Don't fly! Don't fly! A panicked, pleading voice was the only warning they had before a second carriage broke over the top of the hill, still on the ground, but the Thestral was running, forcing the girls to hold on or risk flying out. Flitwick could just barely tell that it was Hermione doing the pleading as they passed him. I suspect Mr. Potter is in the carriage that is flying right now, Flitwick said as he turned and started hurrying back to the castle. Probably one of the ones who is laughing. Must not be much of a Quidditch player, Harry observed sadly as he watched the crying prefect flee the carriage. Harry turned back to the others. The twins were laughing merely and Blaise was chuckling nervously, like that was the only thing keeping him from panicking too. Oi, Potter, Tonks shouted as their carriage pulled up. Next time I'm riding with you. Why do you think I had anything to do with that? Harry asked innocently, drawing laughter from all who weren't too terrified to laugh. What? If you ever do that again, without warning me, I'll never speak to you again, Blaise said, getting out of the carriage shakily. Oh, it wasn't that bad, Harry scoffed. You didn't think you were about to die, Blaise replied tersely. You were never in any real danger, Harry shrugged. Less than if you were riding a broom actually. There is a big difference between was is and what feels like it is. Blaise glared. Sorry, Harry said quickly. Let's get inside, Mr. Potter. Harry turned from the castle and saw Flitwick and a man he didn't know running towards them. Why do you assume it was me? Harry yelled back. It was you, Hermione scolded. That's beside the point, Harry said. And the Thestral did all the work, and made the choice to fly at all. Susan said, crossing her arms. All I did was bribe the wonderful creature, Harry defended. Bribing animals isn't against rules or morals. Right, Mr. Potter. Stay here, Flitwick panted as he approached. The rest, go. But sir, Harry stopped when Flitwick held up a hand. Not in trouble, Flitwick gasped. Harry shrugged and waved the rest of the court on. He stood patiently waiting for Flitwick to be able to speak easily again. Mr. Potter, this is Sigwald Flume, he is the mayor of Hogsmeade. Nice to meet you, Mr. Flume, Harry said, shaking his hand. Flume? Doesn't a Flume run Honeydukes? Yes, that is my younger brother, Ambrosius, and his wife. Sigwald smiled. So what can I do for you today, Mr. Flume? Harry asked cheerily. Well, after your generous donation we were able to repair all of the damage to the village in record time. Flume began. Not that there was all that much really, but we're having a celebration anyway. The whole village unanimously decided to delay until September and invite you as a guest of honor. Wow, I'm honored, sir, Harry said graciously. I would love to be there, but I don't know if the headmaster will let me. I'm not allowed off the grounds until next year, you see. Oh, that is no problem. Flume smiled. I have already spoken with him about it. All you need is to get permission from your godfather. Well, I'll ask, Harry decided. Can I bring guests? Of course, but they'll have to get permission as well. Flume grinned in relief. Harry, we need to get inside. Flitwick said, checking his watch. Flume shook Harry's hand again. Whether or not you can attend, we'll be holding it on the third Saturday this month. I hope to see you there. I hope to be there. Harry smiled. It was nice meeting you. You as well, Harry said before turning and heading inside. Creevy, Colin. McGonagall was calling out as Harry walked into the Great Hall. No, Harry cried, falling to his knees while tilting his head back so his shout was directed at the ceiling. Harry, what's wrong? Flitwick asked worriedly as the entire student body and all the teachers had their attention redirected. I missed the song, he sobbed overdramatically, throwing a wrist up against his forehead while students started laughing. I told you someone likes my songs, Albus. The Hat boasted smugly before turning to Harry. Would you like me to sing it again? No, McGonagall shouted before backpedaling hastily. I mean, we're in the middle of the sorting. I'm sure we can arrange a private performance, Mr. Potter. But for now just go sit down and try to behave yourself. Oh, no worries. Harry smiled reassuringly. I'm all done causing mayhem for today. Harry made his way to his table. Hermione and Tonks had saved him a seat, thinking about the mayhem that he already caused and wasn't yet known. The potion is the first, and only, known potion that has a time delay function that is based on the ambient time rather than how long the potion has existed. The timer was set to go off just before the end of the feast, or at least when the feast normally ends, just in time for Dumbledore's speech. Snape's seat was right there while Harry was applying the potion to the floor under the table. That was the first time he used Malfoy's wand. One password charm would pass from the cushion to Snape when he sat down. After that, it was all hoping that someone said the password in Snape's presence. Considering that Harry set the password to Prior Incantato, Snape would probably say it himself. It was good that this prank wasn't within Harry's normal style, it would make it easier to frame Malfoy. A quick-timed charm and one tricky event-triggered charm later, Harry had cast a spell that was designed to wipe the previous spell's residue out of your wand, thereby making it impossible to prove what spells you cast. Harry intentionally miscast it though. That should be fun, he thought with a smirk. What was that about? Hermione asked as he sat down between her and Tonks, bringing him out of his thoughts. Oh, the village is throwing a party and wants me to be there. Harry shrugged. I would like both of you to come with me if your parents agree. Party, for what? Tonks asked as the sorting proceeded, ignored by the three of them. Rebuilding the town. Harry smiled. I imagine they had a bit left over from the corpse. Lovegood, Luna, McGonagall's voice cut through their conversation and all three turned to regard the girl. Luna looked around as she walked forward and caught Harry's eye. She smiled at him serenely as she sat down and put the hat on her head. She only sat there for a few moments before the hat placed her in Ravenclaw. Harry grinned at her as she took the hat off, and when he was sure she was looking at him he nodded pointedly to the empty seat across from him. Harry noticed the girls stiffen slightly while they applauded Luna politely. Hello again, Harry. Luna smiled as she sat down. Hey Luna. Harry returned the smile, the subtly jabbed Hermione and Tonks in the ribs with his elbows. Look Luna. Hermione hesitated. We may have overreacted on the train. We're sorry. It's okay. People misunderstand me all the time. Luna waved it off. Just try to ask people before you smell them. Tonks asked hopefully. It is a bit too personal for first impressions. But Daddy said that if I wanted to make friends I had to be personal immediately. Luna tilted her head to the side. Hermione ventured. Are you sure he didn't say, personable? Maybe, what is the difference? Luna turned her large eyes on Hermione. Personal is, well, the details that make each person unique, I guess. Generally personal issues are kept between friends and family. Hermione explained. Personable is when you're good at interacting with people, you know, friendly, warm, inviting, easy to talk to. Oh, well that does make more sense. Luna nodded sagely. How do I do that? Practice. Harry replied flatly. A lot of practice. Will you help? Luna asked wide-eyed. We'd love to. Harry said before either of the girls could respond. Right girls. Right. Hermione agreed. What are friends for, right? Just don't sniff me. Tonks added. Hermione nodded. Thank you. Luna bounced in her seat. Weasley, Ginevra, McGonagall called out and rolled up her parchment. Ginny sat with the hat on her head for more time than any other student this year. Finally the hat came to a decision. Ravenclaw. As Ginny hurried over to the table, whispering could be heard amongst the clapping. No one was expecting her to not join Gryffindor and her brothers. Harry watched, stunned, as she found a spot with the other first-year Ravenclaws. Once she sat down, she looked down the table and looked at Harry before blushing and turning away quickly. Great, Harry thought. She followed me. I wonder how Slytherin she is. Harry sighed. I'll have to sweep her things for the diary again. Welcome back to Hogwarts, Dumbledore said while McGonagall took the hat and stool away. With a resigned sigh he started the feast. Time to eat. Luna's conversation with Harry and the girls carried on through the meal. They transitioned from etiquette to study habits to the classes themselves and were just starting to give advice about individual professors when a voice came from behind Harry, making him cringe involuntarily. Harry, my boy, how nice to see you. Harry turned in his seat to see Lockhart standing a few feet away grinning that horrid grin of his. Harry noticed immediately that Lockhart was holding his hand out to be shaken and was standing too far away for this to happen without Harry standing up first. Harry groaned quietly and stood up, shaking Lockhart's hand. Professor Lockhart, Professor Flitwick tells me that you're already being invited to public events. Lockhart kept his grip on Harry's hand and looked him straight in the eye. If you ever need help dealing with the public, feel free to ask. Lockhart laughed arrogantly. I have a little experience in that arena, if you know what I mean. Harry wrenched his hand out of Lockhart's grip. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Make sure that you do, Harry. Lockhart smiled again. Right, Harry shrugged. Excuse me, but I don't think the meal is going. Harry got cut off by a loud clattering noise from the head table. Harry's potion had gone off. For the entire meal the potion that he applied to Dumbledore's flatware was now all over his hands, and similarly the potion on the floor was now all over the soles of his shoes. Almost undetectable in its original form, the potion turned into an incredibly slick substance. The noise was caused by the mess made while Dumbledore attempted to keep hold of his goblet. A few seconds after the commotion started, and with all eyes now firmly planted on Dumbledore, large red letters appeared above him. Fumbledore. If Dumbledore had looked up and noticed this message, he would have suspected that this was only the beginning. As it was, he reacted before he could be warned and drew his wand to try and free himself of the potion. The Elder Wand wasn't likely to fall victim to a lowly prank like this, and Dumbledore was able to keep his grasp on it. With a quick wave of his wand, Dumbledore dealt with the potion and a smile lit his face. Chuckling slightly, he started to stand up. The potion on his feet was not nullified and Dumbledore immediately started falling. He windmilled his arms wildly, knocking over a pitcher of pumpkin juice in the process, before stepping on the hem of his robe and falling across McGonagall and coming to rest with his face in a bowl of mashed potatoes. Stumbles more. Gold letters appeared under the red ones as the student body's laughter reached cacophonous levels. As Dumbledore cleaned himself up, the third and final line of text appeared above him. Love, DM. At the Gryffindor table, one second year stopped laughing. Draco got more nervous as one by one each professor was reading the message and drawing the obvious conclusion. Once the head table had been checked for any further contamination by potion, Dumbledore, Snape and McGonagall all stood and looked at Draco pointedly. Draco just watched as they approached, too panicked to even run. The laughter died down as the whole mass of students found solidarity in their desire to hear what was coming. When the professors were only a few feet away, Draco's brain finally managed to send a signal. I didn't do that. I'm sure, Mr. Malfoy. McGonagall said skeptically. No, really. Draco stammered. Why would I sign it? For the attention. Snape sneered. Obviously. I swear I didn't. Draco pled. There is a simple spell that I'm sure we can use to know for sure. Dumbledore said sadly. It shows all of the most recent spells cast with a wand. Draco, do you mind if we check your wand for the charms that would be needed for those words? Of course, sir. Draco said, relieved as he drew his wand. It has been with me all day. Prior incantato. Dumbledore incanted, touching the tip of his wand to Draco's. As the last syllable was completed, there was a loud crack and a column of pink smoke surrounded Snape. It cleared after a moment to reveal Professor Snape with a head full of daffodils instead of hair. Snape's anger grew at the same rate as the mirth of the rest of the school. Everyone who could see turned back to the wands just as the first spell was appearing. Draco frowned in confusion at seeing the miscast spell, and by the time they had progressed back to the first spell Harry had cast during his prep, Draco was certain that his time in Hogwarts was over. Dumbledore didn't allow any emotion to show through as he addressed the boy. "My office after I dismiss the rest." "Yes, sir." Draco nodded meekly. Across the hall Harry was silently gloating to himself. "Well, it was nice talking to you, Professor, but I want to get some dessert before it is time to go to bed." "What?" Lockhart asked absent-mindedly, still shocked. "Oh, yes, of course. I'll see you in class, Harry." Harry sat back down while Lockhart walked away. The end of the meal came rapidly and quietly, then Dumbledore gave his speech with less enthusiasm than normal. Finally the headmaster dismissed all of the students back to the respective dorms and motioned for Draco to go with him. "You two go ahead," Harry said, motioning Hermione and Tonks on. "I want to go talk to Draco once he's done with Dumbledore." "Okay, we'll see you in a few minutes." Tonks smiled. "Congratulate him on a job well done for me, won't you? And scold him for me for how many rules that broke and how much it could have hurt Professor Dumbledore." Hermione crossed her arms. "The headmaster is over 100 years old. If he had fallen somewhere other than on Professor McGonagall, he could have really been hurt." "I'll tell him. Don't worry," Harry reassured with a smile and a wave before turning away from the group of Ravenclaws. 15 minutes later the gargoyle in front of the headmaster's office moved out of the way and Draco trudged out. He wearily looked at Harry. "What do you want, Potter?" "Just wanted to come offer my condolences." "How bad was it?" Harry said, quietly falling into step with Draco as they made their way towards Gryffindor Tower. 150 points from Gryffindor in a week's detention with Filch. Draco groaned, burying his face in his hands. "I didn't even do it. I was set up." Draco sighed after a few minutes of silent walking. They were very close to the fat lady now. "I know you were." Harry nodded. "How do you know that?" Draco scoffed. "What reason could you have to believe me that no one else does?" "Oh." Harry laughed and turned to face him. "I'm the one who set you up." "What?" Draco shouted. "Why would you do that to me?" "For you, Draco," Harry explained matter-of-factly. "And you're welcome." "I'm welcome." Draco gasped. "You didn't do anything to deserve thanks." "Didn't I?" Harry smirked. "No." Draco jabbed Harry in the chest with one finger. "I'm going to go back to Dumbledore and turn you in." "Draco, Draco, Draco." Harry put a hand on Draco's shoulder and shook his head. "Why would they ever believe that? Besides, I can almost guarantee that you won't want to turn me in the morning." "Why would I possibly want that?" Draco raised an eyebrow. "Just go to your tower and see for yourself." Harry gave him a gentle shove in the right direction. "And if I still want to turn you in the morning?" Draco asked cautiously. "Then I'll admit to everything." Harry replied confidently. "Okay, I'll follow your lead." Draco muttered before quickly adding, "This one time. You won't regret it," Harry said as he turned and stalked off. Harry secretly followed Draco the rest of the way to the common room and couldn't help but smile when he heard the deafening applause roll out from inside as soon as Draco gave the fat lady the password. Harry made his way back to Ravenclaw Tower thinking about the promising progress he was making in Project Draco. "Oh Tom. Today, when Harry looked into my eyes, I could feel a connection form. I know he could feel it too. I just know all my plans for Harry will work out. Where the hell is it?" Harry screamed mentally as he waved his ineffectual Horcrux detector around. It gave a small indication towards London, and therefore towards Gringotts and Hufflepuff's cup, and a stronger indication towards the continent where Harry had 3 stored, but nothing close by. What if Lucius didn't even send it here? Then it would be near one of the others to not give a separate signal. Most likely in London somewhere. Maybe he just dumped it in Flourish and Blots for anyone to pick up. No, I would have found it when people were leaving then, unless he gave it to an employee. They usually take the flow. Harry paled as a new thought struck him as he opened the curtains on his bed. It could be hiding its nature somehow. That would be difficult, seeing as how I can detect the cup through all of Gringotts' wards. They would be horrified if they found out that I made something that could detect anything through those wards. So what's stronger than Gringotts? Harry put the detector back in its case in his trunk and laid on his back, staring at the canopy. Hogwarts is hypothetically, but any interference from the castle would probably stop me from detecting the others as well. What else is there? Charms. Wards. Fidelius. Something I never came across in my old life. Damn it. Harry sat up then turned quickly and punched his headboard as hard as he could. What was that? Terry asked dazed as he woke up from the noise. Sorry guys, bad dream. Go back to sleep. Harry called from inside his curtains. Are you alright? Anthony asked from the other side. That sounded like it hurt. I'm fine, Harry said dully. I'm sure it sounded worse than it was. Alright, well, goodnight then. Terry mumbled as a rustling sound came from his bed. Anthony followed suit quickly. And now I can't even grumble to myself. Harry thought miserably as he laid back down. Alright, so what am I going to do now? Harry was still thinking when sleep claimed him. Harry watched in amusement the next morning as Percy Weasley stood solidly against the masses as he glared disapprovingly at them all during breakfast. With the exception of Percy, no one in the whole house looked like they got much sleep and most had only started arriving during the last half hour. When there was only then minutes left, the twins entered carrying Draco, one of his arms over each of their shoulders. His head hung forward limply and swayed back and forth with the motion of the twins, which was fortunately not enough to knock the paper crown off his head. All of the Gryffindors, except Percy, broke into tired applause when they saw him. Draco took this opportunity to prove that he was still alive and meekly lifted one hand halfway before dropping it again. Fred and George dropped Draco in a seat and took up the seats on either side of him before proceeding to force him to drink several cups of coffee and eat some toast. McGonagall approached the three to give them their schedules while barely restraining her look of dissatisfaction from her student. Draco looked at his for a few moments before dropping it in horror and burying his face in his hands. One of the twins, Harry couldn't tell from the distance, picked up the schedule, blanched and patted Draco mournfully on the shoulder. Looks like there is something bad on there. Harry observed the obvious. First class for us today is double potions with Gryffindor. Daphne said from next to Blaise, across the table from Harry, Hermione and Tonks, and 2 down from Susan and Hannah. Oh, that's not good at all. Harry sighed, shaking his head. Do you think someone will be willing to send him to the hospital before hand? What? Hermione asked, shocked. Why would you want him to get hurt? Because Snape will do so much more. Tonks said flatly. Hannah nodded in agreement. The problem is that whomever did it would become the focus of Snape's wrath. Blaise shuddered. Not many people would be willing to bite that bullet. Wouldn't Snape be happy about him getting hurt? Hermione asked. Wouldn't he congratulate the attacker? Hermione, have you ever stolen a chew toy from a large angry dog? Susan asked, raising an eyebrow. No. Hermione said timidly while putting her hands in her lap. They'll maul you. Hannah supplied. Big surprise, huh? And before you say it, being a human does not make Snape better than a large angry dog. Hermione was indeed about to say that and closed her mouth with an audible click. It didn't stop her for long. Well, we can't just do nothing. He could hurt himself, I guess. Daphne thought out loud. It would have to be something big though, like falling downstairs or something. Or I could be the attacker. Harry mused. Snape already hates me, and I could even do it without hurting anyone by just stunning him if I incant in Parseltongue. Are you sure you want everyone to know you are a Parselmouth? Daphne asked, concerned. Especially if you attack someone with it first. Good point, Harry admitted. I guess I'll just do it without getting caught then. If you'll excuse me, I have to find a place. Don't forget to leave enough time to put clothes on before class. Hermione reminded as he got up. No worries, dear. Harry smirked. I have more than enough time. Madame Pomfrey. Ron called as he and Neville carried Draco in. What happened? The nurse questioned as she bustled out of her office drawing her wand. We don't know. We were just on our way to class when a red light came out of nowhere and hit Draco. Neville explained. Red light, Pomfrey repeated. Enervate. I don't think anything happened. Ron said after the three stared at Draco for a couple seconds. Well, sometimes it takes a little while. Madame Pomfrey said hopefully as she cast a couple diagnostics. Maybe a different language, she muttered when she saw the results. You two run along, I'll send Draco to class as soon as I can. As the two boys were leaving, Madame Pomfrey walked into her office and flew the headmaster. Albus, Draco has been stunned and I can't undo it. All right, Poppy. Dumbledore's voice sounded like he really would rather not help. I'll be there shortly. How'd it go? Susan asked as Harry caught up with the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs on their way to herbology. Good, only Ron and Neville were around. Harry smiled, still breathing heavily. And neither of them saw me. Whoa, Minty. Hannah commented on Harry's breath. Yay, parcel magic always makes my stomach feel a little strange, so I stopped by the kitchen and got some mint leaves to chew on. Harry exhaled a cloud of minty breath all over the girls. Really? Why? Hermione asked curiously. All foreign incantations do that for whatever reason. Harry shrugged. I'm sure it's written down somewhere, but I don't know specifically. Too many in too short of time, and you heave. Ew. Hannah said, wrinkling her nose. That's why most people don't learn. Harry said matter-of-factly. It's just about worthless in a fight. So, how do you think Snape is taking it? Tonks asked worriedly. He's probably on the war path. We'll check with our snakes at lunch, see how he treated the Gryffindors. Harry said quietly. But it is probably bad. Why didn't you stun Snape instead? Hermione asked innocently. Save the whole class from the treatment. Why didn't you think of that while we were brainstorming? Harry replied, throwing his hands up in the air. That would have worked so much better. Sorry. Hermione blushed. It's okay. That was the last language I know. Dumbledore shook his head in resignation, voice scratchy from the effort. If he doesn't wake up by tonight, I'll flow Barty Crouch. He knows just about every language that I don't. Madame Pomfrey handed him a potion and a steaming cup of tea. Dumbledore reached for the tea, but the nurse put the potion in his hand first. You've been trying for 2 hours, Albus. The potions will keep your vocal cords from inflaming and will prevent you from losing your voice later. And the tea? I assumed you were thirsty. Poppy said with a smile. A weary voice came from the bed. Where am I? Mr. Malfoy. Poppy exclaimed and quickly started casting diagnostics. You're in the hospital wing, Mr. Malfoy. Albus said just before downing his potion and scrunching up his face in disgust. You were attacked on your way to class this morning. Really? What did they use? Draco asked more wakefully than he had done anything else all day. It was just a simple stunner. Pomfrey said. Normally you wouldn't have even missed class, but we still don't know what language was used. How do you feel? Better than I did at breakfast. Draco answered frankly. So I missed class. Yes. Dumbledore said, checking the time. In fact, I think it ended just as you were waking up. So, someone attacked me with a relatively harmless spell that made me miss potions class, and only potions class, while also allowing me a few hours rest. Draco summed up. Who do I say thanks to? The only witnesses only report the spell light. Poppy said with a shrug. We have our suspicions though. Dumbledore assured him. We do. Poppy asked, surprised. The usual. Dumbledore sighed. I don't think either of the Weasley twins did this. Poppy replied cynically. Neither Molly nor Arthur would teach them a second language. Well, anyway, if it is okay with you, I'd like to go get something to eat. Draco interrupted, staring at the clock. What? Poppy started. Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Malfoy, you're free to go. So how bad was it? Susan asked as Daphne and Blaise joined the others at the Hufflepuff table. Oh, it could have been worse. Daphne said as she sat down. He spent a lot of time at the beginning of class talking about the ways in which he would make Draco suffer. It only got worse when Draco, Weasley and Longbottom didn't show up by the start of class. When those two showed up and told Snape that Draco was in the hospital wing and wouldn't wake up, Snape looked like he was torn between glee and even more anger. Blaise added, I think he decided to withhold his opinion on the matter until he knows how long it will last. Well, Harry looked at his watch. Draco should be awake by now. Sure enough, within a couple of minutes Draco walked into the Great Hall. Still tired after his forced 2-hour nap, Draco staggered over to his table and took a seat. Harry could tell that Draco was immediately bombarded with questions about who stunned him. Harry didn't bother to watch how he reacted, but instead looked to the head table. Snape had clearly noted Draco's entrance and came to the obvious conclusion that Draco had managed to only miss his class. Snape's attempts to strangle his fork lead Harry to the conclusion that Snape was upset about it. The fact that he was reaching a shade of purple that Harry had only seen from Vernon before, and that his face was frozen in a fierce snarl, helped. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said from behind Harry, making the boy jump slightly. Yes, Professor, Harry asked as he turned around. Mr. Malfoy was stunned in the hall this morning and missed his class. Dumbledore stopped and waited. Yes, Daphne and Blaise were just telling us about it. They're in that class with him. Harry said after waiting long enough to know that Dumbledore wasn't going to continue. And Dumbledore lead. And Snape's pissed? Harry asked, pointing at the head table. No, well yes he is, but I was looking for an explanation. Dumbledore rolled his eyes. I think you've come to the wrong wizard then, sir. Harry stated carefully. Might I ask what evidence you have to suggest that I perpetrated this crime? I'm sorry, but it is against school policy to talk about it until we know who the attacker is. Dumbledore said sadly. Oh, I see. Harry nodded. That makes sense. I wish you luck, sir, in your investigation. Yes, thank you. Dumbledore said, turning away with a frown. Enjoy your lunch. Harry. Hermione asked hesitantly as Dumbledore walked away. Yes, Hermione. Did you just dismiss the headmaster, again? Hermione seemed shocked. Again. Yes, I might do that a lot. Harry nodded. That's going to take some getting used to. Hermione said. That would never happen at my old school. That would never happen here either. George said. We've tried everything we could think of to do just that. You really need to teach us how you do that. Fred added. He just keeps talking. The trick is to do it right after you say something that has no response. Harry admitted. I implied that I was innocent and said that I understood why his reasoning that we couldn't talk about the case anymore. If he had kept going after that, it would have made him to be a liar or hypocrite. The fact that he didn't haul me off for questioning meant that he didn't have enough to do that with. So since we couldn't talk about that, if he wanted more information he would have to transition to another topic, which he couldn't do after I ended the conversation. Well, when you say it like that, Fred drawled, makes us sound silly for not figuring that out. George complained. It's all about the timing, guys. Harry replied. You'll get there eventually, just keep practicing. What do you mean no response? Hermione asked with a slight frown. Really? Daphne raised an eyebrow then sighed. Harry said that he agreed with the headmaster's line of reasoning and wasn't going to argue anymore. The only thing Dumbledore could have said was a confirmation, like he did, or he could insist that Harry wasn't done arguing somehow, or he could have refuted his own logic to give Harry something to work with. Honestly, he was probably trying to get Harry to try to insist that details that were secret really weren't and reveal something incriminating on accident. If Harry doesn't say anything at all, he can't say anything wrong. Blaise added. Not a very subtle bluff. Who does he think he's dealing with? Children. Probably. Tonks sighed. We are, after all, children still. Lies. Blaise insisted, and the twins nodded in support. Come on, Harry, Tonks. Hermione rolled her eyes as she stood up. We've got defense with the Gryffindors. Lucky. Hannah groaned. We've got history. Quit your bellyaching. Daphne said sharply. Blaise and I will be right there with you, and you didn't have to deal with Snape already. Forge, I think we should brighten Snape's day. Gred said brightly. I was just thinking the same thing, brother. Forge smirked. Do we have anything in stock, or will we have to get something ready before class? Gred asked. We have that soda fountain. Forge suggested. That's still untested. Gred shook his head. We don't know what it will do. Well, all science requires lab rats, or in this case lab bats. Forge replied. And who better than Snape? Fair enough. Gred grinned. I'm in. Like you ever weren't. Forge retorted. Shush. Gred glared. Have fun, you too. Tonks laughed as she got up. Just don't maim anyone. Harry cautioned as he followed his girls. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Obliviate doesn't have a color. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? I forget. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? I forget. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday and what would be his ideal gift? Sometime during the year, and an amazing story with no witnesses. How many times has Gilderoy Lockhart won which weekly's Most Charming Smile award? I'm going to say 3, that smile is fairly charming. Very amusing, Mr. Potter. Lockhart said, looking up from the quiz with that infernal grin of his. But I won the Most Charming Smile award 5 times. Did he even notice the other answers? Harry thought, frowning incredulously. Glad you liked it. I must say, it looks like Ms. Granger got a perfect score. Lockhart said, beaming happily at the girl, who was currently avoiding looking at Harry. It's not my fault, I have a really good memory. Hermione whispered out of the side of her mouth while staring at her hands. And it was a test. It's okay, my own. Harry shrugged. I can't blame you for doing the assigned reading. You're not mad. Hermione looked up at him. Why would he be mad? Lockhart asked brightly. Oh, no reason. Hermione said hurriedly and looked down again. Tonks laughed at the look of confusion on Lockhart's face. Right, so anyway. Lockhart shrugged and walked back up to his desk. Today Class 1 have brought in some fearsome creatures. Do not let their size fool you. Lockhart picked a covered cage up from off the floor and tapped it with his wand, making whatever was inside move about violently. Several girls squeaked worriedly. Don't worry. So long as I am around, none of you will come to any harm. I'm sure. Harry muttered under his breath, and got shushed by Hermione. Behold, Cornish pixies. Lockhart shouted as he yanked the cover off the cage. Pixies. Seamus laughed. Don't laugh, they're devilishly tricky things. Let's see if you can round them up. Lockhart gleefully opened the cage. Let's go Textus. Harry shouted and brandished his wand, and a geyser of spider webs shot out. Harry managed to catch all of the pixies while they were still swarming out of the cage, along with Lockhart, who didn't move fast enough. Well done, Mr. Potter. Lockhart's muffled voice called. Did he miss any? No, sir. Parvati called out. Very impressive. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Lockhart said, causing the class to groan. What? I don't agree with the house point system. Therefore I am rejecting your reward. Harry informed the new professor. Not that I don't appreciate the recognition, mind you, it's just the wrong way. I understand, I think. Lockhart tried to shake his head, but it was held firmly. Do you think you could undo your spell now? I'm afraid I don't know the counter charm. Harry admitted. They should dissolve in an hour or two though. And unfortunately I can't move my hands to cast the spell myself. Lockhart said quickly. You could tell me and I could cast it. Harry suggested. The problem with that is that there is a very complicated wand movement. Lockhart stammered. Well, I do know one other way to get out. Harry said while the rest of the class snickered. What's that? Lockhart asked, relieved. I could set the whole thing on fire and burn them off. Harry said pensively. Although I don't know how to protect you from the fire, so you might get a little burnt, but you'd be free. No. Lockhart shouted. That's okay. No fire please. Actually, that's why I didn't try to tell you the, incantation for the, counterspell. If you miscast it, could have set the web on fire. Yay, that's it. Well, you know best, sir. Harry mocked. If you could just stun the pixies long enough that I won't have to chase them down again once the web dissolves, I'll dismiss class. Lockhart begged. Stupefy. Harry waved his wand and all the pixies stopped struggling. Thank you. Lockhart said quietly. Now everyone out. So do you really not know the counter charm? Draco whispered after they made it out the door. Seems sloppy. All it takes is a regular finite, but it isn't like I'm going to help him if he doesn't know it himself. Harry whispered back. Oh. Draco laughed. And thanks for getting me out of potions this morning. I can assure you that I had absolutely nothing to do with that. Harry smiled. But you're welcome, least I could do. Harry smiled as he watched Draco hurry to catch up with the other Gryffindors. One should be enough to keep Gryffindor complacent after the twins leave, right? If Ron weren't so lazy he would make a good minion. Maybe Neville though. Watcha thinking about? Tonks asked as she hooked an arm with one of hers. Oh, it's just nice to see that even with as bad of a start as he had, Draco can still find a place. Harry smiled at her, then Hermione when she took his other arm. Ah. Hermione cooed and leaned into him, smiling wistfully. You are not friends with him. Antonia Beery, a first-year Ravenclaw girl, scoffed as the group of them herded from their first Transfiguration class. I am too. Ginny defended. Then why don't you prove it? Tony shot back. Fine, I will. Ginny held her head up. What proof do you want? Sit with him at dinner. He's always surrounded by his friends. If you can join without getting kicked out, I'll believe you. Tony smirked. Fine, I will. Ginny declared even as she blushed slightly. And I'll join you. Luna called enthusiastically. Sounds good. Ginny smiled brightly at her longtime friend. Not so fast. Tony interjected. If you're really Harry's friend, you won't need another friend there for help. If Luna's there, it won't count. What? Why not? Ginny cried. Well, the two of you could just plop down and talk to each other while pretending to be involved in the larger conversation. Tony replied. It isn't too late to admit that you're not friends, you know. No, I was just trying not to be rude to Luna. Ginny stammered. You understand, don't you Luna? It's okay Ginny, do what you have to. Luna smiled serenely. Thanks Luna. Ginny said appreciatively. I suppose you're going to challenge Luna's friendship with him next aren't you? Harry specifically invited her to join him and those two girls immediately after she got sorted. I think that's proof enough. One of the other girls, Julie Miller, stated and Tony nodded her agreement. Fine. Ginny growled as they reached the doors of the Great Hall. She looked around until she saw Harry already at the table with Tonks and Hermione to either side. None of the rest of his friends have arrived, good, hopefully they'll feel unwelcome. Ginny thought as she turned to the other girls. If you'll excuse me, I'm not sure what you're trying to achieve. Julie observed to Tony, as Ginny got out of hearing range. Simple, if any of us want to approach him in the future we're going to need to know how his guard dogs react. Tony laughed. Sit quietly nearby and listen in. Standard information gathering. That's what I thought. Julie admitted. But why'd she go along with it? I don't know, maybe she's stupid. Tony grumbled offhandedly as they found seats, leaving a glaring Luna behind, unsure of what to do. Hi, Ginny said meekly as she sat down across from Harry, blushing naturally. Hey Ginny. Harry greeted happily. Hello Ginny. Tonks said coldly. How are you? Hermione asked in a tone that clearly stated that she didn't care. Fine, Ginny responded. Her confidence was already running out. This was a bad idea. Gin, Fred shouted as he dropped into the seat next to her. Ginny groaned and dropped her face into her hands. What brings you to Harry's part of the table? George asked as he plopped down on her other side. You're not bothering him are you? Fred asked with a scowl. No, she's fine. Harry reassured them. Tonks visibly bit back a comment while Ginny blushed even brighter. But seriously, what made you decide to join us today? George asked. I thought you would want to be as far away from us as you could be. Fred nodded. You weren't here when I sat down. Ginny squeaked. Pish posh. Fred waved his hand dismissively. You had to have known we were going to be here. George declared. Just like you have to be aware of the fact that once they get here there will be 2 Hufflepuffs and Slytherins joining as well. Fred added. Tonks and Hermione were smiling and nodding while Harry merely listened passively. Just like during the other 2 meals we've had today. George finished. So, not that we're complaining, why did our ickle whittle baby sister join us? Ginny was clenching her fists hard enough to make her arms tremble as snickers drifted down the table from the other girls. She was about to swear bloody vengeance on her brothers when Harry's voice broke through her thoughts. Leave her alone you two. We all know why she's here. She doesn't need to tell us. We do. George asked with a frown. Certainly not anything to do with the 2 of us then. The only other thing I can think of is to get closer to Harrykins. Fred quipped. Ginny was sitting stiffly, glaring at her plate and blushing beet red. She was too stubborn to flee from the scenario but too mortified to do anything else. She was going over all the ways that she could kill the 2 of them without getting caught. It always helped her calm down. Whoa, what's with her? Blaise asked bluntly as he joined the group. The twins are intentionally embarrassing their sister. Harry explained. Well, that's their right. Daphne said as she joined Blaise, Hannah and Susan close behind. Siblings and all that. I would intentionally embarrass Astoria if she were here. We didn't do anything. Fred Mo.Ned. It's not our fault. George cried. Everything is your fault. Hannah declared, rolling her eyes. Sometimes it's Harry's fault. George pointed accusingly. Hey. Harry squawked indignantly, then leaned forward and whispered harshly. Don't tell everyone. Excuse me, Mr. Potter. A quiet voice came from behind him. Yes. Harry asked as he turned in his seat. Oh, Professor Kettleburn. I take it the time has come for the meeting with Hagrid. Yes, I was just going down there now. Kettleburn said softly. If you're finished we can take care of your part of the business and get you back to your friends in no time. Well then, lads, ladies, I'll see you all later. Harry threw his napkin on his plate, glad that they had gotten there early, and stood up. Would you like company? Tonks asked smiling up at him. I'd love. Harry trailed off when he saw the look on the professor's face. Sorry Nim, not this time. It's okay. Tonks said. We'll be waiting for you in the common room okay? Hermione suggested. I'll see you there. he said with a smile that made Hermione blush and turned to Kettleburn. After you, Professor. Harry, my boy, Lockhart called as Harry and Kettleburn were reaching the door. Yes, Professor. Harry asked with an audible groan. I'd like you to come by my office before curfew. Lockhart smiled, oblivious to Harry's disdain. I want you to look up and learn the counter charm for that web spell. Is it detention? Harry asked cautiously. No, Lockhart assured. Just a good thing to accomplish. Well, I have business with Professor Kettleburn, you know, the man standing right next to me, and I don't know when it will be done. Harry left his statement hanging. Oh, hello Sylvanus, I didn't see you there. Lockhart acknowledged brightly. I'm sure whatever you have to do will be resolved quickly. Kettleburn understood that that was a suggestion rather than a statement, and bristled slightly. It will take as long as it needs to take Gilderoy. Quite so, I'll see you later then, Harry. Lockhart pronounced and bounced away. Professor, Harry said quietly as Lockhart left. Yes, Harry, Kettleburn said just as quietly. I really don't want to be free before curfew. Harry shuddered. I know. Kettleburn turned and limped out of the Great Hall. Harry noticed that Kettleburn's limp was almost as pronounced as Moody's, but then again at the end of the year the professor retired to keep the rest of his limbs, so part of a leg was probably missing. Harry looked over the rest of Kettleburn's body and saw that most of his left hand was missing as well as his right pinky, the top half of his right ear, and there was a large nasty scar on his neck that Harry couldn't identify. Within moments of making these observations, Harry noticed that Kettleburn was shifting nervously as they walked, making his limp even worse. Is something the matter, Professor? What? Kettleburn jumped. No, nothing. Nothing at all. Harry didn't say anything, but he quietly fell back a couple steps and drew his wand. There was no way that he was going to lose to a cripple or anyone impersonating said cripple. So, it looks like your class is dangerous. Oh, not really. Most of these injuries happened before I started teaching. Kettleburn shrugged. I see, so what did you do before? Harry asked, hoping to get a clue as to what had Kettleburn so nervous. I worked on a Noondu reserve. Kettleburn replied with a stutter, and Harry's jaw dropped. Not many of us were able to retire. Did you have a death wish or something? Harry asked once he got over his shock. No, I was just young and thought I was invincible. That feeling went away when I lost my leg. Kettleburn snorted in mirth just as they got to Hagrid's hut. Yay, that'd do it. Harry replied shakily as Kettleburn knocked on Hagrid's door. Harry. Professor. Come in. Hagrid beamed down at Harry. Tea. Yes please. Harry said politely and took a seat at the table. None for me, Hagrid, but I'd take some whiskey if you have it. Kettleburn said as he took the seat opposite Harry, whose wand was still drawn and carefully positioned as to be inconspicuous. The three of them sat in silence for a few moments, just drinking their drinks before it got to be too much for Harry. So, what are we doing here? Right, Kettleburn shifted anxiously. Don't spread it around, but I'm going to retire at the end of the year and Albus gave me permission to go out with a bang, so to speak. My 3rd and 4th years are too inexperienced and the 5th and 7th years have their OWLs and NEWTs to worry about, but they 6th years get my final exam. Kettleburn paused to take a drink and took a deep breath. I know you've probably had this asked a lot already, but would you mind going through your fight with the basilisk for them? The other professors and I are going to make a replica, and the practical for the 6th year's test is to see how much damage they can do before it would have killed them if it was real. Oh, Harry said flatly as he quietly holstered his wand. All right. The relief in Kettleburn's expression could have lit the room. Wonderful. Thank you. I'll stock up on roosters. Hagrid joked. Why would you do that? Harry asked with a confused frown. Hagrid hesitated. Because they kill basilisks. Sorry, but they don't. Harry shook his head. Bluff gone extremely right. Oh. Hagrid looked down and stopped talking. Well, you'll be sure to go over that during the class then, won't you? Kettleburn said brightly, trying to alleviate the tension. Sure. Harry agreed before finishing off his tea. All right, Hagrid, here's the list of creatures I'll be bringing in this year. Kettleburn handed a piece of parchment to the groundskeeper. Harry, we're just going to be talking about feet and pens and things. It's going to be boring. You're more than welcome to go back to the castle. Okay. Thanks for the tea, Hagrid. Professor, the sooner you can get the dates of the lesson and an outline to me the better. Harry said as he got to his feet. Good night. Harry had completely forgotten about Lockhart's request before he left Hagrid's hut. He wasn't reminded until he was almost to Ravenclaw Tower when Lockhart suddenly came around a corner. Harry. Done with Kettleburn I presume. For tonight. Harry answered. Excellent. Come along then. Lockhart grabbed Harry's shoulder and steered him away from the tower. No thanks. Harry rolled his shoulder and dislodged Lockhart's hand. Harry. Lockhart shook his head with a condescending smile. We must learn from our mistakes lest we repeat them. Harry raised an eyebrow. I don't really think I need to report to your office to learn how to cast Finite Incantatem. All I needed was to remember that was the counter. Well, we can't all be perfect. Lockhart laughed. Come along. No, thank you. Harry said firmly and rolled his eyes. I have homework, you know, the stuff I have to do. Bring it with you and we can chat while you work. Lockhart suggested with a wink. If I'm going to chat with anyone while I do homework it will be with people I like. Harry said hoping that Lockhart would get the implication. He didn't. Good night, Professor. Wait. Lockhart called to Harry's back as the boy fled. Good night, Professor. Harry said loudly and pointedly as he kept walking. Bugger. Lockhart muttered and turned to go back to his room. I knew you weren't friends. Tony gloated as a red-faced Ginny meekly returned to their dorm room. My brothers interfered. I demand another chance. Ginny clenched her fists. Fine. You don't have any brothers in the common room, do you? Tony smirked. No. Ginny replied, wondering where this was going. Friends help friends with homework. Tony declared. McGonagall assigned that essay about the safety rules. Go down there and struggle with one of them. If Harry's your friend he'll help. Fine. Ginny stomped over to her school stuff and dug out her Transfiguration book and writing supplies. I'll be back with a completed essay soon. Why are you doing this? Luna asked after Ginny left. She's weak. Tony replied straight-faced. So that gives you the right to be mean to her. Luna demanded. Relax, Luna. Julie said, trying to placate the other girl. It's all in good fun, she knows we're not serious. Are you sure? Luna asked dubiously. You weren't around very many people growing up, were you? Tony asked. No. What does that have to do with anything? Luna was puzzled. This is just a social ritual. Tony smiled. Female bonding. You'll see. I don't know. Luna trailed. Trust us, Luna. Julie grinned. We're all friends. Like they say, our house is our family. Tony nodded. Good-natured ribbing is all part of the deal. Okay. Luna said hesitantly. Good. Now that that's settled, let's go watch. Tony hopped off her bed and walked out the door with Julie close on her heels. Luna followed warily after a moment's hesitation. So what did Kettleburn want? Hermione was asking as Ginny walked into the room. He wants me to help with a lesson this year. Harry replied while Ginny took a seat at their table, but not close enough to be intruding. Ginny missed the look that Hermione shot her as she started laying out her things, slightly more noisily than she needed. Oh, about basilisk killing. What else? Harry shrugged. Ginny didn't hear much of the rest of their conversation as Hermione and Tonks leaned closer to Harry. She was starting to write when she noticed the other girls from her dorm enter the common room. What's Luna doing with them? She thought as she glared at the girl in question. Luna smiled apologetically and shrugged slightly before gesturing towards the others subtly. At least she has the decency to look ashamed of herself. A few minutes of writing later, Ginny glanced over to the girls again. Tony rolled her eyes and made a gesture urging Ginny to act. She quickly finished the rule she was on and then sighed loudly. Harry didn't seem to notice, so she started chewing on her quill, looking thoughtful while humming. This went on for a few minutes before she got any reaction, and it wasn't what she wanted. Tonks looked at her pointedly, then shifted so that she was leaning on the table, screening Harry from Ginny's view. Ginny blushed and glanced back to where Tony and Julie were openly snickering. Ginny threw down her quill angrily. Fine, I give up. If I give you a hint, will you shut up? Tonks snapped. I don't need your help. Ginny retorted. Well, you clearly need help of some kind. Tonks rolled her eyes. I was the top of my Transfiguration class last year. Tell me where your trouble is. I thought Harry was at the top of your class. Ginny frowned. He's top of our graduating class. I took the top spot in Transfiguration like Hermione did in Charms. Tonks replied. Harry just did better in every class than anyone else. Hermione added. Just barely. Harry said humbly. You almost had me, Hermione. So are you going to let me help or not? Tonks demanded as Hermione smiled at Harry. Fine. I don't know why Rule 5 matters. Ginny said lamely. You don't know why you shouldn't eat food transfigured from non-food things? Tonks asked, raising an eyebrow. That's 5. Then what's 4? Ginny stammered and noticed that Harry had to restrain laughter. Blushing uncontrollably, Ginny threw her things together and got up. Never mind. I'll just do it some other time. She could hear her roommates laughing as she fled up the stairs to the girls' dorm. She dropped her things on her desk and flung herself across her bed, burying her face in her pillow. After a few minutes she heard the door open and several laughing girls entered. Hey Ginny, Tony called jovially. Why aren't you down with your friends? You look upset. Julie added, smirking. Did Harry say something to you? If he insulted you, we'll get even. After all, what are friends for? Tony and Julie laughed heartily and made their way over to their beds. Ginny lifted her head up to glare at their backs and saw Luna looking at her pensively. They locked eyes for a moment before Luna dropped her gaze to the floor. When Luna bit her lip and turned away, Ginny had to pull her curtains closed quickly so no one would see the tears. Luna had a hard time falling asleep that night as she laid in her bed staring at Ginny's, wondering about the truth behind female bonding. It was true that she didn't know anything about being social. I should ask someone about it. I could ask Tonks or Hermione, but if Tony and Julie are right, that would be very embarrassing. Perhaps I should just wait and see. I wish I could ask Daddy. Luna thought miserably and rolled onto her back. Harry would know. If it continues, I'll ask him about it. I'd better not tell him who I'm talking about. I wouldn't want to embarrass Ginny any more than she has been already. With a plan established, Luna closed her eyes and soon drifted to sleep. Ginny was still awake, lying in bed, wondering why everyone hated her. Even her one true love, Harry, didn't seem to care she existed. How am I supposed to get him to notice me when those two are always there? I can't compete with them academically. Maybe if I do something impressive enough, he'll see me, and then Tony, Julie and Luna won't be able to make fun of me anymore. Think, Ginny, think. What will impress Harry? I wish I could get advice from someone. Wait, I know just who to ask. Ginny fell asleep while trying to figure out how to phrase her request without sounding like a pathetic fangirl or a stalker. She didn't think she was a stalker yet, and she never thought of herself as pathetic, but Ginny couldn't deny that she was a fangirl though. It was going to be a difficult task. In the boys' dorm, Harry was also lying awake. His problem was distinctly different from both of the girls' problems. I'm so bored. Why can't it be 4th year already? Planning and preparing is great and everything, but it isn't amusing. If Voldy were back already, I'd be done with this waiting shit. I'd do something to flush out the diary, but that connection probably hasn't been established enough yet. Even after Ginny had been possessed by it several times, she still had the resolve to toss it. Not having enough time is one thing, but at least you can combat that by getting more efficient or scrapping unnecessary side tasks. When you have too much time, those solutions just make it worse. I could join the Quidditch team, but then I'd be calling myself a hypocrite. That wouldn't really do anything about my boredom though. No one in this school can seek worth a damn. It's not fun when there's no challenge. Interesting is way out of the question. Seeking is definitely out of the question. Maybe I should join the Gobstones Club. Harry's thoughts were interrupted at this point as he failed to hold back his laughter. Okay, so not Gobstones. Damn the wizarding world and not having more extracurriculars. I guess I could try seeking without using my hands. That'd make it interesting. Too bad I'm not a chaser. Wait, I'm so stupid. I can be a chaser. It's perfect. Something I haven't done before with a completely different set of tactics, and I won't necessarily be the hero of the game, nor the villain, which means that it won't affect my reputation in the other houses too much. It requires teamwork too, which is something I've always struggled with. I wonder if I can get the captain to beg again. What is that guy's name? Harry frowned in concentration for almost a minute before he snapped his fingers all of a sudden. Mike. His name is Mike. That's settled then. In the morning I'll ask him when the tryouts are. Tonks wants to chase this year. I'll have to be sure to tell Mike that I'm only interested if there are 2 chaser spots available. He'll be crushed that I won't seek, but there's always Chong. With a new side goal established, Harry fell asleep smirking. Good morning, Nim, Harry called as he yanked her down onto his bed. Ack. Tonks squawked as she bounced and Harry threw his arms around her. Beautiful day, he said in key. Ed her on the cheek before bouncing out of bed and quickly throwing on a shirt. Tonks was still lying on his bed blushing and smiling when he walked out of the room and she had to scramble to catch up. Hermione was just coming down the girls' stairs when Harry made it to the common room and without wasting a moment he wrapped her in a hug and kissed her on the cheek too. "Well, good morning Harry." "Morning my own," Harry said with a smile. "Not that I mind, but what brought that on?" Hermione asked blushing. "Just seemed like what I should have done." Harry shrugged. "Same reason as why I kissed him too." "Oh," Hermione looked to Tonks, who blushed again and nodded. "I see. Is that okay?" Harry asked cautiously. "Of course, why wouldn't it be?" Hermione asked looking him directly in the eye. "I don't know," Harry said flatly. "So if there's no problem here on to breakfast." "Breakfast," Tonks agreed. "Breakfast," Hermione said with a nod. As the three made their way down to the Great Hall they were all silently wrapped up in their own thoughts. Harry was combing through all his memories of Hermione to try and find if she ever expressed displeasure with spontaneity and coming up blank. Hermione and Tonks were both trying to figure out ways to attract Harry's attention away from the other and wondering when their inevitable conversation would take place. Hermione managed to maintain her train of thought the entire way there, but by the time they had made it to the entrance hall Tonks had gotten distracted by thoughts of Harry. Even though she knew he would be looking down lost in thought she couldn't help but turn to the side in hopes that he would look up at her. Being hopelessly lost in thought and not looking in front of her she failed to notice someone's cat hoping to get petted. Her brain did notice the soft yielding object under her foot and quickly made her hop to avoid stepping on it. That cat was completely uninjured, if a little surprised, but Tonks failed to catch her balance when she landed and fell sideways and, in a show of poise and grace normally reserved solely for ballerinas suffering from alcohol poisoning, Tonks stumbled across the hall and collided with a suit of armor. Tonks hit the floor hard, but she'd be damned if she was going down alone. The clatter of armor bouncing and sliding around the hall sent the cat fleeing. A blushing Tonks stared up at the other two from where she was sprawled amongst the wreckage, too stunned to move. Harry and Hermione stared back, mouths agape at the suddenness and violence of the affair. After a few moments the silence got to be too much for Tonks. Well, that was embarrassing. And she started giggling. "Are you okay?" Hermione asked before she started laughing too. "Nothing hurt," Harry added, smiling, while offering her a hand up. "Just my ego. Thanks." Tonks laughed and accepted Harry's help. "Wonder how many people heard that." "Dunno, probably a lot of them, we are right next to the Great Hall," Harry said and put the suit of armor back the way it was meant to be with a wave of his wand. "Great," Tonks grumbled as she started to dust herself off. "Cats are a menace." By the time she had finished straightening her robes Tonks was cheery again. All smiles the three walked into the hall and took their normal places at Ravenclaw table, with the rest of the members of the court. Harry smiled around at all of them while Hermione and Tonks sat down on either side of him. "Morning everyone." "Morning, Claus," Hannah said back. "Did you see anything in the entrance hall?" Fred asked. "There was a loud noise out there a couple minutes ago," George added with a smile. "We expect to hear Filch yelling shortly." Fred grinned. "That was me," Tonks admitted. "Took out a whole suit of armor." "Nice," Blaze whispered appreciatively. "Good choice," George commended. "It normally takes him a couple hours to put one of those back together." Fred nodded. "Or he has to swallow his pride and ask a professor to do it for him." George elaborated. "Harry already put it back together," Hermione said and smirked as the twins' faces fell. "Ah, why'd you do that?" Fred pouted. "Ignore them, Harry," Susan interjected with a pointed frown. "It was the right thing for you to have done. I couldn't be concerned less with how right it was, I just wanted to protect Nim from further embarrassment," Harry said quickly. Harry noticed that Daphne smiled approvingly when he said that, and filed it away for later. With a small shrug he turned and looked down the table until he spotted a specific 7th-year Quidditch captain. "I've been thinking about weight training in the mornings." "Oh?" Tonks asked, puzzled by the sudden change of subject. "MMHMM," Harry murmured as he poured some coffee. "Why?" Hermione asked and looked down the table to try and figure out who he was looking at. "Why not?" Harry shrugged. "I mean, I can only grow my muscles so big and they keep the same strength to mass ratio. My dad told me that when he was young that when he worked out in the morning he was more awake all day." Hannah spoke up brightly. We've noticed better control over our magic since we started beating. Fred observed lazily. Although that could also have just been from us getting older. George admitted. We're magical, we don't exercise. Blaze scoffed. Well, I think it is a great idea. Tonks exclaimed. Where do we get weights though? There is a gym down in the Quidditch stadium. Fred offered helpfully. But you have to be on a team to get access. George cut him down. Oh, Harry said glumly. Don't suppose you can let us in? No, sorry. George shook his head. There are strict rules there. Fred offered. Since no faculty is in the room constantly and we all have access whenever we want, the machines are enchanted to only allow people use them who have taken the safety lessons. It normally happens on the first training day in there. George sighed. But without being keyed in they just won't work for you. Well, we could still run. Tonks said quietly. Or we could try out for the team. Harry frowned. Do you really want to work out more than you don't want to be on the team? Daphne asked. You seemed very adamant about it last year. Well, my opposition to being on the team was really around being seeker. Harry shrugged. If I don't seek it should be tolerable. So chaser then. Hannah raised an eyebrow. Yay, sure. Harry said offhandedly. Are you sure you're up to it? Tonks asked. I've been training with Gwen all summer, it's a lot harder than it looks. True, I'll just have to see how I do though I guess. Harry smiled. Unless there is another way to gain access that I'm not aware of. I don't know. Fred shook his head. The captains would know though, might as well ask. George added. Good point. Where is ours? Tonks asked and looked down the table towards the captain. Harry immediately looked the other way and pretended to be searching. Oh, there he is. What's his name again? Mike, I think. Harry said as he leaned around to be looking the correct direction. Hey Mike. Tonks shouted and got no response. Mike. She tried again and again, there was no response, so she picked up a bagel and flung it down the table, hitting him in the head. Hey, Mike. My name's not Mike. The captain shouted back, making Tonks frown and turn towards Harry. Really? Are you sure? Harry called down the table. Yay, pretty sure. The captain called back. But I can see how. You'd make that mistake. Then what is your name? Tonks asked. Jeremy. Jeremy. Hermione shouted in disbelief. How is Mike an understandable mistake for Jeremy? My last name is Michaels. Jeremy called. You guys probably misheard someone saying that alone. Oh. Harry trailed. So what's up? Jeremy asked. Is there any way to get into the weight rooms without joining a Quidditch team? Harry called. No, sorry. Jeremy replied smiling. You could always join the team if you want in there. Okay. Harry called. When are tryouts? Jeremy's jaw dropped and his fork fell from his hand. You serious? I don't know yet. Harry smiled. Just tell me when they are. The 19th, 2 weeks from Saturday. Jeremy called back with a huge grin on his face. Don't expect me to like it though. Harry yelled, trying to get the last word. Whatever you say. Jeremy called back before turning and scanning Gryffindor table until he found Oliver Wood. Eventually Wood felt the pressure of someone watching him and met Jeremy's eyes, who promptly stuck his tongue out at Wood and mouthed, "We're getting Potter." Cho Chang had been so relieved when she heard that Harry was refusing to play. She had spent the last 2 years practicing and finally felt like she was ready to try for the seeker position. The chasers last year were friends of hers and her hopes had almost been dashed when she heard about Harry's flying. Her hopes were looking bleaker than ever because she knew that she couldn't compete with him, and this was going to be her year. Well, I'm not going to waste my time trying to do the impossible. Hermione, we need to talk. Tonks said that night as she climbed into Hermione's bed just before lights out. Yay, I know. Hermione said sadly. We both know we both like Harry. Tonks said flatly. Right. Hermione bit her lip and looked to the side. What do we do about it? Friendly rivals and see who he picks. Tonks suggested. And we have to promise that there will be no hard feelings when he does. Hermione insisted. Agreed. Tonks nodded and the two of them shook hands and grinned. Now that that is out of the way, we can be giggly girls about him together. Hermione instinctively giggled at that. Those eyes. Dearest Ginny, tell your friend that if she wants to attract the attention of a boy, the first step is to do something he's interested in. You like flying, so if he is interested in Quidditch at all you should join the team. I mean, your friend should if she likes flying. Ginny went over his advice again. It was completely rational and Ginny could tell that everything he said was correct, but she really wished it had taken him longer to figure out that her friend was her. In the 2 weeks since she had gotten this advice she hadn't found a better way, and so she was down in the Great Hall early for breakfast on the 19th. She'd mistakenly told Luna about her plans where Tony could hear. As annoying as Tony had been over the last few days, Ginny did notice that Tony never made fun of her in front of Harry. That was probably just because once she did so she would lose a lot of blackmail. Telling someone's crush about them is an amazingly efficient threat. Either way, now wasn't the time for her to be worrying about it. A few minutes later she had finished eating and was headed down to the Quidditch pitch for tryouts. "Harry Potter, sir," Marnie said as he shook Harry awake. "Nap time is over." "Wah, oh right, thanks Marnie." Harry grumbled as he swung his legs out of bed. 2 weeks ago he got a crazy idea and since then he had been turning back 6 hours each day to carve runes into grains of sand. The idea was that with a quick to carve and simple rune set each grain would be able to transmit a signal to him if there were any magical signatures within 3 meters of it. With enough of them spread out through an area, any witch or wizard would be easy to locate. Harry was able to carve about a tablespoon's worth every day and still have time for a quick nap, so as to not disturb his sleep schedule more than necessary. "I am so glad I thought of the recall runes before I got too far in. I would hate to have to repeat this process every time I wanted to change what area was covered. I would probably never put them down if I couldn't call them back easily." Harry stood and yawned. A satisfied groan escaped his lips as his back cracked while he stretched. He patted himself down to be sure that he wasn't leaving anything that he was supposed to take nor taking anything he was supposed to leave. A second Harry warped into the room and pulled out his time turner with a quick smile and disappeared as he fell backwards through time. Harry warped to the bathroom that his other self had just left and walked out. Harry headed down to the common room and greeted Hermione and Tonks with a hug and key on the cheek, which they returned, as had become custom. Linking arms, the three of them made their way down to the Great Hall for breakfast. When they got there, Hermione noticed Ginny already there and subtly steered them away from her and took seats a fair distance away. Harry was already dressed for tryouts, and it didn't go unnoticed. "I see you've decided to wear clothes today, Potter." Theodore Nott sneered from behind them. "Finally decided to be a civilized human being." Harry turned and coldly regarded the boy that was trying to become his rival. "I thought I dealt with this problem by moving Draco. Probably just a Slytherin thing though, top of the heap there has to challenge me or something." Harry sighed. "No. What?" Nott asked, surprised at the lack of a comeback. "I haven't decided to become a civilized human being." Harry rolled his eyes. "Duh. Oh." Nott's face went from confusion to triumph right back to confusion again. He turned to Tracy and Pansy, who were a few steps behind him, and they both just shrugged. "You clearly don't get it." Harry shook his head mournfully and turned back to his plate. With a quick glance to each side he saw both girls holding back laughs. "Get what?" 2 words was all it took to break both girls. Harry joined them in laughing almost immediately and Nott turned and stomped off. "It's almost too easy," Harry said, wiping away a tear after a minute when he was sure Nott was gone. "Hurry up and eat, Harry, we have to get down to the pitch in a few minutes." Tonks urged and attacked her food with renewed fervor. "Try not to eat your hand on accident, Tonks." Hermione laughed. "I could just grow a new one." Tonks shrugged offhandedly. "Really?" Hermione stopped eating and stared. "Yay, it's not really that big of a deal." Tonks nodded. "You have to drink a lot of milk after you regrow bones though." "I'd rather lose an ear or my nose." "Can you do that too, Harry?" Hermione asked, turning to the boy. "Can't say I've had a reason to try yet." Harry shrugged. "I'll let you know if it ever comes up." "Well, learn something new every day, huh?" Hermione breathed, shaking her head, before turning back to her meal. After a year around these two she could honestly doubt that she would stay surprised for very long anymore. A few minutes of quiet eating later the three got up and went down to the stadium. Hermione split off and found a place to watch from the stands. Quite a few other people were doing the same. Harry and Tonks walked onto the field where they were separating people into groups based on what they were trying for. One beater had graduated and needed replacing, as had 2 chasers. The seeker position was always open so the team would always have the very best for that spot. Harry and Tonks added their names to the chaser list and made their way over to that group. The keeper took to the air and did a few warm-up laps around the hoops while Roger Davies, the one remaining chaser, made his way over to the chaser hopefuls. He picked up the list and ran his finger down it while reading all the names. He stopped at one all of a sudden. Weasley. Yes, Ginny asked from the front of the group. First years aren't allowed on the team. Davies told her bluntly. You're wasting your time here. I know, but next year I'll already know what is going to happen when I try out again. Ginny smiled. I don't see it as a waste so much as a fact-finding mission. Very Ravenclaw of you. Davies nodded approvingly. Very well. Good luck. Thank you. Ginny looked up to the stands when Davies turned back to the list and found Luna sitting alone. Luna smiled reassuringly and waved. Ginny smiled and waved back before moving her gaze on. Tony and Julie had decided to come watch as well. They were also smiling and waving, but not in a manner that made Ginny want to return the gesture, a different gesture sure, but not that one. With a slight grimace she turned her attention back to Davies. I thought you'd be over with the Seekers. Davies said to someone. I don't want to seek, sorry to disappoint. Someone replied and her eyes widened when she recognized the voice as Harry's. She'd heard he was trying out, which was the only reason she was there, but like everyone else she expected him to be seeking. You ever try chasing before? Davies raised an eyebrow. Nope, Harry said with a cocky grin. But I look forward to seeing how bad I am. You're really bad, Potter. Davies sighed in resignation after Harry missed his 6th consecutive shot. I know, Harry said sadly as he flew his broom to the end of the line. He was good in formation and at catching the ball, but it never went where he wanted it to when he threw it. His only successful pass was when the other chaser dove sharply to make up for his throw. Weasley, you're up, Davies shouted and Ginny started on her 6th run. It was hard to hear over the shouts coming from the beater section, but Harry ignored it and watched as Ginny took off down the pitch. The shouts from behind him got louder just as a bludger went rocketing over his shoulder and past the other chasers. Harry could tell that Ginny was completely focused on her task as she entered the obstacles. She'll be a sitting duck after the first turn. Without a second thought Harry leaned forward and pulled the broom along as he flew under his own power to cut the bludger off. As she came around the corner the bludger altered its course. Her eyes grew wide with surprise when she saw Harry bearing down on her, and just before the collision Harry corkscrewed. During his second revolution Harry grabbed the bludger and shoved it towards the ground as hard as he could. He pulled up and stopped instantly, and Ginny, fortunately, had gone up to avoid hitting Harry rather than down, where she would have met the bludger. Thanks, Ginny said once she realized what had happened, blushing furiously. No problem, Ginny, Harry panted. Would have done it for anyone. Ginny smiled at him as Davies flew up. Potter, that was excellent. Go join the beaters. You'll probably make it. You sure won't hear. Harry took a couple deep breaths to recover. All right, I mean might as well I guess. Weasley, you can either take this as a miss or we can start your run over. Davies said to Ginny as Harry flew off to the other area. Considering I can't make the team anyway, I think, Ginny said hesitantly and cut herself off. Quit now and Tony will have you. She thought, then, nodding firmly, she found her resolve. No, I'll go again. That's what I was hoping to hear. Davies smiled. Go back to the start. After the chaser trials finished there was a short break while a smaller section was being boxed off. The last stage for the beater trials was a time trial. One beater would enter the box along with 6 practice bludgers and 1 stationary target. They had 10 minutes to hit the target as many times as they could. Harry was having a blast. 6 bludgers were enough that he had trouble tracking them all continuously. He hit as many as he could towards the target while he was dodging and twirling around the rest. He lost count at 10 and after that stopped watching to see if they even hit. For all he knew he only hit the target those 10 times. Finally the whistle blasted and Harry flew out of the enclosure. As he came around the corner and into the stands where the beaters were gathered he noticed a great number of gaping mouths. Harry's shoulders dropped and he rubbed the back of his neck. That bad, huh? Bad. Jeremy repeated. 131 is not bad. I think it might be a new record actually. 131, Harry shouted. You're lying to me. Roughly 4 out of every 5 attempts. Davies said looking up from a piece of paper. The Weasley twins got 114 and 120, I think. The keeper, Grant Page, 4th year, added. And no one's ever done it before without getting hit. Wow, Harry said dumbly as he dismounted and set the broom down. Harry, that was amazing. Hermione squealed as she, Tonks and Luna came running over. Hermione and Tonks kept running and simultaneously wrapped Harry in the tightest hug of his new life. Thanks you guys. Harry laughed, although the words were slightly muffled by hair. You did pretty good too, Nim. Yay, she did, Davies said, nodding. It's all thanks to Gwen. Tonks said bashfully. Gwen who? Davies asked. I'd like to compare notes on training. Jones. Hermione said quickly before anyone else could respond. You mean Gwynog Jones? As in Gwynog, captain of the Harpies, Jones. Jeremy asked, awed. Yay, she's dating my godfather, Sirius Black. It should have been in the papers early August. Harry explained. Didn't you hear? I don't read those sections. Jeremy shrugged. People's personal lives aren't any of my business. I think I'm going to like you. Harry said, smiling. Jeremy smirked and excused himself before standing up to address all of the hopefuls. All right, we have 2 beaters to test out still, then we'll be moving on to seekers. Beaters can leave when those start just like the chasers were allowed to. Our decision will be posted on Wednesday. Rickard, your turn. Why bother? Rickard called back. There's no way I'll top that. That's your choice, Jeremy said and waited for a moment before Rickard signaled that he wasn't going to try. Okay then, Turner, you want your shot. No thank you, I'm with Rickard on this one. All right, beaters can leave. Jeremy sighed and made large black marks next to the last 2 names on the list. They were far less likely to ever make the team now. Harry, Luna asked quietly. Yes. Harry turned and presented a very open face. Could I talk to you after dinner? It's important, Luna said nervously. Sure. Common room, okay. It's a bit embarrassing, I'd rather not discuss it where others could hear. Luna whispered as she leaned close. What do you suggest then? Harry whispered back. How about a walk outside? Luna said as she pulled away. Okay. Harry smiled. Behind him Hermione and Tonks frowned. Thank you. Luna threw her arms around him, completely oblivious to the other. 2. No problem, Harry said dismissively and turned to Hermione and Tonks as soon as she let him go. You ladies want to watch the Seekers, or are you ready to go? If you don't have anyone specific to root for, you'll probably just find it to be boring. Davies advised. Tonks looked to him, then to Jeremy before nodding and turning back to Harry. Let's go then. Hermione nodded and Harry agreed. As they were leaving, Tonks shot Luna a look and hooked Harry's arm. Harry then felt lopsided and offered his other arm to Hermione, who gladly took him up on the offer. So, sounds like we both made it. I don't know the game very well, but I would certainly agree. Hermione beamed. You did for sure. Tonks nudged him with her shoulder. We'll see, Harry said, not sure whether it came out humble or conceited. So who do you think will be the other chaser? I don't know. If Ginny were older, she would have gotten the spot easily. I think she did better than me. Tonks waved her free hand about casually. Not sure otherwise. Stevens was pretty good, and Davies kept making eyes at her. I'll bet she gets it. So what's going on? Harry asked as he and Luna made their way down the front stairs that evening. I've been told that it is a normal part of girl life, Luna started, looking down at her feet, but I think it is mean-spirited. Is someone bullying you? Harry asked, turning and making her look at him. No, not me. She turned away. I don't want to use any names though, in case I'm wrong. What's been happening? Harry asked patiently. A girl in my dorm has made a few claims she couldn't back up and the other girls challenged them. Luna said without emotion. Well, that doesn't sound unreasonable. What else? Harry pressed. Well, I think they made comments afterwards. I think it made her cry. Luna was looking at her feet again. And one time I caught them trying to force their way into the bag she keeps her diary in. They stopped when I got there though. I see. Why isn't she asking Hermione or Tonks? Harry thought. I wasn't going to say anything, but it has gotten worse over the last couple weeks. Luna said guiltily. I feel bad that I haven't said anything before. Luna, don't feel bad about it. You cannot control the actions of others any more than they can control yours. Harry pulled her into a one-armed hug as they walked. Bullies don't care about gaining approval, they'll do what they want regardless. The best thing you can do is pretend they don't exist and surround yourself with people who appreciate you. You should tell that girl the same thing. So it is bullying and not just bonding? Luna asked quietly. Yes, it is bullying. Harry nodded sadly. Thanks for talking to me. Luna hugged him tighter. You did really good today, by the way. Thank you. Harry smiled. As they finished their walk and chatted about nothing in particular, Harry had something Luna said come back to the front of his mind, over and over. Neither of them noticed the two sets of eyes following them. Harry quickly glanced around the room as he followed Luna through the door to their common room. For the first time he noticed how coldly Hermione and Tonks regarded Luna. Their faces brightened as soon as they saw him though. Interesting, he thought as he made his way over to them. What was that about Harry? Hermione smiled. Can I talk to you two alone please? Harry said seriously. Okay. Tonks said and stood up uncertainly. Hermione frowned and stood up as well. Luna was out of the common room before they started to leave. Harry wasn't sure how she would feel about this. With a mental shrug, Harry led the girls out of the common room and down the hall a little way. Have you two been picking on Luna? What? Hermione asked, surprised. No, of course not. At least I don't think so. What do you mean by that? Harry raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. Well, I read an article out of the Quibbler on Snorkax, and I went to ask her some questions about it. Hermione bit her lip. I was confused after the second word and it went downhill from there, and somehow I ended up with a potted plant overturned on my head. Really? Harry gaped. Why didn't I hear about that? Well, it was really embarrassing and a good bit awkward. I just took a shower and decided to pretend it never happened. Hermione blushed. I was trying to be nice, honest. I believe you. Harry smiled. It is understandable at least. Nim, you have anything to add? I had to learn the hard way that her non sequitur and ridiculous-sounding theories were a pattern and not just a joke. Tonks looked down. I thought the Lovegoods were just pulling a big joke on everyone else. I thought she'd laugh when I played along. Did she tell you that we were making fun of her? Hermione asked, concerned. She didn't say any names, and had a very hard time approaching me about it. Harry said. I don't know, she was talking about you, but I felt that I could rule you two out first without causing a scandal. That, and I saw how you looked at her when she came in. So, she might not have any problems with us? Tonks asked after she and Hermione had just blushed for a minute. From what you've told me, I think it was all just a misunderstanding. Harry nodded. Do you have a problem with her? No. They both exclaimed together and then blushed again, looking at each other. Tonks coughed and Harry thought she said repetition, but he wasn't sure. Okay, I'm not going to try to interpret that. Harry laughed while frowning slightly, making a very strange face overall. Do you think we should apologize? Tonks asked Hermione. Yay, probably. Besides, it doesn't do us any harm. Hermione nodded. One more thing, Harry said suddenly. Did either of you try and get into her diary? No. Hermione shook her head. Me either. Tonks shook hers too. Harry frowned. Could you two keep an eye on her too? I think someone else might be intentionally picking on her. Could you give us a few minutes to compose our apology? Hermione asked. Sure. Harry walked back into the common room. Luna wasn't downstairs, but that was okay. A few minutes later Hermione and Tonks walked in, and after looking around they headed up to the girls' dorms. It must be hard watching all those people going to check if they're on the list and knowing you won't be. Tony whispered harshly into Ginny's ear as Jeremy posted the results. Harry made it, we were all watching. Julie added. Bet Tonks makes it too, and then they'll be spending even more time together. Too bad you're too young. Harry would never go for someone like you. Tony carried on, fueled by the tears welling up in Ginny's eyes. And no matter how pretty you get, Tonks will be able to be prettier. Julie hissed. Shut up. Ginny whispered. Weasley. Ginny jumped and looked up. Jeremy was waving her over. Yes, she asked, trying to keep an even voice as she walked over. Listen, you know you couldn't make the team because of your age, but you're really good. I talked to Flitwick and he gave me special permission to let you on the team in a reserve position only. Ginny screamed and jumped on him. He returned the hug laughing and set her down before continuing. Reserve, Ginny, nothing to get too excited for. You'll only be able to play in a game if one of our other chasers can't. Here's the good part though. Tonks and Stevens made the actual lineup, but Stevens is in my year and she'll be gone next year. If you do good work and show improvement, then next year whomever is the next captain, Davies will be, by the way, probably won't even bother with tryouts for the slot. Ginny was bouncing happily on the balls of her feet with the largest smile anyone had seen on her. "I've got to go right, Bill, and Charlie, and Dad, and Mum, and, well, you know." Ginny turned, threw Tony and Julie a two-fingered salute and sprinted up to her dorm. Tony and Julie watched the whole ordeal in complete shock. A few minutes later they finally snapped out of it and stormed over to the bulletin board to see for themselves. Saturday, September 19th. "All right, quick lunch, shower and then down to the village." Harry summed up as they walked into the castle. "I wish Dumbledore would let me take everyone in the court. But you got the two best, right?" Tonks fished with a smile. "Of course," Harry replied immediately. "But I'm the best of the best," Hermione said mockingly arrogantly. HMPF. Tonks frowned and morphed until she had the shape of one of the models from one of their fashion magazines. Then she made a face at Hermione and started laughing. "Tonks." Hermione laughed. "Not to be rude, but dirty, sweaty, rumpled Quidditch clothes don't really go with that look. Not to mention that they're the wrong size now." Tonks went back to her normal form. "Yay, but that wasn't the point." HMPF. Hermione replied and blew a strand of hair out of her face. "Okay, you two, don't make me turn this car around." Harry chuckled. "What?" Tonks asked confused while Hermione blushed and laughed. "Hey, don't laugh at me. Muggle joke Nim." Hermione gasped. "If you don't already know, we can't make it be funny, you know." "Yay, okay." Tonks nodded as they made their way over to the Ravenclaw table and joined the others. "Hey guys," Susan greeted as they sat down. "How did it go?" Hannah asked as Harry started applying cream cheese to 2 slices of pumpernickel. "All right," Harry shrugged. "Nim definitely made the team. Ginny did really good too." "Of course she did," Fred boasted. "She's a Weasley after all." George nodded. "Quidditch is in our blood," they said together. "What about Percy and Ron?" Blaise asked calmly. "They don't play." "Well, there's a pattern, you see," George said while Fred nodded sagely. "You see, Bill was born first and didn't play, then Charlie came second and was the best seeker this school has seen in years. Then Percy was born third and doesn't play. We were born fourth and only count as one unit. We obviously play. Ron was the 5th baby event and doesn't play, so Ginny being the 6th obviously would be good." Fred concluded. "Ron could still make the team and ruin your pattern," Hermione pointed out while Harry was busy adding cucumber slices to the sandwich in progress. "Maybe, but he's not one to take chances without being pressured into them." George shrugged. "Maybe if some of his friends made it first and he had people there to give him moral support." "He has you too, doesn't he?" Hannah asked and jumped in surprise when Fred, George and Daphne all burst into laughter. "Hannah, I don't know if it is because you're too good of a Hufflepuff or because you don't have siblings, but support from brothers and sisters doesn't usually count for one reason or another," Daphne said with a smile. "Either it is expected or it is believed to be disingenuous or set up for a prank. Yay, if we encouraged him to try out he'd think we were trying to embarrass him or something," Fred said and noticed Harry drop a large wad of alfalfa sprouts on his sandwich and forcefully mash it together. "Whoa, Harry, go easy on it. It's just a sandwich." "Huh?" Harry asked dumbly as he looked up from his task. "Oh, if you don't press hard the sprouts won't stick to the cream cheese and the whole thing could fall apart easier. If I could I would wrap it tightly and let it sit for a couple hours before eating, but I have a schedule to keep." "Still, what did it ever do to you?" George asked. "Think of the dinner rolls," Fred cried. Harry rolled his eyes and started in on his meal. After a few moments Hannah spoke up. "So, you told us how Tonks and Ginny did. How about you, Harry?" "I was terrible." Harry shook his head. "Downright dreadful. I shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a quaffle." "Oh, shush you." Hermione sighed. "He didn't do well as a chaser, but he was amazing as a beater." "Beater really?" Fred asked astonished. "How'd you score?" "Sorry, I don't really want to talk right now. I'm eating and getting ready to leave again." Harry quickly dipping his sandwich in a bowl of hummus and taking a big bite. "If we're so rushed, why did you ask if we wanted to watch The Seekers?" Hermione asked innocently, earning a small glare from Harry. "Mr. Modest here got 131. Tonks bragged. Harry forced a blush and gave her a small glare too. "Set a new record," he did. "All right, Potter." Fred cheered. "Now if you'll excuse us, we have to go warn Oliver," George said, and the twins departed. A few minutes later Harry and the girls finished their food and left. As they were walking out the Seekers were entering. Cho Chang was smiling brightly. "Harry, my boy, you're right on time," Lockhart greeted enthusiastically from where the carriages would pick them up. "Ms. Granger, Ms. Tonks, I wasn't expecting you to be here. Harry's taking us," Hermione replied irritably, trying not to be offended. "You know, as his dates." Tonks grinned as Harry froze and blushed. "Dates?" Harry stuttered. "Was somebody going to tell me that was what this was supposed to be?" "You're too easy, Harry." Tonks giggled. Harry groaned and put his face in his hands. "I'm already not sure what to expect from this event. I don't need more stress now. As the thought of dating is so stressful," Hermione asked, nudging him with her elbows. "No, of course not." Harry tried to reassure her. "It's just not something that should be a surprise." He paused as she laughed. "You two really need to stop teasing me," he added with a frown. "Come on, the carriage is here." Tonks laughed and hooked Harry's arm, pulling him towards the waiting carriage. Hermione hustled along with them and Lockhart followed, glaring at their backs with uncharacteristic anger. He carefully schooled his expression before climbing in after them. "So," Lockhart said awkwardly after a few seconds of silence. "How are classes going?" "Good," Harry replied quickly from across from Lockhart. Tonks nodded from the seat next to Harry. "What will we be learning about next, Professor?" Hermione asked diplomatically from the other side of Harry. The three of them were squished slightly on the two-person seat, but none of them wanted to sit next to Lockhart. "We'll be going over my year with the Yeti," Lockhart said with a smarmy smile. "Oh," Tonks said unenthusiastically. "Fascinating." Lockhart beamed at her for a moment until she looked away with a grimace. With a shrug he turned to Harry. "Harry, there's something that I've been meaning to talk to you about. Could you come by my office after we get back? We can have tea and discuss it." "Sorry, Professor, but the three of us have plans tonight." Harry shook his head. "We do?" Hermione asked, surprised. "Yes, we do," Tonks said with a sly grin. "Am I supposed to know what they are?" Hermione frowned. "Where would the fun in that be?" Harry sing-songed. "You'd better not be pranking me." Hermione grumbled quietly. "Us? Never." Harry smiled. "Don't worry, you'll be happy." "How about tomorrow, Harry?" Lockhart asked, drawing attention back to himself. That might work. I'll have to check my calendar when we get back." Harry said cheekily. "What do you need to talk to me about?" "Oh, it's nothing important or anything. Just a conversation every celebrity should have," Lockhart reassured. "Interesting," Harry said, frowning slightly. "Oh, don't worry, it'll help you with the public is all," Lockhart said, noticing Harry's expression. "Right." Harry trailed off and the four of them rode the rest of the way to town in awkward silence. "Right this way, Mr. Potter." A man in dress robes ushered them out of the carriage urgently. Who are you?" Harry asked. "Norman Blithbury, no one important, just helping out today," Norman said as he helped Hermione and Tonks down. "Can you tell me what we're supposed to do?" Harry asked nervously. "Smile and say thank you," Norman said flatly. "After the mayor's speech, of course." "Of course." Harry nodded, happy that he wouldn't need to actually do anything. Norman led them to the part of the street where Harry fought the snake, and they immediately noticed the large crowd of people in front of a temporary stage with a pulpit and several seats. There was a large curtain stretched across the street, blocking everything that was behind the stage from sight. Every head in the crowd had turned towards them by the time they reached the stage. Lockhart smiled and waved as he climbed the stairs onto the stage. The girls, intimidated by the attention, shrunk towards Harry and each hugged one of his arms. Harry in turn smiled confidently at the crowd, since he could no longer wave, and tried not to grimace as the camera flashes tripled. The crowd applauded deafeningly. To Harry's surprise, Dumbledore was already there, and he nodded to the three seats directly in front of him and in the middle of the first row, just to the side of where the pulpit would block the view. Harry led the girls over to where they were clearly intended to sit. Harry nodded to him as the girls released his arms to take their seats. As Harry turned to sit in the middle, he took his opportunity and gave the crowd a small wave. Dumbledore smiled and leaned forward before glumly whispering just loud enough for all three to hear. "They didn't applaud like that when I got here." After a small start, the three laughed and turned to regard him. "Professor, I wasn't aware you'd be here." "Not really a surprise though." "Indeed, have you seen what's behind the curtain yet?" Dumbledore asked with a coy smile. There's something behind the curtain. Harry asked with a frown. Yes there is. I think you'll like it. Dumbledore replied merrily. Harry was prevented from replying by the mayor taking the pulpit and given an impassioned and poignant speech about resolve and rebuilding through tragedy. He moved on to highlight the bravery and fortitude of Harry for charging the monster alone. He finished by praising Harry's generosity and how the funds from selling the carcass not only allowed them to rebuild what damage was done to the town but also give the victims and their families money until they stopped accepting it. Finally the moment Harry had been waiting for came. Mr. Potter, could you please join me? Yes, Mayor Flume. Harry asked smiling casually as he walked to the front of the stage. Mr. Potter, with the remaining money the town council decided that we should use it to commemorate your deeds on behalf of the community. I am proud to present to you. The mayor waved and on his cue the curtain behind the stage dropped revealing a statue of Harry standing proudly with one foot on a basilisk's head with a sword firmly planted in its skull. The statue's right hand was holding the hilt firmly, his left hand was in his pocket and the expression was casually intimidating, as though it took no effort to be scary. The snake's body coiled around Harry's feet and spiraled down forming the base of the statue. We've taken to calling it the Snake Slayer statue. Wow. I really don't know what to say. Harry forced a blush as the cheers died down from, now, behind him. Harry turned back to the crowd and smiled. Thank you. No, Mr. Potter. Thank you. Flume said loudly patting him on the back. On the edge of the stage all but forgotten Gilderoy Lockhart sat quietly and steadily growing angry. Used to being the center of attention he couldn't help but glare as the reporters approached Harry with their questions. None of them were approaching Gilderoy. Very few people applauded as he approached the stage earlier and no one ever made a statue of him. Completely unnoticed he quietly left and sulked all the way back to the castle. Still Saturday, September 19th. I can't believe they had so many questions for us. Hermione mowed Ned and leaned on Tonks as the three walked back through the castle up towards their common room. I know. I thought they would be asking Harry most of the questions. Tonks threw her hands up exasperatedly. I mean he is the famous one of us. And it was so personal too. Hermione sighed. Who cares what kind of shampoo I use? Harry laughed and wrapped his arms around both of them. Don't you get it? You two are becoming famous because you're with me. Hermione blushed but Tonks fought it and kept the appearance of being cool. What do you mean? You two are my best friends and the two most important people in my life. Tonks lost her fight. Fangirls are likely to copy you two in hopes that it will attract my eye. Really? Hermione squeaked and ran her hand through her tamed but still bushy hair. Tonks had helped a lot with finding a way to control it. Yay, but who wants cheap imitations? Harry laughed. Come on, the important part of the day is about to start. Important part? Hermione asked as Harry answered the riddle to open the door. Important part. Tonks smiled broadly. Ladies first. Harry said and waved Hermione through the hole. Surprise. Hermione looked around stunned as while they had been gone the entire common room had been decorated. Happy birthday Hermione. Harry said from behind her and she whirled around and hugged him tightly. See Harry. That's how you're supposed to react to a surprise party. Notice how there is no one lying on the ground stunned. Tonks ribbed jovially. Shut it Nim. Harry playfully glared back and Hermione dragged her into the hug. Monday, September 21st. Sunday morning a special edition of The Prophet was sent out in the morning covering the ceremony and was filled with pictures of the statue, Harry, and the girls. Each girl had their own section with short biographies and not an insignificant amount of speculation. The front page itself had a photo of Harry standing with the statue, expressions mirroring each other. Theodore Nott, along with Pansy and Tracy, as well as Snape were all openly angry. Lockhart left the Great Hall soon after the papers arrived, both smiling and frowning. Harry, Hermione and Tonks only found out about the paper and the reactions to it that afternoon when they finally woke up. They met up with the rest of the court and caught up on the news. That evening, after ignoring a dinner full of glares, Hermione sneaked up to the Ollery and sent a letter to the Prophet's photographer asking for a real copy of the front page picture. It was signed with both her name and Tonks. Monday morning a small flock of owls settled around the three of them. Most of the mail was going to Harry but Hermione and Tonks each got a fair share, including 2 wrapped, framed photos. Noticing the name on the outside, they both tried to subtly slip them into their bags. What were those? Harry asked playfully. Both girls froze. Hermione recovered first and turned towards Harry, nose turned up. None of your business, Mr. Potter. Sorry, Ms. Granger. Harry laughed and eyeballed Tonks, who merely nodded. Well, suit yourself. Could you excuse me for a moment? I have to ask Flitwick about a project. Sure, Tonks said questioningly as Harry got up and walked to the head table. Professor Flitwick, could I have a moment? Harry asked cordially. Of course, what can I help you with? The small professor replied brightly. You see, Nick has been trying to get me to do things using my own resources, and for this I'm not allowed to ask for their help. Harry started, moving his hands expressively. It's really a bother, but I'm supposed to come up with a plan to prevent an object from being detected within a specific area. I know where to hide it and how to illusion it in case someone does spot it, but there is a powerful detection charm I'm afraid they're going to use and I don't know how to beat it. Validus de prehensio to be specific. It is impressive that you even know of that spell, Mr. Potter. Flitwick said excitedly. Just what is it that you're supposed to hide? A book. Harry shrugged. I think they picked something that I would be around a lot for inspiration or something. Fascinating, books are harder to hide than most things, enchantment for enchantment that is. Dumbledore observed from down the table a short ways. Perhaps you should transfigure it into something else first. McGonagall suggested from next to Dumbledore. Will you know what spells are on it first? No, ma'am. Harry shook his head with a sigh. That's no good then, some enchantments react poorly with transfiguration. McGonagall dropped her shoulders. That was going to be my first suggestion, Minerva. Lockhart said cockily from the other side of Flitwick. But of course they wouldn't tell him what they enchanted it with. Obvious really. What you should do is get a diplomat bag. How would he get a diplomat bag? Flitwick laughed. Be reasonable, Gilderoy. What's a diplomat bag? Harry asked, honestly curious. He wasn't aware of anything by that name existing in his old life. Not something you're supposed to know about. Dumbledore said sternly, shooting Lockhart a look. Sorry. Lockhart said demurely. Well, now that I know of it, I'll just go hunting for details, particularly since it sounds like it would solve my problem. You might as well just save me some time and tell me. Harry smiled charismatically. Flitwick, McGonagall and Lockhart all looked to Dumbledore hopefully. Dumbledore sighed and nodded. McGonagall leaned in eager to hear about them. Flitwick was curious to hear how many of the rumors he heard were true. Lockhart just smiled blankly. Well, I can't tell you how they work, but they are small leather pouches created by the ICW at the request of a country's Minister of Magic to be issued to a diplomat. Only the ministers know how they go to, but once they're keyed to a diplomat, everything inside is considered to be on the soil of the issuing country, no matter where in the world the diplomat is, and completely prevents any magic from passing through. And that would block the deprehensio? Harry asked, eyebrow raised. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. But you'd have to get Minister Fudge to declare you Britain's diplomat to some country in order to get one. Ah, well, that would be slightly outside the scope of a training exercise. Harry agreed. Have you learned anything about runes yet? Professor Babbling asked, eager to help. Some. Harry nodded. I could help you come up with a rune set to do the job. Babbling smiled. The bag is a good idea though. Why don't you come to my office after dinner and we can start? Okay. Harry exclaimed, grinning eagerly. Thanks, all of you, I'll let you get back to your meal now. Glad to help. Dumbledore smiled genially. Luna said her diary was in a bag of some sort. Harry gulped. If anyone could get one of those bags, it would be Lucius. How'd it go? Tonks asked as Harry got back to the table. Excellent. Nick gave me a book to hide and Professor Babbling is going to help me plan it out. Harry smiled. The runes teacher. Hermione beamed when Harry nodded. Can I come too? The study looks so fascinating and I'm going to take the class next year, but I'd love to get a head start. Me too. Tonks asked wide-eyed. All right. Harry laughed. I'd love to have you two there, but we'll have to check with Professor Babbling first. I'll do it. Hermione exclaimed and jumped out of her seat before anyone could react. The three of them spent that evening with Professor Babbling as she tested Harry's knowledge of runes, while Hermione and Tonks were reading the basic rune book and learning the theory of the art. They left a very impressed Babbling behind, who had heard but never seen the three in class and was unprepared for the seriousness of their studying. Harry himself had already shown proficiency in the 3 most common types of runes. She fell asleep eagerly anticipating the next Monday when they'd be back. Wednesday, September 23rd, just moments after Ginny got the good news. "I'm glad you two could make it this morning." Albus smiled and Phileas Flitwick and Rolanda hooch. "Tea." "Yes, please." Flitwick smiled back, looking forward to the conversation to come. "I see you've brought the Quidditch rule book." Albus nodded at Hooch's lap. "Yes, could you tell us what this is about?" Hooch asked without taking tea. Just as Albus was opening his mouth to respond, the door flew open and an extremely irate Severus Snape stormed in. "Albus, this is preposterous." "Ah, Severus, right on time. Please take a seat and have some tea." Dumbledore smiled and waved at the remaining seat. "I believe you are here to challenge Ms. Weasley's appointment. Could you tell me what position she got?" Snape looked around and was not expecting the other two to be here. With a nod he sat down in the last chair. "This is new, Albus. You normally let me yell for a while and tell me something meaningless. I decided to give Harry's way a shot." Dumbledore chuckled. "HMPF. Snape scowled. "To answer your question, Reserve Chaser. Rolanda, could you please tell us the rules regarding Reserve Chasers?" Dumbledore smirked. "Well, there are none, the position doesn't exist at Hogwarts." Hooch replied casually. "It's never been official here but it has happened. So you can't kick her off the team?" Snape asked confused. "No, it means she isn't on the team to begin with. If they want to use her in a game, one player would have to be declared unfit to fly by Poppy and then standard substitution rules would come into effect." Dumbledore smiled. "Namely, the other team has to agree to their choice. So, she basically can't play this year?" Snape asked hesitantly. "Correct," Flitwick said. "Mr. Michaels was more concerned with getting the extra time to train her than winning this year. Our house has always been on the underdog side, one more year won't matter." "I see." Snape leaned back for the first time. Would never allow Ginny to play against those twins given the choice. "And we all know that your team wouldn't allow it," Flitwick said coldly. "Well, that's better than I was expecting," Snape admitted. "This new way isn't very satisfying though. Maybe I'm doing something wrong." Dumbledore frowned, concentrating. The weeks passed quickly. Harry and Tonks had Quidditch practice 2 times a week, which Hermione always attended and sat in the stands, which didn't go unnoticed. The 3 of them continued having sessions with Professor Babbling on Monday evenings, and while she was lecturing them about runes to prevent detection, Harry was searching for inherent weaknesses. When Harry quietly followed up with Luna about the bullying situation, she told him that Tony and Julie lost all their momentum when Ginny made the team and then Luna turned and skipped off. Harry stood there confused for a few seconds before he realized that when Luna said, "A girl in my dorm," she really wasn't referring to herself. That means Ginny is hiding her diary in a bag of some sort. Harry sighed in resignation and resolved to watch her carefully. Harry received several more invites from Lockhart to have tea, or dinner, or dessert, or anything else with him some evening. Harry had so far managed to thwart every effort, usually relying on some activity with the girls for an excuse. Harry also continued warping out of the castle in the mornings to carve more sand. By the time he took his first day off, he had a small jar full of prepared sand. His first day off from that task was Halloween, which he knew was always a bad day for him, and he felt that it would be prudent to have the turns in case Tom acted up. When Harry walked into the Great Hall for breakfast on the last day of October, he radiated an air of seriousness that everyone noticed. "Hey Draco," Ron called as Draco started to make his way out of the dorm. "Yes, Weasley," Draco returned politely. "Do you have anything planned for today?" Ron asked brightly while the other boys in the room started paying attention. Meals, classes and sleep," Draco asked, frowning in confusion. "No, it's Halloween," Ron led. "Yes, so." Draco was starting to get annoyed. "Your next prank." Ron rolled his eyes. "The twins have been waiting, we're all expecting something at the feast tonight." "Oh, well, sorry to disappoint," Draco said coolly and noticed the faces falling around him. "I was giving the twins a turn. Potter hasn't done anything either. I'll pull my next prank when it is my turn again." "Oh, I see." Ron mumbled and Draco turned and left the room before anything else could be said. "You're paranoid," Tonks objected as Harry scanned his food for the 3rd time. "Bad things happen on Samhain." Harry growled. "Remember the troll?" "How could we forget?" Hermione rolled her eyes. But that doesn't mean anything is going to happen today. Bad things always happen on Samhain. Harry stressed the always, and scanned Hermione's plate for the second time. Stop that. Hermione scolded and covered her plate with her arms. Just relax, nothing is going to happen. Don't even think about it. Tonks said when Harry turned his wand towards her. Eat up, we have practice this morning. I think we should skip. Harry shook his head. We're not skipping practice because you're scared of the date. Tonks crossed her arms. We will promise to be careful though. But, Harry looked from one girl to the other and sighed in defeat as they both were clearly not going to change their minds. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. Potter. Draco said loudly as he walked up behind the trio, only to then gulp just as loudly as he found Harry's wand pointed directly at him. Relax, I just need to talk to you, alone. He finished by looking pointedly at the girls. I can't today, sorry. Harry lowered his wand. What? Why not? Draco whined. It's important. Don't listen to him today. Hermione shook her head. I'm sure he can take the time to meet with you after lunch and before we start studying. We don't really need all that time anyway. Tonks nodded. While you're doing that, I'll take our Quidditch stuff up to the tower and Hermione can go to the library and get the books out that we'll need. But, Harry started to object before Hermione cut him off. He'll meet you in the Charms corridor at 1:30 this afternoon. Hermione told Draco with a smile and then turned to the frowning Harry. Don't look at me like that. Nothing is going to happen. That works for me, Draco said and quickly walked away. We shouldn't not be together today. Harry warned. We'll be careful. Hermione patted him on the shoulder. Now eat. We should still skip practice. Harry grumbled after swallowing a bite of yogurt. What's the worst that could happen? Tonks asked rhetorically. Someone could get hit with a practice bludger as what? And then fall from their broom and go plummeting to their death. Harry added. That has never happened in Hogwarts history. Hermione rationalized. And even if it does, you have enough tricks up your sleeve to deal with it. Tonks beamed. True. Harry conceded with a nod. Just keep your mind on the feast tonight and try not to think too much. Hermione said and then tilted her head slightly. I never thought I would say, think too much. Imperio. Imperio. Tom Riddle hissed as he hit 2 seventh-year Hufflepuffs within minutes of taking over his host, fully, for the first time. Now, here's the plan. Good hustle out there, Potter. Jeremy Michaels praised. I don't think I saw a bludger get within 10 feet of Tonks. Thanks, Cap. Harry shrugged and made his way into the showers. Is everything okay? Jeremy asked Tonks as she made her way towards the girl's side. Don't worry about it, Tonks sighed. Harry's not a fan Halloween. That's understandable. Jeremy nodded sadly. I wouldn't be too thrilled about the yearly reminder of my parents' death. Oh, I forgot about that. Tonks said shamefaced. He told us today that bad things always happen on Samhain. He would know. Jeremy shook his head. Well, go get washed up and keep an eye on him. Right. Tonks nodded once and hurried off to the shower. Nothing has happened yet. Just go. Hermione sighed. I can't wait until this day is over. You should at least have Susan and Hannah go with you. Harry pleaded. They're working on costumes for tonight. Tonks shook her head. We're not going to stop them for your paranoia. It's bad enough that you already have Blaise and Daphne watching the dungeons for anything suspicious. We have our mirrors. If something happens, we'll call you. Stop worrying, Hermione commanded. Easy for you to say. Harry muttered as the girls shoved him into the Charms corridor and left before he could object again. At the end of the hall they shared a look and simultaneously rolled their eyes. Then Hermione turned down the corridor that would take her to the library and Tonks headed up a flight of stairs towards Ravenclaw Tower. It isn't paranoia when there probably is an actual deranged spirit after you. Harry muttered and made his way to where Draco was going to meet him. He had to wait a few minutes before Draco showed up. Foolish girl, Tom thought as he silenced the second year as she made her way past him. Didn't even notice she got hit with a spell. Well, she'll notice the next one. Tom silently followed and smiled sadistically when his agent banished her into a wall. She was just starting to react when the 7th-year Hufflepuff followed up with a bone-exploding curse to her femur. Tom added a dark spell of his own while she was distracted, in Parseltongue so they wouldn't be able to reverse it, and left his man to finish the job. He was sad to miss out on witnessing the exquisite torture session, but he had places to be. I just hope Malfoy takes up enough of Potter's time. You sure they won't mind us interrupting their study session? Hannah asked dubiously. Don't worry, Susan replied casually. We only have 8 clips, it'll take like a minute for Harry to animate them. What if he doesn't know how? Hannah asked as they turned a corner and coming into view of the Hufflepuff casting at a prone figure. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The Hufflepuff looked up and saw them. Without a word he turned and ran off. Susan started to follow him while Hannah stopped to check on the victim. Susan, stop. It's Tonks. Oh Merlin. Susan gasped and ran over. Who would attack Tonks? I don't know, but we need help fast. You call Harry, I'll get Hermione, she's closer to the hospital wing than us and can get Madame Pomfrey. You're right. Susan nodded and the girls drew their mirrors. Hermione was calmly making her way through the stacks in the library picking out the ones that she and Tonks would need. Harry never seemed to need any books but he still used them. Harry had an interesting mix of arrogance and humility that would have normally annoyed Hermione, but he had the ability to back himself up. That counted for a lot. Her musing was interrupted when her pocket started vibrating. Probably Harry checking in to see if everything is okay. She thought with a small smile that disappeared when she answered and saw Hannah's face. Hermione, Tonks was attacked, she needs Madame Pomfrey. Hannah cried. I'm on my way, Hermione exclaimed and drew her wand while running towards the exit, ignoring Madame Pance's protestation. Where is she? 5th floor, towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Hannah choked. Got it, Hermione said as she got to the top of a flight of stairs. Tom had planned on this response and had the second Hufflepuff already waiting. He banished her off the top of the stairs from behind and then fled the scene. Hermione screamed as she found herself high above the stone stairs and falling fast. She curled into a ball and started praying for salvation. She barely noticed the sudden heat radiating off her wand and didn't notice the pale blue shield form around her. Stairs shattered as she hit them, but she didn't feel any pain. The last thing she saw before she lost consciousness were the fragments of the stairs landing around her at the bottom. What is it, Draco? Harry asked impatiently. I've been hoping that I wouldn't need your help with this, but this book my father gave me about the loopholes in Hogwarts rules isn't very inspiring. Draco said, brandishing the book he had been given that summer. You have one of those? Harry asked incredulously. Where did your father get it? How should I know? Draco gasped. Probably one of his connections from being on the school board. I don't even know why they wrote this. Doesn't matter, they did. But that doesn't explain what you need my help for. Harry tapped his foot. Sorry, the guys in my dorm informed me this morning that I am expected to pull a prank at the feast tonight. Draco said passively. I don't have anything prepared. You want my help pulling a prank with less than 6 hours? Harry raised an eyebrow. I thought you said it was important. It is important, Draco protested. The Gryffindors in my class look up to me now, but I'm still in a precarious position. I can't help you, not today. Figure it out. Harry suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out his mirror. Flipping it open he found Susan's panicked face looking back at him. Harry, Tonks has been attacked, Susan cried. What? Where is she? Harry demanded and started running down the corridor, Draco hot on his heels. 5th floor, halfway between your tower and the library. I'm on my way. Hurry. She's in bad shape. Draco, you don't need to come, Harry said, hoping that he would leave him alone so Harry could warp. Tonks is my cousin Harry. Draco shouted back. I'm going with you. A scream echoed through the castle and behind Susan, Hannah cried out. Hermione. Harry. Hermione was going to get Madame Pomfrey. Susan sobbed, tears rolling down her face. We have Tonks secure, go help her and get Pomfrey. Right. Harry shouted and turned a corner. He didn't notice Draco get stunned before making it to the corner, nor did he notice that someone else took up the chase. In fact, the first sign of an attack on him that Harry noticed was the sensation of 10,000 white-hot knives digging into every inch of his flesh. For the second time in as many minutes a scream echoed through the halls. Tom held the curse for as long as was safe and then stunned the boy in Parseltongue. After that he fled and hoped he could get far enough away so that his host would not be discovered. The screams alerted the entire castle to the troubles. Within a few minutes all 4 victims had been found and were being moved to the hospital wing. Hannah accompanied Tonks while Susan went to contact her aunt. Hermione, Harry and Draco were unconscious but relatively undamaged. Tonks however was in worse shape than Hannah and Susan thought. Once they arrived at the hospital wing, Hannah turned to Madame Pomfrey and asked the question that would start her down her path in life. "What can I do to help?" She didn't leave until Pomfrey ordered her to bed. Hermione woke up an hour later, just after 11 that evening. Amelia Bones showed up with several of her best Aurors. They took Susan and Hannah's statements and were beginning to search the scenes for clues when Susan asked the question that would start her down her path in life. "What can I do to help?" When Harry came to, he was in the hospital wing. Hermione was sitting next to him, eyes staring at something far away. "Hermione, where's Nim?" "Harry, you're awake." Hermione gasped and looked at him with tears in her eyes. "Where's Nim?" Harry asked again, and Hermione shifted her eyes down and away. "Severely injured then," Harry thought just as Hermione let out a loud sob. "Make that dead of dying." "I hope it's dying, I can deal with that. Dead isn't insurmountable, but it does damage a lot of plans." "Wait, I should be worrying. Damn, I'm no good at worry. Take me to her," he said shakily and stood up, grabbing his wand and holster from the bedside table. He ignored the post-cruciatus pain and pulled the curtains to the side. Sirius, Remus, Hestia and Gwynog were sitting in chairs, staring at the floor. Hestia and Gwynog were crying as well. Sirius looked up when Harry came out and met his eyes before looking to the side. Harry followed his gaze and found that he was looking at another curtained-off bed. Harry made his way over to that curtain, noting subconsciously that it was dark out now. He'd been unconscious for quite some time. He walked through with Hermione just a step behind. Andromeda and Tonks were at the foot of the bed mourning. Tonks was awake and smiled weakly. "Hey Harry." "Nim." He breathed and hurried over to her. "How are you?" "Not good," Tonks said nervously. "I'm dying, Harry. Can anything be done?" Harry asked, turning to Andromeda. "We've tried everything." Andromeda shook her head, tears running down her face. "She was hit with an organ-rotting curse that we can't break. The signature on it matches your attacker. At this point the damage is too extensive even if we could remove the curse." "Do you mind if I cast diagnostics?" Harry asked Tonks. She quickly nodded her consent. Her left femur was completely missing, as were several bones in her wand hand. Bruising covered most of her body and there were signs that Madame Pomfrey had stopped massive internal bleeding. The organ-rotting curse had already shut down her kidneys and her liver was about to fail as well. The spell's signature was unmistakable to Harry. "Parseltongue, Voldemort. I can save her." Everyone in the room suddenly gasped, including Dumbledore, Flitwick and Pomfrey, none of whom Harry had noticed yet. Andromeda was the first to speak after a tense moment of silence. "How?" "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you," Harry replied, looking at the floor. "I need everyone who isn't Nim or myself to exit the curtain before I start, for your own safety as well as secrecy." The adults looked at each other worriedly. "Mum, Dad, Hermione, get out." Tonks mo. Ned from the bed. "I trust Harry completely. If he says he can fix me, he can." The three left quickly and quietly and took up positions just outside, ready to rush in if needed. Without wasting a moment, Harry started warding the enclosed space. On the outside, Dumbledore couldn't help but be impressed at the variety and strength of Harry's spells. Slowly but surely Harry cut off every means of gathering information from the inside. Harry felt a spell, used to monitor the magical cores of patients, surround the curtain. He let it through and within moments Madame Pomfrey had a small display that showed Harry and Tonks' strength. Everyone crowded around, desperate for information. There was no need for words as they looked at the low flickering light that represented Tonks and the bright strong glow that showed Harry. It was obvious which was which. "Sorry Nim, but you can't see what I'm going to do either," Harry said sadly. "I'm going to have to stun you." "Okay." Tonks nodded and calmly watched the red light hit her. Now that she was unconscious, Harry removed the vial of elixir of life from his wand holster and poured it down her throat. Since it wasn't made from her blood, it would take a couple minutes to heal her rather than a couple seconds. This was good for Harry though, since it would give him time to remove the curse without making her worse or missing the healing. He decided to have a little fun with the core monitoring charm and started attacking the curse using only magic from his younger core. Hissing in Parseltongue, Harry started pulling the curse apart bit by bit, throwing all his magic into the effort. Outside the curtain everyone gasped as Tonks' core started getting stronger. The indicator for Harry's core started flashing back and forth between very strong and very weak as a result of Harry's two cores, Not that anyone knew that, but the professors and healers all noticed. Harry chose to use his younger core because that was the one that was connected to his body and would cause him to pass out once he exhausted it. That point was rapidly approaching, and with the last bit of that core Harry enervated Tonks. Harry sprinted out from the curtains as he wards dropped and ran into the bathroom. He slammed the door behind him and stuck his fingers down his throat to make himself loudly ill. His face was flushed and there was a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead when he left the bathroom. Andromeda was next to her daughter, casting diagnostic spells as fast as she could with a huge smile and tears of relief. Her husband was next to her with the same tears. Madame Pomfrey stepped in front of Harry and did a quick check on his core. He smiled and put a hand on her shoulder. "I'll be fine, Poppy." With that said, Harry allowed his eyes to roll into the back of his head and fell to the floor, unconscious. "Harry!" Hermione cried and ran over to him. To everyone's surprise, except her own, Tonks threw the covers off of her and jumped out of bed, tripping but recovering, and ran over to Harry too. "Get him back in bed, he's just exhausted," Madame Pomfrey ordered, still working through the shock of the moment. Andromeda approached Poppy as the girls laid Harry back in his bed. "Poppy, you know he isn't just exhausted," she said quietly. "You're right." Poppy nodded. "His core is still fluctuating. Do you have any idea why?" "No." Andromeda shook her head. "But it can't be good for him. Will he be okay?" Hermione asked as Madame Pomfrey hustled over to Harry's bed. "He said he will be." Pomfrey replied as she cast spells rapidly. "I've never seen anyone's core do this before though. Sirius, could I borrow you for a moment?" Andromeda called from Pomfrey's office. "What is it, Andy?" Sirius asked when he got to the door, and then he saw a strange man standing with her. Hi. Sirius, this is Healer Smethwick," Andromeda introduced. "He is the head of the Die Llewellyn ward." "Isn't that for the people who are dying?" Sirius asked worriedly. "Yes, but if anyone has seen a core do what Harry's is, it's him." Andromeda nodded. "I haven't heard much about the situation, but I need your permission before I can examine the patient," Healer Smethwick said professionally. "You are Mr. Potter's guardian, are you not?" "I don't understand what another healer is needed for," Sirius stated, looking plainly at Andromeda. "Poppy and I don't know what is happening right now," Andromeda said quietly. "Harry said he'd be okay, but we don't know." Poppy said he was just exhausted. Sirius frowned. "He seems to be and implied that he was, but it is like he is exhausted and perfectly normal at the same time. It's really strange." Andromeda nodded. "All right," Sirius consented. "But you're going to have to talk with him if you want to tell anyone about what you figure out." "I wouldn't have it any other way." Smethwick nodded and turned to Andromeda. "Healer Tonks, take me to the patient." "Right this way," Andromeda said politely and led him out of the office, Sirius close behind. Hermione and Tonks looked up when the adults joined them at Harry's bed. "Girls, this is Healer Smethwick, he is an expert in cases like this." "Don't worry," Smethwick said when the girls shared a look. "I'm here to learn, not because anyone is worried about Mr. Potter." "Oh." Hermione smiled with relief. "Is there anything we can do to help?" "The best thing you can do is go out to the waiting area." Smethwick smiled. "By law only healers and Mr. Black can be present for the duration." "I see." Hermione bit her lip, worried again. "Come on, Myone. We should update everyone." Tonks hooked Hermione's arm and pulled gently. "Besides, even if this guy is out to get Harry, he'll still have to go through Mum, Padfoot and Madame Pomfrey." "I guess you're right." Hermione nodded and gave all four adults a meaningful look before allowing herself to be drawn away. "That was a strange reaction," Smethwick said as Sirius pulled the curtain closed. "Both of those girls were attacked and almost killed today. Mr. Potter is their best friend and they feel safe around him. Most of the students around their age do, but not to the same degree," Madame Pomfrey said solemnly. "But we're not here to discuss their past." "Right." Smethwick nodded. "Let us get started then. Could you tell me what he did to get himself like this?" "He saved my daughter's life," Andromeda stated boldly. "We don't know how. I asked Nymphadora, but evidently she was stunned immediately and doesn't know anything either." "Well, that's not very helpful," Smethwick muttered and started casting his own spells. "You call they boys, I'll call the girls," Tonks offered as the two of them sat down. "Sounds good. You know, I'm really amazed that my mirror wasn't lost or destroyed during my fall." Hermione nodded as she took her mirror out. Wait, don't you think it is too late? They would want to know despite the fact that it is almost 1 in the morning. Tonks insisted as she flipped open her mirror. Hannah, Susan, Daphne. Right, Fred, George, Blaise. Hermione said into her mirror, and both girls made the throwing motion that would pull everyone into one conversation while they waited for responses. Did something else go wrong? Fred asked when his head appeared first, followed moments later by George. No, if anything everything went right for a change. Tonks replied happily. Tonks. Hannah questioned tiredly as she appeared. How are you feeling? Her head turned to the side. Susan, wake up. I'm up, what is it? Oh. Susan's voice was heard seconds before her head joined the rest, incidentally at the same time that Daphne arrived. Now we're just waiting for Blaise. Hermione said more to herself than anyone else. And Harry. George added. Harry is joining us, right? No. Tonks shook her head. He's unconscious. Still. Daphne asked concerned. No, again. Hermione stressed. Oh. Hey, there's Blaise. Daphne replied. Where are you two? Susan asked. Common room. Blaise said when he opened his mirror. I didn't want to wake any of the others. Daphne shrugged. Down here you don't give anyone any more information than you need to. Anyway. Hannah interjected before Blaise could add anything. How are you feeling, Tonks? Perfect. Tonks replied with a smile. Hermione and I just wanted everyone to know that Harry patched me up and that we're all going to live. What? How? Hannah exclaimed. Madame Pomfrey said there was nothing she could do. I don't know. Tonks beamed. He said it was secret. Probably some Nick stuff. I don't really care what he did though. It left him magically exhausted and there is a healer from St. Mungo's here now investigating the after effects on Harry. Hermione added. So there is nothing to worry about. Blaise asked. Nope, it's all taken care of. Tonks replied smiling. Maybe you don't have anything to worry about. Fred shook his head. But we have to worry about how to celebrate. George added. It will be All Saints' Day in the morning, can we do anything with that? I don't know, but you shouldn't be planning it where the headmaster can hear you. Hermione said quickly and looked across the room to see if Dumbledore was looking. He wasn't. Why didn't you tell us you were with people? Fred admonished. I didn't think you'd say anything. Hermione defended herself. Well then, if there is nothing else, we'll go back to our planning. George smirked. Our dear brother informed us today that all the pranks have been waiting on us. Fred explained. Can't let down the fans. What fans? Daphne drawled sardonically. Hush. Night everyone. Fred shot quickly before both he and his brother closed their mirrors and left the conversation. I'll be going too. Blaise yawned. I haven't made it to sleep yet and it has been a long, stressful day. I don't think I've ever heard him say that much all at once. Susan observed as he left too. But the boys have the right idea. I was carrying things around for my aunt since she arrived. I'm pooped. Wait, before you go, is there anything you can tell us about our attackers? Tonks asked quickly. 2 boys were found, both with evidence of the Imperius and memory charms. Susan recited. I don't remember their names, but my aunt declared them to be victims of the evening as well, and they aren't facing charges. There was something about the signatures on them too. Sorry, I can't do any better. You're half asleep, I understand. Tonks said reassuringly. Sometime this week I'd like the 5 of us girls to get together in private, to talk. The girls agreed and said goodnight. When Tonks and Hermione had closed their mirrors, Professors Flitwick and Dumbledore walked over. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he spoke. Ms. Abbott told me about those earlier. I must say, I thought she was exaggerating. You got them from Harry? Yes, sir. Hermione answered dutifully. He got them from Nick. Naturally. Dumbledore smiled. Have you used them often? Almost daily for one thing or another. Tonks nodded. Rarely for a group like that. So they're not a secret? Dumbledore asked, frowning. No. Why? Hermione replied hesitantly. It's just that if you look at the timing of the attacks and how they were pulled off, it is apparent that the attacker had planned for you to be able to communicate quickly. Dumbledore said. Harry was attacked after he changed his course. It would have been sooner or not at all if Harry hadn't been informed of your location, Ms. Granger. So it is my fault he was attacked? Hermione asked, on the verge of tears. No more than it is Ms. Tonks' fault that you were. Dumbledore shook his head. Do you know how I survived, sir? Hermione asked quietly, looking down. I have a suspicion, but now isn't the time. Albus said, nodding. I should be able to answer precisely once you submit a memory of the event for the investigation. Now, Hermione said after a deep breath. If you can, but it can wait until morning. Dumbledore smiled and quietly reached into his robes for 2 vials. Do you have a vial? Hermione asked as she drew the memory out with her wand, and placed it in the immediately offered vial. Tonks repeated the action a moment later. Thank you, girls. This will help a lot. Dumbledore tucked the vials back into his robes. I can take you up to the tower now. Flitwick offered kindly, causing both girls to look at the other with a frown. I'd like to stay here tonight. Tonks stated firmly. Me too. Hermione agreed. Madame Pomfrey has already cleared you to leave. Flitwick frowned slightly. Let me put it another way, Professor. Tonks crossed her arms. Tonight we're staying where Harry is. It's okay, Phileas. Dumbledore said with amusement. They can stay. All right, but don't get in the healer's way. Flitwick smiled. We won't. Hermione promised. It was only then that Hermione glanced over to where Remus, Hestia, Gwynog and Ted were sitting. They obviously heard everything, but Hermione was confused by the knowing smirks on the women's faces and the mischievous grin on Remus. Ted's look of concern wouldn't be out of place on any parent's face whose child just had the day Tonks did. She looked to Tonks and nodded her head towards the adults as the professors walked back to where they had been, and the 2 girls got up and rejoined the others. This is serious, serious. Madame Pomfrey said as they looked over the results of their testing. You should tell Albus, he'll know what to do. No. Harry has a right to know before Dumbledore does. Sirius shook his head firmly. But if we tell Albus now we might be able to find a way to remove that piece of soul before Harry wakes up. Pomfrey argued. What if Harry already knows about it? Sirius demanded. There might be a reason nothing has been done about it yet. He's right, madam. Smethwick said, cutting Pomfrey off. Since I've arrived his core has been getting brighter during the dull flashes and his body is perfectly stable, he should be awake by morning. This is a time where we can afford to wait for as much information as we can get before we act. Now that that's settled, Andromeda blurted, cutting Pomfrey off again, who scowled. Who do we want to talk to him about it? I think it should just be Andy and myself. Sirius stated. As his regular healer I insist on being there. Pomfrey said bitterly. Sirius looked to Andromeda with a questioning look and she nodded slightly. Fine. Healer Smethwick should be there too, Siri. Andromeda said softly. He can answer questions that we can't. All right. Sirius conceded. There is nothing we can do now though. Smethwick observed. I suggest we all go get some sleep. He's right. Sirius nodded. Poppy, alert us as soon as he wakes up. We'll all talk to him before you let Albus talk to him. All right. Poppy said and drew back the curtains. Hermione and Tonks jumped out of their seats and hurried over. So, Tonks asked her mother. Sorry, not talking about it yet. Andromeda shook her head. He should be up in the morning though. I understand. Tonks nodded. Hermione looked at her questioningly and just got a gesture that said, we'll talk about it later, in response. We're going to go, but we'll be back in the morning. Sirius said, looking from one to the other. Is there anything you two need? Both girls shook their heads and said their farewells, and as the adults were leaving, Dumbledore walked over to Madame Pomfrey. Poppy, I have given the girls my permission to stay here tonight, is that acceptable? Yes, yes. Pomfrey nodded in understanding. Before they go to sleep they can help me arrange the gifts the students sent them and Mr. Potter. Gifts? Hermione asked with a frown. Yes, get well cards and candies and such. Pomfrey replied. You all got a fair share but Mr. Potter got the most, and mostly from girls, I'm afraid. I kept everything in my office while they'd be in the way. That sounds like a splendid idea. Dumbledore blustered happily. Poppy, would you alert me the moment Harry wakes up? Yes, Headmaster. Pomfrey said with a small wince. Just as soon as Sirius gets here. I'd like to get his memory and speak with him before Mr. Black arrives, please. Dumbledore twinkled. I'm sorry, Albus, but Sirius specifically requested that you not do that. Pomfrey shook her head, causing Dumbledore to frown for a second. I see. Dumbledore said and forced a smile. Well then, I'll see you all in the morning. I'll be going too. Flitwick said and stood up. Good night, professors. Hermione said sweetly. All right girls, pick your beds, Pomfrey said as she turned towards her office. I'll get the boxes of things and you two can arrange them and then go to sleep. Yes ma'am, they chorused. When Pomfrey returned from her office she wasn't surprised to see that Tonks had chosen the bed on Harry's left and Hermione took the one to his right. What did surprise her though was that they were levitating the beds closer together, and with a great deal of skill. She rolled her eyes and floated the 3 boxes over to the beds and set them down at the foot of each bed as the girls finished moving their beds. Hermione looked to Pomfrey and smiled sheepishly while Tonks merely shrugged. Pomfrey smiled at them. Just leave enough room for me to get between the beds you two. People sent us all of that? Tonks asked incredulously as she looked at the boxes for the first time. Yes, and you should thank Ms. Abbott for separating them for you. She did it while she wasn't running for this or that for me. Pomfrey laughed. Would you like help going through this? No thank you. Hermione turned her down brightly. We could use some time to just talk between the two of us. All right. Call me if you need anything, Pomfrey said and turned back towards the office. I'm going to turn the lights off in half an hour whether you're finished or not. Good night girls. Good night Madam Pomfrey, Hermione said. The girls immediately started in on Harry's box as Pomfrey's door closed. Hey, the twins sent a bouquet of chicken feathers. Look at this thing. What do you think it is? Tonks laughed as she pulled out what appeared to be a rune covered with bright blue flowers. Her face fell when she saw the tag. Oh, it's from Luna. Been it. Hermione looked torn for a moment before slowly nodding. And anything from Ginny. Right. Tonks nodded and tossed the flower rune thing into the garbage can. All is fair in love and war. Exactly. Hermione nodded again but still looked unsure, but just decided to change topic. So what did your mum mean? Just the standard healer-patient confidentiality. Tonks said as she checked the tag on a box of chocolates. She nodded and set them next to the feathers. Saying that she wasn't going to talk about it means that there is something to talk about but she isn't allowed to. It is something that will be addressed at some point though. She would have said, nothing to worry about. Or, everything is taken care of. Or something like that if they didn't find anything. Oh, Hermione said softly. So should we be worried? No, she was more confused than concerned. Tonks looked over at Hermione and smiled reassuringly. That's good. Hermione smiled back. So how do you really feel? Great. Tonks squeaked. Harry healed everything. Even that bruise from when I walked into the door last week. Hermione laughed. I still haven't figured out how you managed that one. I was distracted. Tonks whined. By what? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Harry. Tonks grinned. And when you tripped on the way up from potions? Hermione asked coyly. Harry was climbing the stairs right in front of me. It isn't my fault that I thought about hippogriff-shaped birthmarks. Tonks cried playfully. Oh, and when you tripped after we got to the bottom of the stairs on Thursday. Hermione snickered. Harry is very distracting for me okay. Tonks sighed in exasperation. Hey this card is signed, Love Padma, what do you think? Leave it, I'm pretty sure she's harmless. Hermione shrugged. It is a fairly common way to sign things anyway. True. So how about you? Tonks smiled maliciously. I've noticed that sometimes in class you stop taking notes for several minutes and stare blankly. You've been daydreaming. So. Hermione avoided Tonks' eyes. So what have you been thinking about so much? Tonks raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Hermione stated haughtily. I admitted my distraction, it's only fair that you admit it too. Tonks giggled. It isn't like we're hiding anything from each other. Fine, I've been daydreaming about Harry. Happy. Hermione rolled her eyes and picked up another card. Very. Tonks smiled smugly. Wow, this card is tacky. Hermione shook her head sadly. And I haven't even opened it yet. Tonks coughed when she started to laugh as she looked over and saw the card. The front was black and emerald green swirls dotted with gold stars, obviously homemade. Hermione cringed a couple of times as she read what was written inside before smiling evilly when she got to the name. Without a word she handed it to Tonks. It's from Ginny, read it. Tonks looked down and read one of the worst poems she had ever seen. Fresh pickled toads. I don't know, maybe we should let Harry see this. I mean, it isn't going to help her. I'm rather amazed that she didn't second guess herself on it. Hermione muttered. Maybe she was trying to make it bad, as a joke or something. She grew up with the twins, there is no way that she would make a joke this poorly. Tonks shook her head. I think this was just a bad idea. Right. Hermione nodded. So keep it or bin it. Tough choice. Tonks chewed her lip. Let's leave it until the end and decide then. All right. Hermione replied, and the two of them sorted candy for a few minutes in silence. So what do you want to talk to the girls about? Oh, that. Tonks said blankly. I think I might owe Harry a life debt for this. I believe Susan and Daphne will know a bit about them, and this way I don't have to go to Hestia, Gwen, or worse, my mum, so if I'm wrong it won't be brought up at family parties for the next several decades. I see. Hermione trailed. So why did you include myself and Hannah then? I didn't want to leave you two out. Tonks shrugged, but Hermione grinned. I can't tell you how much hearing someone say that means to me. Hermione said emotionally. Really? Tonks asked, concerned. Yay, I didn't have very many friends before I came here. Hermione shrugged. No one was ever concerned about whether or not I felt left out. You'll never have to worry about that here. Tonks smiled. We'll look out for you. Thanks, Hermione said as she took another box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans out of Harry's box. Last one. Yup, that means. Both girls looked to Ginny's card and burst out laughing. Leave it, we should definitely leave it. Yay, Hermione gasped as she tried to control herself. After Tonks set the card with the rest of them, the two girls opened their own boxes. With a dismissive shrug they both closed them, and a few minutes later they were climbing into their chosen beds. After Madame Pomfrey checked on them and wished them both a good night, the lights went out and they were left to fall asleep. In the dark, Tonks silently reached out and took one of Harry's hands with one of her own. Lucius, I'm glad you could make it. Barty Crouch smiled as he opened the door for Lucius Malfoy. I must admit, I was surprised that you would invite me over for Halloween dinner. Lucius said cordially as he hung his cloak on the hook by the door. Yes, there will be time for that later. Crouch nodded and led Lucius through the house. There was a younger man sitting at the dining room table waiting for them. I believe you know my son, Barty Jr. Lucius froze in place in the doorway. But, you're supposed to be dead. He stuttered in confusion. It's good to see you too, Lucius. Barty Jr. drawled from the table and motioned for Lucius to take a seat. If you must know, my death was faked and I escaped with the help of my loving father. I've kept him hidden under the Imperious curse since then. Barty Sr. said proudly. Only one person ever discovered the truth and I took care of her. So why are you telling me? Lucius asked suspiciously and slowly sat down. What changed? Our master found me and freed me by taking up a semi-permanent residence in my father. Barty Jr. laughed and was soon joined by his father. And I don't have enough free will left to do anything unless the Dark Lord commands me. Barty Sr. beamed. The Dark Lord is here. Lucius demanded and jumped to his feet. He's possessing you. Not at the moment, Lucius. A cold whisper came from behind Lucius, causing him to shiver slightly. My lord, Lucius cried as he turned and knelt, Voldemort's disembodied form only causing him a moment's surprise. Rise, Lucius. Tell me, what have you been doing in my absence? The wraith hissed, in English. Why weren't you searching for me? My lord, I was securing my political and financial base so that I could support your inevitable return. Lucius said pleadingly. I also released the diary at Hogwarts according to your instruction. I was told that the basilisk was destroyed. What is Tom planning? Voldemort pressed. I don't know, my lord. I told him about the basilisk, but he told me to send him anyway, and that he would come up with something while he was there. Lucius frowned. I think he said something about the Forbidden Forest and something hidden inside. I see. Voldemort whispered contemplatively. I am going to require a meeting with Tom. See if you can arrange that between Senior here and Tom's host. I can do that, my lord. Barty Sr. blurted. I just need to know who the host is. Lucius grinned broadly and told them. Voldemort then floated off to get a plan prepared while the other three ate dinner and discussed how to get a meeting without arousing the host's suspicion. Wonder how everything resolved itself. Harry thought curiously as he woke up the next morning. Already light out, no one here but the beds next to me were used. Harry climbed out of bed and stretched tiredly when he saw the stack of gifts. Without a second thought he scanned them once for traps, just in case. He could hear water running in the bathroom as he walked around, trying to work the post-cruciatus pain out of them. As Harry was nearing the far side of the room, Hermione's laughter echoed out of the bathroom, slightly garbled. Hermione. That's disgusting. Tonks, voice shouted a moment later. Harry could hear her giggling though. It's your fault, Nim. Why did you surprise me with that if you weren't trying to make me laugh? Hermione retorted grumpily. Excuse me. Tonks laughed, pretending to be offended. How is it my fault that you can't control your impulses? Whatever, just help me clean the toothpaste off the mirror. Hermione grumbled. Why do you even use that stuff at all? Tonks grumbled right back. We have charms for that. My parents are dentists, they wouldn't approve and then it'd get ugly. Hermione replied with a loud sigh. Never get a dentist going on a lecture about oral infections. Seriously, worst form of punishment in the history of everything. They have pictures too. Harry laughed as he stretched his left arm over his head and a flash of blue caught his eye. A moment later he was standing over the trash can holding Luna's gift. I wonder what this rune means. Harry wondered as he checked the tag. Luna made it. Of course, I probably won't be able to figure out what it is supposed to be without just asking her point blank. This is clearly at a different level than the other gifts, wonder how it landed in the trash. I still don't see what was so funny. Tonks said casually as she and Hermione walked out of the bathroom. Harry looked up from the gift and saw that Tonks had grown a duck bill. Harry laughed and both girls jumped and turned to face him. Both of their faces fell guiltily when they saw what Harry was holding and Tonks shifted back to normal. Oh, I see, Harry thought. Harry, you're awake. Hermione stammered. We can explain that. Tonks flinched when Hermione spoke. Harry frowned and shook his head. They threw away Luna's gift to me. Don't bother. I know exactly what happened. You do? Tonks asked meekly, expecting to be yelled at. Of course. A house elf must have thought it was trash and threw it away. Harry smiled. It's really rather sweet. Maybe the sweetest thing anyone's done for me. Unless they have something against her beyond that she is a girl in my general vicinity. I can understand overprotective friends, but Luna isn't even coming on to me or anything. Maybe she talked differently up in the dorms or something. With a shrug Harry dropped it back in the trash. Who knows what has been in that trash can? Right. Tonks agreed nervously, but happy for an easy excuse and happier that Harry didn't want the flower rune. Hermione didn't trust herself to talk, so she just smiled and nodded. Marnie, Harry called. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Marnie asked as he popped into the room. Could you please take all of my gifts up to my bed? Harry asked politely. Yes, sir. Marnie saluted and disappeared along with all of the presents from the table. Harry scrutinized the trash can for a moment before vanishing the entire contents. There, now then, who is up for some breakfast? It is still breakfast time, right? Madame Pomfrey will want to know you're awake. Some healers including Nim's mum need to talk to you. Hermione shook her head. Then I'm sure Dumbledore will want to speak with you. Right, cover your ears. Harry took a deep breath as the girls clamped their hands over their ears and then Harry yelled. Madame Pomfrey, Harry Potter has left the wing, I'll be back after I eat. No, wait, Madame Pomfrey shouted from deeper in the wing. Let's go. Harry put an arm around each girl's waist and led them out of the wing. Harry, we can't. Hermione resisted half-heartedly. It isn't safe. Tonks whispered and squirmed as close to Harry as humanly possible. If I'm right about who I think attacked us, he won't be able to again for a while. If I'm wrong, then the attacker, if they even know you two are okay, wouldn't be expecting us to show up for breakfast. Harry quickly transfigured the hospital gown he was wearing into sweatpants and a t-shirt. If we act like nothing has happened, their morale will plummet. But you should still wait until a healer clears you. Hermione said sternly as they left. There is nothing wrong with me. Harry shrugged. I told Pomfrey I'd be fine last night. No, they just want to ask questions, and questions can wait. If you're sure. Hermione frowned. I'm sure. Harry smiled and both girls soon nodded. So, you think you know who did this? Tonks asked curiously. Yes, how did you know? Harry's surprise was evident in his voice. How did I know what? Tonks frowned. Who I was going to say was behind it. Harry replied. But, I don't know. Tonks muttered in confusion. You know who? Hermione said triumphantly a second later and then gasped and pulled herself into Harry's side. Are you serious? Tonks shivered. Yes, but like I said, if it was him he won't be able to try again for a while. Harry squeezed them both reassuringly. It takes a lot of effort to control someone else's body and he is currently limited to possession. He won't be able to try again before Christmas probably, and that's enough time to prepare. How are we supposed to prepare for him? Tonks asked, voice thick with worry. As a group, of course. Harry said brightly. I'll explain more thoroughly later, when we have the whole group. Oh, okay. Hermione murmured quietly. Is the headmaster going to help? Don't know yet, haven't asked. Harry laughed. If he does, cool, if he doesn't, oh well. You should ask. Tonks begged. I will. Harry nodded. But I'm going to eat first and talk to Padfoot and the healers if I have to. So you have a plan? Tonks asked. Yes I do. Harry nodded as he pushed his way into the Great Hall. There are some holes that need to be filled, but I think it is fairly solid. Wake up, you two. Daphne hissed and jabbed George in the side with her elbow while Blaise was doing the same to Fred. Whu. George yawned. They're here. Blaise whispered. What? Already? Fred sat up suddenly, wide awake. George, wake up. Is it time? George mumbled, drawing his wand. You two are idiots for staying up all night. Hannah smiled and sipped her pumpkin juice. You won't be saying that in a few minutes when Harry declares us his best friends. Fred said smugly. George sat silently for a few seconds before Fred turned to him expectantly. Oh, that was my cue. What he said. Stop wasting time, Fred said shortly. Trigger your half. Fred stood up suddenly and cast a spell into the air. George followed him half a second behind and cast a spell towards Harry. They both felt slightly bad when Hermione and Tonks screamed a little and Harry cast a quick shield around the trio. The twins shrugged it off though as a spotlight lit the three Ravenclaws, making sure no one didn't notice their arrival. The sound of trumpets filtered in from above as confetti started falling. Finally a banner unfurled behind the staff table and drifted down from where the enchanted ceiling hid it. Congratulations on not dying, Harry read cynically before laughing. With that the tension broke and laughter started throughout the whole room. There they are, Fred bellowed from where he was standing on top of the table. You can beat them, George shouted from next to him. You can throw them downstairs. Fred continued. But you will not, George started. Cannot, Fred corrected. Break them. They finished together with a grand gesture. The whole room now turned their attention from the twins to the trio. Tonks squeaked and hid behind Harry. Hermione buried her face in his shoulder and he just waved meekly to the crowd. The applause was thunderous. Enough, Dumbledore shouted over the din, smiling politely. We're all glad to have Mr. Potter, Ms. Tonks and Ms. Granger back amongst us. Even I wasn't aware that they had been released from the hospital yet. Nevertheless, it is breakfast and I'm sure these three have quite an appetite after their ordeal, so please refrain from questioning them for now. Thank you, Headmaster, Harry called back, to which Dumbledore merely waved dismissively. Harry then lowered his voice until it could only be heard by the girls and motioned for them to continue moving towards the table. That went well. Come on. Just as the three of them got to the table where the rest of the court was sitting, George was setting his head back down on a loaf of bread, hoping to drift off again. Fred, however, seemed to be tired but relatively awake. Hermione looked back and forth between the two for a second as she sat down. What's up with him? She asked Fred. We were up all night setting up the fanfare. George took care of the banner and the confetti, I did the light and music. Fred shrugged. Little guy just couldn't take it, he's more worn out than he has rights to be. Wouldn't the banner and confetti take significantly more effort, seeing as how they are physical objects? Hermione frowned. Yup. Fred grinned. George lost a bet so I made him do the hard work. That's horrible, Hermione complained as everyone else laughed. Thanks for the intro though. Certainly beat stares and quiet whispers. Harry grinned. Can you guys fill me in on what's been happening outside the hospital wing though? Well, from the start, Harry, you and Draco were discovered by Ginny Weasley. She says she was just wandering, thinking, when she heard Hermione scream, started that way and then heard you scream closer. She didn't see anything, Susan recited. Hermione was found by Professor Lockhart moments before Madame Pomfrey arrived there, on her way to Tonks. At about the same time Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall arrived where we were and they took Tonks. Hannah went with them while I split off and called my aunt. They arrived a few minutes later and I spent the rest of the evening assisting my aunt. Marcus Aubrey and Elias Bishop, 7th year Hufflepuffs, were found under memory charms and the Imperious Curse. Marcus was forced to attack Tonks and Elias was forced to attack Hermione. The third assailant's magical signature was foreign to everyone, and that was the one who attacked you, Harry, and their signature was also on Tonks. Tonks was the worst off by far. Hannah started when Susan stopped. Madame Pomfrey said that there were 3 fatal if not treated wounds in addition to the curse they couldn't remove. I spent 2 hours running around fetching potions and texts for her. It didn't take long for it to get out who was attacked, and by the time I was done running for things there was a pile of gifts. 2 Aurors sorted them out, food and non-food, and scanned them separately before passing them to me to sort by recipient. Luna's gift threw them for a loop. Even after it registered as non-magical, it was still a rune they didn't know. And that was after they stopped arguing over whose responsibility it was. Why were they arguing over that? Hermione cut in. It was clearly non-food. Well, she connected all of those flowers to the base with one single, really long strand of licorice wrapped tightly around the base. Hannah sighed. It is honestly like she was trying to make sure Harry never received it. I did that until curfew when Madame Pomfrey sent me to bed. While that was happening, the rest of us were filing through one at a time, each casting one spell so the Aurors could check our signatures. Fred added. The Slytherins were checked first. Blaise grumbled. How did the Slytherins react to the news anyway? Harry asked. A few of them were boastful, but none of them had anything to support them. Blaise shrugged. I don't think any of them knew it was going to happen. Most of what I heard was just people complaining that you didn't die. Daphne added, nodding. Well, it is a shame he didn't die. A feminine sneer behind them heralded the arrival of Pansy, and wherever she is not was first. Do you think you'll get so lucky next time, Potter? Not taunted as Harry turned to face them. Why do you think there will be a next time? Harry asked coldly. Someone made it this far just to attack you. Sure, they failed, but they escaped unrecognized. They'll be back. Not said smugly. That's not likely. Susan shook her head. Once it was determined that the assailant was no longer in the castle, a perimeter was set up. No one will get in or out without them knowing. We'll see about that. Nod laughed and spun on his heel and stalked off. Pansy followed a moment later. They say you got hit with the cruciatus. Tracy addressed Harry as she hung back. That's right, Harry said sharply with a nod. That's rough. Tracy gave a small encouraging smile and spun to go rejoin her friends. That was weird, Tonks observed neutrally as she left. Yay, anyway, while the other houses were getting their signatures checked, George and I were using the original map to look for anyone who wasn't complying or going down a secret passage. Fred continued. We don't know if anyone other than us knows about the passage to Honeyduke's cellar. We haven't told anyone yet though. We'll tell Dumbledore later when we meet with him. Harry assured. I'm fairly certain he is aware of it though. Speaking of whom, Hannah muttered. He's walking over here. Good morning, Headmaster. Harry greeted as Dumbledore walked over. Good morning, Harry. Dumbledore smiled. I was wondering if you could accompany me to my office after you're finished eating. I'm sorry, Headmaster. Hermione as Harry opened his mouth to answer. You heard Sirius yesterday. Harry is supposed to talk to the healers first. You haven't done that yet. Dumbledore asked, surprised. No, we just left. Harry shrugged. I told Madame Pomfrey that I would be back after I ate. And she just let you go? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. No, I expect her to come bustling in any second now with Padfoot and healers in tow. Harry smirked. Hospital food isn't as good as the real stuff though. I see. Dumbledore nodded. You shouldn't leave the hospital before you're released though. Why can't anyone just accept that I know when I'm hurt and when I'm fine? Harry sighed. Because you aren't trained. Tonks piped up. Blah blah training sh meaning. Harry fluttered his hand, earning a stern look from Hermione, Hannah and Dumbledore. Anyway, I need to stop talking so I can finish eating before Madame Pomfrey summons the troops. All right, I'll let you eat. Just come see me as soon as you can. Dumbledore chuckled and walked away. Sure enough, when Harry was halfway through a peach a couple minutes later, Madame Pomfrey bustled in with Sirius, Andromeda and healer Smethwick close behind her. Harry waved them over and turned back to his peach. Sirius' eyes were laughing as they approached, but Pomfrey looked offended. Mr. Potter, why, pray tell, are you not currently in your bed? I was hungry. Harry replied nonchalantly and pointed to Smethwick. Who's that guy? You could have gotten food in the hospital wing. Pomfrey argued. And this is healer Smethwick from St. Mungo's. But I couldn't get the atmosphere. Studies show that atmosphere plays a significant role in your dining experience. Harry's serious response drew a laugh from Sirius. Be that as it may, I need to check you over before I can condone your presence anywhere other than the hospital. Pomfrey crossed her arms. I'm almost done. Harry slowly took a bite out of his peach. Just bring it with you. Pomfrey cried. You're not going to be able to come up with anything I haven't already heard, probably from your father at that. Well, like father like son. Don't tell Snape I said that. Harry looked around worriedly. He's already eager to strap any of my father's flaws on me. I'll tell him if you're not finished eating in 4 seconds. Pomfrey tapped her foot. That's blackmail. Harry objected. So, Pomfrey replied, who is going to care? It isn't like I'm trying to get you to do something unreasonable, nor is it a terrible secret. Fair enough. Harry looked thoughtful for a second before standing up and dropping his peach pit after taking the final bite. Fred, wake George up, then the two of you should escort Susan to contact her aunt and meet the rest of us at the hospital. Right. Fred agreed. What should I tell her? Susan asked eagerly. Why is everyone coming? Pomfrey asked with a frown. When I'm done with you guys I have a meeting with Dumbledore and they're going to be there with me too. Padfoot, you should attend as well. Hopefully Madam Bones will join us for that, which is what I want you to ask Susan. Harry explained. Let's go. Why didn't you help Poppy? Smethwick asked Andromeda in a whisper. I've heard tales about Harry's antics all summer. Andromeda whispered back as the group, minus the Weasleys and Susan, headed towards the door. Don't fault me for wanting to witness some of them. So what do we have to talk about? Harry asked brightly as the group walked into the hospital. Harry, it is something we think you should know about before sharing with your friends. Sirius said, looking nervously at Harry's friends. Right, excuse us please. Harry said, turning to the others before walking away with the healers. Once it was just Harry, the healers and Sirius. Sirius cast privacy wards around them. So we know that we cannot ask you what you did. Andromeda started. That's not what this is about. After the event, you displayed a rare magical symptom. My core was flashing hot and cold, right? Harry asked with a roll of his eyes. Right. That's where I came in. Smethwick said. You know I'm from St. Mungo's, but more specifically from the Dangerous Wing. We see a lot of strange phenomenon there. We've only ever seen a flashing core minutes before a patient dies though, and even then only once in a while. Naturally, a normal human body cannot take the stress and eventually gives out. Harry agreed. Right, but you didn't. Pomfrey frowned. Do you know why? Do you? Harry asked hesitantly. Yes, it would seem that your core is split in half and the fluctuation was just the spell detecting them one at a time. Andromeda smiled. Correct. Harry beamed. What we don't understand is where the piece of a foreign soul came from. Smethwick supplied bluntly. Or if we should remove it. Shit, overplayed this one. Harry thought ruefully. I'm afraid that is classified, but I'm currently using it and removing it at the moment would cause the halves of my core to pull farther and farther apart, eventually leaving me a squib or dead. Harry, I don't like the idea someone else's soul roaming around your head. Sirius worried. Don't worry. I have it under control and I'm going to get rid of it as soon as I can safely join the halves of my core back together. Harry smiled reassuringly. I can look into that if you'd like. Smethwick offered. So long as you don't tell anyone who you're working for. Harry nodded. I would be happy to accept your help. I'd like Andy to assist you. Sirius said bluntly. Fine. Smethwick agreed instantly and Andromeda nodded. If that is settled, do you need anything else from me? Harry asked impatiently. Just final checks and I'll give you clearance to leave. Pomfrey said as she started walking around him casting her standard spells. She was finished after just longer than a minute. All right, Mr. Potter. You seem perfectly back to normal. You may leave whenever you wish. Thank you, Madam Pomfrey. Harry smiled. We could have had that done with earlier if you hadn't left. Pomfrey said pointedly. Or if you had just believed me. Harry grinned. We're all done here, you go see the headmaster. Pomfrey smiled, having stopped being truly mad at Harry when they were leaving the Great Hall. Excellent. Harry clapped his hands together. Coming, Padfoot. Right behind you, Harry. Sirius followed, dropping the wards in the process. What was that about? Tonks asked as they joined the rest. They were just telling me things I already knew. Harry shrugged. So, Off to unbalance Dumbledore. He's already fairly unbalanced. Blaise sneered. I'll admit that that is true. Harry conceded. I mean more directly and less mentally insane like. Are you going to be mean? Hermione asked with crossed arms. I wouldn't consider it mean, no. Harry shook his head and started towards the door. I'm just not going to let him be in control of everything. Mr. Potter, it is good to see you up. Madame Bones called as she walked up with the twins and Susan. Ah, Madame Bones, how lovely to see you again. Harry greeted. Are you ready to go see Dumbledore? Lead the way. Amelia motioned and Harry continued along down the hall with Amelia falling in at his left side. This displaced Tonks, but she just moved over and was between but one step behind Harry and Hermione. Move, Harry said rudely when they got to the Guardian Gargoyle, which to Amelia's surprise, jumped out of the way hastily. Harry saw her confused look and smiled apologetically. Force yourself through violently enough and it won't be inclined to repeat the event. I see. Amelia replied with a curt smile as Harry started up the stairs. Ah, Mr. Potter, thank you for Madame Bones, this is a surprise. Ms. Tonks and Ms. Granger as well. Dumbledore's frown got deeper as each member of the group joined them in the office and Dumbledore greeted them all. I guess I wasn't clear. This was supposed to be a private meeting, Mr. Potter. Well, I think they should be here for what I have to discuss with you. Harry insisted. Please, go on. Dumbledore motioned with his hand. I guess the place to start, Headmaster, is with a question. Harry was looking forward to this reaction. Have you ever heard of a Horcrux? Harry, this is not something to talk about in front of so many people. Dumbledore said, panicked. The thing is that before he was destroyed, Voldemort made 3. Harry was pleased with how few of his friends flinched. What? Dumbledore's face grew ashen as all of the blood rushed out. I'm sorry, what's a Horcrux? Sirius interjected. Dark magic immortality device. Harry said bluntly. Anchors you to this dimension in case you are separated from your body. That is fairly accurate, if detail-free. Dumbledore nodded sadly. Even the knowledge of their existence is restricted. Back to the point though, one of the 3 is here at Hogwarts. Harry listened to the gasps around him. I believe it was used to possess the 3rd assailant. Do you have any proof? Madame Bones asked intently. Both Nim and myself were cursed in Parseltongue. Which is why no one could identify it. The magic of the language prevents it from happening. Harry explained. Aside from myself, the only other known Parselmouth in recent English history has been Voldemort and his maternal family, a family which he destroyed early in his career. So you were able to heal Ms. Tonks with Parcel magic? Dumbledore asked skeptically. I wasn't aware that that particular art was connected to healing magic. It isn't. Harry shook his head. I used Parcel magic to remove the curse, but there was nothing Parcel about the healing at all. Interesting. Madame Bones commented as she wrote on a pad of paper. Do you know how to find this Horcrux? Unfortunately, it seems to have discovered a way to avoid my detection. The Horcrux is intelligent and probably has some way for direct interface between itself and its host. Harry explained. It is probably something small and something that isn't normally worn, so no rings, necklaces, hats or crowns. If it was one of those things I would have been able to detect it. That's why you were asking about the diplomat bag. Hermione squeaked victoriously. Yes it was. Harry nodded, smiling. So what do you intend for us to do? Dumbledore asked. Well, first of all we need to find a way to mitigate whatever is preventing me from finding it. Then we have to find it and remove it from its host's control and destroy it. Why isn't Nick helping? Dumbledore smirked. Finally a weakness in that group. They're testing me this year. After next year I am going to be on my own unless everything falls beyond hope. Harry shook his head again. How sure are you that it is in a diplomat bag? Amelia asked. About as sure as I can be without actually knowing anything. Harry admitted. I haven't seen it nor do I know who has it, but I'm not planning on giving him the time to build up enough influence over his host to try and kill Hermione or Tonks ever again. I can assign a team to look into the bags and see if we can find anything. Amelia sighed. I don't know what else I can do until we find the Horcrux. Although maybe your memory of the attack will show the host's face. We can only hope so. Harry drew the memory out of his mind and placed it in the vial Dumbledore had automatically retrieved from his desk. Here are the memories from Ms. Granger and Ms. Tonks as well. Dumbledore smiled and added their vials to Harry's before handing them all to Amelia. Speaking of memories, sir, did you figure out what I did? Hermione asked nervously. Yes, Ms. Granger. The phenomenon is called Newton's armor. Amelia and Harry both gasped. It is the only known ability that emerges only through accidental magic after the caster has had training. Most of the time, however, it is later in life. Barnabas Gudgeon was the first to discover it in the Third Goblin War when an enemy giant hit him with a club and propelled him across the battlefield until he struck a stone wall. Instead of killing him, he reported a sudden pull on his magic, which heated his wand up and protected him with a thin blue covering over his body. He was left completely uninjured but magically exhausted. But Albus, Amelia protested. She's just a girl. Newton's armor has never appeared before the caster's 25th birthday. She does spend a lot of time with Harry though. Susan piped up. If anything is going to change the rules of the world. And needless to say, she is now the exception to the rule. Dumbledore smiled sagely. So what do I do from here? Hermione asked curiously. I would like to be able to do that whenever I want. And you will be able to, eventually. Dumbledore encouraged. Shield charms are the starting point in the training. I can have Professor Lockhart give you instruction if you wish. That isn't necessary. Harry cut in. I can teach her. I was planning on training these 8 anyway. You were? Dumbledore asked. What are you going to teach them? How to fight. Harry said casually. Offense and defense, tactics and strategy, and most importantly, we're going to make sure everyone is as resourceful as possible. That is a good idea. Amelia smiled. It is. Dumbledore agreed thoughtfully. Is there anything else? Harry pressed. Not unless you've changed your mind about the secrecy around the spell you used to heal Ms. Tonks. Dumbledore said hopefully. Sorry sir, but that spell doesn't exist, if you know what I mean. I understand. Dumbledore nodded. I'll just have to get it some other time, when there are no witnesses. The group finished their conversation with Amelia delegated to find information on the bags. Dumbledore was going to search for better information on Horcruxes. The children left after warning Dumbledore about the passage to Honeydukes, and he confirmed that he was already aware of it. 10 minutes later, after everyone left, Dumbledore flew the hospital wing and called Madame Pomfrey up to his office. He offered her a lemo drop as she arrived a few minutes later, which she turned down. Ah, Poppy my dear. Could you please tell me about Harry's condition over last night? I can't tell you much, sir. Sirius made sure of that. Poppy sighed. Oh, well, tell me what you can. Dumbledore said as he cast a loyalty charm at her silently from under the desk. All right. Poppy's voice was slightly glazed over, a side effect of refreshing the charms. It would be gone before she left, and she started detailing everything they had learned about Harry in the last 24 hours, leaving absolutely nothing out. Elsewhere in the castle, Tom Riddle raged inside the mind of his host, his influence too weak right now for his host to have even noticed the drastically different emotions. So, training? Tonks asked, intrigued, as the group arrived back in the Great Hall, meeting with the healers and Dumbledore having taken up the whole morning. Do tell. Well, at the start it will just be basic, shields and low-level offense spells as well as physical conditioning and agility. Later we'll discuss whether we want to train as individuals or as a team and figure out specific plans for everyone. Harry shrugged. Fairly normal approach. I've been meaning to start working out here for a while anyway. Work out? Daphne asked skeptically. Yay. The girls are all starting our prime growing periods, as are the twins. Harry and Blaise will be soon too. Biologically speaking, this is the best time to start. Hermione interjected with a nod. And besides, physical strength probably increases magical strength too. A few of the others nodded, but Harry shook his head. No, sorry. They're separate systems. It'd be like push-ups making your hearing better, you know. So what's the point then? Daphne frowned, crossing her arms. The best defense against hostile spells is simply to not be there when they land. Harry stated bluntly. If you have the endurance and are good enough at dodging, you can let your opponents exhaust themselves before you cast your first spell. I can prove it tonight if you wish. Harry smirked. Where? George asked. We've looked, there aren't that many suitable rooms. The professors frown on using the ones that they have classes in because that invariably messes something up. Fred nodded. Most of the unused rooms are used for storage or really small. Anyone up for an exploratory investigation of the Chamber of Secrets? Harry grinned. And there goes the owl requesting the form I need to request a meeting with the Office of Diplomats at the ICW that I need to request a hearing to determine whether or not a specialist will come help try to find an errant diplomat bag. Dumbledore thought miserably and he watched an owl disappear into the distance. Bureaucracy at its finest. Should have an answer by February. Dumbledore moved to his desk and poured himself a cup of tea. There is nothing more I can do about that though. What am I going to do about Harry though? From what Poppy said, there is a piece of a foreign soul in him. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock on the door. Come in, he called distractedly. Good afternoon, Albus. Lockhart said grandiosely. How can I help you, Gilderoy? Albus asked genially. There is a good chance that it came from Voldemort. I mean, where else could it come from? I've had the most wonderful idea, Albus. Lockhart grinned. I just wanted to run it by you before I proceeded. Go on. Albus replied blandly. If it is a piece of Voldemort's soul though, it probably means it is a Horcrux. Well, I was thinking, since it is my job to make sure the students are capable of defending themselves, and since there was just a horrendous attack on said students, I'm not working to the best of my abilities. Horcruxes can't be destroyed without destroying the vessel. The problem is obvious though. Gilderoy paused for effect. What's that? Dumbledore asked when he realized Gilderoy was waiting for a reply and Dumbledore didn't know what he'd been asked. Can't he tell this is a bad time to be bugging me about something trivial? I'm trying to figure out how to find whomever Voldemort is possessing for Merlin's sake. I don't have enough time with them. Lockhart threw his hands in the air emphatically. Of course. Dumbledore nodded. Anyway, Poppy said that Harry claimed that not only did GNICC know about the soul, they were using it to hold his magic together, I believe she said. My solution is just as obvious. Gilderoy smirked. Is it now? Dumbledore continued, feigning interest. It is going to need to be dealt with eventually, but Harry said there were three. If one is Harry and the other is whatever is in the castle, then there is still a third that is unknown. Yes it is. Lockhart laughed. Quite obvious. You see, we merely need to start a club so that the students can practice more than class time allows. Very true. Dumbledore chuckled. Finding the one that is already here is the first priority, but then I'll have to start looking back into everything I have on Voldemort/Tom Riddle and try to confirm the three Horcrux theory and try to figure out what they are. So I was thinking maybe one night a week I'll host a dueling club in the Great Hall. Lockhart summed up and ran his hand through his hair. You want to start a dueling club? Dumbledore finally caught the conversation. That is going to be a disaster. With your blessing, of course. Gilderoy nodded. Are you sure you're capable of doing it on your own? Dumbledore asked skeptically. Of course I am. Gilderoy looked offended. I am a more than capable duelist. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. It's just that there will likely be a large number of students in attendance, more than any class you've had. Dumbledore gestured passively. Perhaps you should ask Severus or Filius for assistance, at least until you know what to expect. And with any luck they'll keep everyone alive. Ah, yes, of course. Gilderoy nodded. I've taken the liberty of preparing a few plans, if you'd like to take a look at them. No thank you, I'm sure they're fine. Dumbledore rolled his eyes. So long as either Severus or Filius is on board, the planning can be left up to you. You're the headmaster. Gilderoy nodded his agreement. Is there anything else? Dumbledore asked after Lockhart hadn't said anything for a long moment. No, I guess not. Lockhart shrugged and stood up. Have a nice day, Albus. You too, Gilderoy. Dumbledore nodded as Lockhart left the office. With a sigh he got up and wandered over to his personal library. Now what was that book on soul magic called again? How did you even find this? Hermione asked as the sink in Myrtle's bathroom opened up. Nick followed Quirrell last year, remember? He went down this way. Harry shrugged. It wasn't hard for him to figure out that the password was in Parseltongue. So, who is going first? Hannah asked timidly. Ladies first. Blaise suggested coyly. Not me. Hannah shook her head vehemently. Not in a million years. For Gryffindor. Fred bellowed and jumped headfirst down the tube. For Fred. George shouted and jumped in immediately after Fred. Well, that takes care of that discussion. Blaise quipped. Now we just wait to see if they lived. Susan said brightly. How was it? Tonks shouted down the tube. Don't go headfirst. One of the twins' voices echoed up quietly. Little bit gross at the bottom. I don't want to get dirty. Daphne objected. I can scourgify it on the way down. Harry offered. You're next then. Tonks stated. Fine by me, Harry said and quickly hopped into the tube. He continually cast the cleaning charm in front of himself as he slid and was only slightly soiled when he arrived at the bottom. Fred was busy spitting slime out of his mouth and George was attempting to wash him off with conjured water. Tonks came down the chute, as Harry was cleaning the twins up with Hermione close behind. That's a lot of bones. Tonks muttered as she stood up. You're telling me. Hermione shook her head and dislodged several smaller bones that had gotten caught in it as Hannah landed where she was a moment before. Looks like they're mostly from rats. Ew. Hannah jumped up and hastily evacuated the pile. Maybe you should do something about that, Harry. Tonks prompted. Right. Harry nodded and conjured a mattress a couple feet above the bones. Just as he dropped it, Susan landed in the pile and ended up under the mattress. Sorry about that, Susan. Terrible timing. Completely my fault. JMMF. GGTCHFFFFF. Susan cried from underneath. I'm sorry, you muttered. Harry said as he lifted the mattress off of her. Could you please repeat what you just said? Just get it off. Susan grumbled as she crawled out. A few seconds later, Daphne spilled out of the tunnel with a shriek and rolled across the mattress, coming to a rest in an undignified heap. Blaise was laughing when he arrived and landed softly on the mattress. How dare you shove a lady like that, Blaise? Daphne yelled and pulled herself into a threatening pose. You were chickening out. Blaise raised his hands in defense. I was not. Daphne crossed her arms and glared. If I had gone first, you wouldn't have come down at all. Blaise cocked an eyebrow. Admit it. I admit nothing. Daphne looked down her nose at him. Besides, even if that were the case, it would be due to the questionable sanitation, not fear. Sure. Blaise snorted as he crawled off the mattress and stood up. I'm serious. Daphne insisted. Don't worry, Daph. We believe you. Harry said, rolling his eyes. Now come on. Lots to explore. Lumos. Are you sure it is safe? Hermione asked timidly. No, but that's why it is exploring. Harry admitted. There is very little danger though. I can deal with any snakes that may be down here. I can't really think of anything else that would bother. Don't worry, Hermione, we laugh at danger. Fred boasted and puffed out his chest. Ha ha ha. George added dramatically, faking a voice much deeper than his own. Having the two of you around makes me feel so much better. Hermione drawled sarcastically. You'll probably be the cause of any trouble we get in. If you're so brave, why don't you two lead the way? Daphne challenged. Gladly. The twins nodded and turned sharply and marched down the corridor. Wait up. Harry called and jogged to catch them. Blaise took one look at the 5 girls and ran to catch up with the other boys. I kind of feel like I should be offended. Tonks said casually and lit her wand as the boys disappeared in the distance. Oh well, this is a good time for us to talk. Susan, Daphne, Hannah, what can you 3 tell me about life debts? Heavy. Hannah observed as they started walking sedately after the boys. You think you owe Harry? Yay. Tonks nodded. Well, I don't know anything exact, Daphne started, but I know that they form when someone risks their own life or spends a great deal of their resources for no reason other than to save your life. Aunt Amelia says that there is a list somewhere in the ministry that records the debts, and since there is no feedback, she says that's the only way to know for sure. Susan commented. That's really everything known for sure. Hannah shrugged. Every time someone discovers a rule, a whole list of exceptions are found. There are a lot of rumors though. Many people think that the one in debt becomes more like the person holding the debt. Daphne nodded. Like mind control? Hermione asked, shocked. No, far more subtle than that. Daphne shook her head. For instance, if Tonks does owe Harry, she might become more likely to downplay her abilities or something. There is a study in America that has something to do with them. Hannah said. It was in one of the magazines in the hospital wing. I read other parts of the magazine when I had off time, but didn't look at that article. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey will let us look at it when we go back up. Do you remember the title? Hermione asked. Something like, An Arithmetic Theory of Core Growth. There were a list of things at the beginning of things that could affect your core. Life debts were listed right after. Late onset dragonpox, Hannah explained. So you're likely to become more like them and your core is likely to change somehow. Hermione summed up. Better hope it won't make you think about him more too, or you'll be spending a lot more. Shut up, Tonks squeaked, blushing. Sorry. Hermione grinned. Liar. Tonks grumbled. A lot more what? Hannah asked, looking to a confused Susan who simply shrugged. Nothing. Tonks huffed. And no one else finds out that she wasn't about to say anything, all right. Hermione frowned and tilted her head slightly. Huh. You heard me. Tonks stamped her foot jokingly and walked away quickly. Nim, come back. Hermione called after her, laughing. I won't tease you anymore, promise. Hurry up you guys. Tonks shouted back. This is awesome. The girls gasped in awe as they came around the corner and into the main chamber. The snake motif may have been a bit overdone, but the scale was immense. The chamber itself was nearly the size of the Great Hall, and it was supported with columns carved into snakes. At the far end was the giant statue of Salazar Slytherin. That's a bit egotistical, Hermione said when she noticed the statue. We've already got plans for that, George said mischievously as he stepped out of a shadow. Extremely childish and immature too, Fred piped up from somewhere behind George. Things hanging out of his nose and stuff like that. George nodded. A large part of me is urging me to tell you off for even thinking about disrespecting Lord Slytherin. Daphne interjected indignantly. Where is the harm? Fred asked. It is undignified. You don't just do that. Daphne replied. Undignified? George asked skeptically. I think he left his dignity behind when he made a secret lair with a slide for an entrance. How are we supposed to get back up that anyway? Hermione asked suddenly. We take the stairs, Harry called as he walked out of a side room with his nose in a book. What have you got there? Hermione asked and ran over. Stairs, Daphne cried. You mean I didn't have to slide down that? Nope, Harry laughed. It was fun though. Maybe for you. Daphne spat and crossed her arms. For me it was revolting. Harry, is this parcel script? Hermione asked from over his shoulder. Yay. Harry smiled at her. It doesn't look anything like when you write it. Hermione questioned. Its magic prevents non-parcels from recognizing it. Harry explained. You said something like that about the curse. Tonks remembered. Yay, same magic at work. Maybe I'll write a paper on it someday. Harry said thoughtfully. So what's the plan? Susan asked as she joined the three. I figure half-hour of exploration and then we start in on shields. Harry said loudly enough for the whole group to hear. Go wherever you wish but stay within shouting distance. Harry, Tonks and Hermione went into the room that Harry had come out of. It turned out to be a small study, and started organizing the books while the others looked around. After having barely scratched the surface half an hour later, Harry followed the calls from the others and led his girls out of the study. The 9 of them spent the next 3 hours learning the basic shield charm before finally climbing back to rejoin the world for dinner. The 3 Ravenclaws were halfway back to their tower when Hermione realized that none of them had done any homework all weekend. After talking her out of a panic attack, the 3 sat down and spent the rest of the evening catching up. Nim? Hermione asked as they were finally crawling into bed hours later. Tonks murmured. You remember the troll last year? Hermione asked and rolled on her bed to face Tonks. Yay, what about it? Tonks asked cautiously. I think I owe Harry a life debt from that. Hermione breathed. Everything, Susan. Daphne and Hannah said fits. Oh, Tonks replied, stunned. What do you think? Hermione asked worriedly. I think I've been thinking about how to ask my mum to take me to the ministry to try and check that list. You should come with me. If you're right, we can figure out what to do then, but we shouldn't worry about it before we know. Tonks yawned. You're right. It's already been a year, not knowing for a couple more months won't hurt. Hermione nodded. Thanks. Good night. Night, Hermione. Tonks smiled and rolled over before drifting off to sleep. I bet you think you're so clever, don't you? Snape demanded from Harry as he stormed into the potions classroom. Generally yes, Harry said frowning, but I haven't done anything this morning. Have I? This morning no, Snape scoffed. But don't think no one noticed how convenient it was for you to wake up and just happen to know how to save the girl. I'm right here, Tonks complained quietly. Are you accusing me of something? Harry crossed his arms. No, of course not. I was merely remarking upon the coincidence that earlier this year Malfoy was stunned, irreversibly, just like the curses that hit the 2 of you. Snape sneered. Then this curse that no one in the school can reverse is solved in minutes after you get to it. You're suggesting that I set up the attack. Harry frowned. To what end? How should I know? Snape spat. You're the head of the House of the Cunning. Surely you have theories. Harry smirked. Across the room Blaise and Daphne flinched. To be the hero. Snape snarled. Then why would I try to kill Hermione too? Harry cocked an eyebrow. I wasn't the one who saved her life after all, she was. And why would I attack myself? So that no one would suspect you. Snape glared. Malfoy was your only alibi and he was conveniently attacked too. This is ridiculous. Daphne shouted and stood up. Harry has done nothing to draw this level of suspicion. Sit down, child. Snape shouted. No. Daphne shouted back. This is criminal. I'll get Susan and her aunt involved if this goes any further. Detention, Ms. Greengrass. Snape snarled. Not a chance. Daphne said with an indignant frown. There was a sharp intake of breath from all of the students. I'll take this to Dumbledore. Out. Snape screamed. Everybody get out. The students complied with great haste. Once they were all out in the corridor, Harry approached Daphne. Thanks, Daph. You're welcome, Harry. Daphne glared at him. Don't provoke him like that again though. Provoke Snape. Tonks sneered incredulously. Snape was doing the provoking. Hermione insisted with crossed arms. No. Harry shook his head. She's right. I'm glad you see it my way. Daphne nodded and turned to the girls. And you too. Why did I have to stand up for him? You knew everything I was saying. Do you realize how much this is going to cost me in my house? Don't worry, Daph, I've got your back. Blaise reassured. Sorry, Daphne. Tonks said miserably. We'll make it up to you somehow. Hermione swore. Don't worry about that. Just get your game together. Daphne sighed. People are going to think you believe Snape for Merlin's sake. What? Tonks shrieked. That's insane. Then why didn't you two deny Snape's accusations? Daphne counted. I don't know. Tonks stammered. No one else does either, and that's the problem. Daphne stated and stomped away. Stupid bloody Ravenclaws. Mr. Potter. Lockhart called as he walked into the classroom the next day. Ms. Granger, Ms. Tonks, Mr. Malfoy. I heard about that dreadful attack on Saturday. Who hasn't? Tonks muttered under her breath. It is a tragedy that I wasn't able to arrive at any of the scenes in time. Lockhart gloated. No assailant would have dared attack if I was present. I'm sure. Harry said flatly. Lockhart seemed to take that as encouragement and smiled more broadly in accordance. Needless to say I wasn't, which led me to an obvious conclusion. There are hundreds of students here but only one of me. Do you see the problem? Too many of you and not enough of us. Harry asked brightly, earning snickers from around the room. Exactly. Too many students and not enough teachers to protect them constantly. Lockhart beamed. The solution is ingenious, if I do say so myself. Start a dueling club so we can all learn for ourselves. Harry asked lamely, thinking back to his other second year. I'll start a dueling club so everyone will be able to fend off attackers on their own. Lockhart exclaimed, apparently not hearing what Harry said. You're not listening to anything I'm saying, are you? Harry smiled slightly. Please contain your enthusiasm, Harry. I know it is exciting but we can't start until next week. Lockhart pressed on and Harry rolled his eyes. I know, but this is a school-sponsored extracurricular. It isn't a game of gobstones, Harry, precautions must be taken. Lockhart stared at Harry, who frowned back for several long seconds of awkward silence. Harry then realized Lockhart was waiting for confirmation of some kind. Right. Now you must be wondering why I called the four of you out specifically. Lockhart prompted. I really stopped caring 3 paragraphs ago. Harry shrugged. Lockhart laughed loudly. Harry, are you this cynical with everyone, or is it just something about me? Yes, Harry said bluntly. Lockhart frowned in confusion before shrugging. Anywho, the reason I singled the 4 of you out is that I took the liberty of putting your names at the top of the lists for your respective houses. He's doing really good today. Hermione whispered to Tonks. Respective, liberty, specifically, precautions. I know. Tonks whispered back. I've counted 10 2-galleon words already, and it hasn't even been 5 minutes. Anywho, should really count against him though. Hermione grumbled. Tonks nodded silently and curled a finger back up as Harry bit back a laugh. You see, the attack that brought this matter to my attention also told me something about the 4 of you. Lockhart forged on, unaware of the whispered conversation. You see, this club will be the most useful to the 4 of you because during the attack you all showed your ineptitude. Ineptitude. Tonks exclaimed loudly. What are you doing, like, pulling big words out of the dictionary and jamming them in wherever? But it really should count as 2. Hermione commented. Wait. Draco shouted and jumped out of his seat. Who do you think you're calling inept? Draco, sit down. Harry commanded and let out a breath of relief when he heard Draco's chair move again as he complied. How about a gentleman's wager, Professor? We won't go to your club, but at the end of the year any of the 4 of us will be able to beat any of your students, and furthermore I will be able to beat any of the instructors. I cannot condone a group of students to learn dangerous spells without supervision. Lockhart shook his head. No, you need to learn from me. And if I don't, Harry countered, then any improvement you show beyond what would be expected from the assigned classwork would be viewed with extreme suspicion, and any rules violations would be pointed out and pursued to their logic conclusion. Lockhart recited mechanically, clearly providing a rehearsed response. So you would punish us for studying ahead? Hermione cried in scholastic outrage. No, but we would check to make sure it was merely studying ahead rather than an illegal dueling ring. Lockhart smirked. But now that the announcement has been made, could you all please open My Year with a Yeti to page 248 and we can continue where we left off. Oomph! Daphne gasped when a 4th-year Slytherin bumped into her and knocked her off her feet. Asshole! Blaise called after him and bent down to help Daphne back to her feet. That's the 3rd time already. It's fine. Really. Daphne brushed herself off and continued on her way towards the exit from the common room. But thank you for caring. It's all part of the job. Blaise said dismissively. Besides, you've seen the cretins I would be forced to hang out with if our friendship ever faltered. Come on. Daphne smiled. Let's go eat. After you, milady. Blaise bowed. Daphne giggled and raised her nose arrogantly and walked past him. A few seconds after the two left, Pansy Parkinson and Theodore Nott shared a glance from across the room. At his nod she rose silently from her seat and exited the common room following Blaise and Daphne. The rules were very clear in Slytherin. In public the house is united. Disputes were taken care of in private. Daphne violated this rule. Not only was it for the benefit of a non-Slytherin, but it was against Professor Snape too. It had only been a day and a half and already other Slytherins had destroyed 3 almost completed essays with accidental ink spills. Her backpack had been torn twice, itching powder made its way into her bedding, and the boy who knocked her down as she left was the 6th to do so. Mostly it was only older students who were picking on her. The younger students took her complete lack of retaliation as an indication that she was simply making a list of names. The idea of a list wasn't as terrifying for them as the possibility of her handing it off to Harry Potter. The threat that Potter presented is what kept Theo and Pansy from acting more aggressively. The plan was to be cunning and do something Daphne couldn't ignore, and that wouldn't get them on any list. Tracy backed out of the plan right away on the opinion that it wasn't wrong for Daphne to defend her friends, no matter who they are. Tracy would be spending meal times alone for a few weeks. The time was approaching for Pansy to act. She'd been following her targets, making sure to keep a corner between them in case they turned around. As they rounded into the entrance hall, that ceased to be an option. From her careful distance she followed the two of them into the Great Hall, at which point they started walking to the Ravenclaw table. Potter was already sitting there with his freak and his mudblood. The Weasley twins were sitting across from them and seemed to have dragged their little sister and Loony Lovegood along with them. Potter and the freak seemed to be putting on a show for the others. One would shift and the other would try to match it. Potter was currently struggling to match the freak's duck bill. The mudblood looked like she was rapidly suggesting improvements, but the rest of the circus just watched and laughed. Just as Daphne got into earshot of Potter, Pansy caught up to her and spoke up. It must S.K. Greengrass. I don't know what you're referring to, Parkinson. Daphne said coolly and kept walking. Well, if I made a sacrifice like that for the guy the first like, Pansy stressed that part, clearly and loudly. I know that I would be pissed if he kept wasting his time on lesser girls. Daphne froze. What the hell are you trying to say, Parkinson? You're the first daughter of a respectable pure-blood family. Pansy stated. You know you shouldn't have to compete with a half-blood abomination and a mudblood for Potter's attention. Excuse me. Daphne, Tonks and Hermione all shouted as one. Who do you think you are to call me an abomination? Tonks demanded as she drew her wand. How dare you refer to either of them as lesser? Daphne spun on her heel. And I'm not competing with anyone for Harry's attention. I'm sure. Pansy replied with a smug smile. Why else would you be foolish enough to oppose Professor Snape? You should leave Parkinson. Blaise warned half-heartedly. You'd better watch it, Zabini. Pansy shot back. Don't think no one has noticed where your loyalties lie. You wouldn't want to go too far, like Greengrass did, and get the whole house after you. The whole house is after you? Harry asked, concerned. Don't worry about it, Harry. Daphne said with a clipped tone. You helped me. Let me help you. Harry insisted. Or at least let us help. Fred offered. We've been looking for guinea pigs. George nodded. Down, boys. Daphne grinned. Just because Snape is pathetic enough to coerce the house into mending his wounded ego by bullying a 12-year-old doesn't mean that the coerced need to suffer too. That is very Hufflepuff of you. Hannah said approvingly as she and Susan walked up to the table. And if that is true, we could go to Dumbledore and get him fired. Susan added. There are laws about this kind of stuff after all. The old man will just suppress it. Harry sighed. Then we can take it to my auntie. Susan replied. Lucius Malfoy is on the board of governors. He's always looking for a chance to make Dumbledore's life worse. Harry nodded. He might not help take down Snape though. Death Eaters have to stick together and all that. That's Professor Snape. Dumbledore announced his presence. And he is no more a Death Eater than I am. Is that so? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow as he turned around. Would you care to show me your left forearm then, Professor? Harry. Daphne gasped. That is really taboo to ask. Don't care about taboos, what I care about is knowing who around me is a Death Eater. Harry crossed his arms resolutely. Harry, I can't allow you to go around accusing people of being a Death Eater, in public, without any proof. Dumbledore smiled sadly. But it is okay for Snape to go around accusing me of attempted murder, use of unforgivables and assault, all while in public without even having a motive. Harry shouted. I've already reprimanded him for that. Dumbledore said reassuringly. Have you talked to him about the students he's made harass Daphne simply for standing up for me? Harry continued at the top of his voice so the whole hall could hear. Pansy decided that now was a good time to leave and pretend she had never been here in the first place. Don't be ridiculous, Potter. Snape sneered as he stormed over with the other heads close behind, to his dismay. You see, Severus hasn't been encouraging them at all. Dumbledore smiled genially. Then I don't suppose you would mind at least making every offender publicly apologize. Harry offered. I'm sure Daphne kept a list or simply remembers, right Daphne? Actually, yes. Daphne said quietly and pulled a piece of parchment out of her pocket. I didn't expect to need it so soon. Let's take a look, shall we? Harry asked, smiling. Hang on. Jeremy Thorne knocked me down on the way here. Just 1 second. Daphne said, quickly jotting down the name, then passed the list to Harry. Let's see. Harry started after using the copy charm 6 times, passing a copy to each head in Dumbledore, one for himself, and handed the original back to Daphne. 12 incidents. Oh my, is that a prefect? That would be very embarrassing. That's the Quidditch captain. McGonagall commented helpfully. And both beaters. Flitwick added. Wow, this really makes Slytherin look mismanaged. Way to go, Snape. Harry sing-songed. Hey, Pansy was just here but you didn't add her name. Nah, she's a constant. Daphne shrugged. A slight irritation caused by Not's unfathomable need to be your rival. Oh, Harry said thoughtfully. Yeah, I guess they are only slightly irritating. Whatever, your call. How do we know all of these names are accurate? Snape spat. Oh, they're accurate. Daphne crossed her arms. He's just trying to establish a lack of trust in the victim. Susan piped up. Ignore him. I think we should take this conversation to my office. Dumbledore commanded. I think you're a little too late to contain this. Harry said calmly. Everyone in the school has heard, I've been shouting. Your best move would be to make Professor Snape force those people to apologize, and then if Daphne is satisfied we can let it go. Which is probably exactly what you were trying for. Dumbledore sighed when Harry nodded. You're right though. Severus, tonight you will say something at dinner about how ashamed you are of your house's lack of unity and call up the people on this list. You can't be serious. Snape hissed. Either that or we both risk our jobs. Albus said firmly. Or you could just fire him now. Harry suggested hopefully. You'd save a lot of time and effort. No one is losing their job over this stupidity. Understand, Severus? Albus prodded. I understand. Snape snarled, glaring at Harry, the turned sharply and strode out of the room, robes billowing. "And the lot of you," Dumbledore said, looking at the whole court, Luna and Ginny. "No press. No antes. No reprisal pranks. Let the situation resolve." "No worries, Headmaster," Harry said confidently. "If Daphne says it's enough, it's enough." "Yay." Tonks agreed as the others nodded. "That will be more than enough for me." Daphne smiled. "But I think Snape should apologize to Harry too for his baseless accusations." "Deal." Dumbledore nodded wearily. "I think that is enough excitement for breakfast, don't you?" "Indeed, have a pleasant, more pleasant meal, professors," Harry said as they turned and started walking back to their table. McGonagall turned back. "That was very well done, Mr. Potter." "Thank you," Harry said with a genuine smile as she continued on her way. "I don't have a crush on you." Daphne turned to Harry. "You know that, right?" "Of course." Harry nodded. "Good, this would be weird otherwise," Daphne said and hugged him briefly. "Thank you." "No problem." Harry smiled. "You didn't think I wouldn't do anything, did you?" "Yay, a king has to protect his court after all," Fred jested. 10 paces away Dumbledore came to a wide-eyed stop. "Shut up." Harry laughed. "I'm no king in any way, today we're Daphne's court. My mum did almost name me Queenie." Daphne grinned. Dumbledore watched from his seat as the group joked and laughed through the rest of their meal. He had been tempted to beg off and go review the third prophecy again and rethink his interpretation. That could wait though, he had until the Third Lord appears to figure it all out. First though he would have to figure out how to get Severus to apologize. He sighed and buried his face in his hands. "It's going to be a long day. It has been brought to my attention that an exaggerated tale of my Monday morning potions class has been circulated." Snape read loudly from a parchment he gripped so tightly that his arms were shaking. "In response, some of my students have mistakenly taken it upon themselves to come to my defense. Their response, while appreciated, is unacceptable." Snape paused and stared at the page for a long moment before taking a breath of resolve and forging forward. "For my part, one would like to sincerely apologize to Mr. Harry Potter for improper timing for conjecture. Had I held my tongue, Ms. Greengrass would have had no need to rise to his defense and none of this mess would have happened in the first place." Snape stopped and turned to look pleadingly at Dumbledore, who motioned for him to continue. With a sigh of defeat, Severus turned to Harry, who was sitting across from Daphne at the close end of the Ravenclaw table. "I'm sorry. Nevertheless, I have a list of names and when I call on you, you will walk up here and apologize to Ms. Greengrass for your transgressions," Snape said angrily to the Slytherin table. "Jeremy Thorne." "Hey, Sirius," Remus called up to the attic. "Harry sent us a memory." "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen," Lee Jordan shouted into the microphone. "Today's match is between Gryffindor and Slytherin in their traditional season opening match." Harry and the rest all cheered as the Gryffindor team took the field, Daphne and Blaise unsurprisingly rooting for the twins in this game. They had promised to do their very best to knock Marcus Flint off his broom. "It's looking to be an exciting game," Lockhart said jovially as he plopped down in the seat right behind Harry, shoving Susan and Hannah out of the way in the process. "Yup," Harry said lamely. "And they're off," Lee announced as the stadium cheered. "I heard you're a beater for Ravenclaw." Lockhart smirked. "You know I was too in my day. I'd be more than happy to teach you a few of my better tricks." No. Harry shook his head. "Now Harry, a good athlete looks for improvement wherever he can," Lockhart lectured. Harry jumped up and yelled when Katie Bell made her shot. When he sat back down he leaned over and whispered in Tonks' ear, earning a laugh. "Harry, are you listening?" You say something." Harry leaned back slightly. "You should take me up on my offer," Lockhart said. "Take every chance to improve." "Oh, sorry Professor, but I can learn more by watching my current competition than I can by listening to someone relive stories of his glory days." Harry shrugged. "No offense, but wouldn't you be happier sitting with the rest of the faculty?" "Perhaps you're right." Lockhart frowned and walked away. "That was easy." Harry mused in surprise for a moment before turning back to the game. Gryffindor won and Flint managed to stay on his broom the whole time, escaping with a fractured leg and a dislocated shoulder. "Settle down," Lockhart called jovially as he walked into the Great Hall. "Thank you all for coming to the first meeting of this dueling club. Obviously you already know myself and my assistants, Professors Snape and Flitwick, so I won't waste time on introductions. We've put a great deal of thought into how tonight should flow. You all are starting from different skill levels, and as such we can't just throw everyone together and expect things to work out correctly. We've come up with a way to work around this. Lockhart smiled broadly. Professor Flitwick, if you would explain. Yes, well, first we're going to ask everyone to arrange themselves by year, then, starting with the first years and working up, we're going to have everyone participate in a series of test duels to gauge everyone's strengths and weaknesses. Flitwick said. This will probably take 3 meetings, but with that information we will sort you into smaller groups to practice one thing or another. So why don't we get started? Lockhart clapped his hands together. First years, please make your way to the dueling platforms, everyone else stand back. He's very organized tonight, Hermione observed as a small group of nervous first years made their way towards the front. Yay, I suspect that Flitwick was more involved with this than they've said. Harry nodded. There sure aren't very many of them. Tonks commented as she counted heads. They've only just started. They probably don't know what dueling is yet. Susan added from behind them. Poor little things. You're not that much bigger. George quipped nonchalantly. I am too. Susan huffed indignantly. Of course, had I wanted to block that it would only have been too easy. Lockhart boasted as he picked himself up off the floor after Snape successfully demonstrated the disarming hex. Now we don't expect any of you to get this spell right tonight, we're just looking at how well you do. I hope they expect a little more from us. Blaise winced as the first of the first years managed to successfully cast the spell at his unsuspecting opponent. A few minutes later the first years were sent off to one part of the hall, with a large number of pillows, to keep practicing. The second years were called up after that. Harry pointedly ignored Lockhart's attempts to get him to stand front and center. Once they were all in place, a slightly put out but still smiling Lockhart turned to address them. All right, we're going to assume that by this point you know at least a few spells. He paused for laughter that didn't come as he walked down the line towards Harry. Right, so we're going to pick you out in pairs and your year will be the first to have actual test duels. Rules are simple: first to lose their wand, leave the platform, bleed, get knocked out or quit loses. Anyone who uses a potentially lethal application of a spell will be disqualified, so no levitating opponents and dropping them on their heads. Finally, no weapons. Why don't you show us how it is done, Harry? Lockhart suddenly grabbed Harry by the shoulder and dragged him towards the stage. Would anyone like to be Harry's opponent? The response was underwhelming. Finally Snape caught Nott's eye and they shared a small nod. Nott sauntered forward arrogantly to where Snape was standing, who then bent down and whispered in Nott's ear. Harry took his place with a soft sigh and waited for Nott to get ready. You sure you want to do this, Nott? Scared Potter. Nott spat as he took his place. You're joking, right? Harry cocked an eyebrow and shook his head. In a couple minutes you'll wish I had been joking. Nott retorted, lamely. Snape quietly shook his head sadly behind him. Right. Harry shrugged and turned to Lockhart. So can I beat him already, or is there something else we're waiting for? Nope, not waiting for anything. Lockhart smiled and hopped off the stage. First spell on 3. 1, 2. Serpensortia. Not cast a second early. Of course. Harry thought with a quiet sigh and a glance into the audience. And Justin just happens to be standing right where he was before too. Not going to talk the snake down this time. I'll get rid of it for you, Potter, if you forfeit. Snape offered, sneering. Please allow me. Harry said at the same time that Lockhart did, and sent a vanishing charm at the snake a second behind Lockhart's spell, which hit it and launched the snake skyward, causing Harry's to miss and vanish a patch of the stage instead. With a mental smirk Harry dashed forward when the snake landed and started heading towards Justin. Harry sheathed his wand as he ran, and just as he was almost on it he dove forward. The snake just started striking when Harry's hand darted out and caught it just behind the head. Yoink! Harry shouted as his momentum kept him moving forward. He broke his fall with his left hand and continued into a roll over his left shoulder. Bringing his feet back under himself he stood seamlessly and tossed the snake at Nott, who shrieked and jumped off the stage to avoid being bitten. Harry rubbed the back of his neck as Snape vanished. The snake. I think I won. Yes, well, not exactly the traditional way to win, but this round goes to Harry Potter. Lockhart announced. How about a Gryffindor and a Hufflepuff next? Most of the second years had shown up and the duels progressed slowly, each professor picking the opponents and adjudicating the duel for their own individual platforms. It didn't come as much of a surprise a few minutes later when Snape called out, "Parkinson, Granger, you're up." "Harry, what am I going to do?" Hermione asked, suddenly panicked. "Don't worry, your shield will hold off anything she can throw at you right now." Harry put a reassuring hand on her shoulder and looked her in the eye. "Just let her wear herself out and hit her with a stunner or something. Just give up now, Granger," Pansy taunted from on stage. Hermione made a face at her and smiled nervously at Harry before climbing onto the stage herself. She stood at her end and resettled her robes, then looked Pansy in the eye and smirked. "Ready to be embarrassed. Like a mudblood could ever beat me." Pansy sneered. Now, settle down." Snape smirked sarcastically. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus," Pansy shouted. "Protega," Hermione answered. The court had only been training for a little over a week, but Hermione's shields were already the strongest of anyone's, except Harry's. Needless to say, Pansy's spell hit it harmlessly. Hermione couldn't help but laugh. "Come on, Pansy. Show this mudblood what a pure blood is really made of." Pansy took up the challenge and started casting spell after spell as fast as she could. Stunners and disarmers rained on Hermione for a few minutes until the strain got to be too much for Pansy, when she slowed down to tripping and tickling jinxes. A few minutes after that, Pansy was panting and reduced to throwing insults. "Is that all you can do, Granger? Sit behind a shield like a coward. Rictum sempra. At least I'm casting things. Stupefy," Hermione shouted as she dropped her shield. Pansy, shocked at the suddenness of the attack, almost didn't react. Protega. Exhausted and marginally capable, Pansy barely managed to get a thin shield up. Hermione, still being relatively well rested, had put some effort into her spell and blasted right through Pansy's shield, dropping the other girl like a sack of potatoes. "You should be ashamed to call that a duel, Granger." Snape sneered as Hermione turned to exit the stage. "Thank you, sir." Hermione shrugged and walked casually off the stage, then hustled over to Harry and Tonks. "Davis." Snape walked over to Tracy. "You're up next against Tonks, do better than your other halves." "Yes, sir," Tracy said and glanced over to the celebrating group. "Any advice? Hope her shield isn't as strong as the mudbloods, and if it is, don't waste energy on it." Snape scoffed. "Davis, Tonks, go." Both girls climbed onto the stage showing equal amounts of trepidation. Tonks knew her shield couldn't withstand the barrage that Hermione's did, and Tracy was trying to remember all the ways to mitigate a shield. Snape counted down and let them go at it. Tracy started with a tripping hex that Tonks jumped over as she fired a tickling jinx back her way. Tracy countered the jinx with just enough time to get her shield up to stop Tonks' stunner. Tracy skipped to the left around a tripping hex and hit Tonks with the slug vomiting hex. Tonks put up a shield between slugs and tried to remember the counter curse. Tracy fired off a stunner that hit Tonks' shield and caused it to flicker drastically. Tracy smirked and sent another at Tonks. The third stunner dropped Tonks' shield and forced her to jump to the side and roll. Tonks fired a stunner as she found her feet but got hit with a tickling jinx at the same time. Between the tickling and the slugs there was nothing Tonks could do about the next spell and was quickly disarmed. "Very good, Ms. Davis. Finally someone showing us what a duel should look like." Snape smiled. "It's just a shame you couldn't be matched with a worthwhile opponent." "I think Tonks did very well, sir." Tracy shook her head and turned to Tonks. "You almost had me a few times and I would very much like to have a rematch sometime." "I'd like that." Tonks smiled and picked up her wand. "I'll win next time though." "Anytime." Tracy smiled and skipped over to Pansy, and not to brag, Hannah and Daphne barely lost their duels, while Susan barely scrapped out a win. Blaise got taken by a lucky stunner early on and lost by the greatest margin of all of them. The twins didn't get to fight because the evening drew to a close with the last of the third years. At the next meeting the two of them would each win with an impressive display of lateral thinking. "Dear Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, I understand that you have a very busy social calendar, but I am hoping that you will find yourself free to join myself and my wife for dinner this Boxing Day. I have a very influential friend who has been dying to meet you, and I am sure that the two of you will do great things if you give a partnership a chance." He mentioned something about Salazar's secret but wouldn't go into details. "Sincerely, Lord Lucius Malfoy." Gilderoy wondered at first why the words, "Salazar's secret," appeared to be written over several times. With a shrug he dismissed it, assuming he would understand when he got there. November was already almost over, so Lockhart sent an affirmative response immediately and started daydreaming about what the Malfoys would serve. In a quiet corner of Lockhart's soul, Tom Riddle had taken hold and understood the importance of the stressed words. He was looking forward to Boxing Day for an entirely different reason. "Good morning, Harry." George yawned and joined Harry and the girls at the Ravenclaw table on the first Friday of December. "What did you want us down here this early for? Is it time for your prank?" Fred asked. "Yes, watch the head table." Harry smiled and nodded over his coffee. The twins turned their attention to the table and found it completely empty except for a tall candle burning in the center. "A candle? Not very inspiring," George commented as Fred shook his head. "So what's it do?" "On its own, nothing," Harry smiled. "But right now it is a timer. There is a rune carved at the bottom, and when it melts my spell will end, that is if the professors haven't undone it yet." "What does your spell do?" Hermione asked as Hagrid walked into the hall. "Just watch." Harry nodded to Hagrid and smiled as the others turned their silent attention to the half-giant. "It isn't mean, is it?" Hermione asked nervously. "I wouldn't call it mean so much as annoying," Harry reassured. "It isn't like one of Draco's pranks after all." "That's good," Hermione said as Hagrid stepped up onto the platform. As Hagrid walked towards the table, a slightly shimmering transparent film appeared and stretched as he exerted force on it. A few steps in the film pulled Hagrid to a stop and sent him backwards, causing the big man to stumble slightly. Not one to be deterred so easily, Hagrid pressed a hand into the film with an amused expression and waited a few seconds and chuckled when his arm bounced back. Hagrid looked around and spotted Harry, smiling like that cat that got the canary, then decided that that was enough to deter him. Hagrid sighed in amusement and walked over to sit with the kids. "That's a interestin' prank, Ari." "Thanks, Hagrid," Harry smiled. "But officially I have nothing to do with it." "Oh, right." Hagrid smiled and thumbed his nose. "Nothing to do with it, gotcha. Glad you see it our way." Tonks grinned and dished up some fried potatoes for Hagrid. "What the?" Professor Sinistra muttered as she got shoved back a step up on the platform. Not missing a beat, she pulled out her wand and started casting charms on the bubble. "How long do you think that will last?" George asked. "Depends on when Dumbledore or Flitwick show up." Harry shrugged. "Although McGonagall might be able to bring it down too." Professors Babbling and Vector had shown up and were conferring with Sinistra when Lockhart came rushing in. Without a glance at anyone, he practically ran towards the table. Only one thing came to Hermione's mind when she spotted him. "Oh, Merlin. Stop, Gilderoy," Babbling called as he approached. "Sorry, no time to talk," Lockhart replied as he hit the edge of the bubble. "Big lesson to prep for, just need a bite and, ah." With a sound resembling a huge rubber band snapping, Lockhart was launched backwards and off the platform. He landed on his side and rolled across the floor several times before coming to an embarrassing stop under the Slytherin table. Slowly he stood up and dusted himself off, looking around wildly. "What happened?" "Someone," Babbling said, looking pointedly at Harry, "set up a reversed age line around the table. No one over the age of 18 can cross. It's really rather fantastic," Vector admitted with an excited smile and cast another analysis spell. "I wasn't even aware that age lines could be reversed in this way. Albus is going to love seeing this. Just bring it down, will you?" Lockhart demanded. "Unless we can prove who put it up or get them to admit it, I don't think we can." Sinistra laughed. "The prankster did good work." "Fine," Lockhart snapped. "I'll just take my breakfast in my office." As the morning went on, the Great Hall filled up and more professors gathered around the bubble. Snape was there for all of 2 seconds before he stormed off and brought Dumbledore and Flitwick back with them. The entire student body was eating when Dumbledore arrived, and they all watched on eagerly as the greatest wizard of their time got to work pulling apart Harry's prank. From the moment Dumbledore got started, Harry's age line lasted just over 10 seconds. Harry felt proud of that time as the bubble burst into a swarm of blue and bronze glitter that swirled through the air. Altogether it formed the words, "Good luck tomorrow, Ravenclaws," before reshaping into a giant eagle and flying out of the hall as thunderous applause arose from the Ravenclaw table. "Excuse me, could whichever one of you who pulled that please come forward? I'd really like to talk about the theory behind your modification." Dumbledore shouted to Harry over the applause and waited a moment. "I guess not. Oh well. On a related note, I would like to inform the student body that from now on you will need authorization from a professor before being allowed to cast an age line on Hogwarts grounds. Thank you. Someday Harry is going to leave a trace. Albus thought ruefully as he sat down. He can't get away so cleanly every time after all. His thoughts quickly moved on when babbling recounted the story of Lockhart's mistake. Welcome Quidditch fans, to the second game of the season. Lee Jordan yelled the next day. Today's match is between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Lee introduced all of the players as they came onto the field and took up their positions. Harry glanced up and found his friends in the stands and managed to salute them with his bat before Madame Hooch released the balls. From the announcer's booth Lee's voice rang out again. And they're off. You're sure they'll be okay? Hermione asked the twins nervously. It is their first game. They'll be fine, Hermione. Fred whined. Just watch, you'll see. Yay. Susan nodded. Even though I want Hufflepuff to win, I'm still sure that Harry and Tonks will be the best on the field. Hufflepuff isn't going to win, Blaise observed. Shut it, Zabini. Hannah scolded. The day was bright and sunny but very cold, as it tended to be in early December. The chill had seeped through Harry's whole body, and within 20 minutes of starting the match his arms were numb all the way through. The force of every strike reverberated painfully through his arm. He could tell that Tonks wasn't doing much better as he watched her almost fumble an easy catch. Ravenclaw was in a slight lead of 50-30 when Harry spotted the snitch. His first impulse was to dive after it, but he stopped himself in time and glanced around until he spotted Cho. He waved his bat to get her attention and nodded towards the snitch. Hufflepuff took possession as Cho started off after the snitch. Cedric spotted it a moment later, having also noticed Harry's hint, and angled down into a dive. They were about equidistant from the little gold ball, but Cho was climbing and Cedric would beat her there. The Hufflepuff chasers didn't seem to notice a thing and were flying rapidly towards the Ravenclaw goals. Their path would take them very close to Cedric's. Harry approached a bludger in a moment of clarity and hit it as hard as he could at the chasers. Like magic, Cedric, the chasers and the bludger all came together at once. The chasers broke rank and the one with the quaffle rolled right into Cedric, who wasn't able to pull up in time, knocking him off his broom. Cedric plunged past Cho just as she caught the snitch, ending the game. As Cedric fell, Harry dove and cast a cushioning charm where Cedric would land. Harry stretched out and grabbed Cedric's arm as they approached the ground and slowed him down just enough to be gently dropped 10 meters onto the soft spot. Sorry about that, Ceddy, wasn't my intent. It's fine, Potter. Just part of the game. Cedric shouted up as he stood up. And I really don't like Ceddy. Understood. Harry smirked and flew up to join his celebrating team. Hello, Ms. Lovegood. Lockhart smiled as he walked into the library during the last week of classes before break. What are you working on? Christmas present, Luna said, looking up from the dolls she was carving. For Harry. I see. Lockhart said and picked up one that was shaped like Harry, except with a duck bill. Are you doing all of his friends too? Oh yes, Hermione and Tonks are already done. The twins and the Slytherins just need to be painted. The rest will probably take me until the end of the night. Luna smiled and shaved a tiny sliver off of Susan's nose. Oh, they look nice. Lockhart said and set the Harry doll back down. Good luck with them. Thank you, sir. Luna focused on her work again while Lockhart meandered deeper into the library. Stupid portrait. Tom Riddle grumbled as he entered the Ravenclaw common room the last night of term. A silly riddle isn't going to stop anyone. Whatever, now where is that box? Tom was pleased that the Ravenclaws, like the other houses, followed the tradition of putting their presents to each other under the tree before leaving for break. It made it really easy for him to find Luna's gift to Harry. It only took him a few minutes to make his addition and conceal the evidence and slip back out of the tower. Happy Christmas, Potter. Tom giggled. Hey Harry. Susan smiled as Harry answered his mirror. Ah, you three look cute. Thanks, Harry said from his spot between Hermione and Tonks on the cushions. But I'm not cute. Yes you are, Tonks pointed out. No, you're cute, and Hermione is cute. Harry shook his head firmly. I'm manly or macho or tough. Not cute. Boys, Hermione muttered and jokingly rolled her eyes. Anyway, the departure time is in 10 minutes, so you guys should finish up and get over here. Susan said. Oh, thanks. Harry smiled and cut the connection before turning to the portrait they were facing. Sorry sirs, we have to go now. I'll just sum up the rest then. Theseus kills the Minotaur, follows the string out of the labyrinth and gets the girl, and they live happily ever after. Circe grinned. Happy Christmas, I'll see you next year. Wouldn't miss it. Tonks exclaimed happily as she bounced to her feet. Bye Circe. Hermione waved with one hand while she pulled Harry towards the door with the other. Thanks for the story. Bye children. Circe smiled and waved as the three hurried away. Harry's smile grew momentarily as they rounded the corner to the entrance hall and saw the rest of the court. His smile dropped a split second later when he noticed Lockhart standing with them. Fred and George shrugged apologetically when they saw him, and the three made their way over at a considerably slower pace. Hello friends. Harry greeted cheerfully, then apathetically added, Professor. Good morning Harry. Lockhart gushed. I was hoping to catch you before you left. Can't have been hard, I didn't set the schedule. Harry drawled. Lockhart laughed heartily. Right you are, my boy, right you are. So, can I help you? Harry pressed after a moment of silence. Why does he always do that? Right, you see I have always liked to deliver my presents in person. Lockhart grinned and pulled a small package out from behind his back. I've been writing in this almost every day this semester. It helped me out a lot, and with my wisdom added to it, it should help you more. Thanks, Harry said and took the present. It's a book. Wait, this can't be the diary, can it? No, that would be stupid. Then again, this is Lockhart. Screw it, I'll deal with this later. Harry smiled up at Lockhart. Did you get something for all of your students? What? Lockhart asked, surprised. No, why? It's just that some people might look at this as favoritism. Harry shrugged and tucked the gift into his robes. Oh, yes, they might. Lockhart nodded sadly. But you shouldn't worry, I didn't give that to you as a professor to a student, but rather as one celebrity to another. I see. Harry nodded. I'm afraid I don't have a gift for you. Don't worry about that. Lockhart waved him off nonchalantly. I don't expect anything in return. Oh, well thank you. Harry said as the train whistle blew. We need to leave now. Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas, Mr. Potter. Lockhart walked away chuckling, although he didn't know what was funny, while the students climbed onto the train. Susan was the first to spot an open car, and as the group piled in, Harry quietly cast an expansion charm to fit them all in. After a couple minutes of bumping into each other and maneuvering their trunks, the nine settled down. Tonks took the seat on Harry's right, and as she sat, she placed his arm around her shoulders and wiggled until she was firmly pressed into his side. With a sigh of contentment, she rested her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. I was really comfortable before we ran out of time. Hermione laughed as she sat on Harry's left and draped her legs across both of their laps and picked up the book she had retrieved from her trunk moments ago. Harry looked from Tonks to Hermione, then to Blaise before grumbling, I feel like furniture. The best furniture. Tonks nodded. Better you than me, Blaise said, making a face. Is that so? Hannah asked from next to him and flopped sideways across him, her head landing on George's knee. Get off. Blaise squawked and pushed Hannah until she was almost falling off the seat. Blaise, quit it, Hannah said as she caught herself. Susan laughed, reaching over, and pulled Hannah back into a sitting position. Blaise brushed himself off indignantly and moved over to where Daphne was. I'd really rather you don't do that again, Hannah. Oi, George objected. Stop complaining, I'm not, and I think I'll have trouble putting weight on my leg for a couple days. And I'll have to deal with that. Fred crossed his arms and jokingly glared at Hannah. You're all such children, Daphne observed and went back to gazing out the window. But, we are children. George grinned. So it's all good. Daphne turned her cold gaze on George, smirking when he flinched. Fair enough, she said happily. Wait, you're not reacting negatively? George asked, concerned. Or is this an I'd better watch my back scenario? No, not mad. Daphne shrugged. I honestly just ignore you when you're misbehaving. I never misbehave. George defended and even managed to keep a straight face for a couple seconds while everyone stared at him. Finally he burst out laughing. Oh, who am I kidding? As the laughter died down, a soft knock came on the door to their compartment, and behind it stood Justin Finch Fletchley, looking nervous. Harry motioned him to enter and dropped his hand back to Hermione's knee. Hey, so, I said my parents and all about the S at the dueling club. Justin started hesitantly. I asked if I could invite the 9 of you to our annual Boxing Day party, but my mum said 9 was too many, everyone else there will be muggles after all. She told me to just invite you, then when I told her that there wasn't much chance of you showing up anywhere without Hermione and Tonks, at this point he looked the two girls in the eye. So she told me to invite the two of you as well in appropriate parental units. I don't know that I should be around muggles. Tonks said softly. I have a tendency to unconsciously shift hair color. You'll be fine, Nim, Hermione smiled. That only happens when you're really thinking hard about something. Do either of you know anything about what the old people have planned for us yet? Harry asked the girls, who both shook their head. Sorry Justin, I can't answer your invite now, I can send an all later tonight though if that is acceptable. Anytime before Tuesday is fine. Justin nodded with a relieved smile. My great-aunt is staying with us for a few weeks and she doesn't know anything. Watch for Hedwig then, Harry said with a nod. All right, I'm going to catch up with the others. Bye, Justin said and turned to the Hufflepuff girls. Hannah, Susan, everyone, Happy Christmas. You too Justin. Susan smiled and waved as he left. That had to be hard. Blaise said with a note of respect and Harry and Daphne nodded. Harry isn't that intimidating, George scoffed. Is he? Yes, Daphne stated. But that isn't why that was hard. If you didn't notice, he just came in here and was practically required to commit a social faux pas. It is easy to invite one person in a group, but a lot harder when you're inviting a subset of the same group. Blaise added. You could tell that he was waiting for one of us to, in effect, demand to be invited too. But, he said his mum wouldn't allow that many. Hannah frowned. Yay, he took the easy way out. Harry smiled. By blaming his mother? Hermione asked, skeptically. Yup, works almost every time and is almost completely unchallengeable. Harry nodded. Oh. Hermione looked off thoughtfully for a moment before coming back to earth and nodding. Yay, I get it now. It really doesn't work if it doesn't work though. Blaise shrugged. But you wouldn't believe how many things I have gotten out of this way. She's gotten me out of Pansy's last 4 birthday parties, probably my favorite use. Daphne laughed. I was wondering why you were never there. You're more than welcome to be visiting my family during any future parties, if you want to that is. Blaise suggested. That's sweet of you. Daphne smiled at him. No problem. Blaise smiled back then forcefully broke eye contact. So Harry, what does a one celebrity get another? Huh? Harry asked. Lockhart's gift. Tonks said and stuck her hand into Harry's robe and pulled out the present. Right. Nim. I'm going to need my arm back for this. Harry said and started to lift his arm off of Tonks' shoulder. No. Tonks whined and grabbed his hand. You're comfortable and you can do it one-handed. I can unwrap your package if you want. Hermione suggested. Fine. Harry rolled his eyes and handed the gift to Hermione. Thank you. Hermione took the book with a gleeful smile. Christmas was the only time I have ever been encouraged to make a senseless mess. No one could quite tell what she did, but within seconds Hermione had reduced the wrapping paper to a fine confetti and distributed it evenly around the cabin. Gotta love butterfly knives. She laughed as jaws dropped all around. Not really, just a lot of practice. Okay. Fred said as the rest chuckled awkwardly. So freaky unwrapping abilities aside, what's the gift? I dunno. There is a leather case around it. Hermione said as she looked down. Wouldn't it be funny if that was the diplomat bag and diary? Harry though, smiling. But I couldn't open it if it was still linked to Lockhart. He left it open. That's strange. Hermione observed. It's a book, but there's no title on the spine. You should take it out yourself, you don't need 2 hands for that. It can't be the diary. Like 0% chance of happening. Right. Harry slowly withdrew the book and turned it over to see the title. Prestidigitation. Small spells with big effects and how to make them work for you. Oh, why couldn't it have been the diary? There are marked pages. Harry noticed and opened the book to the first page. So that's how Dumbledore makes his eyes twinkle. And Snape's billowing robes. Tonks said when Harry flipped to the next. He wrote notes in the margins too. Harry said and rapidly flipped through all of the pages. In every margin. This must have taken a lot of time. Well, it's not like he was working on lesson plans. Blaise muttered cynically. This might actually be useful. Harry admitted. Didn't think I'd say that about anything to do with Lockhart. The group spent the rest of the train ride going through the book and selecting spells to try. By the time they arrived at the platform, Daphne had discovered a charm to make it seem like there was always a breeze blowing through your hair, and it was quickly adopted by the rest of the girls. The twins were surrounded by the sounds of 2 flocks of songbirds. Hermione had found the lowest version of the Mage Sight spell and had spent the last hour looking at everything with slightly glowing eyes and a newfound fascination, despite Harry telling her that what she was seeing was like watching a film versus seeing something in real life. Tonks' eyes were disproportionately large, and Harry chose the triple threat of Dumbledore's twinkling eyes, Snape's billowing robes, and Lockhart's glinting smile. Their group was the first to be found by their families. "All right, creature. We're about to go get the kids. Tell me what your orders are again," Sirius ordered while he stood in the attic with the horrid little elf and the ever-angry portrait of his mother. "I will not allow the children to know of my existence. I will not allow the children to learn of the mistress' existence. I will maintain the silencing wards around the attic, and I will keep out of sight," Creature recited mechanically. "And if any of them discover your existence anyway," Sirius scowled, "I will conduct myself in a manner befitting the house elf of a noble household and will inform them in a non-aggressive manner that they are not supposed to be here," Creature answered. "Very good," Sirius said, and walked down the stairs out of the attic to where Gwynog was waiting. He hugged her softly and kissed her on the cheek. "That was possibly the best idea you've had since we met. I never would have thought of that on my own. I'm sure it would have occurred to you eventually." Gwynog smiled and hugged him tightly. "All right, down boy, we've got to fetch the pups." "You're right. Padfoot away," he shouted with a huge grin and turned into Padfoot before bolting out of the room and down to the fireplace. "There they are," Remus exclaimed and pointed to the group that was disembarking. "How can you be sure?" Sirius asked seriously as he noticed the charms. "Shut up." Remus rolled his eyes as the 2 of them, their girlfriends and Ted Tonks made their way over to the group. "Hey guys," Harry shouted as the groups converged, smiling brightly, which triggered Lockhart's charm and flashed brightly. "Ah, my eyes," Sirius joked and put his hands over his face. "I may never, ever see again. Will you kick him?" Harry twinkled at Remus. The Dumbledore twinkled too. Remus gasped. "What are you trying to do to us?" "Ow," Sirius exclaimed. "Why did you kick me?" "No one can refuse the twinkle," Remus replied sternly. Snape walks too." Tonks cheered and Harry proceeded to parade about, robes billowing, eyes twinkling and smile flashing. Snape would have been horrified if he witnessed it. "By the way girls, I love what you've done with your hair," Gwynog said laughing. "And Hermione, your eyes are absolutely radiant," Hestia complimented. "Thanks." Hermione blushed prettily and batted her eyelashes. "It took me almost 2 hours to stop being distracted by all that magic that this spell lets me see. Harry is going to teach me how to do it without the spell." "I am." Harry's head turned sharply. Yes you are." Hermione nodded. "I guess there is no reason not to." Harry nodded. "All right. We'll all do that next semester. It can be very useful in a fight too once you get used to it. And I'll have to hide my signature in more places." "Hermione, your parents are with Andy back at Grimald Place. Flow Travel doesn't agree with them or they would be here too," Ted said informatively. "That makes sense. It will be easier to leave from there than from here, what with all the holiday traffic and stuff." Hermione nodded. "There you two are," Molly Weasley exclaimed as she and the rest of the Weasley family walked over to collect the twins. "Oh, hello Harry dear, how are you? Nice charm work." "Thank you ma'am." Harry's smile flashed, making Molly flinch. "Lockhart gave me an amusing book." "I can see." Molly turned and smiled at all of the other children in turn, although it was rather bitter when she got to Hermione and Tonks. "Hello children. So you must have big plans for the holidays," Sirius suggested. "Oh, yes, we've had a holiday tradition since Bill started Hogwarts." Molly nodded happily. "Well, you shouldn't let us stand in the way of tradition." Sirius smiled politely. Right. Come along twins, we need to get home." Molly blushed slightly and led her clan away. "See you guys." Fred waved. "We'll be on the mirrors," George assured. "Happy Christmas Harry," Ginny called. "Thanks," Harry called back. "We have a place of prompt arrival as dictated by our parents," Daphne intoned in a deep staunch voice and rolled her eyes before taking her normal tone. "So we have to go too. Bye," Blaze said, and the two walked towards the little cafe on the platform. Hannah and Susan soon split off with Hannah's parents, and the Grimald Place group made their way to the public flow terminal. Hermione. Emma Granger called as her daughter stepped out of the fireplace and rushed over to hug her. "Hi Mum." Hermione hugged back. "Hi Daddy." "Hi sweetie," Dan said as the last member of the party exited the flow. "We have great news." "Really?" Hermione asked excitedly. "We're taking a vacation for the whole holiday," Emma exclaimed. "The whole vacation?" Hermione asked concerned. "As in we won't be here for the solstice. Harry, Nim and I were going to make a potion that day." "Oh, don't worry, you're not going anywhere." Dan shrugged. "What?" Hermione cried. "Before you get worked up you should ask where we're going," Emma advised. "Where are you going?" Hermione asked with a frown. "We're taking our vacation." Emma paused dramatically. "Right here. 3 weeks at Grimald Place, enjoying all the pleasures magic has to offer in the one place as close to the center of our daughter's world as we can comfortably get." "Really?" Hermione smiled and hugged her mother again when she nodded. "So this potion you're going to make, any eyes of Newt?" Dan joked. "One each," Remus supplied when Hermione turned to him. "Really?" Dan nodded. "What about Toad's breath?" "No, that fell out of use centuries ago." Sirius shook his head. "Too hard to store, you see. I should have enough now," Harry thought as he held up the jar full of engraved sand. "Now I just need to wait until the snow melts to put it down." Harry set the sand down and moved down the work table to the several dozen jars that he had set up, each with a flake of the Philosopher's Stone and a different magical liquid. In theory the stone was a crystal and all crystals are grown. Therefore if he found the right liquid he would be able to grow new stones, possibly even shape them without carving. It was still far too soon for any conclusive results. Beyond that mess was the station he was currently working at. He set down the tea that he had forgotten over with the sand and took up his carving knife again. He was carving the left fibula from the Dementor's skeleton. He was hoping that he had thought of the right runes to use to mask any signature from any wand while it had this piece of bone on it. It wasn't a perfect solution, but he wouldn't have to worry so much about being identified. 6 hours per day was plenty of time for him to finish carving and also to do some testing. It would be finished before they went back to school. Sure is boring work. Only 18 months left until the third task though. I'm going to have to figure out the split core thing before then. Maybe I'll get lucky and Smethwick will pull a miracle out of his bum. Oh well, back to the chore at hand. Hermione and Tonks called their mothers into Tonks' room, which Hermione was sleeping in as well. The girls had their mothers sit down before taking each other's hand. With one squeeze both girls started talking together. "Mum, we think that we both owe Harry a life debt and would like you to take us to the ministry to find out." Andromeda and Emma looked at each other, then turned back to the girls and chorused. "You rehearsed that?" "Yes we did," the girls answered together with a nod. "Did you? Okay, that is creepy," the adults replied, then turned sharply to each other. "Stop that." The four of them laughed for a couple minutes before Emma pulled herself together. "Okay girls, why do you think what you think?" "Well, you saw what happened to Harry after he healed me." Tonks spoke to the floor. "It matches everything we could find out about the debts. I really just want to know for sure." "Same with me, but about the troll last year." Hermione looked bravely at her mom's face and only saw worried acceptance. "All right, we'll take you." Andromeda agreed. "You probably don't though, you know that right?" "Yay, we know," Hermione replied. "So can we go now?" Tonks asked impatiently. "I'm okay with it, so long as we go shopping too." Andromeda smiled. "Hang on, I want to leave Harry a note," Hermione said and ran upstairs, Tonks close behind. "Dear Harry, Nim and I have gone shopping with our mums. We'll be back early afternoon by Mrs. Tonks, figuring. See you later." Hermione and Nim. "What's that?" Gwynog asked as Harry sat down at the table. "Just a note from the girls letting me know why they aren't here." Harry replied and poured himself a cup of coffee. "Oh yay, if you were up earlier you wouldn't have missed them." Gwynog smirked. "Late night?" "No, hard time falling asleep." Harry shrugged. "What's bothering you?" Gwynog asked. "I have no idea what I should get for Hermione or Nim this year." Harry Mo.Ned, glad that both of them were out of earshot. "Really? If you want some help I think I know something they would love." Gwynog grinned. "Really?" Harry asked relieved. "Thanks a lot." "No problem, bring your coffee, we need to go up to your room." Gwynog stood up and made for the stairs. Wait, let me grab some toast or something too. Harry hurriedly grabbed a couple pieces of cold toast in his left hand, his coffee in his right, and followed Gwynog upstairs. So what, something in here will tell you what I should get or something. Something like that. Why don't you go and get the pair of pajamas that you like the most? Gwynog ordered and ignored his questioning look. Here they are, Harry said a minute later, walking back with his favorite pair of pants and sweatshirt. What are you going to do with them? Nothing. These are the gifts. Give the shirt to Hermione and the pants to Tonks. Gwynog laughed at his surprise. What? But, these haven't been washed since I wore them. Harry stammered. Perfect. Gwynog clapped. You want me to give them old dirty clothes? Harry cocked an eyebrow skeptically. Yup, they'll love them. Gwynog placed a hand over her heart. I swear it. You're insane, but unless I think of something better I'll trust you. Harry sighed. What brings you four down to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? Asked the Auror at the front desk. The lady in the atrium said that this is where we could find the book detailing life debts. Andromeda said bluntly. Oh, yes. That is here. Who's checking? The Auror asked and pulled a form out from a drawer. That would be both of us. Tonks said, pointing at herself and Hermione. All right, just press your wands into this slot to verify your signatures and fill out these forms, and we can get you taken care of. The Auror smiled and handed over the papers after Hermione and Tonks each presented their wands to the device. Half an hour later they handed over the paperwork and followed an Auror out of the waiting area and into a room with a large ledger waiting. The Auror walked behind the ledger and consulted the paperwork. Let's see, Tonks, Nympha. Don't say it, Tonks exclaimed. Dora, sorry. The Auror finished before he could stop himself and started flipping through the pages. Let's see, here we are, ahem, October 31st, 1992, Ode to 1 Harry Potter, cause not listed. I knew it, Tonks shouted gleefully. That isn't necessarily a good thing. The Auror cautioned. What about me? Hermione asked anxiously. Right, Granger, Hermione. The Auror flipped a few more pages. Also one, this time to 1 Nympha. Ms. Tonks on October 31st, 1991, cause not listed. That doesn't make sense. Tonks frowned. Harry did all the saving. Yay, that's really weird. Hermione frowned and turned to the Auror. Do you have any ideas? I only know what is in the book. But maybe Mr. Potter wasn't risking anything, the Auror suggested. But he got clubbed by a troll. Hermione objected. I can't say. I wasn't there. Sorry. The Auror smiled sadly. You know what would help us think about it? Andromeda asked happily. Shopping. Let's go get our mind off it for a while. Get up, you filthy maggot. Sirius bellowed into Harry's ear an hour before dawn on the 21st. Ah! Harry screamed as he was suddenly ejected from his dreams. What the hell, Padfoot? Dan showed me army movies. Sirius gasped between laughs and wiped a tear away. Good times. Why did you wake me up so early? Harry asked groggily. It's time to start the potion and you need to be there. Sirius yanked the covers back, drawing a yelp from Harry. Stop whining, you're the last one. I even brought you coffee. 10 minutes later Sirius, Remus and the three kids were all up on the roof waiting for the sun to peek over the horizon. The first step was mixing their hair into a solution just as the light from the rising sun, or the rising moon, hits it on either solstice. Remus was squinting into the sun. Just a few more seconds, now. On his cue the three dumped their hair into the vials they held. The colors changed as the light hit them. Hermione's turned a deep nut brown while Harry's turned copper and Tonks turned a flawless white. Once the color stabilized they poured them into cauldrons set on low and settled in to spend the whole day simmering their solution. So there must be a lot of stories from when you guys went through this. Harry suggested as he sat back in his chair. Oh, no, not really. Remus said, looking away. None come to mind. Sirius added. But that doesn't matter. Have you three decided what animals you want to be? I have. I don't want to say what it is yet, but I'm going to need to take a trip to Australia. Harry smiled. Sounds fun. Sirius grinned. International portkeys aren't much fun, but if we put it off until you get back for the summer and you know where to go, it shouldn't be too hard. Really? Harry sat back stunned. I was expecting to need to sneak off with Nick and get it myself. Is it dangerous? Sirius asked seriously. Not very, they're nice animals and I can talk to them, so I doubt anyone with me would come to any harm. Harry answered. So, of some sort. Sirius nodded. Hermione. I took Harry's advice to heart and decided on a very useful, I think, form. That of a housefly. Hermione smiled. Housefly. Sirius frowned. How is that supposed to be useful? Have you ever tried to hit a fly with a curse? Hermione asked casually. Not to mention the escape routes that it would open up. There are no better flyers in the whole world. Fair enough. Remus nodded. What about you, Tonks? I want to keep mine secret too. Tonks said, looking at Harry and blushing. But I won't have to make travel arrangements to get the piece of the animal. 4 steps and the whole day later the sun had set and the kids were preparing to store their potion for summer. The entire day Harry had asked questions about the Marauders' experiences, but the older two kept suspiciously dodging the subject. Finally Sirius stood up with a smile that was way too large for the occasion. Remember, you 3, put them somewhere very safe. If they get shaken between now and then they'll be ruined. Mafalda Hopkirk took her job very seriously, except for on Christmas mornings. The first Christmas that she worked in the department she was sent out to Kent to cover up a large amount of accidental magic. The parents of the girl were confused, as could be expected, and led her to where their 3-year-old daughter was gleefully shredding and propelling wrapping paper around the room. With a smile she removed the memory of her visit from Dan and Emma Granger and left quickly to let young Hermione play. A year later she was called to the same house. Instead of going in she disillusioned herself and peeked in through the window. She watched for a few minutes before turning and leaving quietly. The year after that the same thing happened, then a few months later she was promoted. Now no one responded to accidental magic in Kent of Christmas morning, but Mafalda would still watch the magic detectors dance as Hermione played. Today was the first Christmas in all those years where the meter didn't move at all. Mafalda knew this day was coming. It wasn't hard for Mafalda to learn that Hermione was at Hogwarts now. Most of the wizarding world would recognize her face simply due to her attachment to Harry Potter. Magical education almost invariably marked the end of accidental magic. Mafalda knew this, but it didn't stop her from shedding a tear at the end of an era. Harry caught himself staring at his pile of presents again, one of them specifically. The Marauders gave the girls and himself a large flask full of memories. They said it was the story of their animagus journey, which explained all of their smirks and half-laughs the other day. He was down to the last gift from people he actually knew. This one was from Luna. He was about to tear the paper when he heard a squeak from his left and got crushed by a Hermione hug. Harry laughed into her hair and wound his left arm around her to return the hug. He could hear Tonks tear paper hastily and the chuckles that caused around the room turned into full laughs as she grabbed Harry as soon as Hermione released him. When Harry finally extricated himself he shot a grateful glance to Gwynog, who was smiling smugly as if to say, "I told you so." Smiling to himself he removed the wrapping paper and lifted the lid off of Luna's present. He gasped involuntarily at the artistry of the figures in front of him. The 9 members of Harry's court as well as Luna and Ginny were lined up in a neat line, all finely crafted out of wood and delicately painted. Harry immediately noticed the portkey on the one of him. A long life of celebrity made him quite familiar with them. Oh, goody. This should be fun. Harry smiled excitedly and checked to make sure he had his wand and vial of elixir. Wow, these are really cool. Harry exclaimed. No one is touching me, this is as good of a time as any. Harry reached out to take the portkey with his left hand. Look, she gave the one of me a duck bill. Huh, Harry thought, looking around as he drew his wand after landing. Who'd have thought I'd end up here again? Harry. Hermione screamed as the box of dolls hit the floor. Time blurred over the next few minutes as complete chaos broke out in the room. Hestia had her head in the fireplace and Gwynog was frantically writing something. Remus and Andromeda were casting spells over the other dolls in the box. Sirius finally broke her out of her daze by shoving her mirror in front of her face. Hermione reached up to take it with arms that she just then realized were wrapped around a similarly panicking Tonks. Call Susan and get Amelia here as quickly as you can. Sirius commanded. We'll get him back, don't worry. Hermione nodded and took the mirror. Susan. She called shakily and waited for her friend's face to appear. Headmaster. Hestia's head yelled from inside the fireplace. He's in McGonagall's office, dear. One of the former headmistress's portraits said. Thank you. Hestia said quickly and withdrew from the fireplace. After throwing another pinch of flow powder on the fire, she stuck her head back in and called. Hogwarts Transfiguration Office. Oh, good morning, Hestia. McGonagall said, surprised. Is Dumbledore there? Hestia asked impatiently. I'm here. Dumbledore moved into view, with a serious expression. What's wrong? Someone's taken Harry. Hestia cried. Step back, I'm coming through. Dumbledore nodded. Harry only survived his first trip here with the aid of the Weasleys' semi-sentient invisible flying car. This time it was just Harry, his wand, and the whole nest of Acromantula. The giant spiders were, fortunately, far more surprised at Harry's arrival than Harry was. Unfortunately, they don't stay surprised very long. Harry thought as he leapt to his left to avoid a thick strand of web that fell from above. A flick of his wrist sent a cutting curse back in the same direction, and Harry was rewarded with a hiss of pain. Harry ducked under a bite directed at his head and set that spider afire before banishing it back into the horde. A sharp burning pain in his left arm told him that one of them had gotten lucky and ripped his arm open with a claw. Worse though was causing him to drop the doll, which he needed to return without raising suspicion. He never saw the face of that spider, but he managed to get one of its legs with a reducto before it disappeared back into the swarm. With a thought, Harry focused his metamorph talent and stopped the bleeding before throwing himself into the fight with reckless abandon. Where is he? Tonks screamed as Shacklebolt escorted Luna Lovegood and her father into the room. Luna burst into tears as her father placed himself protectively between the girls, glaring angrily at Tonks. Shacklebolt also glared but yelled back too. Ms. Tonks, now isn't the time for blind accusations. We don't know that Ms. Lovegood had anything to do with the portkey. Whatever. Tonks muttered, looking down in equal parts shame and anger. Madam Bones is right over here, if you'll please follow me. Shacklebolt lead the Lovegoods away. It'll be all right, Nim. The headmaster has the instruments to track a portkey. He'll find Harry in no time. We just have to give him a second to get back with everything. Hermione whispered calmingly to the girl in her arms. Harry panted as he watched what remained of the Acromantula swarm run away. With a shuddering sigh, he dropped into a sitting position and allowed the dome of fiend fire, that he had erected around himself, die away. Harry never understood why that spell was considered dark. Probably just another case of the Ministry being afraid of what most people had a hard time controlling. That's funny. Harry laughed as he remembered how Hermione had invented that variation of the spell to help Ron overcome his crippling phobia so that the three of them and Ginny could clear this very forest of those very spiders, just a few years before their kids started school. I owe older Hermione so much. Now where did that portkey land? Harry had picked up a few more small injuries during the fight, and a few of them objected to Harry standing up again. Ignoring the mutinous parts of his body, Harry cast a locating charm and groaned when it told him the doll was under a pile of dead spiders. If Harry knew more about arachnid anatomy, he would have noticed that the abdomen of the bottommost spider was badly damaged. If Harry had noticed that, he would have taken more care while levitating said corpse. Harry was walking towards the doll when he heard a loud crack above him. The abdomen of a giant spider landed between him and the doll before bursting open and showering the area in spider guts. As Harry fought the urge to throw up, he lost concentration on the levitation spell and the upper half of the spider dropped like a rock. Having shifted slightly in the separation, the spider's top half landed behind Harry but bounced towards him, knocking Harry face first into the abdomen. Scrambling away from it as fast as possible, Harry managed to get a few feet away before he lost his breakfast. Head, neck and shoulders all covered in unspeakably disgusting goo, Harry looked around for his wand. Scourgify was now his highest priority despite how much it would hurt his wounds. Find wand, reverse polarity on the portkey and go home. Hardest step is the first. Harry thought miserably as his eyes landed on the burst abdomen. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Harry took a few deep fortifying breaths and rolled his sleeve up with a grimace. Dumbledore had been rushing around his office and private study for several minutes, desperately searching for all of the rarely used instruments he needed. Not for the first time, Albus wondered why he never got around to researching a spell to do this job without all of the extras. Now where did I put that dimensional clamp? He yanked open a drawer on his desk to search there when he noticed that his portkey detector had indicated the arrival of a portkey within school grounds, 12.5 minutes ago. Wide-eyed he checked a second device that was designed to track magic on the grounds. It showed that a massive amount of magic had been used deep within the Forbidden Forest starting from just over 12 minutes ago to 4 minutes ago. A quick glance confirmed that no portkey had left. Fox! Albus shouted as he copied the coordinates and moved towards a map of the grounds. Behind him his second device flared softly. I need you to take me, here. Albus finished by pointing at a place in the forest. His portkey detector triggered again as Fox swooped down and flashed away with the headmaster. Finally, Harry shouted as he pulled his arm out of the goo, wand firmly grasped. Without hesitation he scourgified himself, gasping as it scoured his open wounds. So much for my second favorite pair of pajamas. Harry thought as he looked at his partially shredded and horribly stained clothes. Oh well, let's get out of here. Harry walked over to where the portkey was and picked up the doll again. 2 quick prods of his wand and he reversed the portkey. A moment later it activated and Harry never noticed the burst of flame behind him. Harry! Hermione's scream let everyone know he was back, and a moment later he was knocked off his feet again as she barreled into him. Ow! Harry groaned from under Hermione. Oh, sorry. Hermione blushed and stood up quickly, then she and Tonks helped Harry to his feet, then they both hugged him crushingly again. Ow! Harry groaned but returned the embrace. I picked up a couple of scratches while I was out. Andy, are you here? Move away from him, girls. Andromeda commanded as she bustled over. Did they teach you to bustle in healer school or something? Harry wondered aloud as Andromeda started her diagnostics. Yes, she stated plainly. We should get you out of public space. You need to get patched up pronto. I agree, I think I got some venom too. My fingers started tingling a few minutes ago. Harry nodded and allowed her to rush him off, Hermione and Tonks close behind. Dumbledore sighed in resignation. There is nothing more I can do here, Fox. Please take me to Grimald Place. Headmaster, Hestia shouted as he arrived. Harry's. Albus held up a hand solemnly, cutting her off and making her fall silent. I found where the portkey led. Harry landed in the midst of the colony of Acromantula that lives within the Forbidden Forest. I arrived too late, the fighting was over. Harry put up a valiant struggle, but when I arrived only corpses remained. I am afraid that the colony carried him off, he's probably already dead. Dumbledore was close to tears by the time he finished. I think you're exaggerating a bit, Professor. Harry said from the doorway behind him, left arm in a sling. Although I am very tired. Behind him Hermione and Tonks rolled their eyes. Harry! Dumbledore shouted as he spun around, immediately noting the numerous bandaged injuries. You're alive, but how? Rode the portkey back, Harry said seriously. I dropped it almost immediately after I landed and had to fight the colony off to find it again. Otherwise I would have come back as soon as I got a free second. I presume you would like to join the Aurors in my pensieve. If you don't have any objections, of course. Albus nodded. Feel free. I'm headed there right now. Harry motioned with his free arm, and the 2 wizards along with Hermione and Tonks made their way into the next room. Back. Hestia huffed quietly at Dumbledore's back, finishing her earlier statement and crossing her arms. I'm so sorry, Harry. Luna cried as she threw her arms around Harry. I swear I didn't know. Don't worry, Luna, I know you had nothing to do with that. Harry hugged her back softly. I know who did though. Riddle? Sirius asked grumpily. Without a doubt. Harry nodded. He's just narrowed our suspect list down to less than 10 too. How's that? Amelia asked, leaning forward. I'm sorry to interrupt, but who is Riddle? Xenophilius asked from his seat. Voldemort. Harry said casually, then froze. They shouldn't be here. Leaving. Xenophilius said hastily and led Luna out of the room. But Luna started to protest. Not now. Xenophilius said sternly. Luna just nodded, knowing there wouldn't be any further arguing. You too, Shack. Harry said pointedly. Madam Bones. Shacklebolt looked questioningly to Amelia and Dumbledore. Headmaster. Harry's right. Dumbledore frowned at the boy. He's already told too many people. Amelia merely nodded, and without a word Shacklebolt turned and left. Amelia cast the standard set of privacy charms and turned back to the room. So talk, Harry. The portkey was onto Hogwarts grounds. Dumbledore interjected before Harry could start. Only a professor can make a portkey onto the grounds. Or a staff member. Harry nodded. There are more than 10 people on the staff, Harry. Hermione insisted. Yes, but we can remove Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Babbling and Vector, and Madame Pomfrey for various reasons, mainly not being weak-willed enough and not wanting me to be harmed. Harry listed, ticking off fingers. Professors Trelawney, Burbage, Sinistra, and Lockhart along with Mr. Filch, Hagrid and Madame Hooch are possibly too weak-willed to trust. Snape might want me to be harmed enough, but probably not. Professor Snape. Dumbledore corrected automatically. Tonks, jaw dropped in disbelief. With Voldemort being who he is, we can probably discount Filch and Hagrid since they're a squib and half-giant respectively. Harry thought out loud. Burbage too, he would never want to be anywhere near the Muggle Studies classroom. Trelawney, Sinistra and Hooch are all good targets. Because they spend a lot of time outside of observation, but I doubt you can find a mind weaker than Fraud Lockhart's. So we have 4 good suspects to search. Dumbledore nodded. I'll start searching their quarters as soon as I get back to the castle. Wait, he's allowed to call Lockhart a fraud without any correction, but he says Snape and you knee jerk. Tonks said in exasperation. Professor Snape. Dumbledore corrected automatically, then stopped and blinked in confusion. Huh, that's weird. That explains so much. Harry sighed, shaking his head. What do you mean? Dumbledore frowned. You're a creature of habit. Harry shrugged. Don't worry about it. There are far more important things to do right now. Right. Dumbledore nodded and started to leave. Wait. Harry stopped him and paused for him to turn around. Didn't you want to see the fight? Later. Dumbledore nodded and left. So what now? Tonks asked quietly. Now you let the adults do their respective jobs and everything is dealt with by the time you get back to Hogwarts. Shacklebolt smiled assuringly. For now, why don't you 3 take Ms. Lovegood and get some hot chocolate? Sounds good. Harry replied and hopped out of his chair. Let me know when things spiral out of your control and I'll save the day. Wait, leave the memory, Harry, we'll take a look now. Sirius suggested. Sure thing, Padfoot. Harry drew the memory out and dropped it into a rapidly conjured vial. Harry's pensieve might only be able to fit a couple people, but the Black family pensieve could fit the whole group. Oh, I don't know if you should go to that boys' party tomorrow either, it might be hard to explain so many fresh bandages. Sirius added as he caught the vial when Harry tossed it. You might have a point, but I should be able to cover them all by morning. Harry nodded. But if I can't, then I totally agree. That was a stressful day. Harry noted lamely as the last of the Aurors left and the sun was setting. We should do something fun. Hermione suggested. Remus said those memories were funny. Tonks nodded. We could watch those. Sounds good to me. Harry said and turned to shout across the room to the adults. Any old people who would like to attend are more than welcome to join the 3 of us in the pensieve for a session of trouble-forgetting distractions and marauder-based shenanigans. The 3 of them made their way over to the pensieve and Harry removed the memory of the fight and poured in the new ones. Sirius, Remus and Gwynog joined them, and together the 6 dropped into the past. This was the first time we made the potion. Sirius said as the silver fog faded to show a summer day. This is Potter Manor, somewhere to the north of here. When Harry reaches his majority, the spells will trigger and he will learn the location, then he can tell us. No, Sirius, it's 3 times clockwise before you add the chameleon skin and then 3 times counterclockwise. Memory, Remus scolded. He's never going to get it right. Memory, James chuckled. Bet I get it right before you do. Memory, Sirius challenged. The memory swirled back to silver and cleared again, revealing the young marauders in an empty classroom at Hogwarts, frost covering the windows. Memory, Remus was walking in with a small box and the other 3 were almost bouncing with excitement. So what animals did you pick? Memory, Remus asked brightly. My name is Sirius Black, I got fur from the biggest black dog I could find. Memory, Sirius said proudly and held up a small bag. I yanked some fur off the stuffed brown bear in my dad's study. James grinned. Lion. Peter shrugged nonchalantly. How did you manage to get lion? Memory, Sirius asked stunned. You'd be amazed what the London Zoo will do for a kid who is working on a school project. Peter laughed. Let's get on with it then. Memory, Remus tapped his wand to the box. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. They crowded around and James and Peter groaned. The vials marked with their names had turned blood red, spoiled. Sirius was fine and the same black that it had been when he stored it. With a big smirk he picked his vial out and dropped the dog hairs in. What was that bet again? Memory Sirius asked and drained his vial. A moment later the yet unnamed Padfoot appeared for the first time. Memory Sirius's dog danced around yipping happily while James and Peter turned to regard each other. He never put down any stakes. James frowned. Did he? Not that I can remember. Peter shook his head. The potion wore off then and Sirius turned back into his human form. Then you should agree to my second bet. I bet that you won't be successful until at least your fourth attempt. Oh, getting cocky are you? James laughed. You're on, stakes first this time. Fine, if you lose Peter picks your form. Sirius supplied confidently. Fine, but if I win I get to pick his. James shot back. Hey, Peter objected. Don't I get a say in this? Fine, you can have the same wager. Sirius crossed his arms. You're on. Peter shouted and all four broke into laughter as the memory faded back to silver mist. This next memory is actually before the last. Sirius narrated as the mist cleared to show him opening the box of potions. The memory only lasted a few seconds because once the box was open Memory Sirius took out James's and Peter's potions and shook them vigorously before putting them back and sneaking away. Why would you do that? Hermione asked as the memory swirled again before clearing to show Remus in front of the same box. Why not? Sirius responded as Remus opened the box too. At the time it was funny. The angle allowed everyone to see that there were only 2 vials in the box now. This is a few months later, James and Peter's second attempts. Adult Remus snickered said as Memory Remus shook both vials vigorously. We didn't find out until we were compiling these that we both did this. The silver mist swirled again and settled to show the 4 teens at Potter Manor again the next summer. Sirius was in dog form dancing around laughing at James and Peter and their second failure. Finally James threw his vial of worthless potion at Sirius. Shut up. Sirius jumped to the side as the vial broke on the ground and continued gallivanting around. Not even 30 seconds later he stepped on a piece of broken vial and transformed back into a human with a shout. Ow. My pad. Foot. Patterfoot. James snickered. What is a patterfoot? Har har, very funny. Sirius grumbled as he sat down and dug the glass out and the memory faded away again. And I never lived it down. Sirius remarked glumly. Ah, it's okay Patterfoot. Harry patted him sincerely on the shoulder. God damn it. James yelled as the next memory faded in and out rapidly with just a moment showing James and Peter holding blood-red vials again. Neither of us did at that time. Remus explained. We came to the conclusion that they just didn't want to be the loser and sabotaged each other's. Hey, what are you practicing? James's voice asked as the next memory came into focus showing Sirius with 2 glasses, one empty the other full of water. Just working on the switching charm. Sirius grinned. Good choice, sir. James nodded approvingly. You going to put something in Snivel's pumpkin juice? Something like that. Sirius replied as the memory faded away. Finally, James shouted holding up a black vial. Again they were at Potter Manor. It worked. Mine too. Peter cheered holding up his own light brown vial. Do you mind if I go first? James asked and held up the brown bear hair. Wait just a minute. Peter objected and pulled out a small envelope. You lost, your form is my choice. What? James hollered. I didn't think we were being serious. Too bad for you, and since you didn't come prepared I guess I just have to use the lion's hair after all. Peter grinned. Oh no, if you're picking mine I'm picking yours. James said sternly and stomped over to the window. Accio fur. Memory Sirius and Remus looked like they were having a hard time not laughing. Older Sirius and Remus weren't wasting the effort and were laughing heartily. A moment later James and Peter were staring each other down unknown fur in hand and as they started reaching out to drop their selected fur in the other's potion Memory Sirius cast the switching charms, and then again immediately after the fur hit the potion. From a spectator's view it was obvious what happened since Peter's potion went from brown to black and James's did the opposite, but once the fur was in they both had a similar brown color. James and Peter didn't notice the changes and still glaring at each other they clinked their vials together and simultaneously drank them. A moment later a stag and a rat had replaced them. Peter seemed to be getting angry as they looked themselves over and soon enough they popped back into their human forms. Peter immediately turned and glared angrily at Sirius and Remus. Pointing at James he yelled. He was supposed to be the rat. Looking back on it, that was probably the worst bet any of us have ever made. Older Sirius commented as Memory Sirius held up his hand defensively. If you won you were to pick the others and if you lost you weren't allowed to pick your own. Memory Sirius said, you both lost, therefore neither of you could pick your own forms nor could you pick the others. I don't know if Peter ever really stopped being mad about that. Remus observed as the mist swirled again. This time to show the three animagi out playing in the forest during the day with Remus close by reading. After they watched for a few seconds James's antlers got stuck in the branches of a tree. Thinking quick he transformed back into his human shape. Where are my glasses? He asked, squinting around. Up there, Peter said pointing and laughing at the pair of glasses dangling from where James's antlers had been. The memory swirled as Peter levitated the glasses out of the tree. No, give them back. James begged in his sleep as the next memory came up showing the inside of one of the Gryffindor's boys' dormitory. James was in the throes of a dream while the other three were standing around him laughing. Please Lily, give them back. Give what back James? Sirius asked in a girly voice. My prongs. James pled. Give my prongs back. This is the next morning at breakfast. Remus said as the great hall appeared out of the mist. So I had this weird dream last night. James stated as he ripped open a roll. Tell us about it. Memory Remus smiled sweetly. Oh, yes, please do. Sirius gushed. Well, it started in the common room. Evans grabbed me by the glasses and ripped them off my face. James only blushed the slightest amount as he lied. She then led me around Hogwarts holding my glasses ransom until I did something. Until you did what? Peter asked smiling. I don't know, I woke up before I found out. James shrugged. So did you ever get your prongs back? Remus asked casually. Yay, I finally stopped her and persuaded her to return them. James nodded. What do you think it means? First of all, I think it means you need to ask Lily out. Sirius laughed as James choked on his juice. And second, Peter piped up. It means you have earned yourself a nickname, Prongs. What? James asked confused for a second before realizing what he meant, then buried his face in his hands. Shit, you talk in your sleep. Remus consoled. This is the last one. Older Sirius said as the memories reformed again to show three of the four marauders floating on the lake in a small boat, fishing. I didn't know you were allowed to fish there. Hermione squeaked. Yay, sorry about that. Sirius said rubbing his neck. But that is a different set of memories. Where's Wormtail? Harry asked as he looked at the boat. Just wait. Older Remus said as his memory counterpart reached down for another worm. Memory Remus sat straight up with a yelp of surprise and tossed a small object out of the boat. A second later Peter's head broke the surface and he spit out a mouthful of water before glaring at Remus. The shock of surprise wore off and the three in the boat started laughing hard. Remus pulled himself together and started rowing the boat towards the man overboard. Sorry about that Peter, I thought your tail was a worm, surprised me as all. You should really watch where you nap. James laughed and he and Sirius helped Peter crawl back into the boat. Moments later the group was ejected from the pensieve. That was definitely fiend fire. The Unspeakable said as he came out of the pensieve. I've never seen it used that way before though. None of us have. Amelia rolled her eyes. Can you tell me how? Unfortunately there isn't much we can learn from a memory of a memory. Why don't you just haul him in for questioning? He did use a dark spell after all. The Unspeakable suggested. No, I can't do that. He used it against dark creatures and it was clearly self-defense. Amelia chuckled. Unless you think he chose to ride that portkey. No, of course not. But there has to be something we can do to get more information. The Unspeakable frowned thoughtfully. Not until we see someone of no relation perform the same feat. Otherwise it falls under the protection of the Family Magic Act of 1739. Amelia shook her head. Couldn't we just ask Lord Black then? The Unspeakable looked up. If it is his family's magic he could just tell us. The only other option would be Potter family magic, but they were always a light family. I'm almost positive that it is Black family magic. Sirius didn't look at all surprised when he saw it, and no one said anything. Amelia sighed. Isn't your niece friends with Potter? The Unspeakable asked. Yes, why? Couldn't you convince her to butter the boy up or something, convince him to talk? The Unspeakable suggested. Croaker, I requested you because of your desire to learn, but you haven't seen my niece and her friends. Hermione and Tonks would set her straight or run her off before she got much buttering done. Amelia shook her head. And the rest would probably support their efforts. So what can we do? We can ask and hope they tell us. Amelia shrugged. Do you recognize this? Sirius asked sternly as he dropped a book in front of Harry. Theories of Magic by Cygnus Black. Harry read, I gave this to Hermione for her 23rd birthday. Nope. Why? Harry, this is serious. If you've been looking into our family magic, I need to know. Sirius crossed his arms. What are you talking about? Harry frowned. Cygnus takes spells apart with arithmancy, and discusses their flaws, in this book. Sirius said. Really? Hermione gasped and reached out to grab the book only to have Sirius move it away from her. Sorry Hermione, you're not ready for this yet. Sirius smiled apologetically. You couldn't read it anyway without marrying someone of black blood first, you know, family magic and stuff. Tonks said calmingly and smirked at Hermione's momentary wistful expression. There aren't actually any spells in this book. Sirius replied. So no such restriction on this one, it was just with the family books. Anyway, what does that have to do with me? Harry asked. Last night after all of you went to bed I pulled this out to check. One of the sections at the back is a study of fiend fire, also presenting potential applications and suggested approaches, one of which described Harry's fire dome yesterday almost perfectly. Sirius cocked an eyebrow. Oh, that makes perfect sense now that I think about it. Harry smiled reassuringly. Padfoot, I learned that spell from someone else. I never asked how she figured it out or where her idea came from. I think this is just coincidence. Sirius frowned at him for a long moment before jerking his head as the flow bell rang. Gwynog ran to answer it and a few moments later she came rushing back in. Sirius, Minister Fudge is requesting admission. What does he want? Sirius groaned and went to allow the minister and his guards through. Welcome to my home, Mr. Minister, what an unexpected surprise. Yes, my apologies, Lord Black, for the intrusion. Fudge grinned broadly and shook Sirius' hand. I hate to cut straight to business, but I would like to speak with Mr. Potter about yesterday morning, if that is okay. I'll allow you to speak, but if you want to ask questions I'm afraid that as his guardian I am going to need you to set up an appointment first. Sirius smirked as Fudge's jaw dropped. Very well, Fudge said, quickly regaining his composure. One moment please. Sirius smiled and walked back into the kitchen. Hey, you guys want to hold off on starting to eat? Harry, Fudge is here to talk to you. Oh great. Harry Mo.Ned and dragged himself to his feet. He killed his cup of coffee and transfigured his pajamas into suitable robes. Ah, Harry my boy. Fudge clapped his hands together as Harry walked in and hurried over to shake his hand. It is nice to see you. You too, Minister. How have you been? Harry smiled politely as Sirius walked in behind him and leaned up against the wall. Wonderful, thank you for asking. There's no need to ask how you've been. I've heard about that dreadful business with the spiders. Fudge's smile never faltered. Like many people I have been following your exploits since you rejoined our world. A lot of talk has been going around about you at the ministry and... He's what? Emma Granger's yell filtered through from the kitchen. Fudge paused and blinked a few times before pressing on. And everyone is confident that you'll be operating in the political arena once you reach your maturity. There is some debate about whether or not you'll wait to graduate from Hogwarts first though. Regardless, I know that you have been trained in magic already, but who better than the Minister of Magic himself to train you to operate politically? What exactly are you saying? Harry asked cautiously. You don't have to answer now, but I would like to offer you an internship in my office starting on your 15th birthday. Fudge grinned. You'll get a couple years of experience without threatening your own political base, with all the power that you'll lose more in your early mistakes. That seems like a waste to me, so I would like to give you the chance to prevent that from happening. Interesting. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Well, I'll think about it. When would you like an answer? I think before your 14th birthday would be appropriate. Fudge replied calmly. Of course we wouldn't announce it before your 15th. Of course. Harry agreed. That is a very convenient time frame for me. I wonder if the tournament is still going to happen. I will let you know as soon as I come to a decision. Excellent. Fudge laughed and clapped him on the shoulder, oblivious to Harry's wince as he hit a healing wound. Now I believe I've used up enough of your morning already, Mr. Potter, Lord Black, it was nice seeing you both. You as well, Harry replied. Take care, Minister. Sirius smiled as Fudge moved to the flow. 2 guards went first, then Fudge and the second pair of guards went last. When they were all gone, Sirius sighed and turned to Harry. Clearly an attempt to add your popularity to his, right? Right. Harry nodded. So don't do it, Sirius suggested. But it is a chance to start forcing my will upon the people 2 years earlier than planned. Harry countered. Maybe. Fudge probably won't give you anything of consequence to do. Sirius shook his head. Fudge is a spineless worm. Harry scoffed. I can strong-arm him. Then do it, Sirius asked skeptically. I don't know. We should, make charts and stuff. Harry said seriously. Yay. Sirius agreed. The women in this house are all good at that kind of stuff. And they're the real decision makers, right? Harry joked. Sirius laughed and opened the door, gesturing for Harry to go back to the kitchen. You'll see, sooner than you expect, I imagine. What's that supposed to mean? Harry grumbled as he walked by. Sirius just laughed. So who is Minister Fudge? Emma asked a few moments after Harry walked out of the kitchen. The Minister of Magic, Remus replied. Oh, Emma frowned. That sounds important. He is Mum. Hermione giggled. He is the equivalent of the Prime Minister. He's what? Emma screamed in surprise, then clamped her hands over her mouth and blushed heavily. Mum, Hermione groaned. Do you think they heard? Emma asked in a harsh whisper. Don't worry, I put up a silencing charm when I heard who it was. Remus assured from behind her. No you didn't. Gwynog mouthed from across the room. She doesn't know that. Remus mouthed back, pointing at the back of Emma's head emphatically. Oh good. Emma sighed with heavy relief as everyone laughed quietly. Why would he visit Harry? Who wouldn't want to visit Harry? Tonks asked dreamily, making Hermione giggle and nod. Straight men, Dan offered helpfully. Hestia rolled her eyes. We're just going to have to wait until they're done to know. Remus, come help me move the food to the table. Remus gave a small sigh and moved to help her. They didn't need to wait long, as within a few minutes Harry and Sirius walked back through the door, both deep in thought. Neither said anything as they took their seats and dished themselves up some breakfast. For a few tense minutes everyone watched the two as they ate silently, yet to make eye contact with anyone. Hermione's anxiousness finally got the better of her and she blurted out, so what did the minister want? Harry looked up at her, then checked his watch. 3 minutes and 26 seconds. I win, Padfoot. Pay up. Sirius groaned and dropped his head into his hands. 34 more seconds, Hermione, you could have made it. You bet on me. Hermione huffed as Harry caught the galleon Sirius tossed to him. Every time. Harry smiled. She blinked twice then smiled brilliantly as she realized what he meant. Well, thank you, she said, blushing faintly. But anyway, Fudge wants me to become his intern. Harry said. That's amazing, Harry. Hermione gasped. You're going to do it right? Emma asked excitedly. We'll see. Harry shrugged. This is a big opportunity. Ted said gravely. Yay, but Fudge is a tool. Harry. Andromeda gasped. Don't talk like that about the Minister of Magic. Well, he is a tool. Harry shrugged. Lucius Malfoy has had him in his pocket for years. Why do you think so many Death Eaters are still free? As the group descended into a discussion about Fudge's politics, Harry began to plan on how to use Fudge's support during the upcoming years. He suggested that he take up correspondence with Fudge in the meantime, under the guise of trying to help make his decision, but Harry was going to find a way to suggest the tournament. With any luck his 4th year would proceed similarly to the one he remembered. You what? Voldemort screamed. I sent him into the Forbidden Forest. Tom repeated. Relax, there is no way he could have made it out of the middle of the colony. Lucius. Yes, my lord. Go find out if the boy is dead. Voldemort ordered and turned back to the body his younger self was inhabiting. You'd better hope you're right, because if he lived you should consider your cover blown. Even if they searched Lockhart's rooms they wouldn't find the diary. Unless they knew exactly where to look, my hidden compartment will remain completely undetected. Tom replied smugly. Much less broken into. Merlin, you're young. Voldemort sighed. Barty, bring me the list of my servants who are still free. We might need to move a few plans up, depending on Lucius' report. Yes, my lord. Barty Crouch Jr. bowed to his father's body and scurried out of the room. How strong is your grip on Lockhart's soul? Voldemort asked. The man is weak. I could consume him at any time. Tom shrugged. If I did it while he was asleep, no one would even be able to react. My lord, Lucius cried as he walked back into the room. The boy lives. Damn it. Voldemort swore and slammed his fists into the table. All right, here's what we're going to do. Lockhart is an idiot, Harry told himself as he tucked the time turner back into his shirt. Or maybe it is Riddle who did that. What? The other Harry in the room asked. You'll see as soon as you get there. The older Harry smiled and walked over to the desk, returning with 2 needles and his rune-carving tools. Here, you'll need these. Why do you have to be like that? The younger Harry frowned. Like what? All cryptic. You don't have to play that game with me. The younger Harry stated, crossing his arms. You'll understand when you're my age. The older Harry smirked when the younger rolled his eyes. Whatever. The younger huffed. Harry, we have to go. Hermione yelled up the stairs. Just a minute. Younger called back. Well, you'd better get going. I have a party to go to. Older smiled as younger frowned and warped away, then older put his carving tools back on his desk. Harry sighed and shook his head as he walked out the door. Kids these days. After a quick stop to grab the Horcrux detector and check his map, Harry disillusioned himself and warped into Lockhart's office. Step 1, disable the portraits. Harry thought and waved his wand. Check. Step 2, activate Horcrux detector. Check. Whoa. Harry gasped as a tiny stream of sparks issued from the end. The sparks were at the rate that Harry normally associated with being very close, but they were so small that he would think it was far away. He turned towards London and checked against Hufflepuff's cup. The detector is working fine, Harry thought as he watched the perfectly predictable series of sparks. Harry reoriented the detector and followed the strange sparks. They lead him to a specific book on a bookshelf. It wasn't the diary, and as Harry investigated further he found that the sparks were leading him to the front cover specifically. None of the detection spells that Harry could quickly cast revealed anything, nor did his mage sight. With a conjured knife Harry peeled back the inside of the front cover. Inside the cover were countless magic hiding runes in a locked extra-dimensional space. No wonder my detector was barely sparking. The lock was password protected, in Parseltongue. Way to go, Harry thought as he looked closer and found that the password was anything in Parseltongue. You should have figured out that that was a bad plan when I reversed the spell on Nim. No wonder I called him an idiot. Perhaps sharing Lockhart's limited brain is affecting Tom's capacities. Open, Harry hissed, and as the barrier faded away he found that it contained a leather pouch. As Harry removed the pouch he realized that it was open. He couldn't help but laugh as he looked inside and found Tom Riddle's diary. I could destroy this right now. Or, Harry thought, I could risk Lockhart's life for a chance at a showy display sometime later. Harry set the diary aside and investigated the pouch. Inside one of the seams was a small metal clip that held several hairs. They were all B-owned, and Harry assumed that they were Lockhart's. Well, they are supposed to be keyed to the individuals who can open it. Harry thought as he turned his hair B-owned and cut a few strands with conjured scissors before adding them to the clip. Suddenly Harry realized what he needed the needles for and immediately enlarged them. He clamped them down and delicately carved runes that would make the needles transmit a very specific signal. 20 minutes later and he was hiding one needle in the binding of the diary and the other inside the stitching of the diplomat bag. Having that accomplished and now able to find the 2 items more easily, Harry put everything back how he found it. Bag left opened hidden inside the extra-dimensional space and resealed behind the Parseltongue barrier, and the cover of the book patched up with a quick reparo. Once Harry put the book back on the shelf he warped back to his base. How was it? Remus asked as Harry, Hermione, Tonks, Sirius, Gwynog, Dan and Emma got back for the Finch-Fletchy party. Boring. Tonksmo.ned. There is so little for me to talk about when there are muggles around. Present company excluded. The third time I heard one of Justin's female friends gush about how brave Harry must be to grab AS. I just wanted to tell them about the basilisk. Hermione sighed. Harry didn't seem to be having that bad of a time. Sirius remarked coyly. What with that cute little bee-owned girl hanging all over him. Har har. Harry drawled, and all 3 kids made a face at Sirius. Well, I thought it was a lot of fun, Emma said with a smile. Delightful even, Dan said and slid his arms around his wife. It's late, Harry said with a yawn, noting that the clock read just after 1 in the morning. I'm going to bed. Sounds good. Hermione agreed and together the three went up the stairs. Warm sunlight filtered into the court's compartment as they rode back to school. Harry was leaning against the corner of the seat with his right arm covering his face. Hermione had fallen asleep while reading next to him and eventually slid sideways and now had her head on his. Tonks was on the seat directly across from Harry, reading her book on birds. Every once in a while she would glance up to her sleeping friends and smile. The twins had concocted their first batch of canary creams over the holiday and were currently out searching for willing testers, mainly in the fourth-year Gryffindor car. The court had already taken one each. Hannah was busy reading a medical text that she had requested Tonks ask her mother for a recommendation on. Andromeda had sent a small library instead. She called it the starter set. There was a lesson there somewhere about asking a professional for the basics. Susan was reading a history book about the Wizengamot that would have made Ron cry. Daphne and Blaise were next to each other reading the same copy of the Daily Prophet. They traded sections wordlessly and with timing that suggested they did this almost every morning for a long time. Everyone was being very quiet though because Harry and Hermione were sleeping and were adorable. Except that only Hermione was asleep. Harry had been pretending so that he could finish his plans for the third task. He had decided that he could win the war that night if he acted decisively. If everything went to plan, Voldemort wouldn't even know how badly he lost for a good 2 years afterwards, if ever. It's a good thing I still have 2.5 years. I wonder if it will be harder to invent a portable, easy to use but looks complicated device to follow the portkey to the graveyard, or the Horcrux power-converting crystal vial of doom thingy. Harry restrained himself from chuckling. I wonder where I can find a diamond the size of my fist. I hope Dumbledore protects the goblet more thoroughly this time. An age line is just no challenge. Whatever, I've got the tournament planned out sufficiently, and don't have the details to go further, so I'll just stick with what I have. Sorry, Fleur. Next item of business, with plans to destroy my anti-killing curse shield, I should study the killing curse itself. Harry resolved. See if I can't figure out a way to survive another Avada Kedavra. It's been taken care of. A deep voice rang inside his head. Harry jerked straight up and looked around the room wildly. Who said that? What did you do that for? Hermione mumbled sleepily. No one said anything, mate. Blaise said, looking up from the paper. You probably just had a bad dream. Bad dream? Harry asked, confused for a moment, then relieved. Of course, sorry. You're forgiven. Hermione muttered and pushed Harry back to where he was and rested her head on his again. Now shut up and go back to sleep. Or at least let me go back to sleep. I was having a very pleasant dream. Yes, dear. Harry grumbled and laid his head back. Hermione looked nervously to Tonks, who smiled at her and gave a saucy wink. The others chuckled. Hermione grinned, and blushed, then slid her arms around Harry. Good boy. Cornelius, 2 owls have come for you. Minister Fudge's chief undersecretary said as she stuck her head through the door. Thank you, Dolores. Who are they from? Fudge replied and beckoned Umbridge in. One is from Lord Malfoy, the other is from the Potter boy. Umbridge replied with a sickly sweet smile and handed the letters over. Ah, thank you, my dear. I've been looking forward to hearing from Harry. Fudge grinned. You may go. Yes, Mr. Minister. Umbridge said stuffily and left the room with a frown. Meanwhile, Fudge was hurriedly opening the letter from Harry. He wasn't expecting to hear from him this soon. He checked the clock and the calendar and decided that Harry must have sent the letter just before leaving for the train station. Dear Minister Fudge, my godfather and I have discussed it at length and there is very little chance that he will reject your most generous offer. That being said, he suggested that I open a line of communication between the two of us until we have to make the choice. This is for the sake of getting to know one another better before locking ourselves into a 2-year partnership. As you know, I am a 12-year-old student at Hogwarts, House Ravenclaw. You also undoubtedly know that I am also on the House Quidditch team as a beater. I like the sport, but it is a little disappointing that it is the only exciting part of normal life here. The basilisk last year was certainly exciting, as were the spiders last week, but neither of those things were supposed to happen. Quidditch is great, but I'm sure there is some way to plan more events or sports or something. That's Dumbledore's area though, sorry for complaining. So, back on topic. My best friends are Hermione Granger and Tonks. Quite a few of the photos of me that have been published recently have the two of them in them somewhere. I have 6 other close friends from the other houses as well. How about you, do you have a best friend? Any other friends? Shoot, Nim's mum is calling me for breakfast and we're going to the platform directly afterwards, so I'm going to have to end this letter here. Bye. Harry Potter. Fudge couldn't have known, but it had taken Harry 3 drafts and several hours of revision to get that letter to be simultaneously childish enough and insulting enough to satisfy both of his goals. Fudge chuckled and set the letter aside. He would have a reply waiting for Harry when he got to Hogwarts, he decided. Fudge broke the seal on the letter from Lucius and began to read what he had to say. Minister Fudge. Myself and several other prominent pure-blood heads have spoken with our children and feel that their Hogwarts experience is lacking. The education is impeccable, especially potions, but I fear that the students know nothing of wizarding traditions. I brought this to the attention of the other members on the Board of Governors and they have agreed to allow me to arrange a meeting between yourself or your representatives and the Board of Governors to discuss possible solutions. Please contact me at your nearest convenience so that we make scheduled a meeting. Sincerely, Lord Lucius Malfoy. Fudge set that letter aside too and rested his head in his hands. I don't need this. Not only is my popularity already starting to slip, and I have to tell Ludo again that I'm not going to authorize the return of that dreadful tournament, although it is rather impressive that he got Barty to sign off on it this year. And now Harry wants excitement and Lucius wants tradition. Fudge's head suddenly shot out of his hands. I've got an idea, and if we play up the traditional angle the Wizengamot might agree. Where is that form? Fudge rummaged around the top of his desk for a few moments. Aha! Sign, initial, stamp, sign, seal and send. Chuckling to himself about how clever he was, Fudge sent the form on to the Wizengamot for approval. They wouldn't look at it until the first meeting of the year, which was still a little over a week away. Fudge knew he couldn't let this time go to waste and immediately began composing letters to Dumbledore, Harry, Lucius, Ludo and Barty. Dear Harry, the initial stages have just started so I can't say anything for sure, but I don't think you need to worry that nothing exciting will ever happen. That said, I'll move on to telling you about myself. As you know, I am the Minister of Magic. I don't know if you know what that entails though. My position is decided by popular vote every 8th year. The next election will be in the fall of 1996. My job is to look out for the interests of all of the people of magical Britain and liaise with Her Majesty's government as well. My favorite color is green. In fact, I have a bowler cap that is green and is kind of my trademark. My closest friend is also my Undersecretary, Madame Dolores Umbridge, although I am also friends with various members of the upper echelon of magical Britain, like Lord Lucius Malfoy, Bartemus Crouch and Ludo Bagman, who, like yourself, was a beater. If you take up my offer, I'll be sure to introduce the two of you, as I'm sure you'll have a lot to talk about. I'm afraid the efforts of restarting a long-dead tradition are begging for my time. I hope this finds you well. Sincerely, Cornelius Fudge, M.O.M. Mom. George scoffed. He signs his letters Mom. Hello, I'm Minister Mom. Fred mocked in his best Fudge impression. You guys. Hermione laughed as they sat down for the feast. You know it is an acronym. Yeah. Fred waved dismissively. Since he's trying to become friends with Harry, he might insist on being called Mum instead. Minister Mum. George frowned. We can do better. I know. Fred exclaimed and George nodded knowingly. Minister Mummy. They cried together. Oh Merlin. Tonks Mo.net and dropped her head to the table. Ah, it's okay Nim. Harry smirked and wrapped one arm around her in a short hug. Thanks for sharing the letter, but we have to go to our table before Snape gets uppity. Fred laughed. But let us know when you're going to write Minister Mummy back. George smiled. They both waved and walked off. So, do you think whatever Minister Mummy has planned will be more exciting than us? Blasphemy. Fred gasped as they walked out of hearing range. Interesting. Dumbledore thought as he set down the letter from the minister later that evening. I have been looking for a way to bring Harry back onto my playing ground. It would be best if I could find a way to make him unable or unwilling to compete and then force his entry. Then if I also worked in a headmaster tutoring rule of some sort, he'll have no choice but to turn to me for guidance. Perhaps a ban on any contestant from speaking with any non-tournament personnel about upcoming tasks. To increase dramatic tension for the benefit of the audience, of course. Dumbledore chuckled. That will remove Harry from that infernal group of friends and keep Gnicc out of the way. Or, I could challenge Harry to enter and implement strict rules that sound mild. Slowly clamp down on him over the year. Dumbledore sighed and leaned back in his chair. Either way, it starts with getting the tournament approved. I had better write Cornelius a letter then. I really wish this could have waited until after I'd dealt with the second possessed professor problem we've had. Master. Barty Crouch Sr. called as he walked into his house. Did it go as planned? The shade of Voldemort asked as it flowed into the room. Yes, Master. Barty nodded gleefully as the other occupants of the house filtered into the room. I am to work with Lucius and Ludo Bagman to plan the tournament and show that it is safe enough for the Wizengamot to approve. Lucius. Voldemort hissed. Yes, my lord. Lucius asked as a tapping was heard on the window. Barty Jr. went to receive the owl. Why did you not tell me of this success yet? Voldemort flew in front of his face menacingly. I was not yet informed, my lord. Lucius quivered. My lord, perhaps this letter for Malfoy is to inform him. Barty Jr. said as he walked back in brandishing an envelope. Malfoy grabbed it and tore it open and read it quickly while Voldemort hovered over his should doing the same. Voldemort hissed victoriously. It is as you said, Barty. Listen, we all know that Tom is going to fail in his task. He is young and a fool. We're taking advantage of that opportunity in several ways, but this tournament is where we'll have the complete advantage. There are traditionally 3 tasks. Voldemort flew back and forth as though pacing. 3 tasks to break Potter down until we can completely crush him at the end. So, here's the plan. Hey Nim. Hermione yawned as Tonks crawled into Hermione's bed and under her covers. What's wrong? I don't know. Tonks bit her lip nervously. I just don't want to be alone. All right, you can sleep here if you want. Hermione smiled comfortingly and laid down. Thank you, Tonks said with a grateful smile. Just don't bite me. Hermione sighed and turned off the lights while Tonks laughed quietly. Remus, I think we need to talk. Hestia said as she walked into their bedroom. Yay, me too. Remus sighed sadly. Now Lucius, take Barty and do it. Voldemort hissed dismissively. My lord. Lucius bowed and scraped and made his exit. Master. Barty bowed and followed closely behind Lucius. Now Barty. Lucius said as the door closed behind them. This plan is perfect, but we're going to need to add things so that we can barter our way back down to this point. First some things that Ludo can take out and then some that the Wizengamot can. I think we all can agree that a lava pit in the first task is excessive. I agree, Lucius. Barty said as he caught on. And there is absolutely no need to have the hostages with a pride of chimera in the second. Harry woke the day after they returned to Hogwarts with 2 very cold eyes staring directly into his. Good morning, Hand. Harry hissed softly. You forgot me. Hand stated angrily. No, I didn't. Harry lied with a gulp. Then you abandoned me intentionally. Hand asked. If she had eyebrows, one would be raised skeptically. No, of course not. I would never abandon you. Harry swore. Then how do you explain my coming up here to get taken with you only to find a completely empty room? Hand demanded. I just thought that you would rather stay where you were than be disrupted by human holidays. Harry said. Why did you even send me down there? Hand asked honestly. Nothing much ever happens in relation to you. I didn't know how Slytherin would react to my arrival. Harry shrugged. I needed someone to gauge the reaction and I didn't have Blaise or Daphne yet. Your real job doesn't start until the end of my 4th year when Voldemort gets brought back. I expect that by then you'll be able to easily tell who is acting strange. But it's so boring. Handmo.ned. Tell you what, why don't you go explore the castle and grounds once it gets warm enough, whenever you get bored? Harry suggested. And, if all goes to plan, next year I'll be able to turn into AS as well and you can show me anything cool that you find. Really? Hand asked excitedly. You'll be AS too. Animagus. Harry nodded. I just have to wait for the next solstice. Yay. Hand squealed. I should go, your nestmates awaken. Alright, don't be a stranger. Harry hissed as she slithered off his bed. Oh, one more thing, Ratboy said he was going to set the mudblood on fire at the next sport I can't pronounce. You might not care, I'm not sure who he was talking about. Hand added as she looked back. Set her on fire. Harry scoffed. Really? That takes a lot of creativity. Harry rolled his eyes. Anyway, thanks for telling me, he was probably referring to Hermione, and she'll be well protected. The next Quidditch match was Ravenclaw vs. Slytherin. Glad to help, Hand hissed as she left the room. Albus. McGonagall whispered to Dumbledore, as an owl delivered a letter to Snape. Have you found the you-know-what? No, not yet. Dumbledore whispered back and smiled genially. What have you found then? McGonagall asked. Oh, nothing. Dumbledore said with a casual shrug. Nothing. McGonagall gasped under her breath. Didn't find anything that registered as dark in any of their rooms nor anything that appeared to be a diplomat bag. Dumbledore chuckled. And I didn't find anything when I scanned their minds. Tom is well hidden in whomever it is that he is hidden within. You seem to be taking this very well. McGonagall huffed. Wouldn't want him to think we're onto him, nor do we want to worry the children. Dumbledore whispered and jovially stirred some berries into his yogurt before leaning back over. It behooves us to behave as though nothing is wrong. Snape wasn't concerned with the deadline in the letter that Lucius Malfoy had sent, nor was he concerned with the difficulties of getting a flask of Polyjuice potion and some of Filch's hair. All of that was easy. What really made Snape anxious was that the letter had declared the orders, from the Dark Lord himself. It was not a claim that any Death Eater would falsify. Snape had to choose whether to go along with the orders and hope that Dumbledore never found out, or go to the headmaster and get a plan together. It would be easier if there was any information in the letter. As it stood, Filch would be able to be impersonated by anyone once the 2 weeks were up. The danger wouldn't pass for years unless they left proof of its use. That Filch is the chosen target suggests that the mission is to get in and out without arousing suspicion, perhaps to find or plant something. Maybe even assassination. No one would suspect the squib. Snape thought and checked the letter again. Or observation, he did demand a lot of Polyjuice. Either way, he is going to be under close scrutiny as soon as I send the potion. Unless I don't tell anyone. Snape looked down the table to where Dumbledore was jovially mixing berries into his yogurt and made his decision. Why couldn't the Dark Lord have sent Barty? Lucius thought miserably as he strode down the slums. He knows I don't fit in here. Finally he found the gray door that he had been looking for and raised his cane and hammered on it several times. Within seconds the window on the door slid open and an angry voice growled from the other side, "What do you want?" "Good afternoon. My name is Lucius Malfoy and I am here with business for your boss, Chief Greyback," Lucius said with a polite smile. "What kind of business?" The werewolf barked. "The private kind of business," Lucius said bluntly. "Chief Greyback will understand. Wait here," the werewolf ordered and slammed the window closed. A few minutes later the door slammed open. "Well, come on then. You called for me," Walden McNair said questioningly as he walked into Barty Crouch Sr.'s office. "Ah, McNair, please take a seat." Barty replied happily and waved his wand, activating the security charms that were standard in these offices. "I have a special job for you." That evening Harry sat up in his bed deep in meditation. He was sorting through the library that represented his knowledge. Or rather, the knowledge people were allowed to know he had. He was currently moving his finger along the A section looking for Avada. After a moment he pulled the book representation off the shelf and flipped it open, quickly scanning through all of the commonly known information. Blah blah blah, nothing interesting. Harry sighed and put the book back. Right, onto the hidden dark arts sub-shelf. I think I need to work on my naming scheme. Shaking his head after the last thought, Harry turned quickly and took 4 steps directly away from the shelf. He turned right and took 1 step, then turned left again and took 18 steps, followed by another left turn and another 11 steps. Suddenly he jumped in the air and turned around 180 degrees, took a step, then turned left and took a further 18. Left turn 20 steps and then a final left turn and 19 more steps, ending with a hard stomp. A bookshelf silently shimmered into existence in front of him. 2 seconds later he had located the book he was looking for and made to grab it when a shield formed around it. A loud voice suddenly boomed through his mind. "It's been taken care of." "Hello," Harry called as he pulled his hand back. "That's the second time you've said that. Who are you?" After Harry didn't get a reply he shrugged and reached for the book again. "It's been taken care of." "What has?" Harry asked and didn't get a response. "You're not real, are you?" "Just a recording." He reached for the book again and got the same response. Eyes glowing he bent closer to examine it. "Interesting. You seem to be made of my magic, or rather, the other me's, but why wouldn't he want me to look into the killing curse?" Strange, but still, if I can't trust myself, who can I trust? I think I'll just assume I had my reasons and believe what I'm telling myself. I just hope I'm right. Now what to do with all the time I had allotted to research? Harry suddenly grinned and turned on his heel, then walking 16 steps, right turn, 15 steps, left turn, 18 steps, left turn, 14 steps ending with a stomp. Voldemort was grinning as he walked out of the Crouches' basement. When he was a 7th year at Hogwarts he had been overjoyed when, in Transfiguration class, he discovered that he had the animagus talent. To preserve appearances he openly scoffed at the idea of wanting to become a lowly animal, but he secretly studied, anxious to grow closer to his serpentine brethren. After several long months of work he finally got to the point where he was ready to transform for the first time. He sat in front of a full-length mirror as he felt his body begin to change. He opened his eyes expecting to see beautiful coils, but instead squawked in indignation at the form that wasn't even remotely S-like. It was an embarrassment to him and he hid the ability from everyone. Years later a village burned before his rage settled when he found out about the potion that allowed you to choose. But now, at long last, he had a use for the pathetic form other than appearing suddenly out of a dark corner. His test a few minutes ago confirmed that he could force the body he was possessing to take the shape as well. This test cleared up the last reservations about giving his animagus form a pivotal role in his plan. Excellent. Harry cried in pain with a huge smile as the other gasped. Harry, I'm so sorry. Tonks stammered as Hannah hurried over to Harry and cast a minor healing charm. You're going to need to take bustling lessons I think. Harry smirked at Hannah. I'll have you know, mister, that I have no plans on bustling anytime before my 30th birthday or my second child, whichever comes later. Hannah quipped as she checked to make sure his shoulder was all better. And Nim, don't be sorry for being the first to break my shield. Harry grinned at the girl. It's what I've been trying to get you to do. Next you can try Hermione's. Yeah right. Tonks scoffed. Maybe in a few years. It's not that good. Hermione blushed. It really is. Tonks smiled at her. Hermione looked to Harry, who nodded, then she looked down at her feet and started playing with a bit of her hair. So, anyway, that is what the Stunner-Piercer combo is supposed to do. Harry said as he walked back into the center of the Chamber of Secrets. Overpower the Stunner to drop their shield and hide the almost invisible Piercer in the light of the Stunner to hit your opponent. On to the next order of business. Once we got off the train at the beginning of break Hermione requested that I teach everyone to see magic. Hermione looked up with an excited smile as Harry continued, summoning a book off a nearby table. I'm sure we all know the Stinging Hex by now, and in the book Lockhart gave me as a really good starter spell for this. So what is going to happen is that you are all going to cast the Sight Charm on yourself and then pair off and shoot each other with the invisible Stinging Hex, which will force you to rely on the Sight spell to see them. A few minutes later everyone's eyes were glowing and they faced each other, incidentally paired by house. At Harry's signal everyone started. Ouch! 8 voices cried together and Harry laughed. I couldn't see that at all. Daphne complained, rubbing her stomach. What are you playing at, Potter? Blaise demanded as a red welt appeared on his neck. I think I saw something. Hermione said, coming to Harry's defense. I never said it was going to be easy to see. Harry smiled. This spell isn't particularly good at its job. Which makes it perfect for training because it will make you compensate. Oh, I get it. Hermione nodded. But why didn't you tell us that first? Susan scowled. You can't be mad at him for not passing up that opportunity. Fred shook his head and laughed. Fair enough, Susan said after a moment of glaring at the twins. So then why are we dodging stinging hexes instead of watching? I don't know, levitation charms or something. Hannah asked. Motivation. Tonks sing-songed. You want to see the stinging hex because you want to see them and because you don't want to get hit. She finished by pointedly shooting another stinging hex at Hermione, who twisted out of the way. I saw it. Hermione squealed and ran over to hug Tonks tightly, who returned her hug and smirked smugly at Hannah. Just barely, like a fire moat. I thought you would have a big advantage after using the charm the whole ride home. Harry smiled as she moved from Tonks to him and returned her hug. Still, that was really fast, good job. Keep practicing everyone, these hexes like the size of snitches to me. By the end of the week Hermione's average would climb to 60% of the hexes seen and everyone else would manage so see them several times, all approaching constancy. When Fred broke his shield, but with the piercer rather than the stunner so he didn't draw blood, a week and a half after they returned to school Harry introduced the group to the second level of shield spells and informed them that this new shield was their new target to break. Harry had taught this shield to Hermione before the break and she eagerly helped him teach the others. "My friends," Greyback yelled to the swarm of Acromantula. "I have heard of the grievous attack on your colony at the hands of Harry Potter. I am here offering you vengeance. In a few short weeks one of my allies will lead Harry Potter outside the wards and into our waiting claws." The sound of hundreds of cheering Acromantula was indescribably horrifying, even for Greyback. Snape's 2 weeks were up and as he sent the owl off with the potion and hair he hoped that he made the right decision. It was really fortunate for him that he kept the various components of Polyjuice prepared and could cut the brewing time down from a month to just over a week. Dumbledore still acted oblivious, which made him a little nervous. The sixth years looked around the room in confusion. Professor Kettleburn rarely called class inside, even during the winter. But here they were, in one of the big classrooms. Being a Newt-level course all four houses were together and in typical fashion they stratified as they sat down, with the Slytherins and Gryffindors on opposite sides of the room and the other two houses in between. Even with the segregation, news spread quickly through the room that no one knew what was going on. The only things that they had to draw conclusions from was the mysterious projection pensieve, the rolled-up chart above the chalkboard and that Kettleburn was tittering excitedly and kept looking at the door the students didn't enter from. Finally the bell rang and Kettleburn walked forward. "Good morning class. We have a special surprise for you today. You see, today's lesson is on basilisks and Mr. Potter has been kind enough to provide a memory of his fight." Kettleburn smiled and his students all began whispering to each other. "But it gets better, he has also offered to narrate the fight for us and tell us why he did what he did when he did it. So without further ado, Mr. Potter." He motioned to the door and Harry walked out as the class turned to look at him. "Hello, everyone, alright, so the first thing that you have to know is that I knew about several advantages I had before I got to the village. First, I had the sword of Gryffindor." Harry held out his hand and called the sword. "I'm not trained with a sword and see no reason to learn, but I knew where this was and I knew that it could cut through basilisk hide. Which brings me to the second advantage, I knew how to fight a basilisk. The rooster crowing thing is a myth. Pretty much the only thing that works is crushing the head or decapitation. You'll notice that I never tried to cut it with spells, because I didn't want to waste energy on its spell-resistant hide. Banished boulders though don't have that weakness and if I got lucky one could have crushed the head. Don't worry about looking at its eyes, they aren't a threat in memories." Harry tapped the pensieve with his wand and started the memory that had been carefully edited for modesty. Ignoring the giggling and snickering that came anyway Harry continued. "The sky was especially clear that day and once I saw how big the S was I knew that it would be slow enough that I could judge its location and movement based on its shadows. If it had been cloudy or we had been inside I would have found a way to cover or remove its eyes or I would have died." Harry stopped and pulled down the chart that was rolled up, which had an anatomical drawing of a basilisk's head and plans for a leather blindfold. "I was going to try to conjure that around the basilisk's head. I'm glad plan A was sufficient. Alright, so there was the first boulder I sent, see how the S moves around it. That's why I didn't expect this to be an effective attack. From this distance you can still look almost at it, but you'll still want to look away if you can. Basilisk venom is one of the most corrosive substances known to wizard kind and it wasn't something that I wanted to get on me. Cork is a really good thing to conjure for things to sink their teeth into because it is soft enough to allow the strong biting muscles to push the teeth in deep and then it presses on the teeth. Most animals have very weak muscles to open their mouths so they generally cannot remove their teeth." Harry said leading up to the moment when his memory jumped out of the way and left a conjured chunk of cork in his place. "Basilisk venom, being so corrosive will dissolve cork in a few minutes and if you look you can already see the wood starting to smoke. Still, not many fights will last a few minutes. Severed the spine so everything below there was dead weight and when it made a desperate move I ended the encounter." Harry summed up quickly as the memory of him killed the basilisk. "Long story short, without the sword I probably would have died, without the sunny day I probably would have died and without knowing what to do I definitely would have died. Incidentally, if the S had been just a few meters shorter, it would weigh half as much and would have been significantly faster, in which case I probably wouldn't have been able to keep up by watching the shadows, and I probably would have died. So, any questions before we start talking anatomy and tactics? Where was the sword? A Gryffindor asked. Inside the sorting hat. Harry shrugged. Don't know why, not sure I want to know why either. So, how did it go? Hermione asked excitedly when Harry got back from his class. Tell me everything. He laughed as she took his hand and pulled him over the sofa where Tonks was sitting and pulled him down between the two of them. It was only meant to sit two people, and the girls immediately wrapped themselves around Harry's arms to make room. Harry smiled at them and wiggled to get more comfortable. Pretty good. I believe the woman asked for everything, mister. Tonks squeezed his arm pointedly. I really don't know what to say. Harry shrugged. Nothing unexpected happened and no one was particularly antagonistic towards me. They were okay with a younger kid than them teaching. Hermione asked curiously. I think they would have if I was taking over the class. Harry shook his head. But since I was just giving a presentation, I don't think they really cared. But they were paying attention, right? Hermione followed up, sounding on the verge of righteous indignation. They should hope they did. Harry smirked. They'll need it at the end of the year. What's that supposed to mean? One of the sixth-year Ravenclaws who overheard piped up. Sorry chap, can't say. Harry smiled apologetically. The small group of sixth years looked at each other, then pulled out their notes and started comparing to make sure they didn't miss anything. Tonks laughed at them and turned to Hermione. Well, you can be sure they were paying attention at least. House pride should have demanded as much. Hermione nodded. Not many of us will get to teach before we graduate. But we can all do everything we can to get the chance. Tonks replied. Around the room several heads nodded. I kind of feel like now would be a good time to accidentally say incorrect things about basilisks at exactly overhearing volume. Harry thought out loud. Hermione sighed in exasperation and shook her head. Sirius, can I talk to you in here for a minute? Remus called from the den as Hestia walked in with Gwynog in tow. Sure, Sirius said and walked in with a smile. What's up? Hestia motioned for Gwynog to go join Sirius as she walked over to Remus and took his hand. Remus and I have been doing a lot of thinking over the last couple weeks. We have something that we don't think we can wait any longer to say. Remus said somberly. We've really enjoyed the time that it's been us. Hestia motioned inclusively to the two couples. But we think we're spending too much time together. Remus looked down. We need to know how we'll do in a place of our own. Hestia had tears in her eyes. Wait, you're dumping us? Gwynog asked with a frown. It's not you, it's us. Remus cracked a grin. But we can still be friends, right? Hestia said and patted Gwynog's leg reassuringly. You know, Remus ventured. For the children, can you believe this? Gwynog laughed and turned to Sirius. My own sister. Screw sister. Moony is a marauder. Sirius started dramatically. Brothers in all but blood, raiders of girls' dorms, saboteurs and swashbucklers. But I understand, just because I have a crippling fear of solitude after my long stay in prison doesn't mean you, the one living man who has never betrayed me and has always been there since I was 11, should hesitate in the slightest over abandoning me. Sirius let out a huge fake sob. If all these years of friendship mean so little to you, who am I to stand in your way? Good, I was wondering if you could help us find a place. Remus said seriously. Of course. Sirius replied just as gravely. A moment later both burst into laughter. That was pretty good. How long were you rehearsing? Like you're one to talk. Hestia scoffed. I always have a serious guilt trip speech and a serious guilt trip speech prepared. Sirius replied smugly. Remus groaned. Lily always said that she could practically feel the copyright mark at the end of that. Hey not. Harry said as he walked up to the Slytherin table. What do you want, Potter? Not sneered. I just wanted to say, that if I have any trouble today that isn't part of the game, I'll probably have to rip someone's face off. Harry crossed his arms. So don't do what you're thinking about doing. This is really heavy-handed for you. Not smirked with a raised eyebrow. I just want to be perfectly clear what will happen to people who hurt either of my girls. Harry glared. Get it. Got it. Not nodded and waved him off. I wasn't actually going to set anyone on fire. It was a figure of speech, just like you'll claim if I tried to get you in trouble for threatening me. How did you hear about that anyway? I don't think either Zabini or Greengrass was in the room. Don't worry about it, Harry said and walked off casually. He quietly slipped into his seat between Hermione and Tonks and took a sip of coffee. All right, we'll still take our precautions, just in case. Right, Hermione said as the others nodded. The conversation quickly moved on to speculation about the coming game as they all allowed themselves to relax for a while. Hagrid was taking his normal pre-Quidditch stroll. Like any true Quidditch fan, at least by his standards, he started his game day with an early day and a walk around the field to breathe the morning. Sometimes he spent a little less time breathing than other times and went back inside to warm up a little. So, Hagrid was walking back up to the castle when the Acromantula started flooding out of a distant part of the Forbidden Forest and crash into the wards. He stood there as stunned silence for a moment before frantically searching his vest. After a few moments he found the horn he was looking for and blew 2 long blasts before rushing to his hut to arm himself. The happy tones of the morning took a sudden shift as all of the fires in the Great Hall dimmed suddenly. Questioning silence filled the hall, punctuated only by 2 long horn blasts. Dumbledore jumped to his feet. Students, remain calm. Argus, Poppy, look after the children, the rest of you, with me. I'm coming too, Harry said grimly and joined the group. Don't be ridiculous, Potter. Snape sneered. You might need me, Harry insisted. The other students need you more. Flitwick said sternly, no one having broken pace yet. If whatever it is actually a threat and gets past us, you'll still be here to protect them. It is probably after me though. Harry shrugged. I've already been attacked twice this year. All the more reason to keep you out of harm's way. McGonagall said calmly. I have to agree with my staff. Stay here, Harry. Dumbledore commanded firmly as they reached the door. He turned back to the room and cast a sonorous on himself. I'll be closing the doors and activating some of the wards. You'll still be able to leave, but no one will be able to enter until a senior staff member releases the ward. Once again, you won't be trapped, but you shouldn't leave. Madame Pomfrey laid a restraining hand on Harry's shoulder while Dumbledore closed the door behind him. As a white curtain shimmered into existence, Harry turned and started grumpily walking back to his seat. He was halfway back when he realized that Lockhart wasn't with the professors. His pace quickened as he pulled out his mirror. Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy for our annual visit. Lucius sneered as the on-duty Auror inspected his pass thoroughly. Narcissa shifted nervously and idly pushed her tongue into one tooth. Wands please. The Auror sighed after another moment of scrutiny. He took their wands into the next room and brought a junior Auror back with him. He'll be taking you to your sister's cell, but first we have to observe the standard security protocols. We'll be check for several potions, search your possessions and scan for transfigured objects. If you object to any of these measures, you can feel free to leave and lodge a formal request with the DMLE. Myone, search the Great Hall for Lockhart. Nim, search the grounds for either Lockhart or Tom Riddle. Harry ordered as he dropped into his seat and started searching the Great Hall of Tom Riddle. Why Lockhart? Hermione asked as she and Tonks activated their mirrors. He's not here and he wasn't with the other professors. Harry replied, and with a grim nod the girls turned to their tasks. The rest of the court turned their attentions outward and scanned the room for anything suspicious. The loud hammering noise of hundreds of suits of armor marching past was able to make it through the sound-dampening aspects of the wards on the hall, and it was when the last of them were marching past when Blaise jumped out of his seat yelling and pointing at the Slytherin table. I don't know that one. His declaration was slightly too late because as he was shouting the boy stood from his seat. Without hesitation the fully corporeal Tom Riddle pointed his wand. Avada Kedavra. The whole student body moved as one and looked down the hall as the killing curse found its target. Poppy Pomfrey would wear a surprised expression until the end of time. Her body hadn't hit the floor before the screaming and fleeing started. Tom had placed himself at the furthest end of the Slytherin table, which left him firmly between all of the students and the exit. Predictably all of the students rushed towards the head table. Filch, being trapped alone by Tom, curled up in a ball in the corner and seemed to start crying. Tom smirked as he turned on his heel and fired another AK into the crowd of students. This one's flight, though, was halted by an expertly banished spoon. Ah, there you are, Potter, I lost you in the rush. Tom laughed. And who are you supposed to be? Harry asked, sounding very confused. Tonks looked to Hermione in confusion and she just shrugged in response. Nevertheless, Harry walked forward and separated himself from the crowd, pausing only to remove the girl's restraining hands 3 or 4 times each in the process. "I am the Dark Lord Voldemort reborn to a new body," Tom cried triumphantly, dramatically increasing the panic level amongst the students. Harry frowned at him in concentration as he kept walking towards him. Finally he stopped and shook his head sardonically. "Bullshit. What?" Tom asked, face dropping. "Well, if you were really Voldemort then, hang on, these tables are going to get in our way in a minute." Harry held up a finger and drew his wand, then activated one of the triggers in the room and the house tables and benches slowly levitated and tipped onto their sides, before arranging themselves to form low walls ideally placed for students to take cover behind. With a satisfied nod, Harry turned back to Tom and started walking again. "Where were we? You were telling me why I don't know who I am." Tom frowned. "Right. Also, it isn't that you don't know but rather that you're a liar. You see, the thing is that if you were Voldemort, you would have transcended death." "I did, clearly," Tom huffed. "And if you had," Harry continued, speaking loudly in response to the interruption, "then you would have no need to fear Dumbledore anymore and would have announced yourself in front of the professors too." "I'd thought of that, but this body is a little too new to risk on Dumbledore. Or Flitwick getting a lucky shot in," Tom defended. "You got into Ravenclaw Tower to rig Luna's gift. You could have done it again and used a smaller distraction than what sounds like an invading army." Harry smirked as he finally got to his mark and crossed his arms casually. "Unless of course you're afraid of more than just those two. You killed the only fully trained witch here, by British standards. Maybe you're just afraid of anyone who is finished with their schooling. Voldemort was known as the greatest Dark Lord in this century, and you, who claim to be him, were so pathetic you're only capable of challenging children." Harry laughed condescendingly. "Well, I'm already 12, so I might have advanced too far for you, but do your best, you can do it, you just need to believe in yourself and try." He finished as though talking to a 5-year-old. Tom was too angry to say anything, and most of the students were silently shocked, but the rest of the students snickered. There was one thing that was true about Tom Riddle, in every universe, from the moment he was born to the moment of his final destruction. That thing was that Tom Riddle hated getting laughed at. "Raahhhhhhhhhhh." He bellowed and launched himself at Harry, casting spells as fast as he could. Harry took a quick step to his left and drew his wand as an assortment of very nasty curses flew through the space his had just occupied. Harry had moved while he was talking so that he was no longer between Tom and the students, so the spells just splashed harmlessly into an empty wall. Harry turned the floor behind Tom to ice and then sent 3 banishing charms at Tom. The first met a shield, the second broke it and knocked Tom off balance, and the third knocked him off his feet and sending him backwards, sliding easily down the ice. Harry sprinted forward and Tom recovered just before he smashed into the wall and managed to stop himself with his feet. Tom rolled off the ice as Harry jumped onto it and slid on his feet, stabilizing himself with flight. "Avada Kedavra!" Filch yelled as he uncurled, his killing curse striking a very surprised Harry, who collapsed and slammed lifelessly into the wall. Barty Crouch Sr. activated the rune like he was told and casually flew home from the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. He only had a few minutes before he was to be ready for his next part in the plan. "There are too many," McGonagall screamed. The wards were showing the strain of holding back countless giant spiders, but while it held, those inside could strike with all of their might, barring a small selection of spells, without fear of attack. "Sybil should be in contact with the Aurors by now," Dumbledore reassured as he incinerated another score of the monsters. "We'll have backup soon. I just hope they get here before the wards fall." McGonagall shouted and transfigured a patch of stones into a dozen wolverines. They rushed into the swarm and used their crushing jaws to devastating effect before they were eventually caught and torn apart. "Bella dear, it is so nice to see you." Narcissa rushed forward and hugged her sister. "Narcissa?" Bellatrix asked breathlessly. "It's been so long. I think my wife deserves a moment alone with her sister." "Don't you?" Lucius asked the guard. "We're not supposed to allow these visits to go unsupervised." The guard replied. "I'm sure we could work something out." Lucius smirked and moved his hand so it made his coin purse rattle noisily. "I don't know what you're suggesting." The guard winked. "But I don't like your tone, let's take this outside." As Lucius followed the guard out the door, Narcissa turned to Bellatrix. "Bella dear, I have good news." The Dark Lord didn't die, in fact he is right here and wants to talk to you. Here? Bellatrix asked weakly. Here. Narcissa nodded, then bit down hard on her fake tooth, shattering it in the concealment field it contained. Voldemort's wraith billowed out of her mouth and flowed into Bellatrix. My lord, Bellatrix said disbelievingly, then smiled with joy that she hadn't felt in over 11 years. Moments later an alarm started ring throughout the fortress. Madam Bones, Shacklebolt yelled as he ran through the DMLE. Hogwarts is under attack. Acromantul are swarming their defenses. Everyone get your gear. Amelia barked. We're leaving 5 minutes ago. She was taking a breath to shout another order when a large explosion ripped through the department. I'm sorry Lord Malfoy, but you must leave now. The guard stated firmly and ushered Narcissa out of the room. Narcissa huffed arrogantly as she walked by and swallowed the shards of tooth along with some blood. What's going on? Lucius demanded as Bellatrix was taken back to her cell and they were herded back into the front room. There was one impatient Auror there quickly pulling his battle gear on. The Ministry is under attack. The Auror there barked. Now go home so we can do our job. The two of them quickly made their way back down to the boat, stopping only once for the security check. On their way out they did notice that the whole prison seemed to be preparing to be attacked. Narcissa nodded to Lucius as they set out from the docks and he couldn't help but smile at how perfectly their part of the plan went. He didn't even have to part with his bribe money. Lucius did however manage to school his emotions before he was noticed. Harry! Hermione screamed as she scrambled over a table. Tom laughed maniacally. I kill you, you bastard! Tonks shrieked as she got to the top of a table, and then hooked her foot on the edge and toppled over, landing flat on her back. She quickly scrambled to her feet. That was bad, but the sentiment remains the same. The growled and snapped of a quick stunner-piercer combo at Filch, whose shide broken he cried out in pain and the piercer dug deep into his thigh. Tom rolled his eyes and cast a strong cutting curse at Tonks, aiming to end her life, but it splashed harmlessly against Hermione's impressive shield. Harmless to Tonks at least, Hermione gasped in pain and staggered with the effort of holding the shield. How sweet, Tom drawled. Trying to avenge your boyfriend. Tonks banished a pile of silverware that was on the floor nearby, followed by a jelly legs and a tickling charm. Filch's face started to warp as the polyjuice wore off, but he pulled on a Death Eater mask before his face was revealed. He laughed as he and Tom smashed Hermione's shield over and over while thwarting Tonks' feeble retaliation. Even when the rest of the court picked up the attack, Tom and his Death Eater barely tried. Enough of this, Tom said, and conjured a huge gust of wind that sent Hermione toppling end over end through the air, dumping her unceremoniously on the floor 10 feet back. The Death Eater lashed out with an overpowered cutting curse and cleanly severed Tonks' right hand. Tonks fell to the floor with an agonizing cry and curled up in a ball around her stump. Nim! Hermione cried and scrambled to get to her friend. Crucio! Tom snarled, effectively ending Hermione's attempts to assist Tonks. Harry knew exactly what to do when he found himself at the train station. With one motion he punted the Horcrux baby thing and used the momentum to pivot on his left foot with the intent of marching straight back into his body. He was prevented from doing this by a very familiar voice behind him. Wait! Harry had no choice but to allow his right leg to swing through again and repeat his earlier pivot. He smiled at himself as his right foot came to rest with his left. Yes, we have work to do, and if we're fast we can save it. The 73-year-old version of Harry Potter said and gestured to the Horcrux baby thing that he had caught. Why would we want to save it? Harry frowned. Short answer. Older Harry started and then suddenly produced a scroll out of thin air and jammed it into younger Harry's head. Oh. Younger Harry said dumbly as he suddenly understood that on that night all those years ago when older Harry had given control of younger Harry's body back to younger Harry, he had to give up his consciousness and did so willingly, but left behind a fragment to work on the problem of surviving the killing curse. So he locked himself away with all of the information on the subject, knowing that if younger Harry found him, the problems of having two consciousnesses in the same mind would start showing up again, and there wouldn't be long before the situation would need to be resolved once and for all. The lock in his library with the recording was what was protecting him from premature exposure. Younger Harry was also now caught up on the 11.5 years of research and knew exactly what the plan was with the Horcrux baby thing. What made a human was that they came in two parts, the body and the mind, glued together with the soul. In wizards the soul can manifest the magical core and become a full part on its own, the now three pieces holding each other together. Because of that it is harder for a witch or wizard to die, thus the longer than human life spans. The killing curse worked by violently forcing the three pieces apart. However, if there are three pieces that are already separated, the curse shouldn't have an effect. The Horcrux baby thing was a big enough piece of a soul for the killing curse to target, and older Harry filled the role of the mind. Younger Harry's body made up the third part, and once they finished carving the runes into the Horcrux baby thing, it wouldn't be permanent, as each successive killing curse would damage both the Horcrux baby thing and what remained of older Harry. Until then though, Harry should be completely protected. Older Harry's research indicated there might be some interesting side effects, but clinical trials were unavailable for confirmation. Well, let's get to work then, younger Harry said a moment later. The two of them were carving in silence for a few minutes, mind time, before younger Harry spoke again. You know, there are a lot of shoulds in what you just told me. Hey, older Harry huffed indignantly. It's better than nothing. That is very true. Harry nodded and they finished up. Hey, just so you know, I also did some of thinking about how to move Horcruxes from one object to another. I'm pretty sure the killing curse is the answer if you can use an appropriate substitute so the killing curse only affects the soul. Older Harry said, there is probably something that can help us figure out how to fuse our cores before I'm gone. Right, younger Harry nodded. Now get off my lawn. Older Harry exclaimed and shoved younger Harry back into his body. The first thing Harry saw through his physical eyes again was the blood flying as Tonks lost her hand. Righteous fury. I can do righteous fury. Harry grinned inwardly as Hermione got crucioed. Harry rose silently to his feet behind the enemies. No one touches them. Harry growled, eyes glowing, and banished the Death Eater. As the Death Eater went flying past Tom, he felt himself get grabbed by a summoning charm. As Tom flew towards Harry, he twisted in the air and fired another killing curse at Harry. He smiled victoriously as the curse hit Harry and frowned as it seemed to have no effect. Harry watched amazed as the most feared spell in the world flew at him and he felt no fear. It was beyond confidence in his research, it was almost as if the spell wanted to join him. He wasn't really ready to test the theory yet, but he was too captivated to notice. There was a slight tickle as the curse hit him, and a fraction of a second later older Harry's voice rang out in his mind in an excessively cheesy and cheery voice. We're okay. Harry laughed as he ducked under a piercer and retaliated with a quick bone-exploding curse. Tom barely twisted out of the way as he completed his journey and landed on the stones at Harry's feet. Time slowed down for Harry as Tom sprung to his feet and leapt away. Harry flicked his wand and summoned Tonks' wand just as Tom cast a disarming spell point blank. Harry flew backwards while his wand was wrenched from his grasp. Harry twisted and got his feet under him as Tonks' wand slapped into his palm and he cast a cutting curse as fast as he could before he landed. Tom didn't have time to cast a shield and there was only one way to avoid it. He almost made it too as he twisted and bent sideways, but it wasn't enough. He slammed into the floor and a moment later his face landed a few feet away. I guess that wasn't just an expression. Not trembled as Harry summoned his own wand and turned to face the remaining enemy, growling. Screw this. The Death Eater swore and scrambled to the door, opening it quickly with a spell he'd learned for just this reason. A moment later he was across the ward. Like hell. Harry spat and charged after him. Harry, don't. Hermione gasped as Harry crossed the barrier. With a grimace she climbed to her feet and started trudging towards the door, wincing with every step. The court rushed forward. Hannah fell to her knees at Tonks' side and started treating her arm. The twins stood defensively over them. Blaise went to investigate the corpse while Susan and Daphne caught up to and stopped Hermione. Let me go, Hermione ordered as Susan grabbed her shoulder. Why? Susan asked bluntly. Because Harry needs me. Hermione whined and rolled her shoulder. You can barely walk. Daphne interjected scathingly. What use will you be? I can still cast a shield. Hermione said desperately. You'll just be in the way right now. Daphne shook her head. Hermione sobbed and collapsed against the Slytherin, wrapping her in a tight hug and sobbing uncontrollably. But he needs me. Hermione tried one last time. Tonks needs you more, Susan said calmly and pulled Hermione back to the group. How are you? Tonks asked as soon as they made it back, her severed arm not bleeding but still being cleaned. Better than you. Hermione gasped and started crying again. What this? Tonks scoffed and looked at her arm. This is nothing. Getting your hand cut off isn't nothing. Hermione scolded. Now isn't the time to be making jokes about it. I wasn't joking, to a metamorph something like this might as well be a flesh wound. Tonks smiled calmly. Doesn't even hurt now that Hannah numbed it. Now what? Hermione asked as it became apparent there was nothing constructive that anyone could do, that they weren't already doing. We can watch on the mirror. Tonks said and reached into her pocket with her good hand. Here, let me. Hermione stopped her and got her own mirror out. Within a few minutes students were crowding in closer around the court as the projection showed not only Harry and his assailant, Walden McNair, but also the professors as they fought just out of sight from where Walden seemed to be running. Another dot was spotted very close to where Walden was headed. A gasp of worry circled through the onlookers. As the name Fenrir Greyback was recognized by some. Harry! Susan shouted into her mirror hoping for the chance to warn him of the trap he was about to walk into. The sound of metal rattling on stone echoed through the room and they soon found Harry's mirror laying where he had come to rest against the wall. McNair, while still anonymous to Harry, was frustrating him to no end. He was managing to run a path that kept him almost completely out of sight but still very obvious and easy to follow. This meant that Harry would catch the occasional sighting and would unleash a torrent of curses. He never knew whether or not he hit until he saw McNair again. So far it seemed that he hadn't. Harry left giant pockmarked scars every time he saw his foe but it was too late to stop now, he already owed Hagrid a huge apology. McNair left the cover of the safety of the burning hut to make his last dash to the edge of the ward. Harry spotted him as his head disappeared over a small hill. He'd been flying slightly to run faster and finally caught up to McNair just inside the Forbidden Forest. Harry hadn't noticed when he crossed the second set of wards and was now stuck outside with the Acromantula. A tree paid the price when McNair ducked behind it. Harry changed course and moved quickly. He stepped around the tree just as McNair was turning the other way and disarmed him. Stopping just outside of McNair's reach, Harry offered his ultimatum. Surrender or you start losing limbs. Ha! McNair scoffed as a battle cry filled the air behind Harry. Fenrir was charging through the woods in the lead of a small group of the largest of the Acromantula. As Harry turned his head back to dispatch his current foe before facing the reinforcements, he found that McNair was quickly turning to face him and canceling the spell that kept his axe transfigured into a bracelet. Shit! Harry swore as the giant axe head rapidly approached his stomach. Lucius, Barty, someone, I need help. Barty Crouch Sr. wailed from his room. For Merlin's sake, man. Barty Jr. groaned and rolled his eyes. They're not that much harder to get on than normal robes. Just go help him. Lucius glared. And then hurry, he'll be here soon. Fine. Barty grumbled and sulked away to go help his father put on his Death Eater robes for the first time. Harry threw himself to the ground as fast as he could. He pushed himself down with flight too and the axe still took some hair as it passed. The landing almost knocked the wind out of him. McNair followed through with his swing and brought it up over his head. Harry rolled to the side as the axe started its downward swing. Harry blindly fired a cutting curse with Tonks, wand as he rolled to his feet and sent an array of blasting curses towards the charging swarm. Acknowledging that the scream of pain meant his cutting curse hit something, Harry brought Tonks' wand forward and cast a shield while pointing his own back over his shoulder, summoning the injured Death Eater. A nasty blood-boiling curse from Fenrir smashed into Harry's shield. Harry hopped to the left as Fenrir's follow-up blasting curse broke his shield and left a small crater where he had been standing. Harry flinched in the shower of dirt as the McNair flew past him. He quickly banished the man at Fenrir, hoping to distract him for a few moments. It didn't quite work as planned as Fenrir simply hit McNair with a blasting curse, redirecting what was left of the man into the canopy. Harry wanted him to stop and try to help his comrade. Harry was going to use that opportunity to make a tactical withdrawal to a more strategic position. As the blood and gore rained down on a laughing Fenrir, Harry decided that he didn't really need the distraction and turned and fled. Deeper into the forest. No, don't go deeper. Tonks sobbed as she watched Harry's dot disappear off the edge of the map. Her right arm was in a sling but she clung to Hermione with her left as hard as she could. No one in the court said a word as they watched, anxiously waiting for Harry to show up again. Shacklebolt. Report. Amelia Bones screamed as she climbed back to her feet and drew her wand. Flow room exploded. Shacklebolt yelled back. Even from this distance Amelia could tell that the worst of the damage was right at the door to the flow room. There would be a lot of minor wounds, but no casualties, except for the flow operator and maybe a few unfortunate souls at the door. Flames and smoke still poured out from the room but nothing seemed to be getting worse. Are we under attack? Amelia asked, just to be sure. This looked like an accident to her. I don't think so. Shacklebolt responded. Well, Hogwarts is. Everyone who can follow me to the atrium. With my clearance we can flow directly to the Great Hall. Amelia shouted and marched towards the exit. That looks like a perfect spot to set up. Harry thought as he caught sight of a creek that had cut a ravine into some crumbly-looking rock. The sides, while not perfectly vertical, were very steep. Spiders that large should have difficulties on those walls. Even if they don't, they'll probably still just charge straight at me and won't even try the walls. Harry changed his course, and it should be far enough for me to not accidentally destroy the wards on the school. You won't get away, Potter. Greyback taunted loudly. I'll sniff you out wherever you run and hide. Harry smirked as he hopped across the stream, turned and entered the ravine. He raised his wand and started the motions for the Fiend Fire Containment spell. This application wasn't as simple as the shield he'd used at Christmas. I should be able to get them all though. Harry thought as he examined the web of thin red strands of magic that started to crisscross across the top of the ravine. He stopped running when he got to the center. With calm concentration he traced the path the fire was going to follow. Starting at one end, and from both wands, the fire would travel up the walls and away in a large parabola. That would corral all of the enemies before crossing back behind them and heading straight back to the starting points before a final cross to close the opening. They would end up being opposite overlapping ovals. Harry dashed off again and finished the containment field. It didn't take long for his pursuers to catch up. There is no way that kid made this jump. Greyback paused as he contemplated the stream in front of him. His nose was telling him that Harry jumped off of this rock, and he could see deep footprints in the mud where he landed, but it was almost 20 feet away. Greyback grunted and jumped. Even with his werewolf-enhanced body he fell a couple feet short and splashed in the water. He charged into the ravine as the Acromantula swarmed across the water behind him. He felt a spiderweb brush his face but ignored it as he came around a small bend and saw Harry in the distance. He picked up his pace, but didn't realize anything was wrong until he was halfway there and noticed that Harry wasn't scared. Fiendfire. Harry intoned loudly and twin streams of fire erupted from his wands. Not good. Fenrir thought in a panic as his survival instinct pushed his foot speed beyond anything he had ever achieved before in human form. Not good at all. Fenrir knew that he was in a foot race against the fire and it was only confirmed as he heard spiders dying behind him. Fortunately he was already running towards Harry so he could keep the same target. The burning in his lungs made him wonder if he was already on fire and just didn't notice it yet. Fenrir was almost to Harry when he finished the spell. Time's up. Fenrir thought and flung himself forward hoping to clear however much distance he still needed to clear. Screams rang out through the great hall as the giant, and largely ignored, fireplace exploded into bright green flames. The sight of aura blue robes calmed the students down quickly and within moments Amelia was taking in the scene. What happened here? Amelia regretted her words a moment later as 100 voices cried out to answer her. She could see the head boy making his way towards her but Susan beat him there. It was all a trap for Harry. Susan cried. You have to help him. Where is he? Amelia asked concerned. We don't know, but Hermione and Tonks can show you where he was. Susan grabbed Amelia's hand and started dragging her away. They need healers too. Shacklebolt, take half and find the professors. Amelia commanded and motioned for 2 of the field medics to follow her. They're on the far side of the pitch. Susan shouted as Shacklebolt and his group made for the door. Amelia was confused when they got to her niece's friends and found Tonks eating a bowl of raw meat cubes at an alarming rate and was washing them down with a gallon of milk. She was using her offhand so things were a little messy and no one around seemed to be enjoying the view. Amelia couldn't contain her surprise. What are you doing? Fixing my arm. Tonks said irritatedly as she set down her fork and took a long drink of milk before waving her stump at Amelia. Save the questions, till I'm done please. Hermione got hit with the cruciatus. Susan said and shoved one of the healers at her. The healer didn't waste any time being indignant but just got to work checking up on Hermione and administering the post-cruciatus potion. As that was happening, Hermione caught Amelia up on the situation. A few minutes later, as Tonks was finishing her meal, Amelia got up and left with the rest of her Aurors, save one healer, to go to Harry's aid. "You don't want to see this," Tonks warned as she set the empty bowl and pitcher aside. She removed the bandages from her arm and turned to shelter it from view as much as possible. Over the next few minutes she slowly converted the contents of her stomach into bone and muscle as she slowly regrew her hand. She turned back to the group and held up her new right hand as the color started to flow back into it. Flexing it a few times she gave a firm nod. "That's better. You ready then?" Hermione asked. "Not quite, just give it a second." Tonks gasped and fell to the floor clutching her stomach. Hermione knocked over the Auror as she rushed over to Tonks when she cried out in agony. Hermione clutched Tonks to her for a few moments before Tonks sighed and looked up into Hermione's brown eyes. "Now I'm ready." "Right." Hermione nodded and the two girls helped each other to their feet. "Just where do you think you're going?" the healer asked, crossing his arms. "To help Harry," Tonks said firmly, and the two of them started walking towards the door. "No, you're not." The healer shook his head. "I'm an Auror first and I'm to keep you here, even if I have to stun you to do so." "You wouldn't," Hermione insisted. "I would, but I'd rather not, so don't push it." The healer glared. "Need I remind you that only one of you has a wand?" The two girls shared a glance, then broke opposite ways to try and get around the healer. He grabbed Tonks around the waist with his left arm and lifted her off the ground as he hit Hermione with a jelly legs jinx. While Hermione wobbled around trying to catch her balance long enough to cancel the spell, Tonks grew sharp spines all over her body. The healer cried out and dropped Tonks just as Hermione ended the spell and started running towards the door again. Tonks followed after taking a moment to knee the healer in the groin to prevent pursuit. A moment later the court followed. Fred stooped down quickly and grabbed the healer's wand, figuring that he was too worried about his other wand to notice. When he caught up, Fred handed the wand off to Tonks. "You look like you could use some help," Shacklebolt shouted as he joined the line of professors and blasted an acromantula apart. "Thank Merlin you're here." Charity Burbage smiled as she poured more magic into the wards. She, along with the other non-fighter professors, had already stopped their attacks and were focusing on keeping the wards active. The reinforcements would relieve a lot of stress. "Shit, that was close." Fenrir laughed as he looked back and saw his feet just a few inches from the wall of flame. He pulled his knees under him and shoved himself into a sitting position, breathing heavily. "Damn impressive though." "Thanks." Harry dropped to his knees panting, both from physical and magical exertion. "You're faster than I thought. It's amazing what you can do when the flames of hell are behind you." Fenrir smirked and scooted away from the infernal flames. "Fair enough." Harry laughed. He could still hear the occasional acromantula making their agonizing death throes. "You were never scared, were you?" Fenrir asked as he came to the startling realization. "Nope, sorry." Harry shook his head. "I didn't expect you to kill your buddy though." "McNair." Fenrir scoffed. "He wasn't my friend." "Fellow Death Eater then." Harry tried again. "I never joined up." Fenrir shook his head. "I freelance." "Working with Voldemort always had some pleasant perks though." "I see." Harry was starting to recover his breath. "How did you make that jump at the mouth of the ravine?" Fenrir asked suddenly. "I'm sorry." Harry frowned. "I landed short when I tried, and I'm a werewolf so I'm stronger than average." Fenrir shrugged. "I just was wondering how you did it." "Oh, I'm a metamorph. As soon as I started running I increased the musculature in my legs, and since I weigh less it took less effort than it would have for you." Harry shrugged. "And I flew a bit, but you don't need to know about that." "Oh, that makes sense." Fenrir nodded and climbed to his feet. "Well, back to business." "Sounds right." Harry nodded grimly and stood up as well. "They're breaking." An Auror cheered, and indeed, the acromantula were falling back deeper into the forest. Without wasting a moment the rest turned to strengthening the wards back to their normal levels. "Headmaster!" a new Auror cried as he ran across the lawn. "Harry Potter is in the forest somewhere. Probably alone with Greyback and a large number of acromantula. Madam Bones is mounting a rescue effort. She wants you to go to Hagrid's hut." "Hagrid, Phileas, with me." "Minerva, you have the ward." Dumbledore called and hastily made his way to Hagrid's hut. Fenrir was an excellent fighter, but Harry found that his werewolf-enhanced senses and speed were negated quite successfully with Harry's Quidditch reflexes and flight-assisted maneuverability. Almost no shield charms had been cast between the two of them as they each preferred to twist out of the way of oncoming spells. All of the ground within 20 meters of them had been blasted, burnt, gouged, electrocuted and frozen, but the combatants had each only a small handful of minor wounds. Corpses of conjured or transfigured animals littered the battleground, occasionally exploding when one of the fighters would take advantage of the other's proximity. "He's much more intelligent than I was led to believe," Harry thought as he ducked under a cutting curse and sent back a bright red stunner with an overpowered piercer behind it, slightly to the side. Fenrir dodged as predicted but noticed the almost invisible follow-up and twisted enough that it only left a large gash on his. Fenrir summoned something that was behind Harry, who responded by jumping as far to the left as he could. The telltale sounds of a falling tree told Harry that the last cutting curse wasn't a miss after all. Fenrir unleashed a barrage of blasting curses to keep Harry from moving any further. Harry raised a strong shield and risked the look to see where the tree was going. "Straight at me as it turns out," Harry thought cynically. Harry dropped his shield and jumped back to get out of the way. 2 blasting curses hit him and probably saved his life as they threw him back further. It wasn't without a price, however, as the first hit his left arm, just above the wrist, and shattered the bone, making him drop Tonks' wand. The second hit him in the head and left him seeing stars, but fortunately didn't cause any structural damage. Harry brought his own wand up and banished the falling tree as hard as he could, sending it towards Fenrir at great speed. In a surprising move, Fenrir charged the flying tree and rolled under it, returning to his feet unscathed. Harry hastily tried to hit Fenrir with a blasting curse but missed due to his dizziness. Fenrir animated a tree behind Harry and it whipped its branches down and into Harry, sending him flying across the field and into another tree, losing his own wand along the way. Fenrir sprinted forward as Harry struggled to his feet. Fenrir dropped his own wand and slammed his balled fist into Harry's stomach as he smashed Harry's head into the tree with his left hand. Lifting the gasping boy up with his left hand and pinning him against the tree, Fenrir drew a large knife with an extreme curve and long taper. Fenrir brought his face close to Harry and asked compassionately, "Any last words, friend?" Harry nodded and took a couple seconds to catch a breath. "Surprise," Harry said and called the sword of Gryffindor. "Herc." Fenrir gasped as a large amount of sharp silver suddenly materialized in the werewolf's cavity. With his last moment, Fenrir drove his knife deep into Harry's left shoulder, and died as the portkey activated. "Where is he?" Albus asked as he rushed up to the oars. "That way," Amelia said, pointing off towards where Harry disappeared. "What's happening with the Acromantula?" "They're running," Dumbledore replied. "Where?" Hermione asked as she and Tonks came running up. "I'm not sure from this angle." Dumbledore frowned and Tonks immediately opened her map and projected it. Dumbledore studied it for a moment. "This way." Everyone went silent for a moment in dread before Hermione said what everyone had noticed. "That's straight towards Harry." "Fox!" Dumbledore screamed urgently. "Bing! That's the portkey arrival." Barty Jr. screeched. "Crap, hurry up." His dad swore and hastened his efforts to get the robe on. Too late for that. Barty Jr. shook his head and jammed his father's mask onto Senior's head. "Let's go." Harry didn't pause when he landed and just twirled around as fast as he could with his right fully extended and in a fist. He was rewarded with a jerky stop and a cry of pain. He was fairly sure he felt something break too, but was suddenly distracted by a pulling sensation from the knife. The Death Eater staggered away and drew his wand with his good arm. Harry recovered from the sensation just in time to dodge a piercing curse and glanced around, seeing what appeared to be a basement interrogation room, stone walls, 2 chairs, a desk and not much else. He grabbed the inkwell off the table and threw it at the Death Eater, scoring a lucky hit to the mask. The inkwell shattered on the metal and splashed ink all over the Death Eater's face and more importantly in his eyes. Harry closed the distance and punched the Death Eater in the temple, flight-assisted turn for more force. Harry grabbed the desk and dragged it to a few feet in front of the door and then pulled a chair over and blew out the light. Letting himself glow slightly, he let his eyes adjust before the backup arrived. After everything he'd gone through already, this fight couldn't be over already. Sure enough, not even a minute later the door came flying open and a half-dressed Death Eater stormed in. Harry was waiting behind the door with the chair and slammed the door closed, somewhat painfully, with his left shoulder and jammed the chair under the handle. The Death Eater was disoriented by the sudden darkness, and Harry took the moment to grab him by the side of the head and slam it into the wall with a loud thwack. Harry jumped back as the Death Eater rebounded from the wall. Just as Harry made it to the far side of the door, he heard something from outside, and a moment later the door exploded inward. An errant piece of wood struck the half-dressed Death Eater, putting him down for the count. Harry figured that all of the remaining Death Eaters would be swarming through now, and was somewhat disappointed when only one came through the breach. Well, a plan is a plan, I guess, Harry thought as he tripped said Death Eater and watched his face bounce off the desk. Without wasting a moment, Harry kicked him in the head twice and watched to see if he was still moving. He wasn't. Harry rolled him over and grabbed his wand before settling into a defensive position to wait for more opponents. When none came after a couple seconds, he turned his primary attention to other priorities. Way too dazed to apparate or warp, Harry thought miserably. I can still probably reverse this portkey though. He looked at the knife with a grimace and, seeing it in detail, recognized what it was and what that pulling sensation had been. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. With a gasp, he reached up with his right hand and yanked the knife free. Suddenly there was a burst of fire. Harry's new wand was trained on the area in an instant. Oh, hi Fox. Are you here to take me home? That's a lot better than what I was planning. Harry. The girls screamed in unison as Fox reappeared at Hagrid's hut with Harry in tow. You look like hell, mate, George commented as everyone rushed over. Everyone took a moment to observe his dirty and torn robes, messier than usual hair, and the fact that half of his face was swollen and bruised. Yay, I think I need a healer. Harry nodded, glad that he didn't have to figure out how to retrieve his vial of elixir without the use of his left hand. Is it safe for me to take a nap here? Yes. Dumbledore nodded. Oh, good. Don't touch the knife, Harry muttered and passed out. Harry woke up a few hours later in the hospital wing. He didn't move because he could hear Hermione and Tonks talking. How can you not be curious? Tonks asked incredulously. It probably isn't important. Hermione shrugged. He's always had it. Tonks rolled her eyes. And it is the first thing he grabs when he wakes up. It has to be important. He hasn't always had it, Hermione countered. He got it for Christmas last year. Even more curious, Tonks huffed. It doesn't matter. We're not going to investigate, Hermione commanded. It is a locket though. It's probably just pictures of his parents or something. Oh, please. I can express interest in something without acting, Tonks huffed. I have some restraint, you. No. Harry shifted gently, then opened his eyes. He looked them both in the eyes and smiled. Morning. Then he glanced around and slipped his time turner down over his neck, missing the pointed look Tonks shot Hermione. Are you two okay? We're fine, Harry, Hermione said, smiling brilliantly. New hand and everything, Tonks added and waved her right hand. You're all patched up too. Hermione reached out and took his left hand to demonstrate. No one mentioned it when she didn't let go. But Mum says you're not to leave this bed for a few more days, Tonks said, shaking her finger sternly. I don't know whether the finger shaking was for your benefit or mine. And the knife? Harry asked nervously. In a box under your bed. They checked it for poisons and curses but otherwise left it alone like you requested. Tonks smiled. And I suppose that standing behind the curtain are Aurors and professors, Harry suggested. Yup. Tonks nodded. Well, might as well get this over with. Let them in, Harry sighed. Amelia, Shacklebolt, Dumbledore and McGonagall all entered the area when Tonks pulled the curtain back. After a few minutes of questioning, Harry gave up and asked for a bottle. Amelia and Dumbledore rushed off with Harry's memory with their subordinates close behind. Harry laid back and sighed as he set his wand back on the end table. The reporters can wait until tomorrow. Harry yawned, reaching out and taking Tonks' hand. I'm glad you're both okay. 3 days after the attack, Voldemort thought it had been long enough. He was anxious to get back to the Crouch home and hear of his plan's success. Lucius and Narcissa had been gone long enough to make it less likely that they supplied the escape plan. Yes, now is a good time, Voldemort thought as he forced Bellatrix's body to a standing position. After one more check to ensure that Bellatrix wouldn't remember his form, Voldemort shifted. 10 seconds later a magpie flew out of Bellatrix's cell and away from Azkaban. Oh, thank Merlin, George cried in relief when Sirius answered his mirror. School under attack, injuries, Harry's fighting alone, Greyback. George said quickly and cut the call off. Moony, Sirius shouted as he charged towards the flow. Hogwarts needs us. Arthur was off at workin' with the children all at Hogwarts. Molly Weasley had nothing to fill her mornings. To pass the time she stared obsessively at the clock that showed the condition of all of her family members. She screamed shrilly and dropped her cup of tea as the hands for her 5 youngest all simultaneously slid to, in mortal peril. Molly's training kicked in at this point and she mechanically reached into her purse and pulled out her wallet. A few moments later she withdrew her membership card to the Hogwarts Mothers Association, and pressed the panic button, sending an alert out to all of the other members. With that she headed for the flow. You're not an Auror, Sybil said dumbly as Sirius and Remus spilled out into Dumbledore's office. No shit, Sirius grumbled pointedly. We're here to help though. The fighting is down near the pitch, Trelawney said as the 2 men rushed out. A few minutes of running later and they arrived at the Great Hall. Sirius noticed the wards immediately and knew that they wouldn't be able to get in with them still there. Sirius drew his wand and unleashed a mighty spell that almost dropped the wards in one hit. No, stop, Ginny yelled as she ran up to the doorway. You've already missed them. They all followed Harry. Without even acknowledging Ginny, Sirius and Remus turned and dashed out the doors and across the grounds. Only then noticing the Auror presence. Our babies need us. Molly screamed at the army of women assembled in front of her. The mothers all repeated her war cry as Molly Weasley led the 1,000-woman charge through the flow. Oh my, was all Sybil could say as she tried to stay out of the way. Oh good, don't touch the knife, Harry said and passed out as Sirius threw open the door of the hut. Harry, no, Sirius screamed dramatically and clutched the unconscious boy to his. You were too young to die. Always so vibrant and full of life. It's my failure as your godfather for not protecting you better, but rest assured that I will avenge you. The foul vermin who have done this will tremble at the first hint of my presence and they will know the price of their crimes. I swear it on the very essence of my being. He'll be fine, Sirius, Hermione said gently. Oh, Sirius blinked and dropped Harry back to the ground with a thud. Well, never mind then. For a while we thought he'd been eaten by the Acromantula. Dumbledore nodded sagely. Whom we're about to hunt to extinction, you know, for the greater good and stuff. Would you care to join us? Sounds delightful. Sirius nodded. Where's Snivellus? Alas, he was eaten by the Acromantula. Dumbledore nodded sadly. Oh well, no one liked him anyway. Come along everyone, you two Hagrid, this is your mess, you'll help clean it up. Be you, master. Hagrid blubbered nearly incoherently, then completely incoherently. Aide Fran Culblan FDRT. Well, you should have thought of that before you brought Aragog here in the first place. Dumbledore rebuked and walked through the giant hole Harry had blasted into the wall when he was chasing McNair. The group from inside seamlessly joined a group of waiting Aurors at the edge of the forest. Dumbledore walked forward and held his hands out grandiosely. Megorian, I seek your counsel. What do we need these filthy half-breeds for? Snape sneered. Moments later an arrow flew out of the forest and struck Snape dead. No one seemed to notice. What do you want, human? The leader of the Centaurs asked as he stepped forward. Many times you have come to me seeking permission to eradicate the Acromantula, and many times I have said, they haven't done anything wrong. Well, now they have. Dumbledore said. We're heading into the forest now to hunt them all down, and I thought you might want to join us. Fantastic, what took you so long? Megorian replied, and his centaurs joined the human ranks as they started into the forest. After many arduous hours of searching, Sirius finally spotted the main nest. They threatened our babies. Molly screamed and her army of angry moms charged into battle, trampling Snape to death in the process. The Aurors and professors charged into battle with Sirius and Remus. Snape was the first casualty on their side, getting his pierced by a fang, but he was not the last, as a few minutes later Snape had his head ripped off. Not seconds after that, Snape's face was covered with Acromantula web and he slowly suffocated. While that was happening, on the other side of the clearing, Snape was getting torn limb from limb by 4 Acromantulas. Molly Weasley, however, had jumped on the back of the largest Acromantula and tore one of its legs off with her teeth before. Okay, stop. Harry interjected from his hospital bed. I appreciate all of the embellishments, and how many times you've killed Snape, and the general mocking tone, but there is no way I can go along with Molly Weasley biting an Acromantula's leg off. But Sirius started to object as he stopped chewing on the arm of the Auror who had been unwillingly drafted to play the part of the Acromantula in Sirius' one-man performance. Really, I mean, have you seen that woman? Tonks cut him off. There's no way she can jump. Hermione and Remus bit back a laugh, but Harry and one Auror, who evidently had seen her at some point in his life, didn't make the effort to restrain themselves. Sirius looked at them and sighed. Then, but you didn't even let me get to the part where I single-handedly kill every Acromantula on the planet. Sirius whined. Hermione rolled her eyes. So what really happened? Harry asked, turning to Remus. Well, if you account for the, artistic license, Remus rolled his eyes and picked up his notepad. Then the only really major changes are, the single spell that almost took down the wards, actually dumped him on his bum, and only Ginny's timely arrival saved him from further embarrassment. The thousands of angry mothers was actually about 50 or so mixed parents, and only the fathers joined the hunt, which was fairly unnoteworthy. The centaurs herded them, then we set them on fire. The Acromantula, not the centaurs. Sirius clarified. Thank you. Tonks glared lamely. And Snape didn't die. After the fight there was just clean up and dealing with the press and politics. Remus concluded. Sirius chased Skeeter off with a broom when she wouldn't accept that you weren't going to talk today. You should have let me finish telling it. Sirius sulked. It would have been more interesting. But then we wouldn't know what actually happened. Harry retorted. You were more fun before you died. Sirius huffed. Amelia Bones winced as Fenrir slammed Harry's head into the tree and the whole memory went out of focus, a result of his concussion. They had all shared a moment of disappointment when the memory started and they found themselves at the time when Harry was waking up. They were all interested in what happened during the time that Harry was inactive. Nevertheless, this was a memory that she was going to have to share. Shacklebolt cheered when Harry called the sword, but it was cut off when the portkey activated. The four of them, herself, Shacklebolt, Dumbledore and McGonagall, watched carefully as Harry disabled the 3 Death Eaters on the far side of the portkey. They were ejected from the Pensieve just after Fawkes showed up. Kingsley, go to the Ministry, tell Rufus and Croaker to come here, and get me forms 19,473-43C, 213FF and a DMR. Amelia ordered. Amelia, a DMR won't be useful for several more years. Dumbledore cautioned as Shacklebolt flew away. I think it is a bit excessive, don't you? Albus, when Rufus comes out of that memory, the first thing he is going to be worrying about is recruiting Harry. Amelia smirked. That will be a lot harder without the DMR. And you think he'll sign the 43C? Dumbledore asked skeptically. He will if I ask correctly. Amelia nodded and drew a piece of parchment and a self-inking quill from her bag and started writing. Do you mind if I go? Albus asked. I have to speak with Harry. Oh, I do too. If we can wait until Shacklebolt gets back we can go see Harry together. Amelia looked up from her note, smiling, before continuing to write. For a few minutes Minerva watched in the head of the DMLE quickly write paper after paper, signing each with her wand before moving on to quickly write another. It didn't take long for Shacklebolt to return with a large stack of parchment. Excellent, Amelia said and added her papers to the stack before taking all of them off of Shacklebolt's hands. Please wait for Rufus and Croaker, send them into the memory and let them know that I'm down with Harry. Delay Croaker a few minutes if you can. Yes ma'am. Shacklebolt nodded and took a seat. After you Albus. Amelia nodded to the door. You can even talk to Harry first if you want. Kingsley, don't let them disturb anything, there are quite a few delicate devices in this room. Albus warned. Yes headmaster. Shacklebolt nodded as Albus motioned for McGonagall to follow and headed out of his office with Amelia close behind. Shacklebolt idled the time away by calibrating his stopwatch. He was determined to see exactly how long Harry was sprinting. You're not actually trying to guilt-trip me for killing Tom Riddle and the most notorious werewolf England has known for centuries, are you? Harry glared as he cut Dumbledore off mid-speech. Not to mention the man who murdered me, although it wasn't actually me who killed him. Harry, it is a terrible thing to take a life. Dumbledore restated. I don't know why you think you have the authority to say something like that. Harry said, suddenly reflective. Harry, show some respect to your elders. Dumbledore scolded. And of course murder is a terrible thing, how could you think otherwise? I haven't murdered anyone. Harry rolled his eyes. and is the only one in this room to have experienced. Harry trailed off as he tried to figure out how to end that sentence, scratching his head. It's just, well, the whole thing is not for the living to know, you know. Anyway, experience trumps theory, and while I can't explain it, I know better than anyone what it means to kill someone. So you're saying it is okay to kill whomever? McGonagall asked dangerously while arching her eyebrow. Murder is a part of killing, and is always immoral. Harry stated. Killing is ending another life, and is not necessarily immoral as circumstances matter. Like squares and rectangles. Unless you can separate the two concepts, this discussion will get nowhere. Mr. Potter is absolutely correct, Minerva. Amelia said from the nearby table where she had continued writing as soon as the three had arrived in the hospital. Many of my men and women have been caught up in that very issue, and that is almost word for word what we tell them. I wasn't aware you were part of this conversation. McGonagall replied snootily. Well, I wasn't at first, but at that time I thought that the conversation was between the headmaster and Mr. Potter, and that you were only there to make sure nothing was forgotten. Amelia fired back. Once you spoke up I figured there were no requirements. Well, I never. McGonagall cried, affronted. Ooh, Madam Bones with the takedown. Harry announced, earning himself an angry glare from the professors and an amused smirk from Amelia. He then turned to Dumbledore. So, was that the only thing you wanted to talk to me about? Why aren't you dead? McGonagall spat out, and then clamped her hands over her mouth and blushed. It just isn't your day. Amelia chuckled. What I believe Professor McGonagall meant to ask was, could you please enlighten us to the method in which you survived the killing curse 2 more times? Dumbledore smiled. Well, it isn't because Voldemort turned me into a you-know-what, Harry said with a pointed glance at McGonagall. That Halloween night all those years ago, in case that's what you were thinking. Are you sure? Dumbledore asked after he sat there blinking for a few seconds. Quite. Harry nodded. It seems that the first is the hardest to survive, but after that it is easier with practice. I don't really know, it is still rather new. Fascinating, and you won't tell us anything that happened on the other side. Dumbledore tried. Sorry, I'm fairly certain it is subjective though. Harry shook his head. Else, someone very high up has an unhealthy interest in me. Anything else? I'd like to caution you against the overuse of fiend fire, any dark magic really, and the dangers that are inherent with it, but I can't help but feel that you already know all of that. Dumbledore shrugged. So consider yourself cautioned. Albus, don't you want to know about the Death Eaters at the end point? McGonagall reminded, belligerently ignoring the quiet laugh from Amelia. I'm sorry, Minerva. Amelia said, covering for herself. It's just that is why I am here. Oh, of course. McGonagall said. Investigating criminals should be left up to professionals. You may feel free to start your questioning any time, Amelia. Dumbledore said and motioned McGonagall into a chair, taking one himself. Right. Amelia frowned at them before turning to Harry. Mr. Potter, can you tell us any details about the people in the building you arrived at? Other than that they were dressed as Death Eaters, no. Harry shook his head. I can't really remember much of anything after Fenrir. I suppose I got a concussion against that tree. He looked to Amelia who nodded her confirmation. What sword did you stab Mr. Greyback with and where did you get it? Amelia asked. Sword of Gryffindor. Harry replied. He held out his hand and called the sword. And I can call it to me at any time, perk of owning it, you see. I see. Amelia did in fact see as she bent over to examine the blade. I presume that is Greyback's blood. Interesting reaction with the silver. You should let Croaker take a look, but you can put it back for now. Okay. Harry said and dropped the sword, allowing it to vanish, then immediately groaned and called it again and leaned over to set the sword down under his bed. It goes back to where it was when I called it, which was, in this case, back with the Death Eaters. As I don't have any further questions, I will call this complete. I have a few pieces of paperwork to go over with you and your godfather. Speaking of whom, Minerva, could you be dear and go let him and the girls back in, please? Amelia smiled sweetly. Harry almost laughed as McGonagall looked at Amelia indignantly. Albus, why don't we get one of the Aurors to take care of that? Dumbledore suggested quickly. However, I wouldn't complain if the two of you stopped acting like children. Hey, Harry squawked. Don't lump me in with them. So, how long? Scrimgeour asked as he, Croaker and Shacklebolt were ejected from the Pensieve. 11 minutes and 38 seconds, full sprint and over rough terrain. Shacklebolt summed up, awed, as he checked his stopwatch. The boy isn't human. And fast too to stay in front of a werewolf. Croaker hummed. Where is Mr. Potter? Scrimgeour asked eagerly. I have a few questions for him. We thought you would. Madam Bones is down in the hospital wing with him right now. She said you should feel free to go right down. Shacklebolt smiled. I think I'll do just that. Scrimgeour nodded primly and walked out the office door. I'll head down myself. Croaker smirked. I'm guessing that's where Dumbledore is, since he isn't here. You would guess correctly. Shacklebolt nodded. But Madam Bones asked me to stall you for a while, so I intend to do just that. Oh, really? Croaker laughed. And how do you intend to do that? By asking you about your thoughts on Harry's use of fiend fire. Shacklebolt smirked. Oh, yes. Well, that would work. Croaker nodded and the two of them started in on a short discussion on said spell work. Scrimgeour shook his head in disgust as he walked into the hospital and found his target surrounded by non-ministry personnel. You all need to leave. Oh, Rufus, there you are. Amelia said, happily cutting him off. I have some things I need you to sign. Can it wait? Scrimgeour asked impatiently. I really want to talk to Potter before Croaker does. That can wait, he's already made his statement to me. Amelia frowned. However, if I were him, I wouldn't be too happy about talking to the head Auror if there were still charges potentially hanging over my head. What charges? Scrimgeour asked, surprised. There was only one time when he wasn't acting in self-defense and he took that moment to try and capture his opponent rather than kill him. Hell, I think we should get a copy of that memory to show during training. Yes, well, McNair had friends in the pure blood community that could try to get Harry on vigilantism, aggravated assault, attempted murder and actual murder for that matter. Then there is the whole contingent who will be after Harry claiming that he couldn't have survived without resorting to dark magic. Amelia replied matter-of-factually. I don't think they could really do anything other than an unlicensed fiend fire charge, but that's what the 213FF is for. All right, fine. Scrimgeour groaned and picked up a quill. Just point. I already highlighted all of the relevant places. Amelia smiled as he started signing. I should probably get him a DMR too. Scrimgeour said a couple minutes later as he finished signing. You can just add your name to mine if you want. Amelia offered. Oh, yes, that would be sufficient. Scrimgeour nodded. If there is nothing else, do you think I could go in now? Oh, hello Rufus. Dumbledore said as he and McGonagall walked towards the doors. Hello Headmaster. Scrimgeour smiled politely. I'm sorry if you needed something, but we can't stay any longer. Everyone is having meals in their common rooms for the time being, at least until after Poppy and Gilderoy's wake. Dumbledore said sadly. The children might need us. Of course. Scrimgeour said somberly. You do what you need to. As the doors closed behind Dumbledore, Scrimgeour rushed into Harry's area and Amelia rearranged the paperwork, thereby reassembling Form 19,473-43C. Scrimgeour found himself re-evaluating his plan as he walked towards Harry. He was going to use the slow and subtle approach, but after Amelia ate up so much time he didn't know how much longer it would take for Croaker to arrive. All I have to do is get Harry to start thinking about joining the Aurors before Croaker makes him think about being an unspeakable, or, Merlin forbid, one of those infernal hit wizards turns up. Harry Potter, hit wizard, would be such a travesty. He considered himself lucky that Croaker wasn't there yet, so he decided to get straight to the point. Mr. Potter, as the head of the Aurors, I would like to say congratulations on your victory, and if you ever wish to become an Auror I will do everything within my power to make it happen. Thank you Mr. Scrimgeour. I'll keep your offer in mind when I am thinking about careers. Harry smiled when Tonks' jaw dropped. Of course. Scrimgeour smiled. I'm sure we'll have plenty of opportunities to talk over the next couple of years. You have plenty of time to come to the correct decision. I'm sure I do. Ah, Mr. Potter, so nice to meet you. Croaker said as he walked up. Scrimgeour sighed quietly, relieved. My name is Algernon Croaker. I'm a retired unspeakable turned liaison between the Ministry and the Department of Mysteries. I know now isn't a good time, but I hope that at some point we can find time to discuss your fascinating use of fiend fire. Good luck with the slow approach. Scrimgeour laughed internally and cleared his throat. Well, there was a minor accident in the department today. I need to check in with the people I assigned to investigate the issue. I also need to check on my teams here. You know how it is. Always something happening, right? Croaker rolled his eyes as Scrimgeour started walking away. Anyway, we'll have plenty of time to talk once you recover. I'll be here for the rest of the year filling in as defense professor. What? Scrimgeour protested angrily as he spun back around to face Croaker. When did that happen? I ran into the headmaster just outside this wing. In fact, he accepted my offer without a moment's hesitation. Croaker smirked. Scrimgeour turned and stormed out, thoroughly beaten. Croaker, could you please sign the 213FF and the 43C for me please? Amelia asked after Scrimgeour was gone. The 43C. Croaker repeated and took the forms from her and took a look. And you got Rufus to sign, why would you do that? Not many people know this, but I received the 43C when I was 13. Amelia replied. Trained with the hit wizards for a year or so just out of Hogwarts before deciding that Auror was a better fit for me. Huh. Croaker shrugged and signed the appropriate places. Excuse me, what is a 43C? Hermione couldn't help herself from asking. And why wouldn't Mr. Scrimgeour sign it? It is a legal loophole. Amelia replied. Normally it is the first part of the process of joining the hit wizards, but when the proper spaces are left blank and dates are filled in years in advance, it does little more than make the recipient a law enforcement officer. That's a pretty big deal though. Hermione replied hesitantly. Isn't it? It will make Harry a trainee. Croaker replied as he finished signing. Everything will be the same for him except for when he is with his hit wizard trainer. So you're getting hit wizard training? Tonks asked surprised. Don't be ridiculous. Amelia scoffed. There are very clear laws about the earliest time that training can start, which is why all of these training times are dated for August 1998. You'll also note that the space to name the trainer is blank as well. Croaker held up the document and pointed to a space that clearly had nothing written. Meaning that he can't just happen to be with his trainer all the time despite the fact that there is no training going on, as he has no trainer. However, no one can claim he is a vigilante now. Amelia replied. And once Sirius and Armstrong, head hit wizard, sign, you can claim the bounty for Greyback if you wish. Sirius quickly walked over and picked up the quill. This isn't obligating him to anything at this point, is it? Not until he signs. Amelia replied and pointed to Harry's space. But we'll just keep it on file, unsigned, until he knows what he wants to do. Should I sign it? Sirius asked, looking to Harry, and signed the document when the boy nodded. So, why would Mr. Scrimgeour object? Hermione asked again. There is a long-standing tradition of rivalry between the Aurors and the hit wizards. Rufus never dropped it as he moved up through the ranks. Croaker said. It is probably the reason he isn't my boss. Amelia replied. He tends to take political things personally. Croaker nodded. And the 43C is essentially him giving Harry his blessing to work for his rivals. Ah, the three children said in comprehension. The second thing you need to sign, Sirius, also needs to be signed by Harry. It is the 213FF or Fiend Fire license. Amelia slid it over. Basically, we've seen 2 instances where Harry has used the spell in ways that we've yet to explain and with more control than anyone we've ever seen before. I couldn't justify withholding this. What she said. Croaker agreed and took the document over for Harry to sign as well. You'll receive a nice shiny card in a few weeks. The rest of this paperwork is simply clearing him of any charges I could imagine anyone drumming up. Amelia patted the stack on the table. Wow, thank you. Sirius smiled brilliantly at Amelia. Not at all. Amelia replied. I accidentally killed the wanted son of an influential pure blood while he was trying to rob our home. I was 13 at the time but still would have spent time in Azkaban without the 43C. It is really the least I can do to pass the benefit on. I expect Harry to do so if he can as well eventually. The boy who lived lives and lives again. Survives the killing curse 2 more times and says, it's easier with practice. By Rita Skeeter. Yesterday morning there were 2 simultaneous attacks on Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The first was an easily defended and thwarted attack on the wards at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, which drew the staff out onto the grounds. The second, and much more devastating, attack took place inside the school itself. Albus Dumbledore took the best actions he could with the information he had at the time as he led the staff out of the Great Hall, where all of the students had assembled for breakfast, and activated the wards, ensuring that none of the attackers would be able to get inside. As an extra precaution, he left the school nurse, Madame Poppy Pomfrey, well known for her ability to calm children down, and the only squib on the staff, Arthur Filth, who would, naturally, be useless in a fight. I obtained a memory from a 7th-year student, who shall remain unnamed, and what I saw was truly shocking. The memory started as Harry Potter was offering his help in repelling the attack, only to be refused by the headmaster. Historians will speculate for centuries on what would have happened if Harry had gone with them. We do know what did happen, however, as Harry turned back towards his seat as the wards activated. As Mr. Potter returned to his group, something obviously occurred to him. With a mad dash back to his seat and a few quick words, which were indiscernible in the memory, an image of Hogwarts appears in the air. Mr. Potter and his two closest companions, Tonks and Hermione Granger, start searching the image for something while the other 6 members of the group survey the student body. What seemed like only moments passed before one of the members of the group, Blaise Zabini, 2nd-year Slytherin, stood up, having spotted something, and pointed. It was clear fractions of a second later who he was pointing at, as his target then stood and used the killing curse on Madame Poppy Pomfrey. The students all panicked and fled from the attacker, as did the squib, Filth. Filth, however, was cut off from the students and curled up, hoping to go unnoticed. The attacker claimed to be you-know-who reborn. Harry Potter kept calm and confronted the attacker, taking steps to protect the other students by moving the house tables to form a barrier. Mr. Potter unleashed a short verbal attack against the attack, arguing very convincingly that he could not in fact be you-know-who. We here at the Daily Prophet agree with Mr. Potter's assessment and would also like to note that if he was a reincarnation, the oldest he could possibly be is 11.5 years old. This imposter was clearly in his late teens. Unable to continue his charade, the attacker resorted to violence and attacked Mr. Potter outright. Within moments, Mr. Potter had the upper hand, but as he was going to finish the fight, Filth, who everyone believed to be incapable of magic, attacked Mr. Potter with a killing curse, striking him dead. It was quickly revealed that Filth was not actually the squib but a second attacker under the influence of Polyjuice Potion, and was later identified as Walter McNair. Incensed by the death of their dearest companion Ms. Tonks and Ms. Granger attacked their two opponents, only to get held back with ease. Minutes rolled by before the unknown team grew bored and ended their resistance, Ms. Tonks losing an arm and Ms. Granger being held under the cruciatus. As if hearing their cries of anguish, Mr. Potter then rose from the dead and returned to the fight, immediately freeing the girls from danger. The unknown assailant turned to Mr. Potter and lashed out with another killing curse. Mr. Potter stood there and allowed the curse to hit him and merely laughed in condemnation of his opponent's feeble attempt to slay him. Raising their wands, the two fought in a rapid but fierce battle, far too impressive for me to adequately describe, that left the attacker dead and Harry holding 2 wands. Walter's courage broke under Mr. Potter's gaze and he fled the hall with Mr. Potter close on his heels. The student from whom I received this memory did not follow, so that is where the details stop. The Aurors investigating the issue were understandably tight-lipped about the incident and only a few details slipped through. I overheard one Auror state that it had taken 3 Aurors 4 hours to get all of McNair out of a tree. Gilderoy Lockhart was found dead hours after the attack, but no comment has been made into the details. Fenrir Greyback, the notorious werewolf, was mentioned several times, but no hint of a body was seen nor any explanation given. A walk of the grounds showed many large marks in the yard where spells hit and included damage to an outlying building. A large-scale usage of fiend fire was also reported. A large explosion disrupted the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the time of the attack, delaying Auror response. The official report is currently claiming it to have been an accident, but what if it was a diversion, just like the larger attack on Hogwarts, simply to set a trap for Mr. Potter? When I tried to get in to talk to Mr. Potter himself, I was most rudely turned away by his guardian and godfather, Sirius Black. It is night now, but it will be morning when you are reading this, and I will be trying once again to speak with Mr. Potter about the day's events. We can only hope that he will be able to speak with me. DMLE Explosion, Connected. PG 2-3. Biography of Madame Pomfrey, PG 4. Biography of Gilderoy Lockhart, PG 5-12. Excuse me. A voice drew the on-duty Auror's attention away from his paper. Yes, he asked, looking up and recognizing the face. Could I speak with Harry Potter, please? Rita asked, smiling. The Auror blinked at her and reread the last 2 sentences of her article and looked up again. You either have really good timing or you're really creepy. Either way, you're third in line. The Auror shrugged and motioned her towards a nearby room that they had converted into a waiting area, where Joan Fellows, from Teen Witch Weekly, and Luna Lovegood were already waiting. Omake. The Sheart family had a long and noble history even amongst the other pure bloods. The family had fallen on hard times and most of the family had been wiped out by the forces of light during the First Blood War. Red was the last of the Shearts and was drawn to Voldemort's cause because of how many Muggleborns made fun of his name. He'd been out getting coffee for everyone earlier in the day when Potter was here, and so he was saved the brunt of the damage. He'd gotten back though and helped with everyone's injuries, and now they were just waiting for the Dark Lord to return. Malfoy had suggested that they study the Sword of Gryffindor while they had the time and sent Red to remove it from Fenrir. When he got back and passed the sword around the room, letting everyone take a look. The sword got back to him while Lucius wrote a header for the sword on the blackboard. Red stuck the tip of the sword in the floor and leaned on it. I don't see what the big deal is. It's just a stupid silver sword. The moment the words left his lips he felt the sword disappear from under him, removing his support and dropping him to the floor. After a moment of surprise he laughed at himself and started to stand up only to have the sword rematerialized in the same place, which happened to be through the middle of his left hand. He screamed in pain even after the sword disappeared again as the basilisk toxins, that had been impregnated into the blade, started coursing through his system. Red Sheart died in under a minute. Lucius turned back to the blackboard and under the Sword of Gryffindor header he wrote. Barty Crouch Jr. sighed shakily as he looked at his mask again. If Barty was honest with himself, he was incredibly lucky just to have lived through the botched attack 3 days ago. He remembered the blow that left the straight shiny gouge on the brow line. That was when he was falling and hit his head on something. The next 2 strikes he had no recollection of, but plenty of evidence remained. The 2 smallish dents on the left side of his mask translated to a shattered cheekbone and a mess of bone spurs forced into his eye. Their healer had worked for almost 12 hours but was unable to save it. It is strange, Barty thought. How much easier it is to magically heal damage to the brain than the eye. Barty absent-mindedly ran his fingers over the bandages that were still wrapped around his head. Although in this case the 5-centimeter shift it would take to have done brain damage instead would have missed the mask then, and not be lessened. Probably would have killed me. He was startled out of his thoughts as the door burst open and Bellatrix walked in. Report, she ordered, and Barty remembered that it was really his master standing in front of him. Single quote. I heard them and I just turned around to come back. Julie quoted from the Daily Prophet as she and Tony walked back into the first-year Ravenclaw girls' dorm, where Ginny was. Isn't that just the most romantic thing you've ever heard? Yay. Tony sighed wistfully as she flopped onto her bed. What do you think it would take to get a man like that? Julie asked, dropping her bag and sitting down on her own bed. Well, what do we know about Hermione and Tonks? Tony asked. They're both only children. Yay, that's probably a big thing. I mean, Harry is an only child too. Julie shuddered. Can you imagine him trying to relate to someone from a large family? That would be horrible. Tony Ned. Their childhoods would be so different. What else? Julie frowned and tapped her chin. Hermione is Muggle-born, and Tonks' father was too. They both must know a lot about the Muggle world. And Harry was brought up by his Muggle aunt and uncle. Tony nodded. Speaking as someone who knows a lot about the Muggle world, I know that I would never be able to take someone seriously if they couldn't say electricity correctly. Julie laughed. Oh, for sure. Tony nodded earnestly with a huge grin. I couldn't agree more. Hermione and Tonks are both extremely talented too. Julie added. They're the 2 top girls in their year, and Hermione scored the highest on every test that Harry or Tonks didn't. That's true, so to sum it up, only child, knowledgeable about Muggles and really smart. Tony asked. Don't forget pretty. Julie quipped. And pretty. Tony amended. Is that it? And brave and powerful. I mean, they tried to avenge him. Julie said. But I think that sounds more like what Harry Potter is looking for rather than what great guys are looking for. You're probably right. Tony nodded. So what do you think? Julie asked. Well, I don't know, but it sounds like everything Ginny isn't. Tony said and Julie laughed. That's for sure. Julie gasped as she stopped laughing. But grab the rest of your stuff. We need to go before we're late. Right. Tony nodded and bent over her trunk for a moment before withdrawing a quill. Well, that's what we came for, let's go. Oh, hey Ginny. We totally didn't know you were here. Julie laughed and threaded her arm through her friend's and the two of them skipped out of the room merrily while Ginny knelt, still frozen over her trunk, where she had paused when the two girls entered. She closed her trunk and crawled back into bed, pulling the curtains closed and completely forgetting about her study date with Luna in the library. Finally, Harry roared triumphantly, though, admittedly, his roar was silent and completely within his head. Harry did not really think it was prudent to let Tonks' mother know how excited he was to get away from her. It wasn't that he didn't like Andromeda, but he'd just spent the last 3 days being poked and prodded with all sorts of diagnostic instruments that were as indescribable as they were inhumane. He thought that Healer Smethwick's arrival on the second day marked the arrival of an ally. Then Smethwick opened his case and Harry realized how wrong he was. Fortunately, during the first night he had been able to time turn while he was supposedly using the restroom and popped off to Lockhart's room. He left the diary to be found, which it had been, and took the diplomat bag back to his headquarters. He sent the blood-draining knife and the vial of forcibly taken blood, under a stasis charm, to be stored too. He also missed the release of the articles, which was good in his book. Rita only wanted to talk to Harry and Joan, from Teen Witch Weekly, only wanted to talk to the girls, for some reason, and both of those interviews were done simultaneously. Luna had joined them, oddly, and took part as both an interviewer, for the Quibbler and as an interviewee, due to her status as a fringe member of Harry's friends. TWW pushed up its publication and the Quibbler delayed it slightly so that both copies of the article came out at the same time. Harry found it very entertaining and Luna said that it satisfied her duty to get a scoop so when she visited she was able to just be a friend. It was nice and Hermione and Tonks seemed to appreciate the gesture as well. He really wished that he could act as relieved as he felt. It wasn't just while he was in the hospital wing either, because the rest of the castle was still mourning. Naturally it would be fairly counterintuitive for Harry to admit that he found nothing sad about death. At least it is easy to fake. Harry thought as he and the girls approached the Great Hall for breakfast. All you have to do is stare blankly at the floor 2 or 3 meters in front of you. Maybe act angry if someone doesn't leave you alone. Then make lists of things that are not funny. Avoid eye contact and general interactions and walk slowly. No one will know the difference. The Great Hall fell silent as the three walked in and every face turned towards them. Tonks reached out and threaded her fingers through his and pulled him gently towards the Ravenclaw table. Ignore the creepy people. Despite his facade Harry couldn't help but chuckle. She looked him in the eye and smiled brightly and led on, ignoring the trailing eyes. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. Harry thought. It isn't as though I was asked to speak for them and say they were special and will be missed. Probably best that I ignore the situation altogether this time. I didn't know either of them very well after all, at least not in this life. By the time the post arrived Harry's mood was markedly more relaxed. He didn't even notice the gasps around him at first but within a few minutes a copy of the Daily Prophet was passed to him. Oh, great, Harry thought cheerfully. This might be just what I needed, I'll have to check with the goblins though. Harry sighed disdainfully and dropped the paper with a sneer. Oh, great, because that's exactly what I needed. He drawled out sarcastically as Bellatrix Lestrange's face glared back from the front page. She had mysteriously escaped early yesterday morning. Narcissa shifted her weight nervously as the Aurors searched Malfoy Manor. The Dark Lord had warned them and, before they had even gone to Azkaban, Narcissa and Lucius removed every illegal item from their home and stored it with the Crouches. They even emptied out the secret compartment under the drawing room floor, although it still hadn't been discovered. There was always a chance that they had missed something and that the Aurors hadn't. Her dear sister wasn't there either, that would be foolish. After all, this was the first place to get checked. Narcissa didn't even know where Bellatrix was, although she figured Bella was with the Dark Lord. What really made Narcissa nervous though was the Aurors' definition of cursory search. She could understand opening doors and pushing coats aside, but she was still unable to figure out the logic of checking the silverware drawer, but nevertheless her finest silver was scattered across the floor. Worse yet was that she was told not to have the mess cleaned up. Dobby. Crack. Yes, mistress. The abused elf asked warily. Prepare a cup of tea for me. She ordered imperiously as she walked out of the room. It's totally hinged. One Auror said and pointed at the base of a cabinet. See, right there. Look. I don't know. This looks like a normal china cabinet to me. The younger Auror Tyler, replied skeptically. Well, we were told to be cursory. The older, Auror Smith, argued. Do you even know what that means? Auror Tyler his arms. Of course, but my best friend was killed by a Death Eater in the war and the last thing did was accuse Malfoy. The Smith said sadly, then forced himself to cheer up. So was I the only one who noticed a dark aura behind this expensive china or what? Besides, they're undoubtedly involved, they did visit her the morning of the attack after all. He received the answer from his young partner in the form of a very loud crash that brought Narcissa back to the dining room at a full sprint. She found one Auror performing various spells on the back of her precious china cabinet and the other performing the same spells on the wall where the cabinet was, as though nothing out of the ordinary had happened. My china! Narcissa gasped weakly, and it was only the start of their 5-hour search. On this, the 11th day of February, 1992, I call to order the year's second session of the Wizengamot. Dumbledore announced. Our first order of business today is directly from Minister Fudge. At the request of Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman, the Triwizard Tournament has been tentatively scheduled to take place during the 1994 to 1995 school year. In light of the tragic events of this last weekend, I can only concur with the request that we select a committee to work closely with Misters Crouch and Bagman to ensure the safety of all of the students, both contestants and not. As I am the headmaster at the proposed host school, I would like to be the first to volunteer to join the committee. Does anyone have reason to object? Dumbledore was silent for a few moments. Very well. I open the floor for other volunteers at this time. Due to the nature of the Wizengamot, everyone already knew that this was going to be discussed. A letter had gone out to all of the members 2 weeks ago, and because of that there was very little discussion before the first offer was made. Lord Malfoy, you have the floor. Thank you, Chief Warlock. Lucius said, graciously nodding to Dumbledore. As a prominent member of Hogwarts Board of Governors and with my own son attending the school, I feel that it is only appropriate that I offer my own services to this committee. Does anyone have reason to object? Very well. Dumbledore noted Lucius' name and turned back to the chamber. Ah, Lord Black, you have the floor. Thank you, Chief Warlock. Sirius said with a bow. As you are all aware, my seat in this august chamber was only ratified last month and I am still very inexperienced in the methods employed here. I am similarly inexperienced at being the guardian to a child, but nevertheless I am one, and over the summer and winter breaks, I have found that the only way to learn is by doing. Not only do I wish to employ a similar theory here, but I am given my first opportunity to do so in a way that is also my responsibility as guardian to Harry Potter, who has already been targeted several times because of his name. I can't help but feel that he will be the target of any nefarious activities at the school, and I will do everything I can to prevent that. Sirius finished passionately and drew applause. He had to fight the feeling of satisfaction at a good performance that showed up without regard to the subject of said performance. Does anyone have reason to object? Dumbledore asked and waited his few moments. He was about to move on when Lucius activated his touchstone. Lord Malfoy, you have the floor. It seems to me that Lord Black is only concerned with the safety of his charge. Lucius sneered. Do you really think he will be looking out for the rest of the student body? He will be the most paranoid person we could get to work on this committee unless we could somehow manage to convince Auror Moody to delay his retirement for a 10th time. Madame Longbottom sighed as she climbed to her feet. Lord Black will be paying very close attention to the most inconsequential details, and I'm sure he will be able to point out problems that less paranoid minds would miss. I support him, as a committee needs the extremes as much as it needs the moderates. Dumbledore called it to vote and was not surprised to see that all of the families that were suspected Death Eaters or were Death Eater sympathizers all voted against Sirius. There weren't very many of them though, and Sirius won with a fairly large margin. Most of the Wizengamot members were surprised that anyone would even bother to object to a committee appointment. Generally no single member mattered.
Then Augusta Longbottom joined the committee, as the only other Hogwarts governor who was also in the Wizengamot. One of the Scamander boys, who was sitting proxy for his father who was off researching for yet another book, also joined for his expertise in handling dangerous animals. Once that was settled, the Wizengamot moved on to policy decisions and Dumbledore moved on to thinking about how to approach Alistair Moody about filling the empty position at his school next year. "Good afternoon, ma'am," the older Auror said when they arrived at their second stop for the day. "My name is Auror Smith and this is my partner Auror Tyler. We're both terribly sorry to bother you, but several family members of the escapee, Bellatrix Lestrange, take residence here and we have orders to perform a cursory search of the premises for evidence of her presence." Yes. Hestia stammered uncomfortably. "It's just, well, I'm just the girlfriend of a friend. Lestrange isn't here or anything, I just don't know if letting you in would be overstepping my boundaries." "Hang on, just a second." Hestia stepped back from the door, but left it open, and turned in towards the house and shouted, "Remus, Gwen, Ted, please report to the front door, immediately." She turned back to the Aurors with an apologetic smile. "We'll figure out what to do. While we're waiting, would you mind telling us where Mrs. Andromeda Tonks and Lord Sirius Black are?" Auror Smith asked formally, although they already knew. "Andy is at Hogwarts filling in as healer until summer," Hestia replied. "If you came a few hours later, Ted wouldn't be here either, he's just packing some of their things. Sirius is at the Wizengamot meeting and if you had been a few hours later he would be here." "Those blasted few hours," Auror Tyler joked as he marked down her response. "What's wrong, Hestia?" Remus asked as he walked up to her side. "Oh, hello. Good afternoon, sir," Auror Smith replied. Auror Tyler was busy gawking at the sudden appearance of Gwynog Jones off to the side moments before Ted followed her from the same direction. "Eyes front, boy. Sorry," Auror Tyler said and blushed. "Now, as we were telling this Ms. Jones a moment ago, we're looking for Bellatrix Lestrange and have orders to perform a cursory check on all family members' homes," Auror Smith informed the newcomers. "I'm sorry, but Andy was disowned, she's not part of Bellatrix's family anymore," Ted replied angrily with a frown. "Our records show that the current Lord Black has reversed that and welcomed her back into his family, thus the living arrangements. You are living in Lord Black's home, are you not?" Auror Smith smiled. "Right," Ted nodded. "I forgot about that, it's just that, well, Bellatrix is the bi.ch that got my wife kicked out in the first place. I don't like considering that woman my sister-in-law." "Just how cursory is cursory?" Remus asked cautiously. "We'll just be opening doors and pushing aside coats." Auror Smith smirked. "After all, we have no reason to suspect you." "What's with the smirk?" Gwynog asked, having seen the same smirk on Sirius' face countless times. He defined cursory differently at Malfoy Manor. Tyler grinned. "I would really prefer it if you would refrain from insinuating that I am unfair or biased in any way," Auror Smith reprimanded. "Even when it is true," Tyler shot back. "Especially when it is true." Auror Smith rolled his eyes. "Good God, man, haven't you learned anything? For some reason I feel like these two are on our side." Remus laughed. "Madam Bones picked us specifically." Auror Smith smiled. The four residents of number 12 conferred for a moment before allowing the Aurors in and giving them a tour of the house, while, true to their word, they opened every door and moved every coat, but that was it. The only room they didn't enter was Harry's bedroom. Instead they stood reverently at the door and peeked in, glancing around quickly before withdrawing and declaring the room cleared. All told, the Aurors were only inside the house for just over 15 minutes and everyone was smiling when they left. "Really?" Sirius asked speculatively. "Just because Bellatrix is family?" "Yay." Gwynog nodded into his and yawned. "It was fine though, they were in and out. It was still an invasion." Sirius grumbled and pulled the blankets up closer around them. "In the morning I'll go see the goblins about formally disowning her so none of us have to put up with this again because of her." Gwynog replied sleepily and closed her eyes. Within moments she was asleep. Sirius quickly followed her example. "I wonder if this rain is natural," Harry thought as the wake for Lockhart and Pomfrey soldiered on around him, completely filling the Great Hall. "I wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to conjure some clouds so they would be appropriate for morning." Harry bit back a yawn and tried to subtly check his watch. "Stop fidgeting," Hermione hissed out of the corner of her mouth. "Sorry."
Harry whispered in reply and settled back in his chair. Bored, bored, bored. The next hour and a half felt to Harry like 3 days, and by the end he was convinced that everyone there had surely used up all of the morning they had allotted for their entire life. Harry was grateful that they were doing both wakes at once, and that he was not required to attend the funerals. At long last though it was over and Harry could go back to doing anything else. In this case anything else happened to be sitting quietly with the girls in their common room. Dumbledore had cancelled all of the classes for the week to allow for mourning, but that left Harry without anything to do. He was about to run up to his room to grab his notebook and get back to work on one of his secret projects or another, but before he could Hermione sniffed loudly and leaned on him. Shit, comforting, let's see. Harry thought for a moment and then slowly slid his arm around her, pulled her head to his shoulder and made calming noises. She turned and hugged him tightly, crying into his shoulder, while he mentally patted himself on the back for taking the correct action. Good afternoon, class, Croaker said as the second years looked back at him. As Headmaster Dumbledore said this morning, I am Algernon Croaker, retired unspeakable, and I will be teaching this course for the remainder of the year. I'm not the best with children, so please forgive my gruffness, and I have no idea where you are at as a class, so today is simply an evaluation. We'll start with a written quiz and then transition to some practical exercises. Hermione got excited while the rest of the students, aside from the other court members, looked worried. As Croaker started passing out the tests he noticed the apprehension. Don't worry, this will have no bearing on your grades. Harry looked down at his test and read the first question. You find yourself stranded alone in a room with 3 Grindylow, a kappa, a bucket of mashed potatoes, some red thread and no wand. What do you do to get out alive, and why? Harry looked over the rest of the questions really quickly and noted that they were all along the same train of thought. With a small smile Harry set in on the most entertaining test he'd ever taken. All too soon Croaker called time and the class passed the papers back in. What did you write for the first one? Tonks whispered, leaning in towards the other two. I put the thread in the mashed potatoes and fed them to the Grindylow, hoping to make one choke so the others would need to help it. Then I brained the kappa with the bucket. Hermione whispered back. I walked out the door and shut it behind me so they couldn't follow. Harry offered. What? Hermione gasped. He never said you could open the door. He never said you couldn't either. Harry shrugged. Bu. Hermione trailed off. Tonks snickering didn't help. Potter, Croaker yelled while he expanded the front of the classroom to add a demonstration area, cutting off any further conversation. Front and center. Time for the practical portion and you get to be the target. Oh goody, Harry remarked and strolled up to the front of the class. All right, first I want you to cast the strongest full body shield you can. Croaker paused for a moment as Harry cast the Pugnaculum Parietis shield. It wasn't the strongest but it was the one that he was currently working with Hermione on. Croaker smiled as the cloudy gray bubble covered Harry. Very good, Potter. Now then, it is up to the rest of you to bring his shield down. I'm looking for variety as well as power, so please, show off. After the class sent everything they could think of at Harry's shield for a little over 10 minutes, it finally started to break. Laughing, Croaker held up his hands and ended the onslaught. Very, very good. Now then, let's switch it up a bit. Harry, you're on offense now and the rest of the class are your targets. Stun them as quickly as you can. Class, use any means necessary to defend yourselves. There was a full second where everyone just stared disbelieving before the first person moved. After that the room grew very noisy as students began overturning desks in hopes of gaining cover. Croaker stopped Harry 5 minutes later when the only other students standing were Hermione, behind her own Pugnaculum Parietis, and Tonks, who was standing behind Hermione, using her own Protega to take the strain off of Hermione when her shield started to falter. Croaker looked pleased as Punch and the 4 of them finished the class by waking up the other students. January 25, 2066. Journal. It has been 2 weeks since Harry's tomb split open. The unspeakables have yet to determine a cause for the perfectly preserved state of his corpse. He still looks as though he could wake at any moment. Today they found a conduit that is, evidently, the source of the continual killing curse exposure that keeps showing up on the scans. They were unable to trace it back to its source, claiming that it just seemed to fade into nothingness. We've been assured that they won't stop working until they have the answer though. Ted Lupin. Lee Jordan didn't talk about his family or his life in the Muggle world very often. If he did, then no one would have been surprised when he signed up for arithmancy class. Lee's dad was a math nerd through and through, and thus, Lee grew up learning math from an early age. The twins were the only ones who knew, and Lee frequently helped them with their pranks. Application was always a big part of his education, and that experience allowed him to estimate how far back Snape would pull his chair before sitting down. Lee watched him every day in the Great Hall for 2 months to be sure. From there it was just a matter of measuring a few angles, making a few cuts, and leaving a sign with a pie before escaping back to his room. "Harry, Snape is glaring at you," Tonks whispered to the boy next to her at breakfast the next day. "He doesn't seem pleased. He never seems pleased." Harry looked up and smiled sweetly at the man in question. "Just deal with him using enough cynicism to be amusing, like always." "I think that just made it worse," Hermione commented as Snape's nostrils flared. Harry shrugged. "I'm sorry, Ludo, there's nothing we can do." Dumbledore shook his head. "The Goblet of Fire is too old of an object to manipulate the enchantments. I've been quite thorough in my investigation of this, I assure you. When the tournament was founded, 14 was the legal age, and that's how the goblet was forged. So how do you expect the students who are younger than 17 from entering?" Lucius asked pointedly. "An age line should be sufficient," Albus said reassuringly. "What if an older student takes their name for them?" Sirius cut in. "The goblet is enchanted to only accept 1 entry per approach," Dumbledore said as he checked his notes. "And it is easy enough to have an around-the-clock guard and registry. It would only be a couple of days, the staff and myself could take care of it." "But what if—" "Enough," Lucius snapped. "I find the proposed security measures to be sufficient in this regards." All in agreement. Lucius raised his hand, and it was quickly followed by Dumbledore's, Crouch's, and Bagman's. Sirius crossed his arms. "I don't like this." "Too bad," Lucius sneered. "We're moving on." "Hey Harry," Sally Ann called as Harry and the girls walked into potions class. "Rumor is that you're going to get an Order of Merlin." "Really?" Harry laughed and turned to Tonks. "You'd have thought someone would have told me." "Well, only if it were true." Tonks smirked. "Too true, my dear," Harry said, waving his finger in the air emphatically. "Which means it isn't likely to be true." "It isn't," Sally Ann deflated. "Not as far as I am aware. Even if it were true, I don't think I could accept an award for walking into a trap like an idiot." Harry shrugged. "I'm glad you've finally come to terms with your handicap." Snape sneered as he swept into the room. "Now sit down before I start assigning detentions. We do not need a dragon in a lava pit in the first task." Sirius gasped as the first plan was laid out. "One or the other, people. I mean, come on, be reasonable. We should see what young Harry is doing," Fred said as he walked down the hall with his twin. "Too true, my brother," George answered and frowned in thought for a moment as he consulted his watch. "I do believe that our Ravenclaw friends have joined our Hufflepuff friends in potions right now." "Oh," Fred said and abruptly stopped. "What?" George asked as he turned back towards his twin. "Last night when we separated after drawing the professors away from the faculty lounge, I swung by Snape's room and filled his wardrobe with feathers," Fred admitted, and they started walking again. "Nothing special, so I never mentioned it, but he's probably still upset." "Oh," George said and came to an abrupt halt. "What?" Fred asked, looking back at his brother. "I made it to the Great Hall. This morning Snape's plate was charmed to move any food placed on it into a variety of patterns, the most important in this instance being lightning bolts, brooms, and birds." George sighed. "Why would you do that?" Fred gasped. "Well, I was there." George shrugged. The two of them walked in silence for a few seconds. "We should do something nice for Harry," Fred suggested. "Yay." George nodded. "Hey, did Lee ever tell you what he was setting up in the lounge?" "Only that it's a Muggle classic." Fred shook his head. "Who brought the pie?" Minerva McGonagall asked as she walked into the faculty lounge for the staff lunch meeting and noticed a small table that had an banana cream pie and a declaring the pie to be reserved for after the meeting. "And why didn't they take it to the elves?" "We haven't been able to figure that out," Flitwick replied. "Checks out for everything we could think of." Sprout added. "Potions, charms, transfigurations, we even looked at the table, sturdy construction." "Huh," McGonagall remarked. "What are the chances that it is still a prank though?" "1 in 20 maybe." Flitwick shrugged. "I still think I'm going to avoid it." McGonagall frowned. "I think he was upset about something."
Harry observed lamely as the shell-shocked class issued out of the dungeons. I don't think that, think, is the correct word here. Susan shook her head. I'm going to check the book, but I don't think Ravenclaw has ever lost that many points in a week, much less one class. Hermione added and slipped an arm around Harry. I think we should take this to Dumbledore. Yay. Tonks agreed as she stepped up to Harry's other side and added her arm. Not to mention that the potion he assigned was way too hard. You were the only one who could even manage Harry. That didn't stop any of the insults from going Harry's way though. Hannah frowned. I learned more insults today than I've ever learned about potions. Nor did it stop Snape from declaring the only completed potion in the room slightly flawed and vanishing it before grading it. Susan huffed. We definitely need to go to Dumbledore, Tonks said resolutely. There's really no reason to go to Dumbledore about this. Harry shrugged. Snape only took points, which I've openly declared I don't care about, so if I raised issue with it Snape could tear into me for hypocrisy. And believe me, Dumbledore won't care that I'm being personally persecuted. It would just give Snape the satisfaction of knowing he got to me. We have to do something though. Hermione glared. Anything. No, not anything. Harry shook his head. We need to calm down and get a plan together. Revenge only begets revenge, Harry. Hermione shifted to a warning tone. I'm not talking about revenge, so to speak. I'm suggesting we find a way to solve the problem rather than following the rules and guidelines to a worthless conclusion. Harry said reassuringly. So what's the plan? Tonks asked. I haven't got the foggiest. Harry laughed. We have some time though. Put it on your back burners. Harry. Fred gushed as the four walked into the Great Hall for lunch. Thank Merlin you're alive. How did you two already hear about that? Harry asked, confused and slightly impressed. We didn't hear about anything. George shook his head. We just followed the circumstances to their logical conclusion. Fred looked down. What circumstances? Harry arched an eyebrow. Well, you see, last night we were helping Lee. Fred started the explanation. Long story short, we both independently hit Snape and may have inadvertently implied that it was you. George grimaced. And you'll probably get blamed for whatever Lee did in too. Fred sighed. Sorry. George summed up. Harry looked at one, then the other, then back to the first and finally burst into laughter. Well, if I'm taking the fall, Lee had better have done something good. Severus Snape was not having a pleasant day. First, his robes were stuffed full of feathers. It had taken nearly an hour to get rid of them all and have one robe he could wear today, the rest he'd deal with later. He knew Potter was behind it. Feathers, Ravenclaw, it wasn't a big stretch. The delay along with needing to prepare for his class meant that his breakfast would be very short. Things only got worse when Snape noticed the food on his plate moving. He wasn't sure of it until he saw his scrambled eggs in a clear lightning bolt shape. The brat didn't even acknowledge that anything was happening. He just sat there eating merrily until one of his slags pointed Snape out. The shit-eating grin that Snape received when Potter looked up might as well have been a confession of guilt. Snape's irritation with Potter had been growing steadily over the weeks since the attack, along with Harry's reputation, but this was the straw that broke the camel's back. Dumbledore was off at his committee meeting, or Snape would have said something right then. Instead, he would have to wait until the faculty meeting at lunch. In the meantime, Snape had 2 hours of potions with the second-year Ravenclaws, and he was going to use every backhanded insult, prejudice and teaching liberty allowed by the school rules he'd been studying. He was particularly tough and felt slightly better as the class ended. At least now he would be able to speak with a level head. He took a few minutes to gather his things and made his way to the faculty lounge. He walked in and dropped his things at his place before noticing a pie sitting on a table behind his chair and a bit to the left. He looked around for a moment, then asked, "What's with the pie?" "We think Albus left the pie on his way out this morning. He sent a Patronus message a few minutes ago saying that the meeting ran a bit late." Minerva replied, "Fix yourself a plate and have a seat." "I know, same as always." Snape grumbled and walked over to the table of food. "Today I think I'll have everything that Potter won't eat," he thought, and happily loaded his plate up with the greasiest cuts of meat and smothered it all in gravy. He took his plate back to his spot, pulled out his chair and sat down, same as always. Unlike always, however, the legs of his chair were weakened in very specific ways, causing him to twist to the left and pitch backwards.
The back of his chair collided with the legs of the pie table and the sturdily constructed table shot out from under the pie, allowing said pie to deposit itself on Snape's face with a loud splat. The greasy slabs of meat covered in hot gravy landed on his a second later. "Potter!" Snape bellowed through pie. "I'm going to key, OWW." His threat was cut off as hot gravy soaked through his clothes and started scalding him. He jumped to his feet, flung the pie off his face with one hand and brushed the front of his robes off with the other before storming out of the room. Andromeda Tonks was the first out the door after him, and while the others laughed, Flitwick and Croaker joined her silently to make sure Snape didn't follow through on his threat. The rest realized how serious it could get, stopped laughing and trailed after. "Albus, do you have a moment?" Sirius asked while digging through his briefcase, as the committee filed out of their chamber. "Unfortunately no." Albus sighed and shook his head. "I'm already late for a faculty meeting and I'm afraid to let the school go too long without me. It is liable to turn into a madhouse. This will only take a minute," Sirius assured, drawing out a small stack of papers and closing his case. "You're more than welcome to join me as I walk to the flow," Dumbledore said casually and started on his way. "All right." Sirius nodded and joined the wizened wizard. "I'm taking the kids and their families to Australia for the summer, at least until July, and to meet our itinerary we'll need to leave a week and a half before the train would normally take everyone home. I've already taken the liberty of acquiring written permission from the Tonks and the Grangers, as well as myself, obviously." "I see," Dumbledore said as he looked over the papers. "The children must be excited. I'm surprised I haven't heard about it already." "Oh, well, the extent of the trip is being kept a surprise." Sirius grinned. "We decided to wait a little while longer before spring it. The three of them just think it will be a quick business-oriented trip." "I see." Dumbledore nodded. "While I can see nothing wrong, I must advise you against this. Harry is much safer in England, he really should go back to the Dursleys. The wards around Privet Drive still protect him and will continue to do so as long as he spends time at the beginning of each summer there." "Safer from whom?" Sirius arched an eyebrow. "Even the wards on Hogwarts proved to be insufficient, so unless you think a Muggle household is better fortified than the premier magical school in England." "Europe," Dumbledore corrected automatically. "Whatever. The fact remains that there is no reason to have faith in the wards in Surrey. Between that and the fact that, strongly dislikes, is an understatement for how Harry and the Dursleys feel about each other, there isn't anything you could say that would make me even consider suggesting that to Harry." But Dumbledore was cut off almost before he began. "Save it. Your job is to keep him safe at school. Mine is to keep him safe everywhere else. Let me do my job and you do yours." Sirius frowned, confused for a moment. "I don't know how this conversation turned so defensive." "Yes, well." Dumbledore paused awkwardly. "I'd better get back to my job then. Good afternoon, Professor." Sirius acknowledged with a curt nod. "You as well." Dumbledore returned and headed for a flow while Sirius made his way to the Diagon Alley exit. Lee Jordan was sitting the Harry's court for the first time. He only wished it were under better circumstances though. The twins had dragged him over to explain his part in the day. He didn't really know why they needed to know, but didn't see any harm in the information anymore. It got even better when halfway through his explanation Snape stormed into the Great Hall, dripping gravy and pie filling. He would have laughed if Snape didn't look fit to kill and looking straight towards Lee. Snape stalking towards them made Lee gulp nervously. "Potter, you're coming with me." Snape barked and grabbed Harry's ear. He turned on his heel and started walking back to the doors, forcing Harry to scramble over the bench in order to keep his ear. "Ow! Unhand me, you brute!" Harry squawked and knocked Snape's hand away and shoved the professor away with both hands, hard. Snape stepped on the hem of his robes as he stumbled back and fell across the Hufflepuff table. He quickly stood himself back up and looked back to where Hermione and Tonks were gently pulling Harry back towards their table. "You'll be expelled for this, boy." "Don't call me boy, Snivellus," Harry snarled, baring his teeth, which were quickly reverting to their natural, sharpened, state while his hair grew metallic and wiry. "Harry, calm down," Tonks whispered urgently. "You're about to go natural in front of everyone." "That's right, you're barely a boy." Snape sneered and reached for his wand. "No, you're just a freak." "Raaa." Harry bellowed and lunged forward, claws drawn and eyes glowing a molten copper color. He was stopped first by Hermione placing herself between Harry and Snape and throwing her arms around his neck. The twins grabbed the back of his robes a split second later, having jumped across the table to do so. "Let me at him," Harry struggled. "No, Harry," Hermione whispered into his ear. "He'll be dealt with, but not like this." "She's right," Tonks said as she brushed the twins' hands away and wrapped her arms around his torso from behind. "Everything is okay. Look." Harry did look and saw that Snape was unconscious and bound. Looking around for an explanation, he saw Croaker, Flitwick and Andromeda rushing towards them, the rest of the staff standing at the doors, mouths agape. Susan and Hannah had their wands drawn and pointed at Snape. The twins were climbing down off the table and Blaise and Daphne were crawling under it to stand with him as well. With a shuddering sigh, Harry seemed to deflate and regained his usual appearance. Only then did Lee start breathing again, not even having noticed that he had stopped. "Thank you," Harry whispered to Hermione and Key at her on the cheek before turning slightly in their arms and repeating the gesture with Tonks. "Both of you. You never have to thank us," Hermione replied, and Key at his cheek, snuggling into his side. "Never ever," Tonks said, hugging tighter and resting her head on his shoulder. "Harry, are you okay?" Andromeda piled onto the group hug for a moment before backing up to examine Harry's reddening ear. "He's fine," Croaker said as he arrived. "But we should get the show out of public. I'll take the kids to the infirmary," Andromeda said. "There is plenty of room for all 9 of them there." "Good idea," Flitwick nodded. "I'll take Severus to my office and we'll wait for Albus to return." Albus Dumbledore always looked forward to faculty meetings, all of the professors together, personalities clashing. It was very entertaining. He was disappointed, however, as he spotted Minerva figuratively dragging both Weasley twins and Lee Jordan towards him as he stepped off of his stairs. Dumbledore sighed. This would probably upset the whole meeting. "What's happened?" "Good afternoon," Sirius greeted pleasantly as he walked up to the clerk at the apothecary. "Good afternoon, Lord Black. How may I help you?" The clerk responded politely. "I would like to order a bushel of gillyweed, please." "Wow," the clerk muttered and bent over a drawer to find the gillyweed order form. "Wow?" Sirius asked curiously. The clerk hummed as he stood up with the correct form. "Oh, well, it's just that it is a rather large volume." "Oh, right," Sirius smiled. "We're taking a trip to Australia and—" "Say no more, sir. The Great Barrier Reef has been drawing wizards and witches for centuries." The clerk grinned as he started filling out the paperwork. "I myself would love to be able to make the trip someday." "Of course," Sirius nodded. "All right. Would you like to pay now or when it arrives?" the clerk asked as he set the finished paperwork aside. "Now is fine." Sirius pulled out his coin purse. "The total will come to 85 galleons, 12 sickles and 3 nuts." The clerk took Sirius money and double-checked it. "We'll send an owl when your order arrives." "Thank you." Sirius nodded. "Will there be anything else, sir?" "No, thank you. Have a nice day," Sirius said and turned to leave. "You as well, sir," the clerk called as Sirius walked away. After leaving the apothecary, Sirius walked directly to the apparition point and went home. He arrived in the sitting room where Remus was sitting with a cup of tea, reading a book. "Did you order the gillyweed like Harry requested?" Remus asked without looking up. "Yes." Sirius nodded and flopped down in a chair and sat silently for a few minutes. "Hey Moony." "Yes." Remus asked looking up. "What's the Great Barrier Reef? Do you know how big of a shitstorm you would have brought upon yourself if you had actually harmed him?" Dumbledore demanded angrily as Snape cowered in front of him. Snape had been brought up while Dumbledore was in his pensieve reviewing the incident. "Phileas, would you go bring Mr. Potter in?" "Yes, Headmaster." The small professors agreed and hurried out of the room as Dumbledore erected a silencing ward. "Listen, I should fire you right now, but I think I can manage to quiet this one down, but you need to stay silent." Dumbledore glared. "Potter could crush you literally and politically." Cornelius was all too happy to brag to me about his open communication with the boy. Not to mention that the head of the DMLE has already gone to great lengths to help him, and he lured an unspeakable out of the dom, and the healer that will be permanently replacing Poppy is leaving a very prestigious position just for the chance to study Harry. Not to mention that most of the professors here and almost all of the students love him. And even after all of that, the whole wizarding world has him placed on a very tall pedestal. He isn't the broken and weak-willed little boy we were expecting, and frankly I'm having a very difficult time thinking of ways to break him. I don't need an idiot rampaging around like a bull in a. He stopped when the stairs alerted him of the arrival of the others. He dropped the silencing ward as the knock came on the door. Enter. Flitwick lead Harry in and took the middle seat, leaving Harry on the far side of him from Snape. Harry's nostrils flared when he saw Snape, but he just sat down silently and crossed his arms. Dumbledore cleared his throat with one last pointed look at Snape and began. I've watched a memory of the event. Mr. Potter, normally shoving a professor like that would carry a heavy penalty, but since it was in self-defense there will be no punishment for it this time. However, there is still the attempted assault that your friends fortunately prevented. Severus, your actions are unwarranted and will all be punished. However, no one was injured nor were any spells cast by either of you. As such, Mr. Potter, you'll be serving a detention tonight with Mr. Filch, cleaning the trophy room, which should give you time to reflect on the good deeds of those who came before you and think about how head boy should have reacted to the situation today. Severus, you have acted like a child and so you shall be punished like a child. For your transgressions you'll be spending a week in detention with me, cleaning the Great Hall non-magically. Three jaws dropped with the last sentence, but Dumbledore ignored it. Phileas, I believe Mr. Potter has a class to get to, please escort him. Yes, Headmaster. Flitwick replied quickly and ushered Harry out of the room. You can't be serious, Albus. Snape argued as soon as the door closed. I'm a professor, do you know how humiliating that will be? Yes, but right now it is your ego or your job. Dumbledore said calmly. If you don't grow some tact, with regards to Harry, I suspect that one day you'll have the choice of your ego or your freedom or your life. Now get out of my sight. Dumbledore glared at his retreating professor until the door closed again, then he sat back and hummed merrily. Sometimes the stick and sometimes the carrot. He thought and pulled out the novel he'd been enjoying before he went to his meeting. I wonder how long it will take for news of Severus' detentions to get around the school. With those mirrors and people in every house, Harry could probably tell the whole school before Severus makes it to his office. Allowing Harry to witness that should have gained me a little ground with him too. Court. Harry called to his mirror as he walked slightly behind Flitwick and projected the answering faces in front of the two of them. Harry. Hermione said happily, noting his smile. How did it go? Tonks asked. Freaking fantastic. Harry cheered. I got a detention. That's so unfair. Fred protested and George nodded. I know, but when I was about to complain he gave Snape 7. Harry grinned at the stunned expressions. 7 detentions? Susan asked skeptically. Yay. He's going to be scrubbing the Great Hall. Oh sweet Merlin. George said reverently, then turned away from his mirror and shouted. Hey everyone. Snape has detention. You all did fairly well. Croaker smiled as he started handing back the tests from the week before. Only one real disappointment in the whole lot of you. 8%. Hermione gasped as Croaker moved past the trio, dropping her test and Tonks, as went. He had to have been talking about me. I got 12. Tonks commiserated as she leaned across Harry to look at Hermione's answers. There has to be someone who did worse than us. What did you get, Harry? Hermione asked as she leaned back to give Tonks some room. Don't know. He didn't give mine back yet. Harry shrugged as Croaker returned to the front of the room. Potter. Croaker snapped, making all of the students jump in surprise. Front and center. Okay. Harry said hesitantly and walked forward. Mr. Potter scored 83% on this test. Croaker brandished a paper as Harry walked up. In fact, he is the only person here to score higher than a 20, although it is a bit subjective. So what does he know that you don't? Mr. Potter, what is the first rule to keeping yourself alive? Don't be where the bad shit's happening. Harry asked cynically, drawing a few laughs. Exactly. Don't be where the bad shit is happening. Croaker nodded, pleased with the response. 83% of Mr. Potter's answers were directly focused on escaping the scenario. But, you never gave us escape options. Hermione whined. Rule number 2 of keeping yourself alive is, always have a way out, and if you don't, make one. Croaker recited. So we should just run away. A student objected. Do you think we're cowards? Croaker grinned. We'll get to that. But short answer, yes, if it suits your goals. Let's take, for instance, our last lesson when I asked Potter here to stun you all. I saw a good bit of physical shielding as well as magical, but I didn't see anyone try to leave the room. Harry's lips started curling into a smile as the class's collective jaw dropped at that statement. Your goal was to avoid getting stunned. Escaping would have been a perfectly acceptable solution. Likewise, you could have been proactive and attempted to eliminate the threat by attacking Mr. Potter directly. Or you could have even pretended to have been hit already in hopes that you would be overlooked. The room was silent as Croaker continued. Don't worry, over the rest of the term we'll be talking strategy mostly. Surviving takes a different thought process than, say, protecting an injured person, or preventing entry to a building. Now that all brings us to the other part of that day, when you were the ones attacking. I have to say that I wasn't expecting too much. You're only in your second years after all, but what I saw showed promise. Croaker nodded. You might not have been able to do a thing to Harry's shield now, but you should be able to in a few years, no big deal. That of course brings us around to the one disappointment. Croaker sighed and turned to Harry. So Mr. Potter, what have you got to say for yourself? What? Harry asked in shock. Me? Yes, you. Croaker regarded him coldly. I believe I asked you to use your strongest shield, did I not? So imagine my surprise when I found out that it was the one you were working on teaching Ms. Granger, instead of your best. You weren't surprised at all. Harry exclaimed. I thought you understood that I thought it would be good for her. You're not the professor in this room. Croaker rolled his eyes. Not that this has anything to do with respecting my position, but you were trying to teach Ms. Granger. I was trying to teach the whole class. I understand. Harry nodded. Can't really argue with that. Solid logic all around. He thought. Your second failing was when you went on the offensive. Croaker continued. You left your enemies countless holes to exploit. But, Harry tried to counter but was cut off. Which brings us around to by far the worst of your failings. You knew how to stay alive. Croaker exclaimed and waved Harry's test in the air. So why did you follow McNair? What? Harry exclaimed back. That's what this is about. But that is totally unfair. I know. Croaker said and pointed at a spot in his outline for the day. Why this is an unfair assessment of Potter's actions, Harry read as he looked down and then quickly checked the reasoning. Oh, you do know. Yes, but we're not there yet. Croaker nodded. Well, by all means, continue. Harry nodded and motioned to the class. Though you could have said something first. And ruin all the fun. Croaker asked, faking surprise. I spent a lot of time writing this speech. Fair enough. Harry admitted, having frequently done similar things. Croaker turned back to the class. The point is, I'm here to teach a class and the first word in that class's name is, defense. Incidentally, it happens to be the most important word in the name too, but nevertheless, Mr. Potter here was completely deplorable from a defensive view, and it is disappointing because he knew better. I think Snape covered how stupid I was during potions, so you can skip that bit if you'd like. Harry stage whispered when Croaker paused for breath. I'm not saying you were stupid, but I suppose we could avoid pointing out each and every little mistake. Croaker smirked. Which brings us around to why I was trying to be unfair. Does anyone know? Ooh, I know. Harry squealed and jumped up and down waving his hand in the air. I know you know. Croaker glared. You looked at my notes. Anyone else? Because when those two hurt Hermione and Tonks it became personal. Kevin Entwistle suggested. Too specific. Croaker shook his head and pointed at Padma a moment later. Because he was angry, well, any kind of emotional really. She replied confidently. No. Croaker swung his arm to point to Tonks. Next. Tonks bit her lip and frowned. Because he was attacking, she suggested quietly. Exactly. Harry shouted. Right. Croaker nodded. I should have expected you to know. For those who couldn't hear, Ms. Tonks said that I was being unfair due to the fact that Harry was attacking. Truthfully, he was only ever attacking from the moment he came back to life to the moment when the headmaster's phoenix brought him back. But, he ran from the Acromantula. Hermione objected. How was that attacking? I wasn't fleeing so much as delaying while I looked for a place to trap them. Harry replied. Everything he did was with the intention of ending the enemy. Croaker nodded. And he did a really good job of it. Based on what I've seen, including today, Harry uses a lot of Auror methodology. After a certain level, Aurors are sometimes broken into groups of 3. One of these kinds of groups is a strike team comprised of a person who can cast very strong spells very quickly, a person who can cast really strong shields, and a third to fill any circumstantial gaps, usually is a second attacker or a second shielder. If I am correct, GNICC trains teams like this too, and that Harry was trained as the primary attacker. Croaker turned and smiled expectantly at Harry. Harry just smiled back serenely. After a moment, Croaker sighed and turned back to the class. So, I've been looking through this book that you had been using last year. Please open them to chapter 7, read until you get to the first spell, we'll discuss it afterwards. Mr. Potter, you can go back to your seat. I'm sorry Albus, I won't be free until next spring. I have my last group of trainees to see through. Alistair Moody said as he shook his head. Please Alistair, remember who helped you bring down Dolohov. Dumbledore said calmly. I know, I would have lost more than a chunk of my nose if you weren't there. Moody nodded and took a drink from his flask. But my hands are tied on this one. If you were talking about the year after next, I would be more than willing to help out, but next year can't happen. Is there anything that I can do? Dumbledore sat back and rubbed his face. You could take it up with Bones. Moody said gruffly. If you think you can convince her. I think I'll see if there are any less painful options. Dumbledore groaned and looked for his list. After the last two, I'm just not sure whether or not any of the people on my list will try to kill Potter or his friends. So, what, I was just a safe bet. Moody cocked an eyebrow. Well, yes, no offense. Dumbledore nodded, smiling slightly. Moody shrugged. Can't say I can fault the idea, except for the timing of course. They were interrupted by a loud pop, announcing the arrival of a house elf, who happened to be carrying a box. Excuse me, Headmaster sir, but you asked to be alerted if we found anything suspicious. Of course, thank you Drippy. Albus said and took the box and opened it. The object had been placed inside by the elves, so the box itself didn't present a threat. He grimaced as the meaning of the symbol became clear. He slid the box across the table to Moody. Please, tell me that isn't what I think it is. It is. Moody nodded without having to move, his magical left eye being easily able to see through the wooden box. And that was sent to Potter. Yes. Dumbledore confirmed as he started writing a short note. I had better go inform Director Bones. Moody said and started to stand up. She's taken an active interest in Potter and wants to be kept apprised of everything important. I think death threats count. Of course. Dumbledore nodded as he finished his note and Moody walked through the flow. Drippy, please take this to Harry Potter, then resume your duties. Yes, Headmaster sir. Drippy bowed and took the rolled note before disappearing with another pop. Dumbledore got up and walked over to the fireplace. After throwing a pinch of flow powder into the flames, he bent down and stuck his head in. Number 12 Grimald Place. Hello Hestia, could you please get Sirius and Remus and ask them to come to my office as soon as they can, it is urgent. No, everyone is fine. No, it is not another attack, just go get them please. Thank you, goodbye. It's going to happen soon. Fred boasted to Susan as they looked over the tables at dinner. I doubt it. Susan sighed. It has been 2 days already. I think everyone is still afraid of what Snape will do at the end of the week. I'm sure someone will be able to make it look like an accident. George weighed in. You haven't figured it out. Hannah smirked. We have so. Fred objected loudly. We, however, feel that by not doing anything we're making Snape nervous. George glared. Now would be a bad time anyway. Harry observed. Dumbledore is up in his office meeting with someone and Croaker is gone. Flitwick and McGonagall are the only ones here who can officially stand in the way of Snape's wrath. If they hesitated too long, one of us would have to step in and that would only make things worse. If someone is going to do it, they'd best wait a little longer. Harry's point was accentuated by a loud crash from the Gryffindor part of the hall. Every head turned to where Draco Malfoy was sprawled on the floor, half lying in a large pool of hot tomato soup, its vessel slowly rolling away. A moment later every head swung to the staff table, where Snape was glowing a lovely shade of red. Draco drew their attention again as he shrieked in pain. Hot. Very, very hot. He yelled and scrambled to his feet. Mr. Malfoy, I'll take you to the infirmary at once. McGonagall said promptly and stood up, fixing Snape a glare, and hurried away to assist her student. Ah, I believe that was number 4 on our list. Fred nodded. I hope he remembered to wear a second pair of pants. George worried. Well, if he didn't he will next time. Hermione laughed. Pop. Harry Potter. Yes, Harry asked with a frown as he turned to the house elf. This is from the headmaster, sir. Drippy said and held out the rolled paper. Thank you, you may leave if you don't have other instructions. Harry said as he took the note. He unrolled it and read as Drippy left. Mr. Potter, please come to my office immediately, an urgent issue has come up regarding your post. Oh, well that doesn't sound pleasant. Harry said and handed the note to Tonks. If you'll excuse me, why does Dumbledore have anything to do with your post? Tonks asked as she passed the note to Hermione. Hogwarts elves, GNICC elves and Marnie have been working together to sort the post from people I don't know. Harry smiled as he got up. I'll explain the details later if you're interested, which you shouldn't really be, the whole thing is rather obvious and boring. Exciting stuff, those post-sorting protocols. Fred smirked. We'd best sell tickets. George teased. Of course, dear brother. Daphne mocked. We'd take ours first though. Blaise added in a terrible Weasley voice. We wouldn't want to miss the show. Right you are, Fred. George carried on, winking at Daphne. I usually am. Fred grinned as the rest of the group managed their surprise. Right, I'm going to leave now, before it gets stranger in here. Harry chuckled and shook his head as he walked away. A few minutes of walking brought him to the base of the stairs to Dumbledore's office. Harry nodded politely as the gargoyle moved out of his way and walked up the stairs. He was unsurprised when Dumbledore called him in before he knocked, and saw Sirius and Remus sitting in front of the desk. Padfoot I was expecting, Mooney's a surprise. So, what's happening? This came in the post for you today. Dumbledore said and held the box out for Harry to take. Be warned, it might be shocking. A dead rabbit is supposed to be shocking. Harry scoffed as he looked in. I'm not particularly squeamish. It's not just a rabbit, Harry. Remus moved over and placed a hand on his shoulder. That is from Greyback's pack. This is a. Remus trailed off as he struggled to find a good way to break the news. Death threat? Harry asked calmly as he picked up the rabbit and examined the green lightning bolt painted onto its face. Turning it over, he looked closely at the rabbit's neck. Are they proposing to strangle me too? Why are you so calm about this? Sirius gasped. People shouldn't be this calm about things like this. It helps when you have a monster, no offense Mooney, killing sword on hand. Harry shrugged. Besides, if any of them could have done better than Fenrir himself, they would have been the Alpha. That's true. Remus nodded. And the pack is likely in disarray right now, trying to choose a new Alpha. So then this might not be a unified threat. Sirius asked cautiously. It is either from the new Alpha speaking for the whole pack, or it is from a wannabe Alpha trying to scare Harry for political purposes. Remus nodded. Either way, there is only one feasible reaction. Harry said firmly. Ignore it and keep our eyes open. Dumbledore concluded with a proud nod. What? Harry laughed. No, I meant this. Harry dropped the rabbit on Dumbledore's desk and grabbed a piece of parchment. A flick of his wand turned the ink green and he wrote a quick note. With that done, he turned to the rabbit and quickly transfigured it into the head of a wolf. His final act was to conjure and banish a nail into the wolf's skull, right between the eyes. Harry wouldn't have bothered with the nail if he weren't using it to attach the note, which proudly read, "Return to sender," and was signed with a green lightning bolt. Finished, her turned to Remus. There, now then, the only problem is that I don't know where to send this. I don't think provoking them is a good idea, Harry. Dumbledore advised sternly. I have to agree with Albus on this one. Sirius nodded. I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. Remus turned. That will send a very powerful message. I'm not afraid of you and any you send will die. It would effectively end an attempt to take over and would even make the whole pack hesitate. Are you sure? Sirius asked. No, but pretty much anything is better than doing nothing and looking like an easy target. Remus shrugged. Predators normally go for the weak and sickly. I make a concerted effort to never be either of those things. Harry insisted. And it is very unlikely that there is any solidarity within the pack yet. Remus continued. I expect it will take at least the better part of a year. Votes are tallied under the full moon after all. Votes? Sirius asked skeptically. It was a euphemism for tough fighting. Remus replied levelly. Oh, since there hasn't been a full moon yet, the only way that they could be unified now is if Greyback told them he probably wasn't coming back and who to put in charge if he didn't. Which would have been a show of weakness great enough that it would provoke challengers. Remus sighed.
Lose-lose if he did that. So then, we agree that this is most likely an empty threat. Harry asked and waited for the adults to agree. And we all agree that my plan is good. Sirius and Remus nodded, but Dumbledore objected. I still think it would be best to ignore it entirely and step up security. Perhaps it would be best if you were to return to your aunt's home this summer and take advantage of those wards for another year. Even if you manage to convince Padfoot, the first thing I would do upon returning to that house would be to rip those wards to shreds. Harry replied angrily. Stop trying already. Moony, do you know where to send that? Sirius asked before Dumbledore could reply and gestured to the head. It might take me a few days, but I'll figure it out. Remus replied and added a preservation charm to the wolf head. If that's everything, I'd like to go. I still have food to eat. Harry said and stood up. Very well. Dumbledore motioned to the door with his hand. Remus and Sirius traded goodbyes with Harry as he walked out the door. A few minutes later he was back at the doors, and the first sign of something unusual was the great amount of yelling from within. He pushed the door open and walked in, noticing immediately that the floor was covered with food, and the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables were on their sides with those two houses huddled in the middle. Finally he noticed that the Gryffindors and Slytherins were throwing food at each other as fast as the dishes could refill. Harry's mouth dropped open as he looked around, and finally words came to him. Why did you wait for me to leave? Have you found a defense professor for next year yet? Sirius asked as soon as the door closed behind Harry. No, I talked to Alistair Moody today, but he said he couldn't this coming year. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. I want Moony to take the job. Sirius replied. What? Remus squawked. I can't teach. I remember you led quite the study group. Dumbledore said genially. And you do have the mastery that's required. A study group and classes are completely different. Remus shook his head. Besides, I don't want you to be here for your teaching. Sirius shrugged. The better part of a year will be late fall through winter, and I want you to keep your eyes open here for any trouble, like none but a werewolf could. What do you think of that? Remus asked, turning to Dumbledore. His reasoning is sound. I myself must say that I would like you to take the position because I am having a very hard time knowing that I can trust someone to teach that position without trying to harm Harry. Dumbledore smiled. If someone who is essentially his uncle can't be trusted, who can? But what about people finding out that I'm a werewolf? No one will be happy that I am around several hundred children. Remus tried. So we don't tell anyone. Sirius shrugged. I've already bought a seat on the Board of Governors, so I'm sure I can influence them if it does come out. I didn't know that. Dumbledore said curiously. Technically it doesn't happen until early July. Sirius smirked. That's all good, but I thought Harry wanted me to manage his accounts. Remus squirmed. Don't even try that, you know very well that Harry can't appoint you until he's 14. Sirius rolled his eyes. Very well. I'll try. Remus sighed in defeat. But I'm going to be terrible at it, you'll see. Pop. Headmaster. We're running out of food. The head chef elf said urgently. Oh dear, the last time that happened was in your 7th year when. Dumbledore trailed off for a moment, then stood up and continued. You instigated that giant food fight. Don't blame Harry. Sirius cautioned as Dumbledore hurried for the door. He probably hasn't even made it back down there yet. Well, after you left, the Slytherins started jeering at the Gryffindors. Hermione explained later that night back in the common room. You see, they were unhappy about Draco spilling the soup, understandably too. The Gryffindors obviously wouldn't back down, so they were shouting right back. Most of the professors were cowed by Snape's glare, and since that only left Flitwick and Sprout to try and stop them. Tonks continued. And since neither of their houses were involved, they were largely ignored. Eventually the tension broke. Hermione shrugged. No one saw who threw it, but a bowl of pudding came flying from the Slytherin table and hit Katie Bell in the side of the head. From the Slytherins, really? Harry asked, surprised. Yay, you should have seen the look on his face. I'd hate to be whomever that was when Snape figures out which one did it. Hermione shuddered. But anyway, Angelina and Alicia couldn't allow an attack on their fellow chaser go unanswered. Tonks grinned. Adrian Pusey took a cheesecake to the face and a firstie got mashed potatoed. From there things descended into chaos pretty quickly. Hermione summed up. I think I saw Snape crying at one point. Tonks laughed. Whoever threw that pudding deserves a medal.
A few minutes of idle talk later, Harry excused himself to the restroom and took out his time turner. He had a pudding to throw or, at the very least, a food fight to witness. Tonks woke up early and hurried off to the Ollery. She was hoping to say what she needed to and get an answer before the others woke up. It was still dark as she crossed the grounds and climbed the stairs. By the time she reached the top, the sky was just beginning to lighten and the owls had mostly returned to their roosts, some holding mail to be delivered at breakfast, most not. Looking around, she quickly found the owl she was looking for. Hedwig. She whispered loudly and watched the bird glide down from her perch. She held her arm up for Hedwig to land on and stroked Hedwig's beast feathers when she did. Can we have a talk, girl to girl? Hedwig looked at Tonks and tilted her head. If it helps, it's sort of about Harry. Hedwig looked at her for a few more seconds and bobbed her head. Harry whistled quietly while he selected a few gold bricks from the stack. It still amazed him how much each one weighed, and how many he managed to get out of 3 steel beams. He was certain that this would be enough, but had 3 more beams waiting, just in case. His elves had been timing, and so far the average time it took to transfigure the steel to gold with the Philosopher's Stone was just over 50 hours per beam. It was an easy process though, just set the stone down on the steel and walk away. Harry had several theories about speeding up the process, but he wasn't willing to risk the stone before he knew he could make another. Those results are coming back consistently now. I wonder if Dumbledore knows about the 13th use of dragon's blood. Harry thought idly as he levitated he chosen bricks into a box. I know I wouldn't have told him if I were Flammel. Once the box was closed, Harry put a featherweight charm on it before shrinking the box and slipping it into his pocket. After a quick check of his mirror, Harry warped to his dorm. Since the room was empty, Harry just walked out of the room and headed down the stairs. Once he got to the common room, he glanced around and spotted the girls in a corner. Hey, do you two want to go to Diagon Alley? Harry asked as he joined them and quickly erected a privacy ward. I have to run to Gringotts and I was thinking that we could hang out or something afterwards. Sounds good, I'm in. Tonks agreed quickly, stifling a yawn. We're not allowed off school grounds during the year yet, though. Hermione said. No worries. It's Saturday. I doubt anyone will even notice we're missing. Harry smiled. And if they do, we're known to disappear for hours on end, so it won't look strange. All right, but if we get caught, you're going to be the one explaining to my parents. Hermione nodded. Deal. With that, Harry hooked both girls' arms and led them out of their private corner and across the common room. With a small gesture of his head, Harry sent a first year, whose name he hadn't bothered to learn yet, hurrying to open the door for them. Thank you, Harry said brightly as they passed. You're welcome, the boy replied, just as brightly. So, what's the plan? Tonks asked once they were clear of listeners. There is a statue on the 3rd floor. Behind it is the passageway to Honeydukes. Once we get past the school wards, I'll apparate the 3 of us to London. Harry said. You can apparate, Hermione remarked lightly. All the way to London. Tonks added. Yes and yes, 1 trip each way for all of us too, no taking one, then the other stuff. Harry said as they rounded the corner and saw the statue. Tonks went down the slide first and Hermione came moments later with Harry last, who closed the statue behind him. Once they were all down, Harry set off and led the way. Watch your heads. George, can I talk to you? Blaise asked as he held George back. Yay, sure. George nodded and turned to Fred and Lee. I'll catch up to you two later, alright. After they left, Blaise led George into an empty classroom. Blaise closed the door and locked it before turning to George and taking a nervous breath. I think I got Madame Pomfrey killed. What? George asked, surprised. I've been thinking about it for the last several weeks. Blaise said. I met Tom's eyes just before I pointed him out. I spooked him, and if I hadn't he might not have acted. Blaise, that day was an elaborately set trap. They planned it carefully. They were past the point of getting spooked. George shook his head. You're no more responsible than Dumbledore is for assigning her to stay. Unless you were controlling Tom. Blaise shook his head. Then there is nothing you should have done differently. Understand? Blaise nodded. Good, now I trust we won't have to talk about this again. Thank you, Blaise said softly. Happy to help. George smiled. Now why don't you hang out with me and the guys today? Blaise smiled brightly. I'd like that. Harry apparated himself, Hermione and Tonks to a secluded alley that branched off of Diagon Alley.
Hermione looked around confused. Where are we? The main alley is just around that bend. Harry pointed. It just wouldn't do for us to show up at the normal apparition point. Legally I'm not allowed to apparate yet. So what do you need from the bank? Tonks asked, slipping in between the others. Oh, I just need to check the price of a diamond and double-check their rules. Harry said. Bellatrix has something, which is probably a Horcrux, in her vault, and I want to find out if there is any legal way for black family heirlooms to be removed. Harry added air quotes. Hopefully Sirius will be able to. And the diamonds? Hermione asked. They have a great deal of potential in magical research based on their clarity and hardness. If I can get one that is big enough, I plan to test whether or not you can split the killing curse like a prism splits light. To what end? Well, the curse has 3 parts, and if I split them up for individual study I might be able to find a spell that can block it. Harry replied. Don't you think it is a little early in your career to be doing groundbreaking research? Tonks grinned. Maybe, just a little though. Harry laughed as they approached the end of the alley. But I only have until my birthday to use GNICC resources. They're cutting me adrift when I turn 13. But what if you need them? Hermione asked as they stepped onto the busier street. Oh, we'll still be around. A nondescript man who was reading a copy of The Prophet a few feet away remarked as he looked over at them. Hey Nick. Harry greeted while the girls were still surprised. How's the alley today? Nothing to complain about yet. The man shrugged and went back to reading. We use this alley a lot. Harry offered in explanation as they continued their walk. So, what, there's always a Nick watching the alley? Hermione asked, concerned. No, not always. I'm afraid I can't be any more specific than that though. Harry smiled with half his mouth. We understand. Tonks said. Hey, Hermione, how about you and I go peruse the shelves at Flourish and Blots while Harry is at Gringotts? I thought we were going with him. Hermione frowned. Basically anything that is more complicated than a withdrawal or a visit to the vault ends up in an office. Tonks explained. Very few people are allowed into those meetings. She turned to look at Harry. Best friends from school doesn't cut it, I'm afraid. She turned back to Hermione. And neither of us have married him yet, so we can't go as family. She looked at Harry again and raised an eyebrow menacingly. Unless there is something very important you haven't told me. Harry laughed and shook his head while Hermione blushed and glared at the back of Tonks' head, jumping when Tonks looked back to her. So, I can't speak for you, but I'd rather wait for Harry with my nose crammed in a book than in the Gringotts lobby twiddling my fingers. She turned to Harry again. And can you please take the middle back? It's really hard on the neck. All right. Hermione nodded. But not unless refuse us entry, maybe they'll let us in if we ask nicely. Tonks laughed, Hermione frowned. Told you. Tonks gloated as she and Hermione walked out of the bank. Are you trying to waste my time, child? Quartz Claw demanded angrily after a quick look at Harry's design. Not at all. Harry replied calmly. If you're capable of meeting my need, I fully intend to buy the end product. So do you have a diamond that meets the requirements? Of course we do. The goblin barked. And are you skilled enough to do the work? Harry asked rhetorically. Then why would I be wasting your time? I have a difficult time believing that anyone would authorize a boy as young as yourself to make a. Quartz Claw paused to do some quick math. Well, it will be at least 500,000 galleons. I don't know that I will be able to get that in galleons. Harry admitted. But that is only because most of my gold is shaped like bricks, of which, I can assure you, there is no shortage. I see. Quartz Claw jotted down the quote to pass on later. I'll speak with my superiors, but since we cannot confirm your claim, I doubt we'll take the risk. I thought you might say that. Harry said and withdrew a small box from his pocket and set it on the desk. This is shrunken and feather-weighted, could you undo them or give me permission to use my wand? Quartz Claw looked at Harry intently, then ran a finger across the top of the box, cancelling the charms and allowing the box to return to normal. He lifted the lid and let out a very small gasp when he saw 3 gold bricks all stamped Nick. You must be very confident in your abilities. Harry laughed. Yes, you could say that. Either way, keep those as a down payment, inspect their purity, decide that there is in fact no way that I would blow this much money on a bluff, and then let me know what the final price will be, in weight or bricks. Very well. Quartz Claw nodded. Expect to hear from me within the week. Do you have any more business for us today? Could you direct me to the Office of Inheritance, please? Better, I'll get someone to escort you. Quartz Claw replied and pressed a rune on his desk. Urgh, Tonks complained as she struggled to find a pleasant way to read. Why don't these benches have backs? Probably so people don't use this store as a library. Hermione replied. Comfortable enough to sit on but not relaxed enough to read. Damn commies. Tonks muttered. What? Hermione laughed. Where did that come from? Your dad. Tonks smiled. Oh, ignore him. Hermione rolled her eyes and Tonks giggled. Anyway, I think I have a solution to this dilemma. Turn so you're facing away from me and we can lean on each other's back. Gotta love the smart ones. Tonks said as she followed Hermione's advice. Good morning, Mr. Potter, my name is Sally, what brings you here today? The goblin behind the desk in the Office of Inheritance asked. Sally. Harry blurted. Oh Merlin, I'm sorry, I just wasn't expecting, Don't worry Mr. Potter. It is a common reaction. Sally smiled. Most of the time this office is dealing with grieving humans. We found that it made things easier on everyone if we didn't use our goblin names here. You'll also notice that we conform more closely to the expectations of human society. Mourners have enough on their minds without having to worry about our laws. That is very compassionate of you. Harry said. Thank you. Sally nodded. Now what can I do for you? Oh, right. I was thinking about what happens when people get disowned the other day and realized that any family heirlooms would be lost if they were here as said person's vault at the time. Harry said. I don't know many pure bloods who would be willing to allow that to happen, so I figured there was a policy about that. There is a 2-week window where the head of house can describe known heirlooms and if they're found in the vault they'll be turned over to the head. Sally replied. A very specific description too. I see. Harry nodded. Is there someone you were thinking of disowning? Sally asked. I don't think there is anyone that you can disown right now. No there isn't. Harry shook his head. This was just hypothetical. I'm sure. Sally said knowingly. Is there anything else you need? Could I get a copy of the disowning paperwork? Harry grinned. Hypothetically. Sally smirked and dug out a stack of paper. Thank you. Harry picked up the paperwork. May your gold always flow. And may your enemies suffer. Sally replied. Oh, they will. Harry bowed his head and left the office. I wonder if he knows that Sally is a girl's name. Once he got out of the bank he found a private spot to use the time turner and take the post at the end of the alley where they arrived. Eric, Sally's coworker, looked over after Harry left. I don't think he noticed that you're a female. Sally shrugged. With the exception of Clan Flitwick none of us see any of them as potential mates so it doesn't matter what gender they assign us. You can't really blame them either, our people don't have Easts. Goldfinder knows that's the only way I can tell them apart. Eric laughed. Ah, Mr. Potter. I've been expecting you. The cashier at Flourish and Blots said when Harry walked through the door. You were? Harry asked suspiciously. Those two young ladies over there are almost as well known as you are now. The man said and pointed to where Hermione and Tonks were sitting against each other, reading. I see. Harry said levelly and took 5 galleons out of his pocket and placed them on the counter. I trust that this will cover the cost of their books. Indeed, sir. The cashier nodded as Harry walked away. Hello, ladies. Harry said as he walked up to them. My business is all concluded so I am at your disposal for the rest of the day. All right, let us put these back and we can go. Hermione said and stood up nearly causing Tonks to topple over backwards. Don't bother, I just bought both of them. Harry smiled. Thank you. Tonks bounced to her feet and key at his cheek. You're welcome. So where do we want to go first? Harry asked. Can we look around the magical menagerie? Tonks asked. Lead the way. Harry said as he hooked arms with them. Excuse us. Hannah called as she and Susan stepped through the portrait hole into the kitchen. What can we do for the young misses? A nearby elf asked, bowing low. We'd like to make a picnic basket for lunch, could you spare some room for us to work? Susan asked kindly. We'll pack you a picnic basket. The elf said happily and ran off calling to a few others. But, we were going to. Hannah protested meekly. Forget about it, Susan said placing a hand on Hannah's shoulder. It is a losing fight. Why don't you call Daphne and invite her? Good idea, are you going to call Hermione and Tonks? Hannah nodded and took her mirror out. No, according to Sue Lee, Harry led them out of the common room earlier and they haven't been seen since. You know how those two are, they wouldn't want us interrupting their Harry time. Susan said. Yay. Hannah nodded. So, have you joined the twins' pool yet? No. Frankly, I'm kind of disappointed that anyone would start that. The fact that they're friends makes it even worse. Susan replied coldly. Either Hermione or Tonks is going to get their heart broken, it isn't something one should profit from. You know, a large group have bet on both. Hannah smirked. Both? Susan asked. Really? If anyone could get away with it, it's Harry. Hannah said. I picked both, this July 31st. You joined the pool? Susan asked, scandalized. Well, yes, but the only way I win is if they're all happy. Hannah shrugged. Well, that's true, I guess. But I still don't like gambling on friends. Susan crossed her arms. Fine, fine, I won't do it again. Hannah sighed and lifted her mirror. Daphne. Hey Hannah. Daphne said a few seconds later. Hi, Susan and I are having a picnic down at the lake at noon. Would you like to join us? Hannah smiled. Sure, Daphne said. Did you bet on whether or not Harry and the girls would get together? Susan demanded over Hannah's shoulder. Both, June 22nd. Daphne nodded. Why? Susan growled. She doesn't like gambling on friends. Hannah said. Oh, sorry. Daphne shrugged. Wait, why the 22nd? Susan asked. It's the day after they become animagi. Daphne said. Oh right, we're still on for making our own potion, right? Susan replied. Wouldn't miss it. Daphne nodded. I have a bit of homework that I wanted to finish before lunch, so I'll see you two later. All right, bye. Hannah said while Susan waved before the mirror went. Reflective. I can't believe you guys. Susan said and turned back to watch the elves. Thank you for your time, Madam Grubbly Plank. Or rather, Professor Grubbly Plank. Dumbledore smiled at the stern woman while Professor Kettleburn nodded. No, thank you Headmaster, for this opportunity. Grubbly Plank smiled back. It was nice seeing you, Kettleburn. Farewells having been said, Grubbly Plank walked out of the office and headed down to Hogsmeade to use the public flow. I need to take this paperwork to the ministry to make everything official, then I'm going to Fortescue's for my traditional, filled the teaching roster, pistachio hot fudge sundae. You're welcome to join me if you wish. Dumbledore offered politely. No thank you. The fake basilisk is nearing completion. I really want to get that done soon. Kettleburn shook his head. I understand. Dumbledore replied. Thank Merlin. Good day, Headmaster. Good day, Professor. Dumbledore watched Kettleburn leave, then walked over to his flow and left the castle. Harry and the girls were enjoying a nice meal at the Leaky Cauldron when a middle-aged woman walked over and gestured at Harry. Scoot. How rude. Tonks objected as Harry slid down. Calm down, Nim. Nicole, this is Tonks and Hermione. Girls, this is a Nicole. Harry introduced. We're the female models. Nicole said. But that aside, Rita Skeeter heard you were here and is headed this way. Harry, you should be Evan. Tonks, I don't know if you have any prepared alter egos, but now would be a good time. And you, she said turning to Hermione. You need a hair tie and a hat. And Harry quickly conjured them for her. Thank you, Harry. Hey, that's what you looked like when we first met. Hermione said as she watched Harry change. You're correct. Harry nodded and helped Hermione deal with her hair. Tonks elected to take the shape of a nondescript but very Greek girl. Then she changed her mind and switched to a very generic English girl with own hair and green eyes. Perfect. Nicole said just as Rita walked through the door. Harry cast a notice me not charm on Hermione under the table and waited. A few minutes later Rita left and Harry dropped his charm. Nicole whispered to Harry, then got up and followed Rita out. Hermione looked at the other two and let out a shuddering breath of relief. Maybe we should go back now. Yay. Tonks said as Nicole walked quickly back into the room and over to them. Okay kids, we need to get you back to Hogwarts like 5 minutes ago. She said urgently. What's going on? Tonks asked. Rita ran into Dumbledore just a few steps down the alley as what's going on. She replied and held out her arm. Everyone grab on. 3 hands later Nicole warped them all out of the restaurant into a secluded place near the Black Lake. Bye kids, she said and warped away. What was the big rush? Tonks asked. As soon as Dumbledore hears that I might have been in the alley he'll check to see if I'm here. Which only takes a Patronus message to any professor that is here, and if they don't find us quickly. Harry trailed off. They'll assume the rumors was right. Hermione finished. Right, So let's go to the Great Hall. Tonks said firmly, and the three walked off. They'll still assume the rumors are true, Hermione said. 10 minutes after they sat down and started eating again, they noticed a Phoenix Patronus arrive and address McGonagall. She looked at them, who were looking at her, and then she cast her own Patronus to send to confirm their presence. Why do you think it took so long? Hermione whispered. Who knows? Harry whispered back. When Nicole had whispered to Harry, she told him that Rita and Dumbledore weren't meeting yet, but in a few minutes, and when she left them at the lake, she went back to eavesdrop on the conversation. Naturally, she was actually Harry, who would be taking a bathroom break shortly after the kids finished eating. But if anyone asks if we're in the alley today, the answer is a flat no. Understand? Yes, the girls whispered together. So, where were we? Hermione asked. Laying in the grass near the lake. Tonks offered and Harry nodded. I'm afraid the rumors are wrong, Ms. Skeeter, Dumbledore said as the cat Patronus dissipated. Minerva says all three of them walked in for lunch 15 minutes ago and none of them looked like they had just had a long walk. Rita sighed. So much for that reliable contact. I hope the rest of your afternoon is more productive, Ms. Skeeter. Dumbledore smiled. If you'll excuse me, I was on my way for a quick ice cream break before heading back to the school. Of course, Professor. Thank you for your time. Rita smiled sweetly. Why is Dumbledore covering for Potter? Maybe that is Potter. He is a metamorph after all. I'd better follow, just in case. Rita ducked behind some cover and shifted into her beetle form. Dumbledore continued on his merry way to the ice cream shop. He walked casually up and sat at the bar. If he's already back at the castle, then he's already back at the castle. I'll have to talk to Harry today and see if I can wrangle the truth out of him, or one of the girls. But this first. Good afternoon, Professor. I wasn't expecting to see you this early in the year, Florine said as he walked up. Yes, well, I filled the roster out already. Dumbledore smiled. The usual then? Florine asked. Please. Dumbledore nodded as a green beetle landed on the tip of his hat. Rita was oddly enthralled by Dumbledore's dessert. She couldn't imagine that pistachio ice cream with hot fudge and gummy bears would be good. But at the same time she thought it sounded really good. Dumbledore sure seemed to be enjoying it. As confusing as that was, when no one else joined him after 5 minutes, Rita gave up on this being Potter and flew off to find a more substantiated scoop. Half an hour later, Dumbledore got out of his seat and started back towards the ministry to use the flow. He didn't notice the invisible figure floating 10 feet above him. Harry was counting on that. Obliviate. Harry warped back to the castle, satisfied that Dumbledore wouldn't be asking any questions about where they had been. Hey Hermione, Tonks asked as the two of them were getting ready for bed in the bathroom. Yay, Hermione asked as she brushed her hair. You're a believer in the scientific method and asking questions for the sake of getting the answers, right? Tonks asked nervously. Right. Hermione frowned, not knowing where this was going. You know how sometimes the question blows up in your face and makes people angry. Tonks continued. Yes. Hermione frowned and turned towards Tonks. Why? I need to ask you something, but I'm afraid you'll get mad. Tonks looked at her feet. Can you promise not to? I can't do that. But I can promise not to hold a grudge or be angry for long. It probably won't upset me though, just ask. Hermione reassured. Okay. Tonks said and leaned forward and pressed her lips against Hermione's. After a couple seconds she backed away. Huh. Hermione said quietly. The next morning, let's call it Monday. Hermione hadn't said another word the whole night. It made Tonks nervous, but she tried not to push it. She finally fell asleep after waiting for Hermione to say something for an hour and a half. Her sleep was fitful and she had several nightmares of rejection before she woke up as part of her bed depressed. With a small yawn she opened her eyes and looked to where Hermione was sitting, back resting against the footboard. Hi, she said nervously and sat up. Hi, Hermione replied, blushing slightly. About last night. We can pretend that never happened if you want. Tonks said while looking down at her hands. No, we can't. Hermione shook her head. I spent a lot of the night thinking of questions to ask, but it boiled down to 3 important ones. Oh. Tonks bit her lip. First, what about Harry? Tonks couldn't help but to smile. Oh, I already know I'll enjoy dotting him. So you still like him? Of course. Tonks nodded.
It's just that, well, I overheard Susan and Blaise talking about how he obviously liked both of us. And Hermione pressed. Well, what if he didn't have to choose? Tonks muttered. Are you suggesting that we should both share him? Hermione asked. I don't know, maybe. Tonks looked back down at her hands. I see. Hermione blushed. That brings me to the second question. What do we do now? I was planning on thinking long and hard about whether or not that situation would be acceptable to me. Tonks shrugged. And then, depends on what we decide, I guess. Should we talk to Harry about it? Not yet. Tonks shook her head. I don't think I'm ready for that. Me either. Hermione agreed. So, we keep this to ourselves until we know what we want. Sounds like a plan. Hermione nodded. Cool. Tonks said, and there was an awkward moment of silence. What was the third question? Oh, right. Hermione blushed brightly. Is there a reason you waited until after I brushed my teeth? Tonks burst into a fit of giggles. I was waiting until I had brushed my teeth. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Hermione laughed and Tonks stopped giggling suddenly. What's that supposed to mean? Tonks demanded with a mock glare. Nothing, dear. Hermione grinned. Come on, let's get dressed. I'm sure Harry is wondering why he hasn't been rudely awakened yet. What do we know about this GNICC group? Ragnarok, the head of the London branch of Gringotts, asked. Only that Harry Potter is their only known member, by design apparently. Quartz Claw said as he looked down at the dreadfully empty folder in his hands. And they seem to have their own gold supply. I had to start the file this morning, they've never brought business to any branch before. And their gold? Ragnarok asked as he examined the bricks in front of him. Our analysis shows that with the exception of an unusually high carbon content, the gold is pure. Quartz Claw handed over the detailed report. There isn't enough carbon for it to be an issue though. The bricks themselves are 12% smaller than international standards. Very well, adjust the price accordingly and go ahead. Make sure they pay for the diamond before we start cutting it though. Ragnarok frowned. And dig for information too, try to find out just how much gold they have and see if there is any way to get it into our vaults. Yes sir. Should I send the suggestions that our rune masters made as well? Quartz Claw asked as he scribbled notes down. No, tell the boy that there are some suggestions and that he should come in to talk about them. Ragnarok commanded. He managed to sneak out of Hogwarts yesterday, see how long it takes him to do so again, and make sure to tell him that it will take several hours. Yes sir. Dismissed. Ragnarok barked and went back to examining the bricks as Quartz Claw scurried out of the room. That's more than I expected. Harry said as he read the letter from Gringotts. Oh well, what's more than you expected? Hermione asked as she looked at the owl perched on Harry's shoulder. The diamonds, right. Diamond, singular. Harry nodded and conjured a blank piece of parchment and writing supplies and looked around to see if anyone was listening who shouldn't be. I'll also need to slip out on Sunday for a little while. Would you like us to cover for you? Tonks asked. Taking everyone down to the chamber should suffice. Harry said as he wrote his reply. I'm sure Dumbledore has figured out that that's where we go when we all disappear for a while. Really? Hermione frowned. I thought he would have wanted to take a look for himself if he had. Oh, I'm sure he does. Harry shrugged and attached his letter to the owl's foot. But since he can't force me and has no reason to suspect that we're using it for anything more than we are, I can only assume he is biding his time until he finds leverage. Isn't being the headmaster of the school its count as leverage? Tonks asked. Yes, but not enough. Harry nodded and then ducked as the owl took off. We're just a bunch of kids hanging out, it would be unseemly to interfere without suspicions. At least until we're old enough to be, say, you ally active. Harry. Hermione said, scandalized and blushing deeply. What? Harry looked up, confused by her reaction. Nothing. Hermione caught Tonks' eye and they both looked away quickly. Oh, okay. Harry shrugged and jotted some notes on the letter from Gringotts. Remind me to give this to Marnie once we get out of here. Yes sir, Harry Potter sir. Tonks said in her best house elf voice. Oh no, not you too. Harry groaned as the girls laughed. Up at the head table McGonagall leaned over to Dumbledore. Albus, wasn't that a Gringotts owl? Yes, it was. Dumbledore frowned. Wonder what he's up to. Why don't we ask? Because if he doesn't wish to tell us he'd just say it was GNICC business and he isn't at liberty to discuss. Dumbledore sighed.
Didn't you notice that he didn't show the letter to either of the girls? Although, they probably do know something. What do you think GNICC is trying to accomplish? McGonagall asked. They seem benevolent, but why be so secretive? I don't know. Dumbledore frowned. No records of their past activities have shown up yet either. The minister has been having the DMLE look over old unexplained events though. Do you think they'll find anything? McGonagall asked. Eventually. Dumbledore nodded. No one is good enough to leave absolutely no trace of their activities. But for now we can only wait and watch. Do you trust them? McGonagall asked. Not even slightly. Dumbledore shook his head. Thursday. Today's topic is wandless magic, as you can all see from the board. Croaker announced at the beginning of class and motioned to the chalkboard which had wandless magic written on it in large letters. Unless, that is, you've been hiding illiteracy somehow. Since I doubt that is the case, let's move on. Granger. What do I mean by wandless? What? Hermione asked in surprise. Well, I guess you mean focusless rather than wandless. There are other ways to focus magic, like runes or potions. Correct. Croaker nodded. Other options include chants, rituals, and staffs, locally. The native people of the Americas used totems, and the Far Eastern cultures have complicated series of hand signs along with their runes. Each method has its strengths and weaknesses. Wands are generally considered to be the most versatile. Not. What can you tell me about magic that doesn't use any of that? It's impossible. Nott rolled his eyes. Croaker nodded and turned to Tonks. Tonks. Prove him wrong. What? How? Tonks stammered. Maybe you meant to yell, Potter. Sure, Mr. Potter could do it too, but no, I meant you. Croaker said as he walked in front of her desk and ran his hand through his hair. Tonks frowned. Perhaps you could give me a hint. I've already given you two. Croaker crossed his arms, smirked and waited. Oh. Tonks muttered, and after another couple seconds her face lit up. Oh, she exclaimed and rapidly shifted her hair through several colors. Fantastic. Croaker nodded and walked back to the front of the room. Metamorph McGee, Vila and several other hereditary talents among humans are wandless. But sir, I don't think Vila are human. Pansy sneered. To be honest, I don't think metamorphs are either. Of course you don't. Croaker rolled his eyes. Beyond the hereditary talents, true wandless magic is limited to apparition, the mind arts and the animagus transformation. Greengrass. What did they have in common? The magic stays inside the caster. Daphne asked. Was that a question or an answer? Croaker asked. Both. In that case, yes and correct. Croaker grinned. So you only need a focus to affect the outside world? Tracy asked. Let's find out. Potter. Front and center. Croaker conjured a stick with a sponge attached to one end before setting his wand down and dipping the sponge in ink. I'm going to leave my wand on my desk and walk to one end of the stage. Mr. Potter here will be taking his wand and this thing I made to the other end of the stage. His goal will be to mark me with ink, and I'll only defend with wandless, external magic. Sounds fun, Harry remarked casually as he picked up the inked stick. Since this is merely a demonstration, I ask that you don't target me with any spells and use your wand to counter what I do. Croaker said quietly enough for the class not to hear. Gotcha. Harry nodded and they both walked off to their places. Begin. Croaker barked and Harry sprinted forward. Croaker casually flicked his finger, causing a sheet of ice appeared covering part of the platform and drawing surprised gasps from the class. Harry jumped when he got to the edge of the ice and landed with his feet in front of him, knees bent, and slid over the ice. Croaker flicked his finger back in the opposite direction before making a horizontal slashing motion with his hand flat. The ice disappeared, but due to Harry's leg position the sudden stop wouldn't cause him to fall. Harry also noticed that a tripping hex was headed his way, and not wanting to lose all of his momentum he dove over it, rolled over his right shoulder and came back to his feet at almost the same speed. Something seemed wrong about the tripping hex to Harry, but he just chose to close the last few meters and go for the metaphorical kill. His thrust was stopped by a shield charm that appeared centimeters in front of Croaker's hand. It wasn't a very good shield, and Harry glared at Croaker and brought his wand around to shatter it. Croaker smirked, drawing his hand back, and as Harry ended the shield, Croaker threw his hand forward, catching Harry in the with a banishing charm. Harry noticed that the same thing was off about this charm as the tripping hex. He realized what the problem was as he twisted around so that he could land on his feet on the right side of the platform.
The angle was wrong. He looked up at Croaker, smiled and stood up straight. Care to try again? Croaker smirked. Accio invisible person. Harry incanted and pointed his wand slightly to the left side of Croaker. Crap! A disembodied voice shouted while Croaker threw himself flat against the stage. Harry dropped his charm and was rewarded with a loud thud, about a meter in front of him. He followed up with a quick stunner and started to walk forward. He stepped over the unconscious form and casually strolled to where Croaker was climbing back to his feet and gently poked the professor's hand with the inky sponge. I win. Very good, Mr. Potter. Croaker clapped 3 times. Why don't you tell everyone what gave me away? Well, the first clue was that you weren't using any spells that had an obvious origin point, like the stunner. Second was the weak shield, which is only typical when it is cast from a distance. Finally, when I was banished, my trajectory was at an angle rather than directly away from you. Harry said and revived the assistant. Indeed. I would like to introduce one of my very old friends, John Miller, who agreed to help out today. Croaker announced. I wouldn't say I'm very old. John sighed and cancelled the disillusionment charm, revealing a middle-aged man. Can I say the next part? All right. Croaker shrugged. Ahem. John cleared his throat and turned towards the stunned class. Can anyone other than Mr. Potter tell us what the moral of this story is? Yes, Ms. Pottle, sir. Padma supplied. Go ahead, Ms. Pottle. John nodded. Is it that when someone claims to do the impossible you should look for an invisible person? Padma asked. That's pretty close to what we had. John nodded. Misdirection and trickery are not harder to pull off just because you all have access to magic. Croaker added. Appearances can still be deceiving, but as long as you pay attention you can find the truth. Harry forced himself to remain cheery. The last thing Harry needed from the wizarding world was well-directed skepticism. He hoped that the heroic image he was building for himself could withstand the doubt of every wizard and witch. As Harry retook his seat, he couldn't help but wonder whether or not this was a warning directly to Harry and that Croaker was onto him. Even if he is, I haven't done anything that bad yet. Then again, if he realized that he could be trying to tell me to stop while I'm ahead. It would be really embarrassing to get caught before I really even got started. Or it might just have been a regular class and is just a coincidence. As an unspeakable, his mind will be too well defended to slip in and take a look around without him noticing. I thought he was here to recruit me, but what if he is investigating me? No, he wouldn't have done something so suspicious if that was it. Harry. Hermione whispered sharply. Huh? Harry asked as he was wrenched out of his thoughts. We're supposed to be reading. Hermione said. Chapter 6. Right, thanks. Harry nodded and opened his book. What do you guys think of Croaker? Harry asked the court at dinner that evening. Well, he really knows what he's talking about. Susan said. Yay. Fred nodded. I've never heard anyone describe why we need wands so thoroughly. Did he try to convince your class he didn't need one first too? Tonks asked. How would he have done that? George frowned. He challenged Harry to a mock duel and didn't use his wand. Blaise tilted his head slightly. Harry saw through it and found the real caster though. He turned the whole thing into a lesson on deception. Daphne added. He didn't do anything like that for us. Hannah huffed. He just said that anyone who did it was probably tricking you. Maybe he assumed that we would have spoiled the surprise at lunch. Hermione said with a shrug. Or maybe it was a message after all. Harry thought. Or maybe it was a message. Blaise said and Harry looked at him sharply. Yes, probably for you. Harry regarded him for a few seconds. Go on. I think he is worried about Nick and wants you to pay attention to what they do, since none of us can. Blaise continued. If they're just using you, no one would know until it was too late. Wouldn't it have been easier to just say, hey, don't trust those guys too much? Tonks asked. Blaise shook his head. The first word out of Harry's mouth would be, why? And, without a solid reason, the warning would probably be ignored. Damn straight. Harry nodded. But you've got an interesting point. But suggesting that Harry should question everything is hard to dismiss. Hermione concluded. What do you think of him, Harry? I think he has motives for being here other than teaching us. I'm fairly sure he is trying to ingratiate himself with me so that he can recruit me for the Department of Mysteries when I graduate. Harry said. Perhaps all of us. But what do I know? Either way, I don't think he is dangerous. Sunday. Harry nodded to the guards as he walked through the doors into Gringotts.
He shifted back to his normal form as he walked to a free teller. "Excuse me, I'm Harry Potter and I have an appointment with Quartz Claw and I would like you to let him know I'm here." "One moment," the goblin said gruffly and touched a runestone. "He'll be coming through that door if you want to wait for him there." "Thank you." Harry nodded and walked over to the indicated area. Not even a minute later the door opened and revealed Quartz Claw. "Right this way, Mr. Potter. How are you today, Quartz Claw?" Harry asked politely as he followed. "I'm fine. How are you?" Quartz Claw replied. "I'm good," Harry said before the two shared a nice silent walk. "Will anyone else be joining us today?" Quartz Claw asked as they entered his office. "Not that I am aware of." Harry smirked. "Should someone be?" "No, not necessarily." Quartz Claw shook his head and drew a box out from the desk. He turned it towards Harry and opened it, showing off the diamond inside that was slightly larger than Harry's fist and uncut along with a jeweler's loop. "This is the stone we have decided would best suit the design. We wanted to be sure you thought it was the correct one before we started cutting though." "Very considerate." Harry nodded and picked the stone up. He didn't know anything about gems but could make a show of looking for obvious flaws. You know, a stone this size would be worth a royal fortune to Muggles. Indeed, they haven't figured out how to make any but the smallest diamonds yet. Quartz Claw nodded. "Since none of them could buy diamonds of this size, we don't even tell them that we have them. We've been selling smaller ones to jewelers for decades while telling them they came out of Africa." "Interesting." Harry nodded and set the diamond back in its box. "Well, I can't see anything obvious and you're the expert in the room, so I'll have to defer to your judgment." "Excellent." Quartz Claw nodded. "We'll get started as soon as possible. When will the payment arrive?" "Same as last time," Harry said as he pulled a shrunken and lightened box from his pocket and set it on the desk. "Oh, you brought it with you?" Quartz Claw said, stunned. "I'd figured that since you didn't have security that, well. It's fine, I understand." Harry grinned. "Your leader must be very confident in your abilities." Quartz Claw said, almost quoting himself from the week before after he reversed the charms on the box and looked inside. "You could say that." Harry laughed. "But in all honesty, this is just my personal project." "But surely your leader had to sign off on the expense. It is rather large." Quartz Claw countered. "No, this is all just from my cut, not even that much of it either." Harry shook his head and held back a laugh as Quartz Claw's jaw dropped in a very ungoblin-like manner. "Oh, and one of those bricks is for you, by the way, in appreciation of your promptness." "Thank you, Mr. Potter," the goblin said as he regained his composure. "I don't have any more business for you today and can call someone from the Carvers Guild to guide you to their department if you wish." "Yes, thank you." Harry nodded and watched as Quartz Claw activated a runestone. "Those are a wonderful idea." Quartz Claw looked at him and smirked. "That's why we have them," he said, causing Harry to laugh. "Good answer," Harry admitted as a knock came from the door. "That will be the carver," Quartz Claw said, and the two stood up. "Before you go though, I would like to thank you for showing the Goblin Nation more trust than any wizard has in several centuries." Harry shook his head. "I don't trust you at all, we barely know each other after all. The thing is that you have no reason to betray me and several reason not to." "Oh, do tell," Quartz Claw said levelly. "Well, aside from the large amount of gold I personally have, I am also the only person who can get you access to the almost limitless resources that Nick has. You would lose all of that if I were to get upset with you." Harry shrugged. "It also helps that I'm the scariest wizard known to the world." "No offense, but you're just a child." Quartz Claw frowned. "That's what makes me so scary." Harry smiled coldly and walked out the door. Quartz Claw stood looking at the door speculatively for a few long moments before returning to his desk. He reached down and opened one of the lower drawers. Inside was a glass prism that was glowing yellow. Quartz Claw gulped. It would have turned red if Harry had light at all. Quartz Claw quickly sent the diamond and the gold to their appropriate places, after taking his brick of course, and got ready to report to Ragnarok. Harry walked back into the chamber and looked around. Hannah and Susan were standing off to one side trading stinging hexes and practicing mage sight. Blaze and Daphne were in between the twins at one of the tables having something explained to them. From the twins' enthusiasm, Harry assumed it was a new prank idea. Hermione and Tonks were curled up on opposite ends of a couch reading quietly. Harry flopped down into the seat between them. Hey Harry." Hermione looked up from her book and smiled.
How did it go? Very well. Harry smiled back. The goblins are smart and made good suggestions. It should be done just before school is over for the year. Hey, Harry's back, Fred announced loudly as he noticed the talking. Just in time for lunch. George added. I am a bit peckish. Harry nodded. Everyone ready to go back up. Lord Ragnarok, Potter just left. Quartz Claw said as he entered Ragnarok's office. It's worse than we thought. He said that this gold was from his personal funds, not the organization's, and then I think he threatened me. How? Ragnarok was intrigued. He told me he was the scariest wizard alive and would take his business elsewhere if he wasn't satisfied. Quartz Claw replied. And Nyx with him as well. And the stone? Ragnarok pressed. Still yellow. Quartz Claw nodded. Give me the memory. Ragnarok slid a large crystal across his desk. Yes, sir. Quartz Claw nodded and held the crystal up to his forehead. After a moment it started glowing white and he handed it back. Ragnarok held it up to his own forehead and his eyes went out of focus for a few seconds as the white glow receded. Once it was finished he set the crystal back down with a sigh. You're dismissed. Yes, sir. Quartz Claw bowed and left the room while Ragnarok started writing a memo ordering all of the goblins to keep Harry and anyone with him happy. Welcome to the final match of the season. Today the Lions of Gryffindor face off against the Eagles of Ravenclaw. Not that anyone didn't know that. Lee Jordan rolled his eyes. What has had the beat Quidditch fans talking throughout the school, however, is the long-awaited showdown between the Weasley twins and Harry Potter. Let me take you back 2.5 years to the beginning of the twins' second year. They walked into the Quidditch trials young and proud, determined to become the new beaters for their house. They proved themselves as they each broke the records that had been standing for over 60 years. Together the two of them have performed admirably and over the last couple years have earned the title, the Terror Twins, although certain unnamed professors claim that is because of their pranks. McGonagall glared at Lee but didn't say anything. As of yet neither of them have answered whether or not they wish to join a professional team after graduation. Last year they overcame the house barriers and made friends with members of all of the other houses, including Harry Potter. They never expected that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and the, apparently, unkillable hero of Hogsmeade, would betray their friendship and led them to the greatest heartbreak of their young lives. You see, earlier this year Potter was dragged to the Ravenclaw trials. I spoke with Ravenclaw Captain Jeremy Michaels about the day and it seems that Mr. Potter wasn't even there for the beater position. It seems that he was only directed to the beater trials after he narrowly prevented a bludger from striking one of the other chaser hopefuls. When asked about Potter's performance as a chaser, Michaels simply said, and I quote, "He is a better beater." I took that to mean, bad. Potter unenthusiastically joined the queue for the beater trial and when his turn came he flew into the test chamber. Something amazing happened in there as his apathy transformed into prodigious skill. Harry Potter stole the record from my best friends that day, only 2 years after they claimed it. I'll admit to being slightly bitter about that. Over the season he has shown himself to be very adaptable and has shown his potential several times, including assisting Seeker Chong in claiming victory over the Hufflepuffs in their first game. It is believed that he has been holding back while he learned the subtleties of the position. Today we find out whether the twins' lifetime of teamwork and years of experience will pay off or if Harry Potter's blind talent will step up and overcome his greatest challenge yet. The twins will need to exploit the Ravenclaws' lack of experience working together if they want to come out on top, and Potter and Michaels will have to pull off something big if they want to. No matter what happens though, the match will be intense. Now, WHO is ready for some Quidditch. Lee shouted as the crowd roared. Thank you. That speech took me a week to write, and 2 weeks of censoring before it passed the scrutiny of the man and his tyrannical stranglehold over free speech. Woo! Luna cheered. Jordan. McGonagall scolded. Sorry. Lee said sheepishly. The scrutiny of the woman and her stranglehold over free speech. That's not the problem. McGonagall crossed her arms. So, are you saying that you are a man? Lee asked innocently and laughter echoed around the stadium. Jordan. McGonagall screeched. I still don't see what was wrong with my fist draft. Lee shrugged. It would have started a riot is what was wrong with it. There was nothing inflammatory. Lee defended and McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Lee quietly leaned over to the horn. Kill the usurper. Detention. McGonagall retorted as the rest of the Lions roared their approval. All right, Potter, you need to keep the twins entertained. Jeremy smirked. Take pot shots where you can though. I'll be focusing on breaking up their chasers. Cho, you'll be on your own with Wade but she isn't that great so you should be fine. Chasers, just do what you do. To get the cup from us they need to catch the snitch with a 60-point lead. Lions may be king on land, but eagles are the kings of the sky. Let's show them why. Yay. The team cheered and they mounted their brooms and flew out onto the field. And here come the teams. Lee announced. For the first time in 7 years Slytherin is out of the running for the cup. I bet that has Snape steamed, huh Professor? I'm not going to gossip about my colleagues Mr. Jordan. McGonagall replied humorlessly. You're no fun. Lee sighed. And you're on thin ice after that stunt earlier. McGonagall said angrily. Fine, but to anyone in the audience who is interested, I'm now looking for a new color commentator. Lee laughed. Harry rolled his eyes as everyone lined up and saluted the twins. One of them, George he thought but it was even harder to tell than normal in their uniforms, replied by shaking out his right arm and the other buffed a scuff mark off his bat. Harry grinned and Madam Hooch released the bludgers and snitch. And it looks like we're about to start. Lee announced as Madam Hooch lifted off the ground. And there goes the quaffle. Belle with the grab and she takes off downfield. Go Katie. Jordan. Roger Davies was already hot on her tail and got the first steal of the game seconds later. Harry however had flown off to meet a bludger and sent it at the closest twin as hard as he could. He had to roll out of the way himself as the other twin nearly caught him off guard. He righted himself just in time to see the first bludger coming straight back at him and redirect it up towards Wade. The twins went opposite directions to chase the bludgers and Harry chose to fly higher. Davies passes to Tonks but it doesn't go through as she is forced to duck a bludger from, Fred. Lee said uncertainly. Johnson is going for the grab. Michaels catches the bludger and sends it back her way but an easy dodge and she's got it. George, maybe, spun around and launched his bludger towards Cho causing Harry to change course. Below him the second bludger changed course and headed towards Stevens. Michaels was fortunately close and had spotted Harry's position. Just as Harry intercepted his bludger Michaels got to the other and both simultaneously hit them towards Fred. It looks like George has seen the snitch. Wait, that's not right. He's chasing that bludger. Fred, watch out. Lee shouted. Fred managed to deflect the bludger that Michaels sent but Harry's caught him on his right side just below the shoulder. The armor beater's war prevented any ribs from being broken but he still tumbled through the air. He shook his head. That's going to be sore in the morning. It looks like he's okay. Lee cheered. And Angelina is on approach, she shoots and it's good. 10-0 Gryffindor. I dare say dear brother, we shall have to repay our friend's kindness. George said pompously. Indeed good sir, and with all due haste. Fred nodded. Perhaps even some that isn't due. Hey. Not said a few minutes later as he sat down in the stands next to Tracy and Pansy sat next to him. Hey. Tracy greeted as she watched Gryffindor score again. After the cheers died down she turned towards the boy. So did you get everything set up for your oh-so-clever prank? She asked sarcastically. Why yes we did. Not shot back. And it doesn't have to be clever to work, classics are classics for reasons. Whatever, it won't work. Potter is too good. Tracy warned. Yes, we know how you feel. Not sneered. 2 rows behind them Blaise and Daphne shared a look then Daphne slipped away to find Hermione. I'm here for the color commentator position. Luna said as she burst into the box with her Ravenclaw tie tied around her forehead, with feathers, and large bright purple glasses made out of paper. Sorry, that's not really the way this works. Lee frowned. I wanted to help you overthrow the oppressive regime of the man. Luna pouted and stamped her foot cutely. Lovegood. McGonagall gently scolded with an amused smirk. Oh right. Luna nodded at her and turned back to Lee. The oppressive regime of the woman, man. Well how can I say no to that? Lee asked rhetorically. Pull up a seat sister and join me in these crazy times. What did they call you? He asked in a laid-back and lazy voice. Luna Lovegood. Luna replied dreamily. But the children of the flower call me Moonbeam. Groovy. Lee said and turned his attention back to the game just as the situation became too much for McGonagall and she started chuckling. Is something funny about my name Professor? Luna asked coldly. What? McGonagall asked shocked then blinked twice and shook her head. No Ms. Lovegood. Just remember that I was here during the 60s and 70s. I saw a good number of muggles during that time, and I must say that of all of the hippie impressions I've seen, yours is one of the best. Oh, thank you. Luna smiled. I like your costume too. What costume? McGonagall asked with an arched eyebrow. The stern professor. Luna said. It is very convincing. McGonagall wasn't sure what to make of that and chose to look back to the game instead of replying. Tonks laughed at the commentators as she pulled up sharply and intercepted a pass from Katie. As she rolled over and headed towards the center of the field, Michaels threw his head back and screamed in the best eagle impression he could and started to dive. Tonks morphed her throat and screamed in reply, doing a much better job. The rest of the team took up the cry as they moved into position, and within moments the chasers met in the center with the beaters circle close underneath. Tonks passed the quaffle to Stevens and the three of them started to ascend in a tight spiral while rapidly passing the quaffle back and forth. The beaters were busy swooping around the chasers, deflecting bludgers and scaring the Gryffindor chasers off. Luna added her cry to the team's continued effort, and the other Ravenclaws soon did the same. 1. Michaels shouted, and Harry broke away and flew far downfield towards the Gryffindor hoops after passing a bludger to Michaels. Tonks caught the quaffle and tucked it under her left arm, then threw her robes over to hide it. Meanwhile, the other two chasers made it look like they were doing the same. 2. Davies replied, and Michaels passed the bludger back to Harry with a hard strike. 3. The three chasers split off and each flew hard for one of the rings. Harry met the bludger and sent it at Wood, just to make sure the keeper couldn't focus on the quaffle. Wood ducked the bludger, then chose to block Davies, giving Tonks an easy shot, reducing the Gryffindor lead to 40 points. She screamed again as she rejoined the others and the quaffle was put back into play. Go Tonks! Luna cheered. Luna were supposed to stay neutral. Lee cautioned. But that was great. Wood didn't even know who had the quaffle. Luna protested. It was okay, I guess. But you're here to do a job. Lee frowned. Oh, yay. Luna nodded. I think Ravenclaw should get the green from Slytherin, who in turn get the black from Hufflepuff, and then Hufflepuff get red from Gryffindor, who get our blue. What? Lee asked after staring at her for a couple seconds. Well, Weasley red hair clashes with the Arlet of their colors. Blue would be much better. And green robes would really bring out Harry's eyes. Luna said solemnly. Lee said awkwardly. Ms. Lovegood, could you please focus on the game? McGonagall requested. I was only trying to do my job, Professor. Luna tilted her head. You know, commentating on the colors. Oh, Lee cried in understanding. No, Luna, you're not supposed to talk about their clothes, you're supposed to be adding interesting facts and thoughts and stuff to the narration. Oh, Luna said crisply. I guess that also explains why you didn't ask for Lavender Brown by name. McGonagall sighed and dropped her head into her hands. The game went on. Neither seeker was having any luck spotting the snitch, even though they were both looking their hardest. The score had grown to 130 to 60 Gryffindor lead. All of the players had gathered a collection of bruises as casualties of the beater war. Except for Harry, who wouldn't be bothered so long as he protected his soft places. Both teams were lucky they were using amateur bludgers, because professional, or charmed, bludgers would have left collections of broken bones instead of bruises. The amateur bludgers are still dangerous, of course, and given the right circumstances can break bones. Eagle cries started echoing from the Ravenclaw stands as Tonks flew down the pitch, the quaffle tucked under her arm. Obligingly, the three chasers were starting that play again and were all headed towards the center when Tonks heard a loud thump, and red filled her field of vision. Once the quaffle got far enough away from her face that it wasn't the only thing she could see, Tonks looked down and found that she was now clutching a bludger. She dropped it before it could yank her off her broom and shot a glance over her shoulder at the twin who hit the bludger. He shook his head and shrugged. Blimey, Lee shouted. I don't think George meant to do that. That's Fred, Luna corrected. But I agree. Is there a difference? Lee asked sarcastically. Oh look, Katie has the red ball again. Luna said. Go Katie. Lee cheered, but his joy was short-lived because Harry's bludger hit Katie's thigh hard just as she was starting to shoot. Potter, you jerk. Jordan, McGonagall said wearily. Sorry, but Katie and I have a date tonight. I don't want her aching for it. Lee shrugged as Michael scooped up the quaffle. You could always offer to apply the bruise ointment. Luna suggested. Lovegood. McGonagall scolded. That's a really good idea. Lee grinned. Katie, Wave your arm about a bit if you want me to do that. Jordan, McGonagall screeched. Ahem, ignore him, Ms. Bell, this is neither time nor place. Why are you shaking your head? Lee asked sadly, completely ignoring the professor. Probably because walking up to the tower with a bruise like that on her leg would meet most definitions of torture. McGonagall commented dryly. Further debate was cut off by Luna's cry as the Ravenclaws started spiraling in the middle of the pitch. Gryffindors aren't known for their intelligence but, with the exception of Percy, all of their smartest students were on the Quidditch team. Katie and Alicia were hovering between the top two hoops and Angelina between the bottom two. Fred was already moving into position between where Harry went last time and where Oliver was. George was tailing a bludger for a quick strike when the time came. And Wade was starting her dive for the snitch. Harry flew downfield as he heard the crack of a beater's bat impacting a bludger, quickly followed by a second. Harry wasn't expecting that and quickly glanced around. First he confirmed the pass from Michaels, then noticed that George had targeted him with the second. Finally he noticed the Seekers, Wade leading with Cho significantly behind. He already knew where the rest of the team was, and with a moment of clarity Harry knew what he was going to have to do. He just wished he were at a higher altitude. Time slowed down for Harry. He could easily see the snitch and his years of seeking gave him a decent idea of where it was going. That was largely irrelevant though. What was important was that he knew where the Seekers were going. Wood moved towards the top ring to guard it from Tonks and left the protection that Fred was granting. So Harry did the only reasonable thing, he aimed the first bludger at Wade. Fred immediately shot towards his Seeker and stopped watching Harry. Above them Tonks had easily rolled past Alicia, but Katie was riding her bristles. Katie's broom wasn't fast enough to overtake Tonks, but Katie was, using both hands to fly and could cut corners sharper. To make things worse, Angelina and Wood were both rising to meet her. Faster, faster, faster. Tonks chanted to herself and felt a ripple of magic flow through her body before she picked up speed and moved beyond the technical limitations of her broom. Meanwhile the second bludger caught up to Harry, who had to lean off of his broom awkwardly to get the angle he needed to aim at Wade. This was what Harry wanted though, and reached out with his left hand to catch the bludger. He allowed the force of the bludger to pull him off of his broom and he kicked his legs before tucking them in. This allowed him to turn the forward momentum of the bludger into rotational momentum and Harry flipped over the top of it. Harry's broom started plummeting to the ground as Harry started coming down on the far side of the bludger. When the moment felt right, Harry let go of the bludger and swung his club with both hands. Harry knew where the bludger was going, so he didn't bother watching it as he started to free fall. Instead he twisted himself around and spotted his broom about 10 meters away and several meters below him. He reached out his left hand and said with authority, "Up." And moments later his broom slapped into his open hand. He quickly swung his leg over it and pulled up. He glanced down when his stopped falling and was pleased that there were still more than 5 meters between him and the ground. Then he turned back to watch his handiwork. Tonks didn't have time to think about where that burst of speed came from, but she was thankful as Angelina just missed her, having not had enough room to correct her course. She saw Wood moving into position and knew that with the Gryffindor chasers so close behind her, any pass would just result in an interception. She would just have to go for it and hope for the best. A feminine scream of terror met her ears, but she ignored it as she approached the ring. Just as she was winding up, a bludger shot past her at breakneck speed and collided with Wood's right shoulder with a loud crunch. He spun out of control and ran into the ring, allowing Tonks to take an easy shot through the middle. Harry smirked when he saw his first bludger hit Wade's tail, spinning her around and forcing her to stop grabbing for the snitch and use both hands to regain control. In this delay Cho darted past her only to have to spin off to avoid hitting Fred as he flew into her path. When Oliver hit the ring, Harry had to resist cackling in glee. He quickly turned his malicious grin into a proud smile as Tonks turned to look at him. Madame Hooch blew her whistle twice, signaling a timeout for medical attention. "What just happened?" Lee gasped. Luna smiled sweetly at him. "All hail the usurper." No," Lee said tonelessly. "Anyway, Captain Wood has just been helped down to the ground by Fred Weasley and George." Luna interrupted. "What?" Lee asked. "That is George Weasley. Fred is the one who tried to kill Chom." Luna explained. "That's the second time you've corrected me. How can you tell from this distance?" Lee asked curiously. "Oh, Well, on Fred's cheek there is a small cluster of freckles that perfectly align with the constellation Orion, and on George's cheek the third freckle of the belt is a centimeter too high. Luna answered. But, what? Lee muttered. I grew up next to the Weasleys. You pick up these things. Luna patted him on the shoulder. Don't be ashamed, you've only known them for 4 years. Oh, it isn't that, I already knew about that. Lee shook his head. I just don't understand how you can see it from here. Perhaps you should have your eyes checked. Luna looked concerned. Give me the name of your eye healer and I will. Lee nodded as a piece of parchment appeared in front of him. Ah, we have word from the Gryffindor locker room. Captain Wood has suffered multiple fractures of his shoulder, scapula and ribs. They will be taking the full 10 minutes they are allotted, and healer Tonks is doing everything she can to get Wood back in the game. You're a crazy person, Michaels informed Harry soberly as they walked into the locker room. You know that, right? Yup, Harry said happily. As long as that's clear. Michaels nodded, then broke into a huge grin. But you have to admit, that was awesome. What happened? Tonks asked. 2 bludgers, 2 seconds, and 2 successful hits. Michaels said admiringly. And then he caught his broom. I wish we had Muggle technology so we could show everyone a replay. We could use a pensieve. Tonks suggested. Yay, but we can't get all of Hogwarts into a single pensieve, and it would have to be Harry's memory, of course. Michaels nodded. But for small audiences that sounds grand. Later. Harry sighed. Right, first we need to close the point gap by 10. Michaels nodded as a piece of parchment appeared on a nearby desk with a chime. Michaels walked over and picked it up. Injury report. Looks bad for them. Wood probably won't make it back today, which means we just need to take as many shots as we can. No problem. Davies said, and Tonks and Stevens nodded. Good, Cho, get the snitch whenever you can. She nodded. Potter, we're running interference for the chasers. Michaels told Harry. You got it, boss. Harry grinned cheekily. Well, Mr. Wood, I hate to tell you this, but even though I can fix your ribs, I'll have to vanish your shoulder blade and humerus before they can be regrown with Skele-Gro. Andy said. You won't be flying again today. Can you just fix the ribs and leave my arm until later? Oliver asked hopefully. If it were your leg I could, but the charter specifically says that no player can continue playing without both of their arms in working order. Andy shook her head. It's okay, Ollie. Angelina sighed. We got close this year. No, it isn't over yet. Oliver replied. We still have the lead we need, just keep them from scoring, and if Wade gets the snitch we can still win the cup. I'll do my best, she replied, still checking her broom for damage. We have the 60-point lead we need, just keep possession and shoot when you have a good shot. They'll be doing sprints down the pitch, which means their fastest flyer will have the quaffle. When you aren't in possession, Tonks will be, keep her away from our goals. Oliver paused and turned to Andy. Sorry about this next part, healer. Then he turned to the twins. Boys, I know she is your friend, but you have to knock that girl out of the air. I want her in the hospital wing with me. Oh, that's not likely. Andy shook her head. Even if you break her bones, she can regrow them faster than any potion. Most you'll do is slow her down for a few minutes, but good luck. Oliver blinked a couple times. Right, Wade, catch the snitch. Everyone else, keep the quaffle on their half of the field and in our possession. And for Merlin's sake, do not foul them. Now, let's go. The teams are coming back onto the field and the game will continue momentarily. Lee announced. Captain Wood will not be rejoining us today, poor chap, so the Lions will be finishing this game without a keeper. Madam Hooch released the quaffle and Katie immediately took possession. And she's off straight into Eagle territory. As the Ravenclaws approached her, Katie dove straight down. Tonks and Davies followed while Stevens drifted closer to the rings. She pulled up close to the ground and flew across the field laterally. Harry put a bludger in her path and she rolled out of the way but lost speed in the process. Tonks would be on her in a second, so she took advantage of the difference in their speeds and climbed at a sharp angle. Tonks overshot the turn and lost the ground she gained. By the time Tonks had turned, Katie had passed the quaffle to Alicia, who was flying straight for the lowest ring. Stevens moved into her way and Alicia cut left, directly into Michael's bludger. Stevens dove and snatched the quaffle, then called for the spiral. Harry didn't need to distract the keeper anymore, so he and Michaels pushed the Gryffindors back before the chasers burst out of formation. Tonks flew hard for the top ring but was cut off by Angelina.
She turned sharply to the right, and overdid it slightly from only using one hand. Before she could correct her trajectory she had to duck a bludger and dive under Alicia. Katie would have got her if a bludger hadn't made Katie swerve off course. Tonks used the opening to try and get away from the Gryffindors but was cut off by a twin. Slowly but surely the circle around her was tightening and it wouldn't be long before she couldn't stay out of their reach. It looks like Wade has spotted the snitch. Lee cheered. And Tonks isn't going anywhere with that quaffle. I thought it was the red ball that you were worried about. Luna mused. For the last time it's called a quaffle. And yes, it is what we're worried about. Lee retorted. Then why is everyone after Tonks? Luna asked. Stevens has the red ball. A chime rang through the stadium. And she scores. Woo. What? Lee squawked and looked sharply over to the Gryffindor rings where sure enough the quaffle was slowly floating to the ground. Don't feel bad, Wade just caught the little golden ball so you still win. Luna smiled reassuringly. What? Lee screamed and jerked his head to the other end of the field. No. Sorry kids. Tonks called merrily to the Gryffindors and dropped her robes showing that she wasn't holding anything. Better luck next time. Great flying you two. Hermione grinned as she ran over and gave both Harry and Tonks hugs as they emerged from the locker rooms. Thanks Hermione. Tonks smiled as they pulled apart. Let's go up to the party. Oh, and not as planning something. Blaise and Daphne overheard them talking. Hermione said as she stepped into her normal place by Harry's side. They said Tracy didn't seem impressed. Then let's not worry about it. Harry smiled and the three walked towards the castle while Harry did his best to ignore the group of girls who were not quite subtly following them and considered himself successful. Hey Mudblood. Pansy yelled from their left and as they turned they spotted two balloons headed their way. Boring. Harry yawned and halted the balloons, forward motion with a flick of his wand. As Pansy and Knot grabbed more out of a nearby box Harry twisted his wand and sent the first ones back at them. The Slytherins were about to banish their second volley when the first hit them. The shrinking charms failed when the balloons popped and they both rapidly expanded to about 60 liters, all of it mud. The sudden force knocked Knot off his feet and he landed flat on his back just in time to see the second balloon he grabbed fall onto his face. Pansy got hit on the shoulder and was simply spun around and toppled into the box of extras. The mud volcano was beautiful as one balloon popped after another. Harry laughed and turned his back on them. Well, at least they did something original with it. He threw a drying charm over his shoulder as an afterthought and continued the walk to the castle. It was unfortunate that the only people who hadn't already passed Knot and Pansy were those that were following Harry. They obviously didn't offer any help but also added to the insult by pointing while they were laughing. Tracy sighed as they walked by and moved over to help Knot clear himself of the worst of the dried mud. Then they worked together and chipped away at the mud Pansy was mostly submerged in. I'm getting sick of this embarrassment. Once Potter leaves for the summer we're moving on to stage 2. Knot announced and both girls grew silent for a moment before agreeing. When Harry walked into the room Stephen's name was being chanted over and over while the cup-winning chaser was being paraded around on people's shoulders. As the door closed behind them people closed in from all directions. A few minutes of, thank you, and, excuse me, later Harry and Tonks managed to get to the stairs and dashed up to their dorms to drop off their gear before rejoining the party. Hey Moonbeam. Tony sneered with a vicious smile as she walked over to Luna. Nice commentating today, Julie added sarcastically. Oh, thank you, Luna said with a genuine smile. It was a lot of fun. Do you know what sarcasm is? Julie asked mockingly. I find that people are nicer when I ignore their inflection. Luna shrugged. What? Tony asked, shocked. You can't just do that. Tone is a very important part of communication. I disagree. Luna shook her head. Sarcasm for example. It is either used for a joke or for an insult so if it is not funny it is best to just ignore it. Once you ignore inflection though a sarcastic remark sounds the same as a compliment and if you assume it is then you have increased the statement's value greatly. But changing the speaker's intent like that is inherently warping reality. Tony replied. You have to see the problems with that. Reality is defined by our senses and how we interpret them. Reality is malleable and is always what we believe it to be. Luna said. Take the colorblind for instance, frequently they are unaware of their situation until someone points it out to them. Their reality was changed by the belief that their eyes were not abnormal.
Placebo effect. Julie added softly. Okay, but that isn't a choice. Tony countered. Willingly altering your perception of reality is insane. Tell that to the Tibetan monks who use meditation to alter their realities and allow them to withstand inhuman amounts of trauma or heat or cold or many other things, I'm sure. Luna smiled. But, Tony trailed, trying to think of somewhere else to go with this. See, I'm not insane, Luna said. Our realities just don't agree all the time. Why would you want to separate from the rest of us like that though? Julie asked. I've seen your reality. I even lived there for a while. Luna said sadly. Now the occasional visit is more than enough for me. Hey Moonbeam, Harry said cheerfully as he walked over, sat on the armrest of her chair and threw one arm around Luna, squeezing her to his side before releasing her. That was some great commentating. Oh, thank you. Luna grinned honestly. You did pretty good too. Harry smiled and bowed his head to her. So are you going to continue next year? I don't know. When I asked Professor McGonagall, she started muttering about a house in the country with a lot of mice. Luna frowned and shrugged. I suppose we'll find out. Harry laughed, then noticed that Tony and Julie were staring at him. Oh, I'm interrupting something. Terribly sorry. Oh, that conversation was pretty much over anyway. Luna smiled. Either way, I should stop intruding on your time with your friends. I'll talk to you later though. Harry said, then stood and turned to the girls. Ladies, he said with a nod and walked off. His is an interesting reality. Luna observed quietly as she watched Harry walk away. What do you mean? Julie asked as she recovered. I'm not sure. Luna shrugged. Now if you'll excuse me, a Nargle is trying to crawl into Justin's ear and he really must be warned. And they'd come around the corner and it would be like, whoosh, Sirius said and motioned his arms mimicking rushing water or wind or something. And they'd be like, aahhhh. Sirius threw his hands in the air and ran in a small circle. But only until they jiggered the thingy. Sirius made a motion that could be interpreted as stabbing someone. And then they'd be like, sh woo, Sirius wiped his brow. Only to have the relief cut off by a loud roar and the wall collapsing. Then the fight starts. Really, this was all in the packet. Sirius concluded by waving a sheaf of papers around. Well, when you put it that way it sounds reasonable. Lucius Malfoy relented. I say we use it. I agree. Ludo Bagman seconded and the rest of the committee nodded. I believe that concludes our business for this evening. Dumbledore smiled genially. Until July then. Harry, Hermione and Tonks had to take their exams early since they were leaving school early. Hermione stressed over studying, to no one's surprise, and over-prepared like normal. The other two approached their exams with calm confidence. Halfway through their week they had an afternoon off and Professor Kettleburn approached them just as lunch was starting. Excuse me. After lunch the 6th years will be having the care practicals. I really think you'd be interested in watching. Indeed. Harry nodded, remembering the man's plans, and Kettleburn walked away. What are they doing for their practicals? Hermione asked as she leaned towards him. The walls have ears so I can't tell you. Harry smiled. But it's great. You're coming with me, both of you. Okay. Tonks agreed hastily. An hour and a half later the three of them were taking seats in a box overlooking a small arena with a large object covered by a tarp. All of the heads of house were in the box with them along with Dumbledore. Against the wall was a glass tank that held an unconscious S with a strange helmet-like object on its head. Good afternoon you three, Flitwick said as they entered. Professor Kettleburn is down with the class but he asked me to explain what is going to happen today. The 5 of us and Professor Kettleburn have made a simulation of a basilisk. It is down there under the tarp. The students will be wearing special outfits that will interact with the fake basilisk and keep track of when they would be injured or die while keeping the students perfectly safe. I even included cushioning charms in case they get thrown. The S over against the wall will be controlling the construct once we wake it up. The game runs until all of the students are dead, or the S is. Meeting the gaze will line up runes in their goggles and the SS eyes, triggering a petrificus effect, and the fangs are a specifically designed potion applicator that will dose them with a mild sleeping potion. McGonagall added. Other physical damage will be approximated by their clothes. The 6th years were walking out into the arena. Looking nervous as Kettleburn removed the tarp. As that was happening McGonagall placed a glass cylinder around the S and enervated it. As the S in the tank slowly uncurled and looked around, so did the one in the stadium. Where am I? The S hissed.
Ah, humans. The S shrank back from where the students would have been clustered. Wait, they're tiny. Teeny tiny humans. No, that's not right. I'm huge. Harry bit his tongue to keep from chuckling. Bow down before me, you pathetic humans, and worship me, Irving, your new lord and master. Ha 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 ha. Kettleburn chose that moment to arrive and signal to the students that their planning time was up and activated their suits. A moment later the glass cylinder was removed and Irving was loose. Irving lowered his head towards the closest student. You there, I am hungry, fetch me a rat. This action triggered the student's goggles and she dropped like a rock. Holy crap, did that girl just die? What is going on? Irving looked around to see if anyone had an answer. Irving's questioning glance killed 3 more students before anyone reacted. An explosion to his left drew Irving's attention that way, leaving an opening for someone on his right to banish a large rock at his head. Irving shook his head after the impact and turned towards the attacker. How dare you attack your lord? He lunged forward and bit down, catching 2 students, and when he released them he turned towards the rest. While that group was getting completely annihilated, a second group of students was conjuring large ropes and tied the S down. Blasting curses rained on Irving's head whilst he struggled to free himself. A small group of 4 boys broke off from the rest and charged in, jumped on the SS back, conjured axes and started trying to hack through the dummy. Ow, ow. Okay, you can stop that now, Irving said angrily and flexed, tearing many of the ropes loose. His second flex got the rest and then he struck at the people on his back. I'll eat you, he swore just before his teeth hit. Sadly for Irving this was planned and 3 of the 4 boys jumped clear in time while a 5th conjured a large metal spike. The 4th slid down Irving's side while the sleeping potion took effect. As soon as he was clear the 5th boy banished the spike at Irving's head, then did something that increased the velocity greatly. It was like a shot from a cannon. Whoa, Harry said as the spike sunk into the dummy's head with a loud thunk. I think they won. Who is that? Rolf's commander, Sprout said proudly. One of mine, he wants to join the family business after school. Cool, Harry said and stood up and walked out of the box. Hermione and Tonks quickly followed. They quickly made their way down to the recovering 6th years. Harry spotted Rolf and walked up to him, then conjured a target and a spear. Show me that again. Rolf looked at him silently for a moment, then moved to repeat his attack. Harry watched intently as Rolf launched the spear into the target hard enough that it blew completely through it and embedded itself in the ground. Harry nodded as the light of mage sight faded from his eyes. Fascinating. Thank you. Rolf smiled. You just used the banishing charm 3 times, right? Harry asked. I'm not missing something. Nope, that is. The trick is in the timing. Rolf nodded. The second 2 have to hit at the same time or it is no good. I see. Harry nodded. How did you come up with it? In my family's line of work you have to put down a dragon or chimera every once in a while. Rolf shrugged. The technique has been passed down Scamander to Scamander since Grandpa Newt figured it out 2 centuries ago. Good work everyone, Kettleburn announced loudly as he walked into the area. It was Rolf's plan. One girl shouted. Harry and the girls quickly excused themselves as people were confirming the girls' words so they could celebrate amongst themselves. A couple days later, after the 3 had finished their exams, the 3 were walking down the 7th floor corridor. Harry was leading because he knew where he was going, but Tonks was the center of the evening's activities. Hermione was next to her looking nervous. Are you sure about this, Nim? Hermione asked. No, but I think it is what I felt during the game. If I'm right I might finally be able to get higher than a centimeter off the ground. Tonks nodded resolutely. And Harry says he knows a safe place for it. And we're almost there, Harry said, coming to a stop in front of a tapestry. But why don't we take a moment to appreciate this fine craftsmanship? Why would we do that? Tonks asked as she eyed the tapestry skeptically, not noticing Harry swaying back and forth. Is this a riddle? Hermione asked excitedly. Is it a hidden passage behind the tapestry or something? No, neither. I just needed something handy to distract you while the room created itself behind me. Harry laughed as he turned around and walked into the room of requirements. You two coming? Harry was somewhat concerned that, I need a safe place for Tonks to fly, ended up being a large, slightly hemispherical, room with padded walls, floor and ceiling. Harry decided that the room knew what it was doing, it had never let him down before after all, and pulled Tonks to the middle. Alright, just do what you do I guess. Okay. Tonks nodded as Harry stepped back and frowned in concentration. After a couple seconds she suddenly launched into the air, feet first. She shrieked in terror as she bounced chaotically around the room. She finally came to rest by Hermione's feet, gasping for breath. That didn't go too well. Hermione laughed as she helped Tonks to her feet. No it didn't, but your flight path was very similar to failed tests back in the early days of rocket science. Why don't you try again with less effort and I'll watch with mage sight, then Harry does the same. That's a great idea. Harry nodded. I really don't want to go blasting off the walls again. Tonks said warily. We could rig up a harness so you don't go flying off again. Hermione answered quickly and before she finished her sentence a rope appeared from the center of the floor with some belts and buckles attached to the free end. Like that one. Yay, this room does that. Harry nodded and walked over to check out that harness. Can you go first? Tonks asked Harry. Sure. Harry nodded. A few seconds later both girls were closely examining how Harry's magic left his body through his feet and flowed up around him and back down through his head. Hermione was quick to liken it to a magnetic field. Once Harry's test was done he and Hermione helped Tonks climb into the harness. Okay, nice and slow. Tonks said to herself as she got ready to try again. Firm but gentle, ease into it. Very slowly Tonks lifted off the ground and everything was going good until she hit the 1 centimeter mark. Suddenly she was screaming again as she was flying in very fast circles around the point where the rope met the floor. She threw up when she finally stopped. That was horrible. Well, you definitely fly like a rocket alright. Hermione nodded as she thought about Tonks, magic shooting out of her feet and dissipating into the air. Great. Now how do we make it work right? Tonks asked. Well, the Muggles did it through trial and error. Harry said. They only had several thousand crashes before they got it down. The problems were stability and steering. One was dealt with using fins on the rocket, the other was a contraption over the nozzle. I don't think either of those will work for you. Hermione frowned. We should probably think about this for a while before we test again. I agree. Tonks said humorlessly. I don't want to be too bruised up to enjoy Australia. Okay. Harry nodded. If that's what you want. The twins sent the trio off with a loud bang. Once the Great Hall cleared of smoke everyone was wearing Ravenclaw colors. Snape took the prank with his usual sense of humor and stormed over to yell at Harry. Harry sighed and held up his hand. Before you say anything, do you have any reason to suspect me of doing this other than because I am convenient? This is my last meal here for the year and I'd really rather not spoil it by breaking into our normal argument where you try to punish me and I tell you you can't and make you look bad. Snape glared at him and twitched. Excellent. Harry nodded. Do you have any more business for me or may I return to my meal? Snape frowned harder and turned on his heel before storming off. Have a nice summer, Professor. Harry called after him. You should have let him talk. Fred said sadly and Daphne patted him consolingly on the back. We charmed his voice to sound like Tonks, at the game. All right, Sirius said as the last of them arrived back at Grimald Place via Flo. We have today and only today to double check that everything is packed and ready to go. If there is anything we still need let me know soon. I have to make a last run to Gringotts and can pick up some things then. Can I go with you? Harry asked. The goblins have something for me to pick up. Of course. Anyone else? Sirius paused for a few seconds. Hermione and Tonks looked like they were about to ask to go too. I'm only going to be picking the diamond up. Harry said as he waved them off. Okay. Tonks nodded. Right, shall we Harry? Sirius asked. Elderly first. Harry motioned him towards the flow. Oh my back. Sirius winced and laughed. Together the two of them flew to the leaky cauldron and walked down the alley to the bank. Almost immediately after walking through the doors they were ushered past the lines. Sirius stayed in the front lobby and dealt with getting vacation money in both galleons and Australian dollars. Harry however was led back into Quartzclaw's office. Good afternoon Lord Potter. Quartzclaw greeted. Good afternoon Quartzclaw. Harry nodded in turn. If my stone is ready I can make the last payment now. Of course. I've had it here for the last 3 days while we waited. Quartzclaw said and withdrew a dark wooden box. He opened it and turned it to Harry so that the diamond prism was proudly displayed. Harry whistled appreciatively and examined the runes. He could hardly wait to start his tests. This looks perfect Quartzclaw.
Send my compliments to whomever deserves them. Yes, sir. Quartz Claw nodded while Harry put the diamond back in its box. Harry drew his wand and shrunk the box before dropping it in a pocket. Then he pulled out the box that had his last payment and set it on the desk. If I ever need another rare stone cut in a specific way, I'll be sure to come back and talk to you again. You honor me. Quartz Claw nodded. Have a nice day. Harry smirked and walked out of the office. A minute later he was walking up to Sirius. How's it going out here, Padfoot? Perfectly pleasantly, Harry. Sirius sighed in resignation. It seems like not a lot of people convert to Australian around here. I can't say I blame them. Harry shrugged. After this we still have to pick up the international portkey. Sirius shuddered and didn't notice a couple goblins share a glance. Long-distance ones are the worst, but it beats flying. There. Is it that much worse than normal ones? Harry feigned ignorance as one of the goblins rushed off. Much worse. It could take a couple hours for your stomach to settle afterwards. Sirius remarked. A goblin was walking towards them, but still on the far side of the counter, with a tray holding several stacks of bills and galleons. Finally, we'll be able to go momentarily. Suddenly the goblin tripped and flung coins and bills everywhere. Sirius groaned at their misfortune, and it took the goblin several minutes to clean up the mess and make sure everything was where it was supposed to be. Once the money changed hands, Sirius started tucking it all away in his bag. Excuse me, Lord Potter. Harry turned at the question and found yet another goblin looking up at him. Yes, Harry asked. I am Longtalk. The goblin replied. From our logistics department. If you would like, we can take you and your party through the tunnels instead of forcing you to take the portkey. Sirius dropped his money bag. As long as it is okay with Padfoot, I see no reason not to take you up on your generous offer. Harry accepted genially while Sirius nodded excitedly. Wonderful. Just ask for me when you are ready to leave. Longtalk bowed. Of course. We'll see you tomorrow morning, Longtalk. Harry said, and he and Sirius left the bank. I have never heard of anyone taking the tunnels from branch to branch before. Sirius said reverently. And they called you, Lord. They must really like you or something. I would put money on, or something. Harry smirked, and minutes later they flew home. Wanna see it? Harry asked teasingly as the girls followed him into his room and plopped down on his bed. They knew what he had picked up at the bank. Please. Hermione pouted. Ah, how can I say no to that? Harry smiled and pulled out the box, unshrinking it in the process. Ooh, Tonks commented when she saw the slightly smaller than fist-sized triangular diamond prism. The top formed a pyramid and the sides of the prism tapered out as they progressed towards the base, which was flat and perfectly level. Numerous runes swept up and down the sides, and if viewed under magnification, the fact that the lines of those runes were made out of many runes that were many times smaller would be apparent. I thought you said you were getting diamonds. Hermione said as she lifted the prism out of its box to take a closer look. That is a diamond. Harry smirked as Hermione froze and nearly dropped the prism. Oh, well, I'll just set this back down then. Hermione chuckled and put the diamond back carefully. Ooh, Tonks said when the prism passed through a beam of light and split it onto the wall. Kids. Gwynog called up. Dinner. You two go ahead, I've got to send this to Nick and I'll meet you down there in a couple minutes. Harry said. Okay. Tonks nodded and hopped off his bed. Don't take too long, mister. Hermione poked him in the playfully. No ma'am. Harry saluted and the girls walked out laughing. Harry sealed the door when it closed and stepped over to his desk. He pulled out a piece of paper and wrote the number 18 on it. Once the ink dried, he stuck it to the box with a permanent sticking charm and called for Marnie. I'm sure you know where this goes. Of course, Harry Potter, sir. Marnie took the box and popped away. Harry marked it down with the others in his parcel script notebook before tucking the notebook back into his pocket and undoing the charms on the door. Walking down the hall, he could just make out the voices downstairs. Quote. And then he called Harry, Lord, and offered to let us take the tunnels. Sirius said. You're lying. Remus rebuked coldly. The goblins have never let a human use their tunnels. For travel before, why would they start now? Maybe it has something to do with that monster diamond. Tonks said cheerily. Monster diamond? Dan asked. About, yay big. Tonks said. Harry assumed she had gestured the dimensions. Enough to bankrupt a small muggle country. Hermione added. Maybe some magical ones too. Harry quietly floated back to his room, opened the door and then shut it loudly. So I was thinking we start in Cairns, Sirius said loudly. And then check out the reefs for a while. With all that gillyweed you bought we'll probably be able to spend a solid week swimming. Remus snorted and Harry reached the bottom of the stairs. Great, Harry said as he walked into the room. That should be enough time to catch one of my SS. No Theo, Tracy shouted as Blaise and Daphne returned to the common room after dinner. Absolutely not. But, Not tried to object. I don't care. Tracy cut him off. That's taking it too far. Tracy, Pansy growled. If I so much as think you're actually going to do it, I'll go to McGonagall. Tracy glared. You wouldn't. Not gasped as several other Slytherins looked at her in horror. Don't push me, Theodore. Tracy crossed her arms. You won't like the results. With that she turned and walked straight towards Blaise and Daphne, who were standing, shocked, in front of the entrance. Move. Tracy snapped at them and they both quickly stepped to the side to let her pass. Nott and Pansy gathered up their things and stormed off to Nott's room. Daphne and Blaise quickly moved to one corner and discussed what they had witnessed. After 10 minutes they decided that they didn't have anything solid and shouldn't bother Harry about it. In the morning they would tell the other members of the court and would keep a close watch on the situation. So did you guys ever get around to telling us what you signed up for next year? Hestia asked as she, Remus, Sirius and Gwynog, Dan and Emma, the kids and Ted walked towards Gringotts early the next morning. I signed up for everything. Hermione smiled through her yawn. Even Muggle studies. Professor Flitwick tried to get me to drop that in divination but I talked him down. Just ancient runes, arithmancy and healing for me. Tonks shrugged, eyes half-lidded. They're teaching healing now. Ted asked. Since when? Since next year. Harry replied. Evidently whomever is going to be the healer next year insisted. Oh. Ted nodded. What about you, Harry? Gwen asked. What did you take? I also signed up for everything. Harry smirked. And I'm going to get another time turner. He thought gleefully. Your mother would be proud. Remus stated. Prongs might tease you a bit but he wouldn't mean it. Sirius added. Well, we're proud of all three of you. Emma smiled and Dan nodded automatically. We're all proud of you. Hestia clarified as they walked into Gringotts. Lord Potter and company. A goblin just inside the door said and bowed to Harry. Right this way please. Thank you. Harry nodded in reply and they set off while Sirius shot a look at said, I told you so, to Remus. The goblin led them past the lines and directly to the carts where an extra-large one, with cushions, was waiting. Clearance on either side will be less than a meter at times so please keep your hands and feet inside the cart. The goblin said as they finished climbing aboard. We will depart in 3, 2, 1. He finished and threw the lever forward. Screams of terror contrasted screams of glee as the cart took off, but no one was sleepy anymore. Harry was watching carefully despite the many sharp drops and quick turns. Finally after a 10-minute ride they came to a stop. Welcome to Australia, the goblin said as he hopped out and helped the ladies. There is no way we could have gotten here already. Dan gasped. We weren't going that fast. There were 7 instances when we were subjected to portkey-like travel. Harry remarked. Each time there was a sudden drop. That's how they cover the feeling of their effect. Quite right, Lord Potter. The goblin nodded. Might I ask how you could tell? Of course. Harry smiled. I watched an arch go by, then the drop I mentioned and finally the color of the walls changed. Twice as a coincidence, 3 times as a pattern, 7 times as obvious. The goblin laughed. You're very wise, my lord. You have just entered the Twilight Zone. Hestia whispered to Gwynog who struggled not to laugh as they were led up to the lobby. Okay Harry. Remus said once they left the building. What did you do to the goblins? I just told them how much they would regret losing my business. Harry shrugged. Nothing unexpected. I'm sure someone has tried that before but, Remus started. Forget about that. Sirius cut him off as he and Ted consulted a map. The hotel I read about is a few blocks away if we're reading this thing correctly. That way. Sirius shouted and pointed down the street. With any luck they'll have enough rooms available. Didn't you make a reservation? Emma asked. And how would I have done that? Sirius frowned. I tried flowing them but couldn't find the address and it's too far for an owl. Telephone. Hermione replied smugly. Oh please. Sirius rolled his eyes. Even I know that you can't telephone across the ocean.
There was a large collective sigh from the other 9 members of the party who were all either Muggles, Muggle-born, Muggle-raised or had a lot of exposure to Muggles. What? Sirius asked. I'm sorry dear, but you're wrong. Gwynog smiled and slipped her hand into Sirius. Lily told me that your voice gets covered by the sound of the waves and nothing but ocean sounds come out at the other end. Sirius objected as Remus burst into laughter. You actually believe that? Remus gasped. Lily wouldn't have lied to me. Sirius scowled. Would she? All the time mate. Remus chuckled. Oh. Sirius said sadly, prompting Gwynog to comfort him. Say it ain't so Moony. I hate to interrupt this pity party but I think this is it. Dan said, pointing at the hotel across the street. Oh good, we're here. Sirius said, perking up to his normal self. 3 minutes later he walked up to the front desk. Hello, we'd like to get some rooms. Are you with the Potter party? The lady asked. I guess. Sirius rubbed his neck. How did you know? Yesterday a Gringotts employee came around to all of the hotels and made arrangements for a large British group. She replied with a smile. After hearing your accent I guessed. Are you Lord Potter? Sirius sighed and waved Harry forward. No, I'm not. Wow, look at this place. Tonks exclaimed as they saw Harry's bed. There's another telly in here. Hermione called out from the bathroom. That's what, 3 now or 4? Tonks called back. 4. Hermione shouted. That's it, I'm staying here with you. Tonks said as she turned back to Harry. I don't think your dad would be too happy with that. Harry laughed. I'll just tell him I got lost. Tonks shrugged. This room is big enough. I don't think they'd buy that. Hermione said as she rejoined them. Hello. Gwynog's voice called from the front. We're in the bedroom. Hermione called out. Come on back. Oh baby. Hestia joked saucily. Wait, where's the bedroom? Sirius asked. It's behind the stuffed kangaroo. Harry said. You can't miss it. Is that a second telly? Dan asked. You could. Get lost in here. Ted added. Told you. Tonks whispered to Hermione. I don't blame you girls for checking this one out first. Emma said as she stuck her head into the bedroom. Ours are great, but this. She trailed off and gestured around. Yay. Tonks said dreamily. Oh look, a balcony. Remus' voice trickled in from the other room. And there's a hot tub on it. I'll go get my suit. Hestia cheered. There isn't enough time for that right now Hestia. Sirius replied. We still need to get down to the marina and find a boat to rent then start hunting for those SS. We can do that tomorrow. Hestia whined. You'll say that tomorrow too. Gwynog retorted. Harry sighed and rolled over the bed. He picked up the phone and a moment later heard it ringing. Concierge, how can I help you today Lord Potter? First drop the, Lord, it isn't a true title. Harry sighed. Only because you're not 17 yet. Tonks replied just loud enough to be heard through the phone. Quiet you. Harry mock glared. Anyway, we would like to rent a boat preferably today but tomorrow is fine too. Yes sir, I'll see what I can do. Thank you. Can I help you with anything else? No thank you. Have a nice day sir. You as well. Harry said and hung up. Hestia, go get your suit. Yay. Rapid footsteps could be heard heading towards the door. Come on Gwenny. But, the boat. Sirius objected. I've got people on it Padfoot. Harry assured him. Just calm down, take Moony, get changed and join your women. Harry pulled his reptile book out of his trunk, which had been shrunken and in his pocket like everyone else's, and hand slithered out to join him. It took nearly 20 minutes for the concierge to get them a boat and in that time all of the adults had found their way to the hot tub and hand was a near-perfect match for the species of S they were looking for, Hydrophis belcheri also known as the faint-banded CS. Harry chose this S for one reason and one reason only. It could hold its breath for nearly 8 hours and swim the whole time. Being one of the SS that was arguably the most toxic in the non-magical world was a nice bonus. The yellow and black stripes would stand out above water but Harry and Tonks were both fairly sure that they would still have some control over their shape despite the transformation, and even if they didn't it wasn't that big of a deal. Professor McGonagall, Tracy asked as she slipped into the Transfiguration classroom just after a group of fourth years left. Yes Ms. Davis. McGonagall replied. You may have noticed that Pansy received a package today. Tracy paused for McGonagall to nod then took a deep shaky breath. I have reason to believe that the package contained some form of love potion and if I am correct the most likely targets are Potter's friends, probably tonight at dinner, to the ends of causing tension and the eventual destruction of their friendships. That is a very serious accusation, Ms. Davis. McGonagall frowned at the news. It is, but I was originally supposed to be in on it. I objected to the extremity of Nott's plan. Tracy stared at her feet. Thank you for telling me. I'll be sure to take the necessary precautions. McGonagall paused for a second. Unless there is something you would like to add, I believe I should go speak with Healer Tonks and the other heads. Don't tell Professor Snape. He'll just warn them. Tracy cautioned and left the room. McGonagall sighed as the door closed and started contacting the others while trying to figure out the best way to handle it. Excuse me, Mr. Not, Ms. Parkinson, McGonagall said as she stopped the two just after they entered the Great Hall that evening. I need to search your bags. For what? Nott demanded testily. On the other side of the doors, Blaise and Daphne were getting into a position to hear everything without being seen. Do you have a warrant? Pansy sneered. Unfortunately for you, I am not an Auror and do not require a warrant. Now set your bags down and step away. McGonagall ordered as the rest of the staff came closer. What is going on here? Snape demanded as he walked forward as the students complied. A standard check for contraband. McGonagall replied and opened Pansy's bag. I'll not have my students' right violated like this. Snape glared. You've done the same thing to many students before. Sprout said and placed herself between Snape and McGonagall. And it is within the school charter. Flitwick added as he joined Sprout. What do we have here? McGonagall asked as she held up 9 potion vials. Healer Tonks. Severus is the potion's master. Dumbledore interjected. He is the most qualified to examine those. I can tell you right off the cuff that those 3 are fertility potions. Andromeda said before waving her wand over the others. These are Amortentia. Already keyed to specific people too. With a little more time I can figure out who. She then noticed initials marked on the bottom. Oh wait, they're marked. Let's see. GW, FW, BZ, DG, HA and SB. I think attempting to poison their classmates is grounds for expulsion. Sprout said firmly. I do too. Flitwick nodded. This proves nothing. Snape sneered. They never attempted to do anything. Severus is correct. Dumbledore said sagely. Possession of contraband does not warrant expulsion and they have done nothing with said contraband. They probably would have decided against it if they had been given the chance. The rules are quite clear on possession though. McGonagall countered. I believe 50 points in a week in detention is called for each potion and each person. Albus. Snape squawked. The thought of losing 900 points was intolerable. I think that is a bit harsh. Albus said calmly. I believe 100 points total in a week of detention each is enough. Albus. They could have destroyed 6 innocent lives. Andromeda said outraged. But they didn't. Albus smiled. My decision stands. You dumb by.ch. Nott screeched and shoved Tracy after sneaking up from behind. Tracy screamed as she toppled over the couch in front of her and hit her head on a coffee table with a loud bang. The whole Slytherin common room grew silent as every head turned to the commotion. Tracy picked herself up and turned to face Nott with blood running down her face from a long gash over her left eyebrow. Aguamenti. Pansy cast before Tracy could say anything. Pansy intentionally overpowered the spell and the resulting stream of water was enough to knock Tracy down again, this time across the table. You almost got us expelled. Pansy yelled. Never come near us again. Don't worry. Tracy spat as she sat up and pressed a hand to her cut. I won't. Good. Nott nodded and walked away with Pansy close behind. Don't think your help has gone unknown or unappreciated. Daphne said quietly as she knelt down next to Tracy a few moments later and started cleaning her face. It is our turn to help, if you'll let us. Let's get you to the hospital wing. No, that will just make things worse. Tracy said sadly. Okay, at least let Hannah take a look. Daphne replied and Blaise got his mirror out. It's okay. You really don't have to. Tracy tried. If we reacted faster you wouldn't have even been hurt just now. Blaise said. It is the least we can do. Okay. She relented and allowed herself to be led away. Daphne was taking care of her while Blaise was informing the rest of the court about the situation, except for Harry and his girls, who were evidently out of range. She was rarely seen outside the company of the court for the rest of the school year. The search for SS looked very much like the casual exploration and enjoyment of one of the world's prettiest wonders. In fact, only Harry and Sirius were truly searching. In the end it was Remus who spotted the S first. He stunned it silently and grabbed it with gloves on, just in case, then swam back to the boat and dropped the meter-long S in a large glass aquarium. It had only taken them 3 days. Harry climbed back into the boat once his gillyweed wore off and lowered his face so it was level with the S. "Hello, you look like a nice alien," the S said brightly. "I am aware that your kind makes this mistake regularly, but I feel that I must inform you that I do not taste good. Could you please put me back in the water? I have no desire to eat you." Harry hissed back, smiling. "Oh, that is a relief." The S sighed. "I'd rather not be probed either, we could just pretend this never happened." It added hopefully. "I'm not going to probe you either." Harry laughed. "Implant me then?" It asked nervously. "Nope." Harry shook his head. "This abduction is nothing like the stories." The S observed. "Do you know what you're doing? I would like to take a sample of your DNA so that I can modify mine to allow myself to go from one of our forms to the others without limitations." Harry smirked. "And you can do all of that without probing, eating or implanting?" The S asked skeptically. "All I need is a little bit of your venom or perhaps some skin if you're going to be shedding soon." Harry replied. "Oh, and then you'll let me go unharmed?" It asked. "Yes." Harry nodded. "Would you like me to bite you now then?" It asked. "Not me, I have something for this." "One moment." Harry dug around in his bag for a few seconds before returning with a small jar that had a plastic diaphragm stretched over the mouth. "Here, bite this and inject it with venom." "Okay." The S agreed and quickly sunk its fixed fangs into the plastic and waited as a few drops fell, then pulled back. "Is that enough?" "Yes, thank you. This will be a big help," Harry said with a bow. "You're welcome. Can I go home now?" It asked. "Of course." Harry smiled and lowered a hand into the tank, allowing the deadly S to wrap around his wrist. "My name is Gwynog, by the way," the S said as Harry carried him to the water. "I'm Harry. It was nice to meet you." "You as well," Gwynog said as he slipped back into the ocean. "I don't think anyone has spoken to an alien before, my friends will never believe me." "Hey Gwynog, where have you been?" one of Gwnog's friends asked as he swam into an area where the SS regularly formed hunting parties. "I got abducted by aliens," Gwynog said excitedly. "Sure you did," his friend replied with the equivalent of rolling his eyes. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.